just everybody takes this for granted. Magically, you can speak into something, and now magically, Jin can hear my voice in Japan and you guys in America. What?
Are you sure that's the etymology of enter?
In is Latin for no. It's a negation of the fact. Okay, I speak like
I so believe like you, insane, but I'm saying, is there? Yeah, sure. Is there not? Is it possible that there's another Latin term enter, or no? I'll look it up real quick, man. But
yeah, you do go for it, bro. I'm just saying it's three words.
Are you?
Okay. Internet and Ethernet are not the same thing.
To go into, inter, like initiate.
Yep.
I'll look up the Latin.
So okay, so anyway, my point is, I'm speaking into this, thing that we like to call technology. Yeah. So all it is metals and whatever. Speakers, eardrum, based on an eardrum, whatever. So I speak into this, and you guys can hear me in the USA. Yeah. Apparently, somehow, magically, they just tell you it's the internet, and you're like, yeah, it's technology. But how does this happen? Do you think maybe if you can put things together by hand, if man can do this by hand, make a extension of himself, that he might be able to do it without the technology? Maybe. I'm just saying. If a machine can do it, man can do it.
But we, the machines, what are you talking about? Are you talking about
wow. Man,
together?
Are you guys hard of hearing?
IG, it looks like you might be incorrect. I posted in live.
Not good at talking.
Do you want to see it communicate without technology from long distance?
I'm just saying, could it be possible? Just be like, do you think that's possible?
To randomly put things.
How about smoke signals?
Yeah, I was thinking of smoke signals. Yeah. What I was thinking of is we'll go back. What I was thinking of is we'll go back to 2 tin cans and a piece of string.
Yeah, and tapping on logwoods. If you have to, you tap on wood, yeah.
No, I'm trying to be a bit more like, when you think of somebody and they ring you, people say it's coincidence.
ESP, are you talking about ESP?
Yeah. Would that be like a form of communication?
Yes, we don't have to have the same ESP and be able to do it.
Am I the only one?
Can you all hear what I'm trying to say now?
No. Yes, Terry.
Am I the only one thinking, what absolute fuck?
Hey, IG, look at the picture I posted right now in Livestream text. See, I was just I had a feeling this might be the case, that it's not 2 words, but I don't know if that helps you with your analogy or whatever.
No, you need to syntax it, bro. I know what you're talking about. No, you need to syntax it first.
Okay.
You know what syntax is? You know what syntax is?
I understand. I'm saying, but we can see that there is a Latin word. I understand you're saying, like, let's break it down even more within their thing, but if they created a new word, it's kind of like, it just gives me the feeling of when people go pseudo force, it's 2 separate words, blah, blah, and then etymology gets fucked up.
No, you can use syntax in certain, like, this is a fact. If you look at language, English was purposely syntax in the 1500s to make people confused and dumb. It's just what it is.
Okay,
because you've got Old English, you have Old English, Middle English, and New English. I had to learn all 3 of them. Same with Latin. You've got Old Latin, Vulgar Latin, and this bullshit Latin that people speak now. I'm just saying, they do this on purpose.
I respect.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to say. I'm saying that we are maybe more capable of more things that are more mystical than putting it on a base level of, you know, rocks and meat suits walking around. That's what I'm trying to say. If people get my point, I hope.
Like if you do like 50 dry grams of mushrooms, you get telepathy, sort of thing.
Yep. Yeah, they were doing these experiments in the 1800s. I've read them. Full controlled experiments where they could do ESP in the 1800s, 1880. They actually had but they shut it down. They had an actual university for it, or whatever the fuck it was. And they did it for like 20, 30 years, and then they just shut it down. So they did all these experiments. They got all this data, all this knowledge, bam, shut down. And now they started doing it like now, whatever. Well, I was reading about this shit like 15 years ago. This is what I'm trying to say, boys. Like, it's the people up the top have control because they have knowledge.
We've got the internet, man. Like we're
I know. We got Google,
now,
you know, like
yeah.
I'm just saying, you people
technology
are capable of more, and this is what I was trying to say on the other channel. But apparently, I'm a Satanist for saying this because you people are capable for more. No. Jesus or Muhammad or fucking Buddha or fuck me.
Jen, can I ask you a question real quick?
Uh-oh.
Did me?
Earlier, Jen, you were talking about something about animal to human transmission. Isn't that precisely what gain of function research was? Like the primary
I said it, but but I defined it for you, bro. It has to have a living host.
Yeah.
Like a bat that has flu can't fly around you and then you have bat flu. Because it's called bat flu.
It doesn't
if it has flu. Correct.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So what they've done is, on the living bat, they've extracted that fucking crap that's in there, and the US government didn't. And I gave those documents to Jin, 72 page with electron microscopy. Yep, and they shove it into living humans, and that's why you get retarded children. Very simple.
Yeah.
It's just a point of fact, bro. Like, I've got the documents.
Yeah.
They started doing this. Yeah, they started doing this experiment in 1970 something, bro.
It is weird.
It was patented in 2007. Sorry, go ahead.
It's weird that America does have more cases of certain diseases than other countries.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to look at the amount of...
Cancer here is worse than any other country, right? I think. I don't know. I'm not positive.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, bro. In the West, in the Western countries, bro, we're getting screwed.
Yeah, I mean, look
Anywhere
at the
Western.
US and compare the US to the UK on the number of jabs you need to get just to live. We only get, like, when I was a kid, it was only 3. Now in the modern time, maybe 6 or 7. But you're getting 72. That's a mad number. That's a mad lunatic number. 72. And then you're going to go on to get more when you go on to high school and the rest of it. It's a joke.
It's only if you voluntarily do it, you know. It's voluntary.
Correct.
Well, but I agree. I agree with you. It's voluntary, but there are certain situations where your child can't go to the school unless they've had the full jab program. Okay,
they're putting you under duress.
Homeschool your child there, and that's fine.
The default assumption is that it's required, but it truly is not. It is absolutely not.
Yeah,
correct.
Thank you.
But they put people under duress to make you think that because they're ignorant and they're ill-informed. That's what it is. Everything is consent.
Exactly.
Every single thing, even your thoughts. When you have a bad, just say like, "Oh, Iggs, fuck him. I hope he drops dead." That's you don't know what kind of ramifications that has. Nobody does. And if you think it doesn't, you better think twice. I'm telling you. Because
I was sent a video today. Only it was like a minute and a half long, and it's a pilot who, because of his job's recommendation that he had to get that jab, otherwise he'd lose his job. He got the jab, and I think maybe 6 weeks or 2 months later, He came back from a flight, you know, delivering his passengers safely. He then collapses, and now he's in hospital. He's got a diaper around himself. His bowels are out of control, and he's explaining that now I can't fly again. And I was planning to teach my daughter how to fly. He got the jab because it was recommended by his company. He had to have it, otherwise he couldn't work. And now he's compromised. He's no longer flying.
That's why they put in that law that you can't sue them, because they know that they are wrongdoers, that they are doing harm.
You would never in your
It's a blind
wildest
lie.
dreams, never in your wildest dreams would you sign something if you can't sue them. Oh, that's mad, isn't it? That's just crazy. Cool.
Remember, I gave you the did I give you the document?
Yeah,
that they have to sign
a while back. We're talking 2 years now.
Yeah, I've got a full legal document because that's another thing that I studied from the City of London and canon law, which dominates the world. For free for anybody to give them to sign.
Yeah, because 2 years ago is when you kind of like came onto the 24-hour Discord about 2 years ago, and that's what you were talking about. Bang on, you know, headstrong, straight in, delivering the documents, and people were like, "Wow, thank you." We ate it up.
Some people were yelling at me, but
we devoured it. Yeah, we devoured that stuff for sure. You know, and I've been doing my research all that time anyway, from 2006. So the thing about the jab thing, you know, that's because I have one son who's slightly autistic. Okay, so you know, it prompted me to search because I knew it was that, and like 2006, I decided to get into it. My son was 6 years old, you see, at the time. He was born in 2000, and I made my discoveries, and I knew I was right in '99 when I said to my wife, I don't think we should really do the thing with the kids, you know, give them the jabs. It's not necessary because the illnesses are not in this country. I didn't see it in England, all my life in England, and no one's dying. You're not hearing of people dying of it. So my wife said, well, I don't want any trouble because, you know, it's a compulsory thing here in Japan. I said, it shouldn't be compulsory. You should be able to choose. But she didn't want any trouble. I said, okay. But the thing is, I was thinking out of the box. I wasn't thinking that, you know, the jab is a bad thing. I was thinking that it wasn't necessary because the illness is not there. I was living my life not wanting to go to the doctors for anything if I'm healthy. So I'm thinking the child is healthy anyway. It's not got I haven't got any diseases. My wife won't have any diseases. So the baby would be healthy. That was my motivation. I wasn't thinking that the jab program was a bad thing. But 2006, I discovered it was a bad thing, and it had never worked in its fucking hell. Nightmare.
Let's move on from this topic.
Yes, sorry.
Please.
Sorry.
It's just people need to learn how to read. You know, people don't know how to read. If I can just quickly say this,
You've got to reconnect with your freedom. You've got to reconnect with your freedom if you've really got it. And at the moment, we don't have it, but you can attain it in this system. Yeah, definitely.
It's when people learn how to read, then it'll be a lot better. Like when you read that, it says side effects. But how can it be a side effect when you've done an experiment and the experiment directly shows you what happens? It is not a side effect. It is a direct effect. People don't know how to read.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly. All right. It is the unexpected effect from the actual thing. Yeah, it's funny, but you're right. Yeah.
It's like I got told when I go, like, because I studied law, I got told not to use the word discovered, because if you use the word discovered, they cannot patent anything. Invention falls down the toilet. Nobody has ever invented anything. People have discovered how to do something. See how they use a simple word and they make people, you know, out to be heroes or whatever. No, nobody has invented shit ever. Somebody discovered how to fucking do something. It's a form of control.
Well, it depends how you define the word discover, I suppose.
It's the same meaning, bro.
I don't know. You can discover new lands. Right.
So does that mean you invented it? You get to keep it? Yeah, because there's a
No.
doctrine of discovery
No.
in the legal system. So I'm telling you, bro. Like,
I just said it depends on how you use the word.
use it as it's defined, bro.
Right. Okay. So
To come upon something new,
just come.
and that's what you do when you. And
Yeah.
that's what you do when you invent something. You come across something that you didn't know before. But
exactly right.
in one way, you have complete control of it. Just say you invented something, so you have this fucking monopoly on fucking everything, and nobody can fucking make the thing that you discovered how to make because apparently you fucking invented it.
Well, yeah, isn't like discover? Wouldn't that just mean like to uncover?
Correct.
Discover.
Right.
Correct. It's DIS is Latin for it's a negation of the fact.
Right. So when you discover something, it was already there.
Yeah, it was already there. I think it's something that's already there, and you stumbled upon it, or you came across it and found it. And the other one is you actually put things together and created something. So you should get control on how that's distributed, whether it be free or not, or open source or whatever. Get paid for it, whatever.
Well, that's why it's like it makes sense, because if you discover something, that means that somebody else already created it.
Yeah, so it's been there from the start. Correct. Yeah,
right.
Bro. Yeah. So nobody's ever invented anything. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, you're following. Yeah.
Yeah, language is so correct. You know what I mean? We have it so
we use it.
Interesting thing.
Yep. It's in our language, bro. Like, and these people use this to their advantage. Like, England, the letters patent. So this fucking thing that you call the fucking queen over there, she puts out a letters patent, and that's it. Nobody else can do it. That's it. It's finished. Game over. The fuck? Get the fuck out of here. Nobody realizes that they're slaves, and you need to get out of that mentality. Just because somebody told you something that is true and nobody's done an experiment, nobody's done further reading, it's sad. Like, I don't want to see my fellow man like this. Nobody should be fucking hungry or houseless or anything. Go ahead. Sorry.
Just quickly, Eagle. What are you? East Coast, South Coast, North Coast, West Coast?
I'm in Victoria, bro.
Oh, cool. What part, if you don't mind me? What's region?
I'm down in the southeast, brother.
Oh, okay then. Yep. Know it well.
Yeah.
Another
you're down
Mexican bandy.
We got some, like, I was disappointed on the other server, bro. There was not much Aussies, and sometimes, like, some of the,
Yeah, there's not many places we can hang out and chat.
There's a few.
Yeah.
There's a few Aussies in this channel, actually. Quite a few.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's actually refreshing.
Yeah, we're taking over Geo's. We're taking over Geo's Discord server.
It's because I don't know, bro. Like, I was on there, Jenkins, like Anthony's here, and like every time, and I love like American people. Yeah, no disrespect to anybody here. Some yank would come on and Jesus and Lord, and I'm like, fuck, dude. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with the price of fish, man?
Anthony, he's a rat bag. I don't even know why we let him in here.
He's a legend. Bro, like, I spoke to him once. He invited me to his place.
He loves American people, so don't forget that. When he's shouting and angry, at you guys, it's tough love. Okay, tough love is it? That's what it is. Yeah, you got to be taught to be kind now and again. Yeah.
Kill him with kindness.
Kindness, yeah, that's it, bro.
Kill him with kindness. It's far more effective.
Yeah, I've been doing it. Been trying to do it for a while, bro. It's just sometimes it gets too much. You're a Satanist because I break down their views. It's like, I'm telling you, like Anthony a few times, but Jin's heard people literally lose their shit. Like, wow. And I'm just like laughing. I'm like,
Yeah.
wow, a few words can make you go bananas. I go, you need to check yourself what's inside of you, because something is wrong there, because you're reacting like that and I'm speaking normally.
Yeah.
Do
you remember when I got kicked off? Do you remember when I got banned off the 24/7? And all I was doing was defending the actual event of apartheid and what actually happened. And the memers thought that I condoned the killing of white people on their farms, right? And the other black guy that was with me as well, he said, now you know what it feels like, what we black guys have been catching. And I said, yeah, now you know what it's like. Okay. And memers just banned me instantly, bang. And I didn't say anything derogatory, but boom, I'm gone.
it's a weird thing, bro. Like, I said it before I left on over there. I said, white man has been a slave for 1,600 years. I go, black man has only been, because people like to think themselves as a color. I am a color. You're not a color. You're a man. Simple. I don't know why people need to invoke black, white, pink, purple. You're a man, dude. That's it.
Yeah.
Or you're a woman. It's very simple.
Yeah, it was the South Africans. The South Africans came onto the server, right, and they were complaining about what was going on in South Africa. And I had to remind them that it's your ancestors that were the instigator of your problem you're having, the legacy today. Your ancestors, that's all. At least address the history properly. Don't blame us.
No, it's
Even
not.
though,
Listen,
it's not good what we do, but don't blame us, yeah? You look to yourselves and then try and change that, yeah? But they, because it was like they were bashing the black people like they do the Japanese bashing as well, and I had to pull them up every single time, and they don't
no,
like
but
that. But that's what I do,
Yeah, it's listen, bro. I'll tell you something. The people are ignorant, yeah. So I've said this, and people get pissed off at me. I've said the white man has been enslaved by the white people, and the black person was enslaved by the black people. And
Correct.
white man was sold by the white person, and black man was sold by the black person. It's just
correct.
It's actually a documented fact.
Yeah.
No white man went over there chasing black people in Africa to put them on boats. No, the black people said, "Listen, we want whatever you have some of these guys." And when the black
what
people
happened.
came to Europe, said, "Here, we want some of that. Take these white idiots over there."
Yeah, I worked it out. I worked that out during my secondary school education. Because my dad introduced me to slavery in my elementary school, and I asked my dad, why did they do this? Then the BBC put on slavery, the history of black slavery, and I watched that. And then shortly after that, Alex Haley's Roots, and that caused up a stink as well. In the school that I was at. But I learned. I then worked it out that we had to have been part of that because we were selling them to the whites. You see?
Yep.
That's what was going on there.
Bro, I've got documents on that signed, bro. This is what I'm trying to say to people. Like, me, bro. I never speak
No. You come with the documents.
ignorance.
You can't, like I said, you know your shit. No, you're not. You don't come in the room naked.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Exactly. Yeah. And this is the thing, bro. We have this division, white, black, pink, purple, but we can't look at another man and just say you're a man and that's it. Judge them on their character, Like, fuck, it's simple. You're good to me, I'm good to you. If you want to pray to a rock, cool. If you want to, whatever you want to pray to, or whatever you think is correct, that is. Faith is a personal thing. It's you can't sell it, man. You can't put in a book and sell it.
No, you gotta have it.
Iggs, did you scare off all the Globers?
Yeah, I think so. I went too esoteric, I think. Yeah, I'm trying to build up people. I'm like, bro, like if a piece of metal can transmit something, the human, the man, the way that he is can do that. Just
That
because
pissed
you
off
don't
one
know
guy.
how.
Jeez, that pissed
Yeah,
off
just
someone. Someone's like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And then they left.
Yeah, yeah. But that's the thing, bro. That's what happened on the. That's why I left the, the flat Earth thing over there, bro. Like it just, I can't. People, fuck it.
Yeah, it got a bit. It got toxic. I've noticed that the women have left as well, and they come back now and again. It's not the same.
I'd
I've
like
been
to
in
see
there a
how
few
long
times
you.
myself recently.
I'd like to see how long you'd last
Look,
in Gem Pandas.
yeah,
Ziggs.
Battle Mod's gone.
Oh.
Yeah, Battle Mod's gone. Battle Mod, he's gone.
Yeah, you heard me and Battle Mod would speak about law, would speak about this kind of stuff, and people would love it. But then there'll be certain fucking individuals that would say the dumbest shit ever. Oh, yes, it's okay, the Israelites. I'm like, well, fucking Israelites, there's no such thing. They're like, oh, Solomon's Temple, I go, never existed. I go, it's called the Fort of Anthony's. Anthony's Fort, it's a fucking Roman fort. I go, I'm like, Caesar never existed. Oh, what is Caesar to Caesar? I go, Caesar never fucking existed. And it's oh, Satan, be gone. It's fucking hilarious, bro. I had to give it up. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, man. Like, I'm trying to. I give documents. I give proof. I don't
It's good to
say
have you.
this is it.
Good to have you back, Iggs. Now tell us, what do you think the moon is?
Ooh. Ooh.
I had a revelation the other day. I think it's in between. So, may I speak? Is it alright if I monologue a little bit?
No. Hey, you've got 30 seconds monologue.
Okay.
I can't operate under those conditions.
So my thoughts, I was going to say, like, all right, so we have this abstract theory. It's not so an abstract sense of us, body, soul, and spirit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you look at the sun and you think of spirit, like the light, the purest thing you can get, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We've got that, like, that bit of, because this is the only, I don't like, it's the closest thing I can describe it to, yeah?
Yep.
So you have that, the sun, that pure energy. It's like, it's so translucent and brilliant, you can't even stare at it, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But now you have the moon, which is very bright and brilliant, but you can look at it. So the moon would be the soul, sort of like a governor over here, like a delegated authority in legal terms from the sun, but the sun can intervene whenever. So the soul would be the moon, spirit would be the sun, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? I hope I'm coming
It's an
across. If I
interesting
don't,
way. No, it's an interesting way to look at it. I get exactly what you're saying. Yeah, definitely.
because we get affected more. Like I had to learn the trivium and the quadrivium in school, like that. But was part of my schooling, and plus I finished school early and I continued my studies in it. And in the quadrivium, it's stated as the sun is a constant, so it's always working. That's why you'll never see a pitch black night. There's always a bit of blue, like a black blue, whatever.
Yep.
And then the moon, and then the moon is described as in a pulsating, so it gives out, like a pulse or whatever. And that's why, you know, on full moons, you'll have people, you know, wigging out and doing dumb shit, and there's more accidents.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For some reason, you know, you like even statistics. More people go to hospital. There's more punch-ons. You know,
Yeah,
more people.
yeah.
Yeah.
It is
You
a
know,
horrible thing, that's for sure. That's for sure.
yeah,
More crime is
and
committed on a full moon than any other
yeah,
time of the
correct.
year.
Yeah. So when you look, you can actually look at it, and it's a very like mystical sort of thing. You know what I mean? So I'm not
Yeah,
sure
it's
if you
definitely
guys
mystical.
like. I was looking at it when, you know, when we had that eclipse. Did you see it, Benson?
The latest eclipse.
Yeah, the
Which
one
one?
that was. Oh no, the one that was like full like it was here in Australia when
That's
the
7 or
blood
8
moon.
months ago.
Yeah.
Right.
What was it called? I forget. It
So
happens
what
every
did you
like,
conclude from that then? What did you conclude from it anyway?
bro, like it. I want to be honest. Yeah, when that happened, it actually looked like a ball, and it looked like I could jump up and touch the motherfucker. It
Oh, it was
looked
that
so.
close. It
It
was that
was that
close.
close. Yeah,
Wow.
I was on the live stream. I was going up like,
Magnified.
oh my god, yeah, like oh my god, I can touch it. Oh, you know, like a little girl. And
Yeah.
that was yeah.
It was
There are
in May
times,
last year.
yeah, there are times too, or especially where I am now, Iggs, because I've got very little light pollution where I am, and these full
Uh-huh.
moons and the moon seems so big and so close. It's almost as if you can touch it. Like it looks
Yeah.
within. It looks like it's close enough to get to. Like that's how close it
To
looks. It
Yeah,
really
you could
does.
fly to
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah.
bro, if you're in
Definitely.
an area like that for sure, then 100%. Like,
Yeah.
have you realized, like, especially because I go at night and look around, have you realized that the moon is a lot brighter now than like a month ago or 2 months ago? It's got a lot more
Oh,
luminescence.
I wouldn't say no. It's bright as where I am. Like I said, I've got no light pollution. The sky
Oh,
is
okay.
crystal clear. It's absolutely gorgeous. The night skies here.
And
So
it's been
no,
like that constant.
yeah. Like ever since we came here, that's the first thing that we noticed. The first night we were here, was sitting out on the back porch, just looking up the sky, just going, "Wow!" Like it was
Wow,
so
yeah.
it was so crystal clear. It was absolutely brilliant. But getting back to the moon, right? What is your thoughts on how the moon is illuminated? Do you think the moon is self-illuminating? Do you think the moon somehow gets its energy from the sun, and that's how it lights itself, or do you think that it reflects the sun itself?
Sun's light.
Yeah.
I think it's got a second or a third party that helps it illuminate. So I think the
Right.
sun does something to it, but I think there's other. I think the moon is threefold. Like I've seen three. Just fuck, man. I'm gonna sound. When I said this on the other server, they're like, "Oh, you're retarded." This, that. Till what's his name? Crow captured it on his camera. Like there's three suns. So if that is so, then I
Yeah.
would say there's three moons, and I would say that there is other things out there that we can't see that do or function or do something to it somehow. Because
So
you can
why?
see it sometimes with infrared or like
Yeah.
night vision stuff.
So why would you come to the conclusion of three moons? Because there's three suns, for argument's sake. Why would you then correlate that to three moons?
I don't know why three is just one of those numbers, body, spirit, soul. So why would I deduct that from something else? I'm just trying to think in terms of logic, and plus I've seen I need to find the photo, see if I can. I've seen the moon do funny things, and I've shown Anthony on video how those things up there move towards me and vibrate. And when he goes to do it, he can't do it. I'm a bit esoteric myself, so
Pretty weird.
yeah, he wigged out. He's like, "What the fuck?" He goes, "It's gonna hit you." I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "No, it's not gonna hit you," because it looks like the light in the sky is gonna go into the phone. And he's like, "How the fuck does that happen?" And he rips out his phone, and it's like, "Doesn't work." And then after a while, I'm like,
They did the opposite for me. They went away from me.
Yeah, and so those things up there, they're metaphysical. It's, people like to think that the rocks or just lights. I don't think they're just lights. They're something that we can only imagine, what people like to call angels or something like that, whatever. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
What's your take on the?
Can I just say something? Just for the listeners, right, who are listening, just want to address that luminosity of the moon and the reflection of the sun. The reason I think it's its own entity lighting itself up, it is getting energy from the sun. I will agree that it's getting some part of energy. But when we see the full moon lit up, that is not because the sun is shining its light on the face of that moon. Because the reason I say that is that when you shine a light on an object, and if it's supposed to be a spherical ball, that thing, if it is, there would be a fall off point where you get intensity and then it fades away. The light is not reaching it, but it's not, isn't it? The light is uniform, top to bottom, left to right, all the way around, 360 degrees. That light is uniform. Yeah, that can't be the sun doing that.
No, it can't. You get some sort of interaction there, but it's got its own. It's like its own entity.
It's its own luminosity, its own luminary. That's what I'm trying to say. So when people look at the moon now, they're going to look at it again and think, yeah, it is. It's uniform. And where do you know that you can shine something and have complete uniformity across, unless you're right on the actual object, then you're bathing it with light. You see, but the moon is shining at me, and it's like a light, and it's not a reflection from the sun. It's not.
I'm glad you said that. Now take solar eclipse. We have a solar eclipse, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
The moon passes in front of the sun, but yet we don't see it when it approaches. What's your guys' take on that? Speaking of luminosity and that.
That's brilliant, isn't it? That's true. What's going on there? Is it the moon?
We don't know what it is.
So we only see the moon as it's actually transiting the sun. SE. We don't see it before it starts to transit the sun.
Exactly.
Yeah,
yes.
Which you would expect to see something, wouldn't you?
I would. Yeah. I'd like to hear your guys' take on that.
Well,
maybe it's completely switched off. It switched itself
I would
off.
say it's the black sun, because there is a black sun. From all the stuff that I've read, and I've read a shitload of stuff, and I've captured some stuff on that looks absolutely weird. Like you have these you see sort of like an out shape or an outline.
Yeah, where's the moon? Then
I don't know.
But if you say it's a black sun, like because I'm hearing exactly what SE is saying, but I'm sure the path of the moon and where it is projected to be marries up with what is happening, like the moon itself.
Can I also say this
from now?
Can I also just ask your opinions here, guys? When you actually look at that eclipse, okay, and you take your photographs of it, and then you enlarge it, as it's transitioning through. When you look at the edge of the black sun or the moon, whichever it is, isn't that edge very serrated, isn't it? You could almost cut things with it. It's not silky, smooth, slick, smooth edge. It's a serrated edge, isn't it? Don't you think? Have you noticed?
Yeah, and you'll see then.
It's like somebody's inserting something in the way of the sun. That's what it looks like to me. You understand?
then if you actually take photos on the ground, you'll see there's all these like little circles, which is weird. So when that happens, the shadows on the trees, there's this, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know if, man, it's on my other phone. I'm just going to put up some photos. But there's
Multiple
these
shadows. I
weird
know
circles.
exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's very weird. There's other stuff happening. Like, I always say to people, like people
other
who,
phenomena.
yeah, people who want to be more reasonable and think more outside the box that they've been given. Just because you do not see it doesn't mean it's not there. Like, this is a fact of nature. If you study any kind of what's it called, natural science, nature abhors a vacuum. There cannot be a vacuum.
Yeah, that's one clue, one definite, strong clue signal that we need to
Yeah.
have a barrier to contain the air pressure. Otherwise, good night, everybody.
I don't know about a barrier, but that's what I was trying to explain to the dude before about the air thing. It's not air, it's ether. And just because they've changed the word, ether is an old English word for air. It's just a fact.
Yeah.
And these people, like me, as a dumb wog from Eastern Europe, have to explain
Yeah,
English
Western
to
Oriental
so-called
gentlemen.
English people.
Man.
They used to
And
call me a
I
wog
went
at
through
school,
some
right?
shit. Yeah,
They used
you
to call
too,
me
huh?
Gollywog at school, wog. And I used to say, thank you for calling me a Western Oriental gentleman. Thank you.
Yeah,
I used to take
same
that and
here.
run.
Yeah. They're like Igor, and I'm like, all right, good on. You know, Winnie the Pooh, Eeyore, this, that, you know. Yes, master, you know. I'm like, all right, boys, yeah, good on you, well done. So yeah, it's
Why do you
like, go ahead.
why do you think dark matter and dark energy is being talked about a lot, but not dark liquid?
It's they've had these people on the flat earth side think that is a new invention. They've been talking about dark matter since 1960, if I'm correct, maybe if not earlier. And when they say these people, they speak another language. I've been around these people, yeah. So when they say it all came from nothing, they're actually telling you the truth, because everything that came into existence came from, it wasn't a thing that made it. It's beyond any type of label, whatever this creation is, and all the rest of the creation. So no thing.
But even in their story, when the energy expansion happened, it was a dark fluid called superfluid, dark liquid, or dark fluid is what they call it. But even in their current story of the Big Bang Theory, the first thing that happened was it turned into a dark fluid. But now they talk about dark matter and dark energy, but the combination of the two is a dark fluid. And you can research that, but you have to dig for it. It's not openly discussed.
Yeah, yep. I agree with you. Yeah, I get what you mean. They usually say it's from the darkness that everything became so, the Big Bang, so darkness, then exploding light, and then making all this sort of nonsense, and the cosmic goo, or as you said it before. It's just their way of saying male and feminine, Big Bang. When you're banging somebody, we have that
Having
expression here in
sex.
Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and then fluid
so
is exchanged, right? You have the fluid that's exchanged and it turns into life, right? So they're just
exactly.
they're just giving the opposite vision, the occultic vision of the truth. I understand that, but what I want people to realize is that even in the model, if they're a glober, in the model that they're believing in, space, or that area up there, that volume of air, that medium is at one time at least was a fluid, and I think it
Fluid,
still is.
correct. Yeah, I agree with you 100%, because I was saying this. I was whispering it. I was like, I was interrupting people. I was saying, I was going, ever expanding vacuum, ever expanding vacuum. How do you have an expanding vacuum, man? That
You
is,
don't.
yeah, it's oxymoronic for a
Yeah.
vacuum to expand. The definition of a vacuum is to contract. And then they're like, the inner core, the outer core. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about, bro? I got what is the definition of a core? And they're like,
So
I'm like, how the fuck do you get? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No. Finish. Sorry, I butted in there. Igor.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to say, like, people are, they're not even, people can't read, bro, and it's sad. And I'm not trying to put anybody down. I went through the same shit. I had to throw everything in the bin, and you know, when you say a core's got a definition. We have definitions for a reason. If we're gonna make 10 cores, then it's not a ball. It can't be a ball if you have 2 cores. How the fuck do you have 2 cores? You can't. It defeats the purpose. Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
You also have to have a container to have a vacuum anyway.
So, Raki, because ever since you mentioned this superfluid idea, you know, I've looked a little bit into it. Do you think that the superfluid is the medium of which the stars are in, being sonar luminaries within this superfluid itself, and the sun and the moon itself are separate from this superfluid?
Yeah, well, I think we're in the fluid, right? We're just a bubble within that fluid. And when that energy lights up into that fluid, like solar luminescence, that's what we see, stars and whatever. And then some of them can move around in the different fields that are created with this magnetic energy that we have around us. Yeah. None of this is denied, right? Current science even tells you that quantum locking can happen. You just need helium to turn into a superfluid, and then you need a superconductor, which can be made out of oxygen. It's all pressure and temperature. Well, guess what? We have a lot of helium that's going up where the fluid would be and reaching temperature and pressure that would turn it into a superfluid. So it starts to add up. You know, they're not lying to us. You just have to read it with the open mind of there could be waters above. Now, I go to the biblical side, and it tells me that water was already here. That fluid was here. Everything else is created in it and you know, inside of it and in whatever bubble we're in. Mm-hmm. So I think our atmosphere, right, is just the bubble. And then there's land at the bottom, and then air in between, and then the bubble above keeps the waters above from coming in. When you look into the flood account, even, it says it opens up the doors of heaven, which would be the doors above us in that bubble, and let water in. It also let waters in from the deep. It also rained, which we see every day, you know, every week or whatever. We still have the rain that occurs. It just doesn't flood the whole earth. It only floods certain regions at times. I mean, as a reminder, this can happen, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, so that's just a reminder of, you know, hey, you know, watch out. I did it once, I can do it again. But my promise to you now is there will never be a earth flood. There will be a fiery doom the next time when you get out of line. I think we're headed quickly towards that. But I think every generation has seen it. You know, I never understood why all my elders were telling me to prepare myself and stop watching TV. Well, now as I've become 50, I realize that I shouldn't watch TV because it's all nonsense. It's all deception. That's where they get you.
The literal definition of that word that they use in the Bible of flood, it means man killing another man, a sea of people. That is, it doesn't mean that it came from above, bro. I've had this talk with a few people, but
which word? I'm sorry, I missed it. Which word?
When the one that they use for flood.
Okay, so what are you saying the flood actually was?
it's people killing each other. A sea of people. I'm trying to find it.
So I understand what you're saying, but that is just kind of a metaphor, a sea of people. Like if the earth was flooded, that actual story is true, where some chosen people built an ark and outlasted the flood, and then all the other people would have been in the sea, right? Like would have been floating and dying. Everything else would have. The flood lasted long enough for even the birds to die.
I mean it as in literal people killing each other, like people just on people. I need to find
got
it.
you. Could be a
So
different meaning.
So what was Noah's Ark for? To shield himself from the people killing people and float upon them and land on Mount Ararat?
Noah's Ark.
No, they were the chosen. If that story is true, yeah. Well, if the story is true, that was just a group of 8 people that were chosen to survive on a ark during the flood to repopulate the earth.
Yeah,
that's the story. I mean, but what I was saying about that story is that the vaults of heaven above you, that bubble above you, were open, where the waters above that were let in to flood the earth. Also, the vaults of the deep let waters in, and also it rained. It's not just the rain. If you ask the common person, they just think that story told them it rained for 40 days and nights. Not.
Oh, I get you. I'm sorry. I wasn't directing it towards you. The question I was directing it towards the other guy who was saying.
Oh, I got you.
The flood was actually just people killing each other, and I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. Then what's with the boat?
Yeah, that's just a good story, bro. Like the same guy that found the boat with the dude from NASA, that white character, and he found this and he found that, and fuck it. As soon as I hear somebody from NASA, I know it's, they're the same people, man. Like, Star Wars, Luke Skywalker. Like, Luke is Latin it's a synonym for Lucius, yeah? So the sun, warring, the war in heaven. It's different courses for different horses, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
I get
these
you.
guys, these guys are very slick, bro. I got so many documents that are signed, sealed, and delivered. It's not funny. And I've been around. I've spoken to deacons from from Vatican and all the rest of it. And if you're not an a-hole to some of the people up the top, if you actually speak to them and ask them questions, they'll admit to you. Well, listen, everybody needs to believe in something. So we need, we're giving something to believe to make people better or whatever. Now, I believe in the creator. Don't get me wrong. I'm not none of that. Like I don't think that we came from nothing and there's nothing spiritual. It's so spiritual that we can't comprehend it. I think.
Can I interject something?
Go ahead.
What if the flood is the rise of energy through the waters above, which is not above our head, but above the field of inertia, which is at our feet, water being a energy carrier, exchanger, because water exchanges energy very rapidly and fluidly, and that is what the flood is.
Yeah, I can accept that, but again, it's a theory. Nobody has proven a flood. Bro, we're talking about a hypothetical flood that nobody can prove, bro. I can't talk about it. Like, I don't know, if somebody else wants to talk about it, they can.
I wanted to interject it because water is indeed a very strong energy exchanger. And I also wanted to interject because many things say waters above. God divided the waters above and below, and they interpreted always as above our head. And I say it is meant as above and below the field of inertia. So
yeah, well, yeah, every single scripture says from Buddhist to Christian to Muslim to every single culture says that there's waters. Yeah, the actual full translation is God, whatever that means to anybody, because that makes no sense. It's got no etymology. God separated the inferior waters from the superior waters, so there's levels.
Well,
If that makes sense.
it says it separated those waters from above from below with a rakia, a firmament, which would be a dome-shaped deal, which I think is a bubble. That's why you can have waters below and waters above.
Yeah, but a
If you
racket's is
go,
flat.
yeah,
A racket.
it means flat. It doesn't mean a dome. It means the actual land that we're standing on. That is the actual
The rakia, the
word.
firmament.
Yeah.
The rakia
Yeah.
firmament means the land that we stand on. No,
Yes.
I don't believe that at all. I think Earth is the land.
Yeah, but also a rack, like a storage rack, is layered. I think it just depends what context.
Yeah, the literal definition means the flat surface that we stand on.
Literally
Now,
from where?
literally, if you believe in that it came from the Hebrew people don't exist.
So
you need to learn Phoenician because Hebrew people don't exist.
okay, so the Phoenician word for flood is earth. I'm misunderstanding you, I think.
Okay,
You're saying the literal meaning of the word flood means the earth that we stand upon?
No. Firmament means what you stand on.
Oh, the firmament. Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
The rakia isn't a word because Hebrew didn't exist, so that language is false, is what you're saying.
Correct. If you look at just look at the alphabet, bro.
No, I understand. If you
Compare-
look, I'm driving, so if I could ask you just to post that translation of firmament, I'd like to read it.
Oh,
And
I'm trying
I'll
to find it, bro.
I've never heard that before. It makes sense though. Firm, right? Firm.
Yeah, firm. Yeah.
No, I get it.
If you've got a terra firmament, it means dry ground enclosed.
Yeah. So I'm trying to say, but we don't know. I don't make claims on what kind of enclosure it is. I would say that there is levels, densities, or whatever you want to call them, like the other fellow said before, and like the brother from the US said, there is layers. This is my personal intuition, or whatever you want to call it, or faith, says that the creator I know is not a dude that makes slaves and captures them. If that makes sense, I hope it does. But the way that people describe it is, it's like a snow globe and we're trapped. And that to me, if I'm living in something like that, then I don't want to know the dude. To be honest.
Unless parties from both sides believe they live in a crater and the crater is the crater. That's how it works.
Yeah, correct.
So you're just telling me you would rather believe a different story, but it's one that neither one of us can confirm. They're both just stories. But you're not telling me anything different. I don't get it. You're not replacing anything. You're just replacing it with another story. And
I announced at the start my personal feelings about it, what my spirit tells me. Yeah, so
yeah, I heard you.
I
It's
don't
just
want to replace it. I'm not trying to push anything onto you. I'm saying that's why I announced it. This is
I was talking about you. Yeah, your personal story is just another story that can't be proven. It's no different than my story. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's what I
rather go with my spirit because I don't need a third party interloper to tell me something like a book or somebody else. I rather trust myself.
Where are you from?
Then
Sorry.
And what do
than
you
somebody
think
else.
that if it's so great, right? Like where do you think it gets you, and why wouldn't you want me to experience that? Like if it's so great, what does it get you, and why wouldn't you want me to? If you know, like I'll tell people the goodness of my faith because I want them to experience the life that I have, and the part of it of the afterlife. I would hope they would want to experience that with me if that's true. If it's not, then no different. And if you have a different way and your way is better, then I would definitely take a look at it. But just saying that I believe this differently is no different than me. Like,
I asked you a
what
question, bro. I answered you,
goodness?
and I said me. So I'm gonna. Okay, I'm gonna say something now. You're talking to me about your faith that came
No.
from. Well, hold on. You're talking to me about a Bible that my people made. That
Okay.
you're trying to sell back to me, and you can't do that.
I'm not.
So
I'm
first
asking you what's better. What are you? Why can't you tell me what's better about your way? Like, wouldn't you want to?
what do you mean? I'm saying you. I would say okay. I'm not trying to sell anything, bro. This is
I
the
heard you.
difference between
I'm not trying to
me.
buy anything.
Okay, so I would say try to connect with what people term God or the spirit, whatever that is, like that abstract concept is available to everybody. Yeah, it says it in the Bible. Where is the kingdom? It is inside and outside of you. So it's inside and directly outside. You don't need to go through another character.
Can I ask just
If you
quickly?
I'm
go ahead,
still. Can I repeat my question that wasn't answered? If
I
your
just answered
way,
it.
no.
Correct.
Maybe listen
I
to the
don't believe.
question again, bro. How can you
Okay, go
even
ahead.
hear the question if you're interrupting me every time?
Fuck, man.
So I'm not trying to buy it. I just want to hear it, right? I just want to know so I can look into it. I'm inquisitive like that. If you say what I'm, doing might not be right, I'm fine with that. And
I
you
didn't
think you
say
have a,
you're not doing anything right.
oh my goodness, dude. Can you just
I
hear me out?
corrected
And
you
then
on
at the
some
end,
language,
can
bro.
you hear
Stop
me out? Or
putting
you just
words
so
in my
full of it
mouth.
that you can't listen to anybody
Fuck,
else?
man.
You just want to
Igor,
hear
Don't
yourself talk?
Igor,
Yeah, Iggs, give him a chance, Iggs.
I'm
just
trying to
listen.
be as fair as
Yeah.
possible here about, what I'm hearing.
Yeah, sorry, Rakia. Yeah, we got you. We got you.
Yeah.
Go
So
on, mate.
if
I'm listening.
if anyone thinks they have a better way, I want to know about it. And if it was me, if I thought I had a better way than you, then I would want to share that with you out of love. Like I would want you to experience what I have. And that's what I'm asking you. You're telling me using your discernment and your gut feeling and intuition that you think it's better this way. I'm asking you how I get that. Like how do I get that? Where do I go to learn about that or get that intuition also?
Yourself. Look inside. That's it.
Okay. So when I look inside, I'm gonna figure out that what? That this is all there is, like where I'm at, experiencing my reality through myself is all there is. There's nothing after.
Wow.
Or
Nah. Did I just not say before to you that there is so much profundity in the afterlife that you cannot conceive of? You don't
okay.
go after and you meet your relatives and it's da da and everybody, or you get 72
Profundity.
virtues or whatever dumb shit.
I'm not
It's
sure
much more
where that
profound
came.
than that.
Okay, I understand. That's what the Bible teaches me. It's beyond belief. Humans can't even fathom it. That's what the Bible teaches me. So
So
where's the
that's why I don't
Bible
talk
wrong?
about it, bro.
Yeah, but
No, you're
why not?
making a claim like I pulled you up on verbiage, on language.
Okay, and I asked you where that came from. I'm gonna look into it. But as I know, no matter what language the Bible has been written in, or what languages the Bible will be written in the future, it's still saying the same thing that you're telling me. It's teaching me the same things that you're trying to tell me right now. Like we're individuals on an individual walk. We're trying to gain truth and knowledge to bring us closer to the Creator, which you said you believed in. And if there is an afterlife, it's beyond fathom. Like you can't, as a
100%.
human, can't process it. That's what the Bible teaches. So how is the
When you
Bible
say
wrong again?
when you say the Bible, when you say the Bible, Rakia, do you mean the Ethiopian Bible or the King James version?
Yeah, all of them.
What's the Bible?
They all pretty much, to me, tell the same story. And that's what I've learned through reading all the Bibles, you know, as a whole. The ones that I trust, the ones that they can be written in whatever language or written, have different stories in them, but they all have the main deal where we're on an individual walk to gain a relationship with our Creator and give glory to that very Creator that gives us the thought process and the brain power and all that to use discernment. We give glory to that, so we may
some
gain
people-
access to a afterlife that's going to be way better than we can fathom.
So for thousands of years, people have written down truthful things that have come from their heart.
Yep. That's
Okay.
it.
I agree.
That's what divinely inspired means. It means, you know, divination. What the Bible preaches against, divination, but on the Bible it says divinely inspired. So you need to look inside because it says the kingdom is in there. So look inside. Don't look to me. That's
I
why I
agree.
said to you.
But isn't the kingdom the Creator? Isn't the divine words given by the Creator through us? And then we write them down and preserve them? And we're supposed to give glory to that Creator, right? That's all I'm saying.
You
Isn't that
do what you think is correct, bro. I love
okay?
the
But that's
Creator.
what.
I can't say anymore, bro.
But yeah,
I
we're on
don't
the
like
same
to
page then.
speak. Yeah, I don't like to define it because I put it in a box, bro. And to me, that is a sin. What
I'm
people
just
call
saying,
other.
the way I've translated the Bible is to tell me that the Creator gives us all our words. It speaks through us. And if we have a pure heart, or as pure as it can be, we're going to have great thoughts. And if we write those down and preserve them, people can understand them more and share and have the same, you know, way of thinking, or their heart will be more pure and more towards the Creator. And then if that happens enough, where those people are going to live eternally in a place that you can't fathom. That's pretty much in a nutshell what the Bible has taught me.
Sounds pretty
Yeah,
good.
that's fair enough. I mean,
Okay.
can't just.
So I'll ask again, what's wrong with the Bible again? I mean,
Can somebody say? Can somebody please speak and say where I said that the
Well,
Bible
the
is
problem.
wrong
Hang
or
on.
whatever? What
Yeah,
the
so
fuck
you
is
never
going
said
on?
that. Hang on. The problem there is with the question. So what's wrong with the Bible? So which one?
And I never said the
yeah,
Bible. There's
all
a
of them.
problem with it.
What do you mean all of them?
All of them that give you good and pure thoughts and speak through you through the Creator. All those Bibles.
Is the
What's wrong with them?
Talmud the Bible?
Is that spoken through the Creator? Because to me, there's only one Creator.
Yeah,
So
but
if you think,
which one's the Bible, bro? The Talmud?
I can't tell you that. That's the individual part. I can't, and I'm not trying like that guy. I'm not trying to sell
That's
you on
why
a
the
King
question
James.
doesn't make sense. You said
Why?
the
I
question
don't know
was
why you're
what's
so
wrong with
upset.
the Bible. Remember, you said the question was what's
Yeah,
wrong with the
and
Bible,
which
right?
bit of the Bible?
And then I
Yeah.
backed it up
You
by
seem.
any Bible. Dude, I mean,
Listen, bro. If
y'all not
you
listening to me.
seem,
Why should I listen to you?
you're,
I did not
you
say the
sound
King
like
James Bible. I didn't say the
bro.
Christian Bible. I didn't
That's
say
right.
anything like that. I said God's word, the Creator's word.
No,
The
you said the
word,
Bible. You're not saying God's
yeah,
word. You said Bible.
which I call the Bible, written down by the Creator's inspired word, written down through humans, written down on things to preserve it. That word of God, however you want to call it, wherever that's written down, that's what I call the Bible.
Okay,
Well,
so
whatever.
any holy book.
The
All holy
Creator's words, wherever the
Yes.
Creator's words are written down and preserved, that's the Bible.
Okay, so we're talking about, you know, Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, everything. They're
Is that
all
God?
divinely inspired.
So if you think that's divine inspired, then that would be God's word, right? That would be the creator's word. You don't like using
No,
God.
don't play games with me, mate. You're
I'm
trying to
not
play
playing
games
games at all.
with me. Get out of here, man.
You're trying to pass it off as games because you don't want to discuss it. You agree there's a creator, so do I.
See,
I'm not sure why you're laughing.
I think you're actually turning something confrontational when, to me, it wasn't confrontational. It seemed to
Not
be
at all. Yeah.
a genuine question, and you.
what did I do wrong, bro? And I'll correct myself.
Well,
Well,
it just seems to
you're
be.
laughing.
It seems to be getting very confrontational, just from the listener's point of view. That's all, and I think you kind of, taking it the wrong way. Rucky is generally asking for to look at something maybe another way that he hasn't himself looked at something.
Exactly.
That's why.
just said-
I apologized earlier. I did
And if
apologize earlier to Rakia.
If I'm doing something wrong, I want to know. I want to know if I'm doing it wrong. But when I explained the way I'm doing it, he agreed with me.
I just said, look inside, bro. I can't make it any clearer. Look inside.
That's what the Bible tells me to do. The Bible that I read that tells me to look inside, use my own discernment, my God-given ability.
To you.
Yeah,
I
thank you.
said that to you. It's written in the Bible. The kingdom is inside and outside. So it's in you and outside of you.
So another thing we agree upon. Awesome.
Yeah, I never disagree with you, bro.
Yeah, great.
I love that book. Nobody loves it more than me, bro.
Yeah,
but
me and
people,
Iggs talk about
now we're best friends again.
every day.
I'm glad we agree.
Don't we?
I just, bro, like I just don't like doctrines, bro. I'm tired of it.
I think that was the general sentiment. But you can't use the Bible as the final word of God. That's the general sentiment.
Yeah.
I'm always telling people, like, okay, well, it's up to you, bro. That's all I'm telling you. You asked me for my thing. I said, look inside.
Yeah, I do.
If
That's
you
what
want,
the
if you
Bible has
want
taught
to
me to do. See, you didn't teach me that. You just told me that today.
Okay,
I learned to do that. I learned to
Yeah.
use discernment from the
You don't
Bible.
look just inside. You look to the Bible and Jesus and the church.
No, I learned from the Bible to look inside. Why can't y'all see that?
Yeah, I get that, but you also have to keep referring back to the Bible instead of yourself.
Absolutely, because it's my baseline.
That's different. That's different.
See, this guy, you, and every other man has lied to me before. The Bible has never lied to me, ever.
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting. That's interesting.
God, I
agree with you that humans always lie. I agree with you.
Why is he laughing at my face?
I agree. I think that the Bible was written by lying humans as well, so that's included.
No,
in
the
you being
Bible
lied to.
is no. That's where you're wrong. Then I think. Okay, you
We
might
keep
not
on
be, but
all saying
if you would allow me, the Bible, God's word, is written down by lying men.
There is no the Bible.
Not written by lying men.
I think they
Why do we
translated
keep on
it.
saying
They
the Bible?
translated God's word while they were lying slightly. That's why.
If it's inspired by the Creator, it can't be a lie. It's
can.
pure. No, it's
Everything's
pure.
inspired by the Creator.
No, the Creator wouldn't allow that part.
It says in the Bible, it says, I create good, I create evil. So you do whatever you want, bro. Like, read it again.
Yeah, he told you that in the Bible. So you're trusting the Bible too. He created good and evil. Evil and good, right? Love and hate. So you know the difference. Yeah. And you use your God-given discernment, the inspiration you have, your intuition, your heart, your goodness to overcome evil and to discern from it. To expose it even.
The main issue is here is that Iggs, you said that Hebrew wasn't a language, and this gentleman's name is Rakia Life. I think that's where the issue started. Is that we all know that Rakia is like the Hebrew word for firmament. So then it created this like angst where like shit, that's my username, man.
I don't believe
Rakia
that. It
is
could be
my username.
It could
So
be
then-
any word that means the
Then it
firmament.
caused all this, anger and tension.
Not really. I'm not angry at all. I don't have any tension in me right now. I'm as pure as I can be.
Hebrew
God
is a
bless you,
type
bro.
of
I'm sorry.
language.
I'm speaking my truth. I could rename my Rakia to whatever the real word would be. It just means
Well,
the
that
same
was the
thing.
anxiety that I had about the situation. I was like, oh my God, his name's Rakia Life. This could get brutal. And then all of a sudden it did.
No, I didn't get brutal with anybody.
Oh no, I don't mean brutal, but you know, like it could get sort of like
No.
intense.
Rakia, I don't even know where Rakia means. If that's the Hebrew word, right? It could be anything. It could be Spokane, but it just means that whatever the Creator created to separate the waters from the water and create our environment here where we live. That's the pure truth. That's why I use Rakia, because it just represents creation.
The separation. Yeah, I'll get that, bro. Listen, I love anybody that is good. That's all I care about.
There you go. Well, I'm just trying to spread the word that creation leads towards the Creator, whoever that Creator may be for you. Like, I don't know all the religions of the world. Don't really even care to know. I don't think it's necessary to know all of them. You just need to know you have a personal walk with your Creator to hopefully lead to a place and lead others to a place that is so beautiful and pure the human mind can't fathom it.
Well, yeah,
I truly believe that with all my heart.
If people take it like that, yeah, bro, I'm all for that. It's when people take it literally and they think that, you know, it's okay to go into somebody's land and kill off the people because it says in the Bible, and we're still doing it to this day. It's when people seems to, I don't know, like, oh, you know, sacrifice this.
Dude, nobody sacrificed goats and cows and to reach heaven. I mean, I don't know maybe they used to believe in that or do that and think that was right, but I think that's been
for thousands of years.
Yeah, but I think the New Testament show me in the New Testament where it shows that you're supposed to go invade another country and kill all its inhabitants.
Well, you can read the Torah; it's all in there.
Yeah.
Well, in the Old Testament, remember that moment? What do you think about that moment, Rakia, when Samson loses that bet, and then it says that the Spirit of the Lord came over him, and he went and murdered 35 people and took all their stuff and paid off the debt?
You said the Old Testament, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was talking about the New Testament, our guideline, our playbook for how to reach heaven now.
Oh, yeah, I agree. It doesn't say sacrifice animals, and it doesn't say
Thank you.
invade nations.
Thank you. Glad we agree again.
This is where I had the disagreement on the other channel, because I said, fuck the Old Testament, the New Testament is the guideline, I would say, just like you. Because it says to love one another and to be truthful, not to lie, not to bullshit, don't steal, don't fucking do dumb shit. But people say that they're Christian, but they follow another book. Yeah, it's to me, it's oxymoronic, you know. That's what I'm trying to get at.
It does say,
you know, people try to prop up these so-called Hebrew people, but in the Talmud, which every single rabbi has to read first before they read the Torah, it says that, you know, Jesus is suffering in his own shit. You know what I mean? Like, and people are like, yeah, the Hebrews, the Jews. I'm like, what, man, dude? Like, you know, you don't read.
IG.
And there's all these lost tribes of Israel, and all these priests are in it together. So that's how you get a one world government. You just need to look at the what's it called? The British. It's called British Israelism.
Oh, you're correct. I agree on some of this.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
It's been used. It's been used, but it doesn't mean Christianity's like evil.
No, I've never said that, bro. No, of course not.
Eggs.
Yep.
What's your name? Is it Eggs? Yeah.
Yep.
Whereabouts are you in the world, mate?
I'm in Australia, brother.
So, are you the right-hand side of Australia? Because you sound very Maori-ish.
I'm in Victoria, bro.
I thought you were a Maori when I first heard you as well, bro. Stop that.
Sorry about that.
I actually thought he was a wog. But anyway.
Cheerio. Sometimes when it gets a bit late, my enunciation goes woggy, you know what I mean?
Mate,
So.
Some of my best mates are wogs, my friend. Don't you worry about that. So
yeah.
But you know, like religion in Australia and to the east, go New Zealand, and then the small islands and all that. Is religion before the Westerners discovered or been there, is religion a big part of the eastern part of Australia, New Zealand-ish?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
They have
You
churches.
get, yeah, no.
You know, you got like the Aborigine type of people, and they're not for religion or anything. That you've got the stories. You've got more stories to tell than most modern people, I would say, because you know the stories. That's what I'm hearing. Sorry,
Yeah,
I was just
well,
asking.
no, you're right. I've gone through all theology, theogodology, the study of, like, you can study God. That is the dumbest thing ever. But I've read every single thing there is to read, and it all stems from the same place, the same thing, and then people have used that for control, and it's become a legal basis for the way that the world has been run for the past, 4,500 years, recorded down on paper. So, like, in the Bible, oh, Caesar did this and tried to kill Jesus. Caesar never existed. It's never been, there's no provenance on that. I've been doing this for 20 years, bro. I've got documents that are signed by the Queen, the Pope, and everything, how the natives of one land sell their people, to the so-called Catholic Church, and, lost at sea, but, lost souls. And, it's actually written on the document that they tax slaves, goyim, and cattle. And, that's the thing that pisses me off, that there's another side to it. I'm not bagging the good side of it. I'm just saying people don't see it from more angles, if that makes sense. Like, Christianity came from where I'm born, yeah. So, and if you won't be able to find the original stuff. If you read the original stuff, it's nothing like this stuff that you've ever read. So, but there's still good stuff in there. It's just it's like a knife. You can use it to cut food, or you can use it to stab somebody. That's that's how it is. It's people, oh, it's Satan's fault. Nah, man, it's man. Man makes the decision to do something good or something bad. That's the way I see it.
What is a wog? I know what I think a wog is, but what do you think a wog is?
Western origin gentleman.
Yeah, Western Oriental gentleman.
A Western. Say again.
Western Oriental gentleman.
The gentleman can be questioned, but yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Jam.
I try, bro. I'm trying, brother. Come on, mate. Give me some credit. I know.
Interesting that it's referred to as Western, because a wog to us, South Africa English, would be a Chinese person, for example. And interesting that it actually means something to do with West, where I would say that they were our Easterners, if that makes sense. Interesting. It sounds like it came from west of somewhere,
Yeah, well, yeah, I get you. I'm an Occidental, so the West, as defined now, has nothing to do with the West. The West is somewhere else.
Yeah.
So I'm an Occidental from Europe, where it seems to be where white man is confused that he doesn't have a homeland, and I don't get it. To me, it's just I feel sad, to be honest.
Occidental means west. So and then Oriental is east. And yes, they're the demarcation line. That line you were just talking about there, I forgot what the word was. There is a natural prime meridian, and that moves, and then Occidental line, it's almost like an imaginary prime meridian back in the day.
Yeah, correct. So the Occidental also means the original people of a land. So when you look up, if you see Occidental, it's Eastern Europe and America, North America. And so, yeah, what they called the Balkans now. Never used to be called the Balkans. Never used to be Greece. Greece was invented in 1912. That word never got used before that. But what can you do?
So, would you say that original sort of prime meridian could be in that area there? But then again, it would have moved over the years, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, people travel, brother. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Really interesting. Because obviously our prime arbitrary. So where the actual reset, go past go monopoly board, that's got to exist somewhere. A natural demarcation line that is natural and not political.
Yes, and they know this. They've got this stuff written down, but they want to tell now the whole thing is what is it, racism? Where racism, the word got invented in 1902. There was no word racism before 1902. That's what I speak the way that I do, and I'm sorry if I sound harsh. It's just that I can't, when I know something, and you can look this up. If you find provenance of the word racism before 1992, I would like to see it. Every word has to have provenance. Yeah. So when it was used the first time, when people say that they know English, they haven't seen, a dictionary. You look at a dictionary, it's got 22 volumes, bro.
So they
And
invented it, they
unabridged.
didn't discover it.
Yeah. Well, it tells you in the Bible, let us go down and confuse the language. But anyway, who needs to read that bit? So the confusion is still happening with us. And I don't know why. I don't care if you're black, white, pink, purple, whatever. Anthony, you've met me, bro. Like, fuck, I don't know.
White boy.
I think the Bible's like a time date stamp, but some confusion between the way we say 20th of the 4th, 2022, and the others say 4/2022. And I think that the Bible seems to be a date stamp of some sort as well.
It's a legal document, so that is the basis of law. So it's what's it called? Oh shit, I'm losing words. It's early in the morning here. So it's oh shit, I lost the terminology. It's like a consensus, like when it's like a constitution, yeah. But it's for everybody that's why all law is basically consent, what they don't want to teach you. Yeah, I got taught by the dudes in the City of London and canon law, yeah. So it's all consensual. If you believe, then so you will believe in this and believe in this and believe in this. So they've made something which was good before into something that is just filled with legalistic jargon and
In the beginning, the word was good.
Yeah. And the word was with the good.
With good.
We got bored. We got bored, didn't we? And we had to have some sort of fucking game to play and stuff like that. And we started, economy and all this shit. Yes, it's so that we can do something. Otherwise, we'll be sitting at home picking our noses, still.
Yeah, true. Listen, to an extent, but it's, look at it, bro, now. It's really, really bad. You got to admit, it's fucking terrible. No body of religion is speaking up. No body of religion. Look at the shit that's happening. No religion, bro.
Was there ever a time where we actually overpopulated the earth at a time before and we ate the land? We had nothing and we just end up fucking starving, and then we went back to fucking a short amount of people and we fucking rewrote the book, fucking orphan trains, all that sort of shit going on, you know what I'm saying? It's sort of like it might have not happened that long ago.
Higgs, can I ask you, like you're saying, how shit it is, right?
Yep.
And I know we talk a fair bit, so I've probably spoken to you about this before, but let me ask you again, perhaps. What do you think a way that we can make it a bit better, like as a collective? What do we need to do, you reckon?
Step up to the plate. Nobody's
Yeah.
stepping up to the plate. Everybody's got, as so fix the issue that we have, this disease that we have, first, so then we can go and speculate about dump floods or mud floods, whatever you want to call them, and all this other nonsense, instead of stepping up and making our lives better. Because when your life is better, then you can do something.
Yeah, I noticed. We went and hung out with another couple of flat earthers not long ago, and we were talking about, like, taking ownership of our names and making our own birth certificates and stuff like that. And the couple of the other flat earthers, they were so apathetic about it, but they to say that they were like, oh, they just kill you, and they'll just do this, or like, oh, they've got. Remember, they were saying, oh, we need to start new communities, and we'll go out and start a new community, and then they were saying, oh, they know how to create fires now, and they'll just fucking burn the joint up, and you're just fucked. So
so if you're fucked, you might as well try and do something good. I told them, they're like,
exactly right. Well, we may as well die with honor. Like, if we're gonna die, aren't we? We're all gonna die. So it would be probably good if you died trying to do something that was good and was going to change things.
Correct.
So it'd be good if,
guaranteed.
So it's not even true. They're not even going to kill you anyway. But like, if they were, that'd be a good thing anyway.
Yeah, you'd be rid of this shit.
Isn't that what what David Koresh and people like him did? Like, I don't know much about the, whatever you want to call it, the community or cult, or, you can label it however you want. But I think David Koresh and them created a compound, a community where they had a different mix of people that, were just living the way they wanted to live, and kind of trying to get away from the society and governmental control. And the government went in there and burned them down on mainstream TV.
Yeah, there's more to it than that.
As far as I know, that's kind of the nutshell view. So
he collected automatic weapons and modified them.
Rocky, there's an amazing documentary on that.
Of the families, and made them his own, like a cult.
Yeah, I've seen all the documentaries, and the FBI was just coming off of fucking a humiliating Ruby Ridge. We're trying to do something to look good, and they fucked up big time.
Yeah, and they did it on mainstream TV. Like, they don't care, man. No matter what David did, okay, I'm sure he broke laws and whatever, but it's not like he was on his own property. There were probably different ways to handle it. They invaded his property and burned it down on national TV, as far as I know. And I've heard different stories.
Waco, wasn't it? Waco,
with
and
women and children inside.
Yeah, and they knew that. And there was another guy, a farmer, that had kind of decided to, be on his own and just live his life like he wanted with his family. They went on his property and killed him also. I mean, I've heard several different accounts. Whether they're true or not, I haven't confirmed, but it does seem like they're willing to do whatever it takes to get their message across.
What about Jonestown? Was that a peaceful Christian community as well? What about the Manson family? Was that just a peaceful family in the canyon?
I don't know. I don't even know if David Koresh was peaceful. I don't know much about it.
He was collecting automatic weapons.
What is it? Does that make him not peaceful?
It doesn't mean he has
Wait a minute. I have automatic. Hang on. I have automatic weapons. I also have semi-automatic weapons.
Yeah.
I have a range on my
You're not in a commune.
I probably have 10,000 rounds of 223. Does that make me not peaceful and loving?
You haven't got your own commune church where you.
Yes, I do. I have 30 acres. I have many people that come shoot on my range, and we have similar beliefs. Does that make me not peaceful?
That's not the same. You're not David Koresh.
Yeah, I know. I'm my own person, but the government would probably come after me with the same wrath if I got as big as him, right?
Invite 20 families onto your land, modify the automatic weapons, teach them all to shoot, and then preach crazy end time stuff.
Is that no? That's not what he did. He didn't do that. He didn't do that.
That's just breaking a law, right?
Yes.
He just broke the law, right? He just broke a law, right?
He raised suspicion. That's all I'm arguing.
No, he broke a law. Or many laws, whatever.
Yes.
Okay, so he broke many laws and they burned them to death on public TV. And you're defending that,
break
right?
any laws.
Well, let's just say he
break any
did break laws. Let's just put it to the worst thing. He was a terrible person and he broke laws. That doesn't give them the right to burn humans, women and children at nothing. I mean, unbelievable. Adults is one thing, but women and children, pregnant women, on national TV on purpose.
Yeah. That was terrible.
That was a message. That's what that was.
Yeah.
That was a message. If you veer off our planned society, just like the banks, if you go against the monetary system, they declare war on you.
Yeah, we will invade your country if you try and go away from our oil-based system.
Yep.
And then we'll hire our companies to rebuild your country. So it's a profit.
And we'll lend you money and put you in debt for the rest of humanity.
So we need to declare war on our controllers?
No, war is not needed.
Why not?
Well, why is it? There's only one purpose for war.
So we need war to be declared on us?
No, you need peace.
Okay.
Peace and love is what you should be striving for. If you're striving towards war, then you're
First,
doing
what
they
you
want.
need first is realization of what's going on. You have to realize that you're a sheep, you've been corralled, and you've been sold a story. That's number one.
I've heard you, Anthony, talk about things, and we've had the discussion like you trying to get access to your superannuation and all that sort of stuff. Trying to get it out. Which good luck to you if you do that. That's
Thank you,
one thing.
Bansor.
And
Not paying tax.
Yeah, no, and I'm really interested. If it works out for you, but you actually becoming a sovereign citizen, reclaiming your name, so to speak.
No, not a citizen, remember, because that's an oxymoron.
Okay, well, whatever the term is, right?
Sovereign being.
Okay, so forgive me if I get the terms wrong, but you know
That's
what
okay,
I
God bless
mean.
you.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, you know exactly what I mean. So you wanting to become a sovereign being, right?
Yeah.
How is that going to help you in the system? Now you can get your superannuation, right? But then how is that then going to enable you to
Well, first of all, I'm not going to be
navigate around the system and not be accountable to the system's rules, like say myself, who am still in the system? Like, what benefits are you going to get that I'm not going to get?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to contribute to a system that's corrupt, right? Because we all know, for example, like they're, buying things that they're injecting into children, etc. So we're not going to contribute to that anymore, right? I don't want to contribute to things that I think are evil. Do you want to do that?
No, but if you work
so that's
for
a benefit.
if you
So
work
that's a
for
benefit.
someone, but if you work for someone, Anthony, if you work for
Yep.
someone, right? You work for BHP, for argument's sake. We'll just use BHP, right? And you go to work every single week, okay? Then,
Yeah.
and you get your paycheck. Out of your paycheck comes that tax. Right? You don't
Yep.
have any control out of that. So now you being a sovereign being,
Yeah, but you
right?
made a contract with them.
Yeah,
Yeah, so if you want to work for someone,
It's classified as a donation. Sorry to cut in. It's actually
Yeah, go on.
classified as a
I was hoping
donation.
you'd cut in,
What
Iggs.
what you
matter
do?
Okay, it doesn't matter what it's
So
classified
let me finish.
as.
So let me finish. If you do not want to donate, you tell them, give me my money back.
Yeah.
Nobody said,
Okay, then. So
give
do you
me.
then? Okay, so do you tell BHP do not take that money out, or do you wait till the end of the financial year and say, Mr. Taxman, I am a
Give me the
sovereign
money.
being, give me the money then?
Tell
No,
BHP.
you don't say I'm Mr. Da 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 da. You can tell whoever. You put in the. Hey.
So
Hold on,
BHP.
bro. Hold on. The only reason why you pay tax is so BHP doesn't pay tax, because that's how the system works. So the ATO here in Australia, I'll be specific, is a charter. If you read their charter, it says tax is voluntary. That's on the website, their website, and it
Let's
says
pull it up.
tax is voluntary. So now
So,
you are volunteering. Why haven't you said, I do not want to volunteer? I
okay,
do
so now
not wish to give you my
okay then.
money.
Okay, stop there, right?
Yep.
So now you don't. So now you no longer volunteer your donation to the
Yep.
system. Okay,
Yeah.
then,
Correct.
right? So then now, how do you now get access to things that you may need in the system? And what then gives you the right to have access to those without
That's a good question.
actually paying for those?
What are you talking about, bro? Them stealing money, or
I
you?
think the
Wait, hold
question was.
on.
I think the question was very, very clear. It's not what am I talking about,
Okay, listen
right?
to me. Listen, you can still buy, sell, and do whatever you want in the system. If you want to pay tax, bro. That's it. Simple. It's very simple. You
If
can
you
still
need
be in the
medical
system.
attention,
So
Yes.
you
what
want to
Yes.
have
happens if
access.
you
You want to
Oh
have
fuck!
access
Listen to me. Listen to me.
to
Listen
to
to me.
schools or
Listen
No, I
to
don't.
me.
or these sorts of
Listen.
things. How do
Oh
then
fuck me, bro.
you have
Listen.
a
Listen.
right to these sorts of? Well, let me finish my sentence, and then you can give me your answer. Why do you have the right to have access to these things that I contribute to, my kids, my parents, my friends, and everyone else contribute to, when you then all of a sudden make a decision that you do not want to participate in this donation? You break your leg for argument's sake, and then you go to the hospital. And under the Medicare system, you don't have to pay a single cent. You can go there, you can get yourself
Easy
fixed
tax. Yeah.
and whatnot, and it's all taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me explain to you now. When you buy petrol, how much do you pay for petrol?
At the
Fucking.
moment, too
No.
bloody much. Too
Yeah.
bloody
Yeah.
much.
Exactly. So,
$1.75.
okay. So they took one tax away and it fell down, what, 30 cents, 40 cents, whatever the fuck it was. Doesn't matter.
Whatever it is, it's mainly tax petrol. We all know this.
Exactly. So on one product, you probably pay minimum 7 taxes on it.
Yep.
Minimum.
Taxes and tariffs, all that
Exactly.
sort of stuff. Yep.
Exactly. They're all the same. So
Mhm.
you can still buy and sell. You're still contributing
Yeah.
to
You're still contributing when you
to
buy and sell.
society with
Yeah.
everything. Soon as you buy and whatever you do, but to willingly give your money to the ATO, which calls itself the Treasury, which it's not. And if you see that who runs the ATO, which is, and this is all on their website, it's the the Australian Bars Association, BHP Billiton, and all these other corporations. So why would I want to give money to these motherfuckers so then they can give the money to their mates to ruin shit and build shit and do all this stuff that they're doing? I want to contribute as less as possible. Now, as you said, you need to eat. Of course, you can eat. Who's going to stop you from eating? I don't understand this logic. I'm just
So
saying.
okay. So what about things like rates and these sorts of things? You don't pay these sorts of things either, which is another form of tax. You no longer pay these sorts of things.
That's correct, because if you read whatever you bought, you didn't actually buy it because you didn't actually follow even the proper. If you want to go constitution wise, you didn't pay with it with gold and silver. and you're a tenant there. You have leased it for 99 years. That's what it is.
So these rates where part of them are used to maintain parks, build new parks, libraries, these sorts of things.
Yeah, that's what they tell you.
Streets, and what do you think they're
Yeah,
not?
same with Vic Roads. Same with Vic Roads. You know how much money.
So
Do
are
you
you
think they
saying,
don't?
Bro,
are you saying, Iggs,
no,
that like literally 99.9% of what they steal from us isn't what we're getting in our quote unquote benefits, hospital arm breaks and shit?
100%, 100%.
100%, or is are you saying, are you 100% saying
I'm
that, or are you saying it's not
I'm 100% saying
99.9%?
that. Yeah,
Okay,
they're taking so much money in,
yeah,
and they cannot account for it. No, in no way.
No. And no one is saying, Iggs, that a lot of the money ain't used for bad things that we don't agree with. But some of the money is used for good things that we all benefit from as well.
Yep, I don't disagree with it. I'm
and
saying
some of that money would be or still used just in the fact that we buy and sell things.
Yeah.
yeah, everything
Yeah.
is built from just us doing commerce. But
Yeah.
if
And
somebody wants to take full responsibility, just say if me, you, and Anthony, took responsibility and we could, donate directly to build a hospital.
Yeah.
I'd rather do that than somebody say that they're going to do something in
Yeah.
some time in the future and give it to their mates and then overcharge, triple charge. Why?
Yeah.
That's it. Triple charge.
building a
That's the
hospital
one.
is
When they
building a
start
hospital is
overcharging,
one thing.
the
Building
project
a
Just
goes
giving
over
an
budget.
example.
That's the one I'm talking about. There you go.
Building a hospital
That's
is
it.
one thing. Then you have to run the hospital. You've got wages, you've got expenses, and all this sort of stuff. It's ongoing. So is it a one-time contribution, or do you continue to contribute to that hospital so you know that hospital's there for whenever you or your family or anyone else wants to use it? How does that
Bro,
work?
yes, you can keep on doing it like the Rockefellers and then you own everything, or you can take out insurance. You've got surety, you take out surety and you're covered. There is a myriad of ways. As I said, I got taught law in a very specific way, bro. So
It's my second time I'm gonna help you with the language. There are myriad ways. It's not a myriad. It's just myriad.
I said myriad ways.
That's what he said. That was bizarre.
He said there are a myriad of ways.
No, he didn't.
He said a myriad.
Anyway,
Play it back.
anyway.
Who cares?
That was
How
the
we said
weirdest
it? Who
moment of all
cares?
time.
Move on.
Weirdest moment of all time.
Yeah.
Huh.
Can I give you guys been listening to you guys, and you're both right. Can I give you guys something that
100% Montreal. Jump in.
Go for it, bro.
So I think both Giaz is right that the system is broken, and both you're right, Bansa, that these hospitals, these fundings have to take place. Now, Giaz's a thing, which I've hear a lot of people, is burn down the system and take over.
I never said burn down the system, bro. No, I don't.
Well, you want
the
to
system
make
is
different
there.
communities. You want to make different
No.
communities, no?
That was me that
No,
said
no.
something about different communities. But no, continue on, Iggs.
I'm
Oh, okay,
saying
my
the
bad then.
system. Yeah, the system is there to help people, but
That's
people
right.
don't know how to use the system.
Oh, then we're in
It
agreement.
was
So it's not burn the system. It's the
Know
system
how to
works
use it.
and works good. The best we've ever had in humanity. It's just that the leadership is corrupt. That's where the focus should be. Leave the system intact and change, like cut the head off the snake. You know what I'm saying? But leave the body there.
Yeah.
I'm saying people need to take more
Leave the
responsibility.
infrastructure, but get rid of the rulers and the
Yeah,
Correct.
people are running it badly. But my way,
exactly.
just one point. Me, I would force the banks to pay them to print the money to give to the government to do the infrastructure. People don't have to pay that. That's coming
And
from
you see, the only problem is
the banks at gunpoint. That's
the
me.
only problem with what I just said is they've already thought of this. They have think tanks, the people in charge. So the system is designed to whenever somebody tries this, like Waco, they take you down. They make an example of you. So this is what we have to overcome.
I can give
Yep.
personal. I can give a personal account of how we did it in our city. We were a part of a major city, and there was a lot of corruption. And we decided to take back our city, right? Our boundary. It was a portion of the city. Well, we became our own city, City of Central. We have our own mayor, our own government system, our own police force, our own fire department. We
What
maintain
state is
our
that
own
in?
roads. That's
Rakia?
in Louisiana. We
Cool.
lost
Good on you,
we
bro.
lost federal funding because of this, right? Because we
Wow.
weren't a part of the main system. We're still part of the state of Louisiana, but we're now the City of Central. And because we have less corruption, we don't have to collect as much money, and we have a better city, cleaner,
Yep.
roads are better,
Wow.
we're improving, we're developing, the drainage is better, our water is good, you know what I'm saying? The
That's awesome, bro.
corruption has gotten
Cool as
far,
fuck.
and people are realizing it. I'm just letting you know this is happening in my area. People have
No, but
realized and are
that's great, bro.
breaking off from the current system and saying, we don't need your federal funding, right?
Yeah.
We have enough good people in our community that are willing to do what it takes to make their community thrive and
Responsibility.
survive. Yep.
Exactly, bro.
Responsibility.
Well done. I
How
love that.
big
That's
is it?
good.
How big is this community, Rucker? How many people in your community?
I'd have to look it up, but it's pretty big. It's not like it's just like, 1,000 people. There's thousands and thousands of people that
Can you
agree.
post some sort of link that we can follow in on there, bro? What did you say it was called? Central City?
City of Central. Yeah.
City of Central.
I think they call it Central City now.
Let me ask you, Rakia, do you pay taxes to the feds, or how did you manage to do that? That's intriguing.
I wouldn't want to say, because I would probably be telling you something wrong. And I think in the beginning, we didn't think we were going to lose federal funding, right? Because we weren't really doing anything different than like the city of Baton Rouge did. We were just becoming the City of Central. But the federal government, because they lost, I think they were losing some of their like their stronghold, said, screw y'all, we're going to take away funding for fire departments and whatever. So we were volunteer fire departments anyway, basically. So it was a scam in the first place. And then
Yep.
we're doing fine. We're actually doing
30,000.
better.
30,000
He
people.
who pays controls. He who pays controls, bro. That's how it works.
Yeah. How's it work federally, Rucky? Like, do you guys still have a federal representative in Congress and stuff that you guys elect, or are you part of the bigger picture as far as that is concerned?
I'm not part of that. I wouldn't know.
Okay.
I wouldn't know. Well, I know we have a mayor, we have councilmen, for the city. There's a department of this, and it's the same thing as any other city. It's just run internally.
Right.
They're just
Like
scared of the Cajuns. They don't want to mess with them. But
They've
anybody
only-
else try
Yeah.
that, forget
We
it.
don't let
only
the
got-
state of Louisiana tell us how to run our city. You understand?
It
Or
says
the
they've only
federal
got
government.
3 direct employees: the mayor, an assistant, and an administrative officer. The remainder
Right.
of the city
That's
services are
all you
contracted
need.
to private companies. The municipal government's only source of revenue as of 2015 is a 2% sales tax. This is exactly what you're pretty much saying, Iggs.
Correct.
This
But
was
you should see all the
instituted
new
at its
schools.
incorporation, and since that time had not been revised. Unreal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
It's awesome.
that's what I've been saying. So good on you, brother. Thumbs up. Much
believe
love
it.
to you, bro. That's beautiful. That's when people take responsibility. You let somebody else, firefighters and the police by law aren't there to protect you. That's a fact.
Yeah, but this
That is
is
just
just one little place, one little location, and they know
Yeah, but listen to me,
Cajuns
bro.
are
If
going to fight, so
everybody
they don't
does,
want to start. Let me finish, bro. Why
Yeah.
are you interrupting me?
Go on.
I'm
know the
saying that
Cajun?
he's done a good thing. Everybody needs to do it. If
Yeah, let me
everybody
finish
does it,
talking, man. Do you not hear me
fuck,
talking?
man.
Hello? Hello?
Go on, man. Go.
Thank you. For the love of God, you've been doing that all day, man. Take some responsibility. Now I forgot what was I going to say. Go ahead. Talk, man. Go ahead.
Stop interrupting, Iggs.
Sorry about that. That's funny, that.
He was going to.
Now you done it. You pissed
I know.
SE
I
off.
know what he was going to say. He was going to say that, like, when it happens on like a more mass scale, and the elites start to get threatened, that they'll crush them all. But they're letting it happen in Louisiana because it's only 30,000 people.
Yeah, exactly. I know. It's just fear porn. Yeah, let's not do nothing. Let's be scared and be pussies. Yeah, fine. Fuck
Yeah.
it. Good on you, Rakia, bro.
That's the energy
God bless
that's
you.
given off. I tend to agree with the reason why you got interrupted, bro. Probably is because you were just going with the standard fear porn.
Yep.
It's not fear porn, bro. What Rakia and his people did, if everybody tries to do that, they will not allow that. Do you not understand that?
How do you know that for a fact? Do you know
How do you
that
know
for a
that?
fact? Do you
You
know
will
that
have
for
to
a
fight
fact?
your government. You will have to take up arms and fight a revolution in order for.
You
you'll
don't
have
know
to fight a
that for a
revolution.
fact.
Definitely.
Cut it out.
No, that's what's going to have to happen. That's
some
what's going to
bullshit.
have to happen. Definitely. No doubt about
Nah,
it.
that's some
No
fucking.
doubt about it.
That's
Yeah.
some coward talk, man.
FP
Why
Montreal
hasn't
is
it
correct
happened
there.
in Louisiana?
Yeah,
I
it
just
didn't happen in
explained you why.
Louisiana.
The Cajuns are known people not to mess with. So the government made a decision. Do we just let these people do what they're doing, or do we fight them and bring it in the news? And you understand what I'm saying?
Hey,
Because
the
the Cajuns
Cajuns
ain't gonna give up.
aren't special. Like the Cajuns don't have any special knowledge of fighting or military. Come on, man.
Yeah, man. Come on.
They
And
did
you know
it
what?
because they're
No,
allowed.
you're not getting what I'm saying. You're not
No,
understanding
with
what
that
I'm saying.
logic, with that logic,
of course, I'm understanding, but I'm just not agreeing with it.
yeah, with that logic, they would have
Yeah.
made an example of them because it would have been a dangerous thing to have an example for the whole world.
It's what a government
You don't know
is.
the Southerners very well.
The
Hey,
mayor.
guys, one at a time. Anissa has been trying to say something for the
This is
last couple
proof
of
that
minutes.
government doesn't tell you what to do.
Motherfucker. Is
Yeah,
my
I
mic
heard
not
you,
working?
so I'm going.
You're about to
So
get
shut
muted.
up already.
Okay.
No, I heard you, dude.
You don't tell
So
me
I'm
to
going.
shut up, okay? One at a time. Anissa's been trying to get something in, and everybody's talking over everybody.
Yeah, I did.
Chill out.
I went. So I'm gonna just continue.
Have you guys ever heard of
to go on?
Oh my God! Have you ever heard of Cooperative Federalism by Gerald Brown?
No.
It's a little pamphlet that if you read it, you can understand why they could do that where Rakia was, because, and this is something I've been talking about forever, is that if you look at the actual thing, all government comes from the household out. It doesn't go from the federal government down. It goes from the household out. And once we get that understanding, and if you read Cooperative Federalism by Gerald Brown, it'll explain that, like in America, you know, the state has, like, take the weed laws. And I've been talking about this forever. It's federally illegal, but Colorado could legalize it. And then there's counties in Colorado where you can't smoke it, can't sell it. And then there's towns in fucking Colorado that are smaller that you can. All government comes from the household.
I think they just
out.
passed. I don't want to ruin your example, but I think they just passed it federally. And that was the case before, but.
No, I get it. But, like, I mean, aside, right. Well, it's just an example of states and smaller government having more authority over the federal government.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that's why once we get that, like, you realize, like, it takes the equation of, like, having to rise up against the federal government out of the equation, because you have legislation to do it with and do it through.
The thing with
there's
what
mechanisms.
the thing with what Rakia did, if everyone tried to do that, though, you think the feds are going to just sit back and let them have no income? Like, what would they even do? Who's going to fund the
You got to remember,
military or
everything from the government is a benefit.
They would just dissolve.
You're granting.
So you just dissolve the Fed. The Fed just dissolves and fucks off. Fuck off, Fed, you cunts. Scumbag
And then
fuck
who
off.
upkeeps who does upkeep on the federal interstate highways, or who funds the military or
that upkeep. You don't
Social
need it.
Security or Medicaid
You don't need
and
it. You're
shit
not
like
going to need
that?
all that stuff.
We're
You're
not
not
going to
going
need
to need
interstate
that
highways
stuff.
from state to state.
I
We're
say
not going to need
again,
that.
you're not going to need that.
We need interstate highways or Social Security.
Guys, no disrespect, but this is pipe dreaming. This is what's called pipe dreaming. Everything you guys are talking about now has been think tanked. Every scenario you ever thought of how to dissolve this government, has been think tanked, you will get absolutely nowhere. You got to take up arms and fight your government to do what you're saying. In a big
Well, you've got to remove the government. You've got to remove
there's no way you're going to do it
the cancer.
Usually
peacefully.
the people, but usually the people who say that can't run a mile, can't do fucking 200 push-ups consecutively, can't fuck. I mean, like, it's like that's a whole nother thing. You're not going to take out the. I mean, that's the dumbest idea.
No, that's not the dumbest thing. That's what you need to do. Look, even Jesse Ventura said it. Jesse Ventura said it. He said, because he was asked, what's going to happen to America? What needs to happen in America after he was pushing his book? Okay. And he said, frankly, we need to have a revolution. I would lead it. Frankly, you guys ain't worth it. That's what he said. Okay. And I was saying revolution well before I heard his voice. So come on, let's get real here. I will run right into them and take them out. I'm ready.
Check countries that the United States has declared war on. Almost all of them wanted to leave the monetary system, the fiat monetary system. If you guys think that you're gonna, like, with roses and peace and tree hugging, that you're gonna get rid of the government, it's just a pipe dream.
And those countries promised that they wouldn't do that. So when they went and broke their promise, they got fucked up for it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly
so
that.
If you don't keep your word, right? So your word is that you're going to use legislation. Like, we have certain guarantees and protections because we behave in such a way. Because you keep your word. You can settle debts. You can do all kinds of things. But if you go against your word, then you got no mercy from man or God.
Nah, what are you talking about? What word?
Okay.
Hold on. Let me answer Isa. A sovereign country can do whatever they want. There's no words here. You think they gave the word that they're going to use the money and that's why they took it back?
Did they join the protection racket?
Did they join the IMF?
It's a mob. It's a mob. The IMF is a mob. Okay?
Yes.
Okay,
and they tell you, this is your corner, stay in your corner. If you leave your corner, you get screwed. You get just like a mob operation. It's that simple,
That's
man.
what it is. It's a mafia style mob.
Then don't join, though. That's Issa's point, I think. Then don't join it.
You think Iraq had a choice to join or not with the oil reserves there? You think Syria had a choice? Are you guys kidding? Come on, man.
I mean, I agree that take Iraq and stuff, they installed a lot of those people, but they used the chaos to get to do those things. But the system of government that we actually have, there's negotiable means. I just think I don't know, with Iraq, and I agree with you. It's called the law of conquest. It's actually interesting because I used to think that the missionaries, right? The missionaries went out and they asked all the people. They said, "Do you accept Jesus?" And anyone who said no got wiped off the fucking map.
Exactly.
But if you conditionally accepted it, right? It's only through the negation of the contract, which is, do you accept Jesus? No. Well, then you're gonna get fucked up. Well, do you accept Jesus? And then what they do is, well, yeah, so long as you can just incorporate them into our fucking religion.
Okay, Isa, let me turn the tables on you. Okay, now my turn. Do you accept Mohammed?
Why would I not?
Then you're gonna die if you don't accept him.
Yeah, I said, why would I not?
Fuck you up, man. We're gonna fuck you up.
Did you hear what I said, though?
He said, why not?
Why would I not?
You would accept if the Muslims came to your door right now in America and said, you gotta accept Mohammed by the sword. You would say yes, Isa?
I said, why would I not?
That's not the question. I asked you a direct question. Would you accept Allah
Muhammad
as your God and Savior? Would you pray 5 times a day under the sword, or would you refuse it?
Come on.
5 times a day, man. You gotta look at Mecca and you gotta bow.
It's called prostrating 5 times a day. And Ramadan. We're in the month of Ramadan now as well.
You gotta fast for a month. You got no choice. Yeah. No choice here.
Yep, gotta do that.
Right, it's called Salah. You know what I mean? I understand, Alhamdulillah.
Right.
You know what
Yeah,
I
I
mean?
know
Like
you do. I know
that's
you do.
aside from the thing.
So that's why we're asking.
My
So
point
it's
is, that's why I said,
different, right, Asa? When they do it to you, it's different as when you do it to others,
I'm
right?
coming to the
See the
door.
difference
Bang,
here?
bang, bang, bang.
you're not getting
Your
what I'm
door.
saying, though.
Couple of.
You're not getting what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like
I get it.
the idea that there's a conditional acceptance for every offer. And the thing is that by the law of conquest, what these people have done is not morally correct. Like I agree with you there.
Thank
What
you.
I'm looking at,
Thank you.
what I'm looking at is the system as it is before us. And what I've
Yeah.
noticed is that you have like unlimited right to contract. You have a system that says that you are actually the governing force of the whole system, but because of ignorance, we don't know that, and we act as though
Yes,
somebody else is in charge. And I'm saying, like,
exactly.
100%.
we have
Nailed it.
and I'll just finish up with this. We have actually the most, like, we have a self-governing system that allows you to be completely free. Now, your amount of knowledge you have is what dictates how free you're going to be. That's why the schools, like, if you go to any school, it says knowledge is power. You know what I mean? Like, and the problem is that we don't think that we're powerful, and we think that our only answer is some adolescent attempt at raging against the government. And I think that's where we mess up, because we miss the technicality of how we are actually, like, for instance, like when the whole mandates came in for masks. I went to a couple stores, I went to one store, and they tried to stop me, and I told them, we had a conversation, and then they let me in, and then I walked in with no mask and bought all my shit and fucking
Yep.
left with no mask. Because even though everyone else was wearing a mask, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, I'm just saying, like, I knew my rights, and there's nothing.
Yes, same.
The thing is that you can't physically fight these people, but you can take their money, and they get sore about that. So once you understand that that's your means of battle, you know what I mean? Not anger, not anything like that. Like, you become like the pen is mightier than the sword, kind of thing.
Well, yeah,
No, it's not.
that works in certain
That's just a
situations. Yes.
saying. Not in this case. If
Control,
you use a
bro,
pen, they will always step on you. There's
bro,
no way.
they
Okay,
use,
SC,
Cannot
let me
fight.
just say something now, SC, because I've been trying to say something. Look, if the system that's in place came by force and coercion, then it's going to require force to remove it. I think that's where me and SC come from. We're not silly, you know what I mean? Because you're going to have to take on the feds and the government with the military. Now, let me just say this. The military today in the US is worth diddly squat, because they sign up and they get poisoned, they get jabbed up to the point where they're fucked up in the body, and the government's not paying the monies. You see? So you're fighting for a system that's actually poisoning you whilst you're fighting for it, and they won't even take care of you. So they rescind on their promises. Okay? So
Right, but
once
they
that gets
signed
to
up
the military, the airports,
Hey, Jin,
yeah, go on.
did they sign up to be the property of the United States?
Well, that's true. They signed up. That's what they did sign.
Right. So
But
it
at
was
the
a
end of the day,
freedom of choice decision.
that's not just, because that's treasonous. That's treasonous to actually experiment on your own military soldiers without consent. Okay? They didn't consent to that. That's treasonous. Okay? So the military, once they understand who they're working for, that revolution will be silky smooth. You'll see these scumbag fucking leaders run out of the Pentagon and run out of that White House like ants out of them. Yes, that's the true story, my friends.
You're not going to
Once
achieve
that military's
anything
on your
through
side.
violence.
That's fantasy.
can I say something?
No, it's realistic, mate. That's the only way it's going to
Violence
happen.
whatsoever.
That's the only way it's going to happen.
Right? You're a laugh, mate.
What I've noticed is,
Look,
if you
I'm
take
a peace-loving man,
responsibility,
but you got to crack an ass.
they will acknowledge it. They actually want, yeah, they actually want people to take responsibility,
Yes,
just
they
like
do.
Issa says. They actually love that. It's because people want everything, but not how do I say it? Not have a headache while having everything. You can't have everything but not have a headache. To be so-called sovereign or to be self-governing requires effort. Yeah, it requires due diligence, not wrongdoing, not being belligerent.
Hey, who's eating chips?
And,
Who's eating chips in the background? Sorry to interrupt you, bro.
Yep, I'm not sure, bro.
Is that you, Isa?
Yeah, no. It's Iggs's mic, I think.
Mic. It's just muffling on the mic.
Is it me? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
My bad.
mic.
Sorry, boys. Yeah,
You're
like
a naughty boy today.
what I've realized, and I've been around the system, they actually want people to take responsibility. They will test you, though. I'm telling you this, they will test you, because if you claim to know something and they pull you up and you don't know it, then the consequences are there.
You fall into their trap. You just fall into their trap. Yeah.
So it's
you got to stand up for it. Exactly.
Well, that's correct. You need to, It's just like with everything, And the pen is mightier than the sword. They control us with school, religion, everything. Everything's been written down. Now, with as Issa's saying, when we do something, it's a direct contract, or it's an adhesive contract, something that's attached that you don't know about, which is a violation of a contract. Yeah, but then you can get rid of that because there was no full closure on the item.
You know what the problem with
Just
that is?
like-
The problem with that idea that you don't know kind of argument is, one, there's a maximum law that says ignorance is no excuse of the law. Two,
Yeah, I know that. I'm saying that when they
Oh, yeah.
attach stuff,
But
like you've
I'm not-
signed something,
No, let me
and
finish.
then they attach another 15 pages to it.
Right. And that's because they can do that, because if you're coming before them as, let's say, a citizen of whatever the state is, at least in the US, and I'm sure anything under the IMF, you're under a trust agreement. And that the beneficiary of a trust does not get the the legal remedy of full disclosure. So if you're a beneficiary of a trust, then you don't, let's say your grandmother wants to leave you $1,000 a month, and she's got a bunch of money, but she's only going to leave you $1,000 a month. Now there's a trustee who's going to every month give you $1,000. If you go to that trustee and say, "Hey, give me all the money," he can say to you, "I don't have to give you all the money because this is the agreement." And the thing is that the only way for you to maybe establish maybe a part of the trust agreement is that when you get your own $1 million in the bank account, they're going to trust you enough to give you everything that grandma was going to give you. But you'd have to be able to provide evidence that you have the ability to understand money on your own. That's why I think
I know how trust law works, bro. Like the USA, that is a trust law. I've got every single nation, and who is the trustee over it? There's one person that is trustee over every single nation. Point of fact. Sorry?
What's crazy is you're the guarantor. That's what's crazy.
Exactly.
It's a scam,
You're
man.
the
It's
general.
a scam. It's all a scam.
Okay.
They print money in the basement. They lend it to your government. Your government pays taxes. They tax you. It's all a freaking scam. Do you guys not understand that? It's a fiat pyramid system.
Okay, so SC Montreal, what would you do? Let's say if your best friend was getting their house foreclosed on, and you were like, "I'm going to help you go against the government." What are you going to do?
What am I going to do? I'm going to hire a lawyer, somebody that knows the system.
Oh, so your ignorance is going to get you out of that? It'll get you and your friends out of that? You're just going to hire.
You better heed his warning, Isa.
What's up?
SE, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Common ground.
Yeah, you're being scammed, bro. What's your point? I said, you're explaining how the system works. I'm trying to tell you the system is corrupt, but you seem to be playing the lawyer here. Like this works like that. Who cares?
It's
the
beautiful.
point
Well, I mean,
is, you're being scammed, bro.
Well, people feel like that about the shape of the earth. You could be over there like, "Yo, the earth is flat." You're being scammed, and they're like, "Dude, I don't give a fuck. Shut up, you nut job." right?
What kind of response is that?
care?
What does that mean exactly?
Well, my point is there's a lot more to the subject than you're giving it credit for.
Okay, like what?
Like, for instance, if you created if you could discharge a credit card that you have because you understand you're the priority security interest holder and you know how to make the bank have to suck it up, then why would you not want to know it? Like, why would you not want to be like? For me, like, I stopped like a
Completely
couple.
on a tangent. You're completely ignoring his point, Isa. Just agree to his point, then make your own. How about that? Do you stand for a fucking the bullshit game that's going on?
I mean, I didn't start it, but
answer the question, will you? Answer the question, please. Come on.
No, how about this? I think the system is perfect and it's from God.
Oh, get out of here. Right. Ban that guy immediately.
Okay, now
ban that man immediately. Where's the button?
Isa is trolling us. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see, as much fighting as we do, we're going to always see eye to eye and stand. I'll stand with you on this any day, bro. Any day.
Me too, SE. I'm there with you all the way in the front. In the front. Yeah.
I mean, not to pour gravy on me, but I mean, isn't it obvious? I mean, it's not even an argument, that, right? I don't see how anybody could pick up.
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Like,
period.
I've been saying it for like what, 30, 40 years.
If I want my leader to have gold or resources in the coffers, not
if I
IOUs.
could make a point,
thank you,
guys. If I could make a point, is it possible that the system is good, but it can be used for good or bad? Like, I think about, I want to give you an example. I want to give you an example of what I mean. Like, for instance, when I argue about guns and whether or not they're good, I say that, a gun isn't good or evil. It depends on how it's used, right?
Yeah, the person.
And I kind of feel like that's where, Anissa can correct me if I'm wrong, but I kind of feel like that's where he's coming from. You have a particular system that's in place, and it can be used for good or evil. It's not that the system itself is evil, it's how it's being used.
Absolutely
that's my point,
correct.
God. That's my point.
Absolutely correct.
That's when I said cut the head off,
I feel like
leave the body.
I feel like he's trying to explain to you guys how you can use it to your advantage, but you guys are kind of seem to not be giving him a chance.
No, he doesn't want to condemn it, Gods. He refuses to condemn it.
It's not. But condemn what? When you say condemn it, what are you talking about?
The leaders. The fiat, the force, the way we take over countries, the way we force them to accept our rules. That.
Well, yeah.
That's because the people don't speak up, bro. People don't speak up about it, bro. People want to, just go to work and come home, and when somebody says, "Oh, we're going to do this," everybody's quiet. That's the problem, brother, that we have.
Yeah.
There's more birthright. You're giving away your birthright. You're giving away your children's birthright. You need to stand for this.
Yeah. As soon as you put that birth certificate, you've started.
Yeah.
With your children anyway, you've handed them over.
Yep, but that's why you make your own. But people don't know how to read and write, so they don't do it, and they contribute to the system. So it all starts from there. But
I can make a rational suggestion for a beginning that doesn't involve any war or anything.
Go ahead.
The number one problem right now in the States is the lobby system.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
I agree.
So this is how it works. The rich corporations have representatives. They go and lobby Congress because they know that Congress needs funding. All the congressmen, right, they have to be reelected, and the senators, right? So that's how they game the system. So IBM will go there and say, look, this law, we need it passed, and you're going to have 50,000 donation. That's how it's
Pretty
done.
straightforward.
Yeah, so if you want to attack, if you want to change something, that's where my opinion is you start with the lobby system.
Yeah, completely remove that cancerous vacuum. Get rid of it. Sucking all your money.
That's where the bribes happen. That's where it all happens. So who runs the state? It's the corporation.
That is a massive problem, the lobbying system. I mean, that's the reason why marijuana was kept illegal so many years, even though it has huge medicinal properties and all kinds of great benefits to it. It was
the
kept
drug
illegal all
companies.
these years.
Yeah, good point, Jeremy. The drug companies, yeah. You remember that with the egg commercial? They break an egg in the frying pan. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs, right?
Yeah, they never sold your
Meanwhile,
brain on alcohol or your brain on hydrocodones or oxycontins or anything like that, though.
exactly,
Hey
bro.
guys,
And meanwhile,
hey,
yeah,
can
half of the
I
states.
add something to this real quick?
Yep.
Yeah.
Echo for before you go, real quick. Who's got the echo?
It
That'd
was
be me again.
Jim.
Sorry, hang on.
Come
That's
on,
because
Sorry,
you
Jim.
come
Jim.
up. I didn't have the echo
You-
before you come up. Shut your mic, Jeremy. That's what you got to do. Okay.
My
No
mic
one
is
else is
not. I
complaining.
don't have the echo. You're the one with the echo.
Hey, I kind of
Wasn't
feel
there
like
before.
it's already 2022, right? And we're still talking about this problem. You know, you watch shows like Billions and what's that other show, House of Cards, and you know, it kind of displays this problem with lobbying. This isn't the only one. There's other shows that have been on. But not only that, there's been other groups of people that um, have tried to shed a light on this, like the hippies and there's other groups. And look, it still doesn't change. Like there's no change.
Okay.
And
Let me add. Can I
yesterday,
just add
real
to that?
quick,
Let me
real
just add to
quick,
what you're
10
just saying.
seconds.
Okay, go
10
on.
seconds. Yesterday,
Sorry.
I had a idea of having every year or I'm sorry, every day you vote on something very important that needs to be fixed, and it's nationwide, and everybody votes on it. Well, if everybody knew about this, I think what's the problem is nobody in America knows this is a problem. If everybody knew and they voted on it, maybe something would change, or at least people would hear about it.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. I think there's change coming. I just want to, like, just expanding on what you were saying there. We go to like these little freedom barbecues, right? Once a week on a Sunday, and there's just like, you know, overweight nurses and, you know, old couples and single mums and just all sorts of very, very normal people doing normal things, just living their life. And I mentioned about how, like, you know, about this sort of sovereign being thing and making your own birth certificate and all that sort of stuff. Because of what's happened with this, you know, pandemic, whatever you want to call it, we know we're getting recorded, can't say certain words. I think everyone is starting to work it out. The response that I've had from like just normal people and sending messages to groups, we've got like 40, 50 people that want Iggs, for example, to come and have a chat about it. Like there is some sort of thing that's happening. So I reckon we might be on the way to some sort of change.
So why? Just people don't know. That's the problem, because if they give you what they do and you are in control of it, then they are without power. So out of ignorance, your parents do the birth certificate, whatever, da 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 da. So you're sold into bondage straight up. Then you're a part of a so-called nation, which is an international corporate fiction. But that is still there to help you in a sort of way. Now, the people up the top, I'm not saying they're good. Fuck them. But the whole point is it's there for a benefit for you. Now, how you go about in the system is a different thing. Now, if you do certain things, you can put yourself in a position to be not touched as long as you're not belligerent. They don't care what you do as long as you don't go yelling in the streets like "fuck the government" and no, because then you scare people because the other people are dumb, and that's how a panic is caused.
Don't make a
You know?
scene. Don't make a scene.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Yeah, because don't be angry at the government. That's their that's what they're there for. It's in the name to govern you mentally. Now, if you want to
Mind
accept that,
control.
yeah, if you want to accept that, that's cool. If you want to not accept it, that's cool too. And I used to work in a court. and I studied one.
Definitely
So
something like Rucky has done and his community. That is interesting.
It's exciting. Yeah, really interesting.
I think more communities
to
have done it too. I'm thinking that's not the only one, though. I think SD Montreal said he was the only one. I mean, a bunch of communities are like that in America. Just people look, people aren't warring. He said people would pick up arms and fight, and the government would push back. I disagree because look, there's no towns in America going to war. You don't hear about that.
The problem is,
Rakia's community isn't the only one. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, but the problem with that is if every community tried to do that, and now nobody's paying into the federal tax system, who's going to fund the interstate highways and Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security and all that shit that we definitely need?
I think, Jeremy, I think you'll find.
No,
I think you'll find
hey,
that,
their
hang on a
community
second,
will
please.
fail.
I
One at a
think
time.
you
One
will
at a time.
find.
Yeah, come on.
Gin
Okay.
first.
Yeah, quickly, Gin.
Well, he asked me a question, but it's all good. Go ahead.
That wasn't even a question. That was just Jeremy responding.
I think
Well,
he's
Jeremy
being cute.
responded. I didn't get to respond back, but it's cool.
Jen,
I
then
wanted
you
to
go ahead.
say that.
Can I say something real quick? Like,
Oh, guys, isn't it Jin's turn to talk? Come on.
Yeah, we're waiting. There was silence.
Jen, Trader, Bandsaw, and Issa.
Yeah, come on, Gin.
Did someone mute Jin? Was he muted?
Jump in, Gin. Okay, I'm going. Jeremy, what you said individually, like who? Okay, go, Gin. Go. You were muted. Okay, now he's okay. I'm going.
I have. Stop.
Hold on. Let me get this
No,
out.
yeah,
Let
it's
me get this
Bandsaw.
out. What you said, Jeremy, like who's going to take care of these roads? These federal roads. Well, if you do it as communities, you are responsible for that part of those roads. Because if all the communities were the same, just say all the communities were the same, you are responsible for those roads, and you're going to have really, really good roads. And those roads will connect up with the other good roads, and so forth and so on. So they'll all be connected and still maintained exactly the same.
I hear you. That's
Okay,
a good
now
idea
can
for
I
the
go,
roads. That's good.
Jeremy?
All right, go ahead.
All right, real quick. Hey, if nobody's collecting these taxes, the roads are going to fail, which means there's going to be less commerce. The town's going to fall apart. Nobody's going to want to go in that town. So they'll learn the hard way, or okay.
Bandsaw's
Bro, if
idea
you're
is the roads.
Yeah,
My
if
bad,
you're
I cut you off. Go ahead,
responsible,
finish
bro.
up, Trey.
Sorry, bro. I was just gonna quickly say, I'm tired. There's always gonna be somebody in your community, just say that does paving. That's gonna want to do it, and it's gonna say, "Listen, I'll do the roads." Just like instead of the government giving it out to his friend, just say, Jeremy, if you're a road paver, you say, "Hey, listen." To the community, you go to your town meeting or whatever, however you design it, and you say, "Listen, I'll do paving. I'll do it. Everybody chips in, and you do it. You maintain it, or somebody else."
Yes,
I
the
think
roads are an easy
Yeah,
fix.
you'll have a team. You'll have a team.
Sounds just like
God, I can never speak. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jen. Jen, go.
Yeah, go ahead, Jen.
I was just going to say what Iggs is saying is correct. What Bandsaw said, I agree with as well. Is that you're going to have a team anyway that will do that. There's always the good people in the community that will offer themselves up to actually do the maintenance. And I do believe that the money that's being generated at the moment in all our countries, they're being misused. Someone's stealing the money. So there's more than enough. Anyway.
Definitely.
I agree.
Definitely. So the roads are an easy fix. Okay, we can every state takes care of their own stretches of roads, and then the roads are fine.
Isn't that what happens
what
now?
Isn't
that what happens now, Jeremy?
Yeah. Then what happens is we have no military. Who's funding the military? Who's funding Medicaid, Social Security, Medicare?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of stuff.
We don't need a military. We will not be needing a military. So stop that shit. That military.
Well, that's
will be
why
out,
there's the need
out
some
because
tax.
hang on a second, please. At the moment, the government is poisoning its own soldiers. testing them with chemicals, and then sending them to places to fight innocent people who don't hate
Source,
America,
please.
but yet they're in a
Source.
war. Okay.
Do you have a source for that,
You're
Jin?
going to need
Hey,
that. Okay.
Jeremy, the federal income
Do you have a
tax.
source for that, Jin?
I told you the first time.
Tuskegee
Hey,
experiment.
Jeremy, even
Yeah.
Rakia's community, there's a federal income tax that is taxing for all these things. So those people that were using the example of Rakia's community, they're still being taxed federally. Let's
It
get
doesn't
that
say that.
straight.
It says the only source of revenue is a 2% sales tax.
It's
No,
all
they're
sales
still
tax. You
paying
guys
into
don't have
the
a
federal
clue
tax
how much
is
they
still
Oh, sorry.
Beholden to the man.
because Jeremy asked, what about the military? Who's going to put into the military? I'm saying there's still
You
a
are the
federal income
military.
tax that these people are paying into.
Okay, yeah.
You guys keep wanting to break the system. Why do
Why
you
do you
want
need
to
a
break
military?
the
I've got a
system?
question, please.
I
I
like the
have a
system.
question.
It's great.
I have a question.
I'm happy with it.
Oh.
Why does Jeremy? Hang on, please? Why does Jeremy need an army so badly? Do you not realize that your country, which is not actually a country, is an abomination on this earth? You want to
What?
stop that. And in
Yo,
order to
shut the
stop
fuck
that,
up, you
is to
fucking
stop the
tea
military.
drinker.
Hold
Do
on,
you
Nate.
understand?
Go worry about
Right.
your own fucking
Why do
country.
you
You
want
don't
the
even live
military
in
so
your own
much?
country,
It's your
Jin.
country that's
What
war.
the fuck you mean
All
our
right.
country's a fucking abomination?
Silly
You don't
ass.
even live in your own country.
Honestly.
You
Yeah,
had
that
to
was
you had to run away from your country and your fucking queen and go to fucking Asia. Shut the fuck up about our
that was
country,
harsh.
bro.
That was harsh,
The
dude.
flat
But
earth is my
No,
country.
fuck this
The
fucking
flat
tree
earth.
drinker.
And
Fucking tea
frankly,
drinker.
I am very
Jesus.
disappointed. I am very disappointed with the human race that keeps voting for its demise. Okay?
I'm disappointed with
Thank
foreigners that keep hating
Check.
on America. Shut the fuck up about our country, Jin.
Check one,
yeah,
two.
our countries ran poorly. We can all agree on that. They probably
Countries.
do some very fucked up
Is it
things.
my
However,
turn yet?
we definitely.
Guys,
Jin
go ahead,
can't talk
this
about
earth.
that being English, you know? He can't
And
talk
your
shit about us being English.
I know.
settle
Hold
down.
on,
has
Nate.
gone a the
Fucking
truckload.
guy.
Settle down,
Okay?
Hey,
guys.
this country is ran
Let's.
so good that politicians can come in
You're next.
and skim money off the top and nobody even recognizes it and everybody still has a great life here in America. That's how great the system is ran.
Countries.
Hey, can I ask you
Isa.
Yeah, okay. So this is I guess my thing. I like to explain a little bit of my position of, our system being perfect, whole, and just and from God is the idea that like these held on like I've always thought anyway that I could bring these ideas to flat earthers because flat earthers have combated all of the ideas that they previously thought. And yet, for like 30 years, everyone's been talking about let's take down the government and we need to fucking do this and that and the other thing. And here comes this alternative idea. And instead of checking some of the ideas out, they're sticking to their guns on it's an evil system and we need to wipe it out. You know what I mean? And I'm just saying, like, hey, there's an alternative, like, view perspective. Like the Bible says, like, be ye not conformed to the world, be ye renewed continual transformation. And so just as we've all come to, like we were all raging against the system and we thought we were going to Mars, we then were like, oh wow, maybe the Earth's flat and fucking we ain't going to Mars. And you know what I mean? But yet we still cling to these old political ideas. And what I'm saying is that if we look at it through a different lens, as the idea that maybe we need to correct ourselves in regards to the system, then we might really like I think that's where our freedom lies. Like I think they want you to take down the system so bad. These evil fuckheads have got it in your head to take the system down because it's the only system that has "In God We Trust" somewhere in the mix. So they want you to tear down the one fucking system that says you have rights from God. And then if you tear down that system, you're going to go into a human rights declaration situation out of the UN. And then a human, by definition, doesn't have fucking shit coming. So it's like they've trapped us into this ideology that we need to take down the system in order to further enslave you. It's like all the anarchist nut jobs screaming about
The
Bitcoin
system.
when you can't escape the national debt anyway. Go on, brother.
Listen, we all got to get some Bitcoin. Now, the thing is, the system's good. It just needs to be tweaked a little bit. You know what I mean? We need a little tweaking and adjustment with the system, and I think
It's
Yeah, but
not
the,
about the
but the
system,
it'll be
adjustment,
guys.
fine.
the
It's
adjustment's
not
not
about
with
the
the system.
system.
It's you.
It's about the leaders.
It's not about the leaders.
Exactly.
You're the
Thank
leader.
you. It's the individuals. The
Right.
system
The
works fine,
individual is
but they are individuals who have higher positions in government that don't play by the rules.
That's
yeah,
the
but
Bro,
problem, not the
that's
system.
irrelevant. Though.
The
bro,
The
system
if
is
system
the
doesn't
people
change
are
ingenious,
much.
good,
bro. The
if the
system is
people are good
ingenious.
in the, if
We
the
have
people
roads,
are
we
good
have
in the
sewers, we
country,
have electricity, we have ambulances,
Yeah.
we have rescue helicopters, we have firefighters. The system is beautiful, never been better. It's not about the system, it's about the leaders.
What were you saying, Nix?
it's. I
Loopholes.
was
There
gonna
are
say it's
loopholes.
not even about the leaders; it's about the people. If the people are good, the
This is
so-called
why
leaders will
People
be
are
good.
good.
If the people are
Aren't
corrupt
we
down the
good
bottom,
people?
if we read
Nah,
I'm not
man.
corrupt and
saying you,
federalist,
What
bro.
you'd
nonsense is
realize
that?
you're the leader.
What
You're the
nonsense is
leader
that,
Bro,
already.
bro?
You're already the
Aren't
leader.
we
the
good
leaders.
people?
Can I
We're
finish
at the
speaking?
bottom.
Listen, bro. I'm not saying
Can't we all get
you.
along?
I didn't say you. Majority of people do not behave correctly. They are belligerent. So the belligerence goes up to the top because everybody is belligerent. If people actually, as we were speaking, take care of their own selves, get their own shit in order, and actually do the proper thing, the people up the top cannot be like that because the people are good. If the people are good,
Yeah,
then
and they have
everything's
no
good. If the
authority
people are
except.
bad, then everything's bad. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, forgive me for interrupting you, too, brother. I'm just gonna say, like, the idea is that we have this unlimited freedom. You know what I mean? Like, I was gonna make another point, but go on, Jeremy.
Listen, the system's not good right now. There's a lot of loopholes and shit. Somebody's got an echo. An echo. Who is it?
Gene, put yourself on mute.
Gene.
Gene, you got
Just
an
say.
echo.
All right. So the system's pretty good, but it has loopholes in it and ways to cheat the system. Right. What you got to do is eliminate the ways to cheat the system. Otherwise, the system can be corrupted. And yes,
Well,
there's problems with the leadership, obviously, and who's running the show.
well, that's why I wrote that tune. Welcome to the show, because the fucking thing is that at the end of everyone's complaining, it all gets back to, dude, like I'm telling you, even with the mandates from the thing, like where everyone was like, whatever, like I shopped without one, without a mask, none of that, because I know my rights. It's like I've been pulled over with cops and weed in my car, and they gotta let me go. It's like, it's just because you know the rights and the technicalities of the game. And I think once
Yeah.
we understood it, we realized that all those technicalities are in your favor. We just
I
don't
think you're
think
having a
like
totally
that.
different conversation, Isa.
I don't know. What do you mean?
We're kind of trying to talk about what's wrong with the system and how we fix it. And you're talking about how you can manipulate the system to your advantage if you know your rights and liberties
That's
and
not
freedoms.
to
That is the same
manipulate it.
conversation. It's the
Is it
same
the same thing?
conversation. Well, I mean, if
Okay.
you're going to go join a hippie commune, like, out in California, like, good luck. I'll see you in 6 months after they've taken all your shit. Like, what I'm saying is, like, if we really want to understand it, the system, I think the system provide, like, if we understood it well enough, and if we got to the point where, let's say, hyperinflation kicked in, the only way you're going to get rid of debt is by discharging it. UCC 3603.
Iso, what do you think is wrong with the system? Do you think there's
Nothing.
anything that needs to be fixed, changed? You think
Yeah,
it's perfect?
Trump, I tell you what, I think Trump needs to come back as the president. That's about fucking it, dog.
That's what we need.
So you
That's
so
what
you,
we need.
you don't think there's mass like corruption at the
Hey, here's
highest
the problem
level,
with. Oh,
misappropriation of taxes, none of that?
That's
Well, I think
got
like
to
this.
do with
How about this?
humans.
What can you do with your property? What can you do with
Whatever
your
I
hey,
want
but
to
property?
do
people
with it.
forget that
Whatever I
COVID
want to do with
started
it.
with Trump.
Well, hold on, not cool. I
What
don't want to go there.
never
I don't want to go
followed
there.
what
I don't
he
want to
was
go there. I
on.
want to go with
He was
what can you
he
Ew,
do
was
we
with your
can't
considered
property?
we can't talk about
conspiracy
the C word,
theorist
man.
savior.
Hey, bro,
Bro,
hold on.
we can't
What
talk
can you
about the
do
C
with
word.
your property?
Whatever I want to do with it, right?
Right. So if you're a United States citizen or you classify yourself as a U.S. citizen, right, you're property of the United States historically. You're not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. So what makes you think if you're going to come in anywhere under that capacity, you're going to get liberty? Especially in a system that says, well, in
What?
God we trust. What?
So if I
Maxwell, yeah.
if I as a citizen I'm not protected by the first 8 amendments, who is? Non-citizens or what?
Well, I would say the children of God.
Yeah.
What?
You know what I mean? Like if you go into like, what's called the priority security interest holder, like the Uniform Commercial Code is the language of the bankruptcy of this country. When you understand that you're the guarantor of the trust agreement, and you understand that that is why the federal government can never pay back the interest or the principal, you realize that maybe it's us that has to look at the federal government and say, you know what, I forgive you because you're going to say you don't have to pay me back. But if you think in your limited capacity that you're only the citizen and you don't understand the term capacity, then you're going to limit all of your rights when you go into the situation. Like I've said before, if someone says, are you a U.S. citizen? The proper answer is it a crime to be one, bud? And why would you know what I mean? There's another line of questioning there. There's like, but we don't think in that line of questioning. We think, oh, yes, I'm a U.S. citizen. I got a birth certificate. Or no, I'm not a U.S. citizen. I don't have a birth certificate. I got rid of it. You know what I mean? Or whatever fucking scenario. But in reality, as a child of Adam, it's a different scenario. And you wouldn't want to say you're a child of Adam in court. So the UCC has given us the language, the priority security interest holder. There's remedies for this fucking shit, but we think that tearing down the only system that allows us to get our rights from God is a good idea. Well done. That's why I think it's lunacy. Am I still on this call?
Hey, real
yeah.
quick,
Okay,
Ilva.
cool.
Hey, you said something about Trump should come back, and here's why I disagree, bro. Is because nobody grades him on his presidency and like the things that happened while he was president, like COVID started. He started Space Force. He rolled out Operation Warp Speed, which is rolling out the vaccine in expedient time or emergency measure time. Now that's not the only one. He not started Q, but he kind of never did anything about Q, like the first or the second post by Q said that Hillary Clinton would go to jail for what she did. Never happened. All the other Q promises that he promised never happened. So I mean, if you want to grade him on how he did, which I think we should hold everybody accountable for what they promised and what good he makes
my opinion,
promises.
I'll put it like
He
this.
he never he fails, dude.
I mean, you can say that all you want, but I really couldn't care less. My thing is the idea that, like, in this systematic game of, like, for instance, like U.S. citizens and our negotiations with the citizen, with the system, or people, like, we have citizens, we have a citizenship, we aren't a citizen, and this is correct language, and even law backs this up. And that's why it's like when a judge says to somebody, who are you? And they say, I'm so and so, and where do you live? I live at 123 B Street. Well, you're in a room that says in God we trust on the walls, and they're asking you for money that says in God we trust on it. So
Hey,
if
I'm
you
not
say,
arguing
no,
that. No, I
oh,
was
no, no.
just arguing how you said Trump should be president.
Oh
That's
yeah, I'm
I
done.
don't know.
Yeah, no, he will be again, and it's going to be glorious. I don't feel the need to explain why or how. I mean, that's great. You got
Glorious. I just explained why not.
that's fine. I mean, I
Well, you
think.
didn't even consider it.
Well,
You
no, I
didn't even
did. It's a
entertain it.
common position. It's a common position that you hold. I hold an
But
uncommon
it's
position.
not common because it's actually transpired, and like the things that I said that he never did is
Well, I'll tell
actually
you. How about
transpired,
this?
and
Then
you don't
I'll
even
ask you this.
consider it.
I'll ask you this. Do you know what the Durham investigation is?
I don't care. I just know that
Then why would I
under his
speak to you
watch,
about
COVID
that?
happened.
Why would I
I
talk to you
don't
about
care
what
about the
what
Durham question.
accusations you just said?
I know he promised a lot of things and he never delivered them.
Right. Do you know what the
And
John
you don't
Durham
want to
investigation is?
accept that.
Do you know what the John Durham investigation is?
I don't care,
Okay,
dude.
then exactly. Then I don't care about your opinion because you're uninformed about the subject matter, right?
But you,
Yeah, but
but
he's
the fact
making a
is that he
point, isn't he?
started
He's
Space
making a
Force.
point.
Izza, are you a flat earther or not, Izza?
Why would you think I'm not?
I know you are. So he started Space Force, bro.
Yeah,
Like
fucking right, dude. As
he's
far as dude, if
going
I'm
against
talking, how about this, bro?
all that we
I'll lay it
believe,
on you like
bro.
this. If I'm talking to someone from like China who's a strong nationalist, and especially, you know what I mean, I'm gonna say you're damn right. We went to the moon. You know, I look at this as like a privileged conversation. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I couldn't care less, dude. Like, you know, if someone thinks that fucking, you know, as long as they agree that America is better than where the fuck they're from, I'm cool because we went to the fucking moon.
No, not a chance.
You know what I mean, bro? I'll play the game, dude. I don't give a fuck. Like, you know, my thing is that, like, you know, we're the greatest motherfucking nation. We went to the moon, suck my balls. You know what I mean? Like, you know, that's how I feel
I'm
about
with
it.
you, bro. I'm
But if
with
we
you.
really get to it, you know, if we're going to get into if I'm going to sit here and talk and powwow around my fellow Americans.
Your balls are going to be kicked in. Your balls are going to be kicked in.
Not by you, Jim.
Mate, and you're the worst country on the
Not by
earth.
you, buddy.
That right.
Isa, we're going to be
But
the
if I
first
saw
to
you,
the
it
moon.
would be.
We're going to be the first to the moon, Isa.
Yo, I'm gonna come to Australia when you get there, buddy. We'll have a glass of tea, and I'll be like, you know, welcome to the club. It's been a while. Australia.
Exactly
Look,
right.
Izza,
You
hey,
lazy
Izza.
bastards. You fucking
Hey,
lazy
Izza,
bastards.
can I respond to you real quick, Izza?
Certainly.
Look, man, I mean, I know you want Trump to be president, but you simply, and people do this. Look, I mean, you look past their shortcomings, the things that they didn't accomplish, the things that actually transpired, and you just don't even think twice about it.
Hey,
It's
you know what I
like,
like about it, bro? Is that it's bringing back Americanism, dude. The conversation of freedom of speech is on the table. The conversation of medical liberty is on the table. It's like when Trump brought out the fucking vax and all the rest of it. He didn't mandate it. It's these evil
yeah,
bastards
he
that
did, bro. Dude,
the
he rolled
evil
out the
bastards
New
that
World
showed their
Order,
hand.
bro, and he ran away when we needed him most.
He didn't mandate
Like, why
anything.
can't we?
Yeah, he was a worthless scumbag, a
Dude,
puppet,
why
like
can't
all the
we
others.
fucking grade him off that? Like,
Wow, you guys are
like
so
nobody
politically
gets held accountable, dude. That's the sad thing about this shit.
I can care less
He's
your opinion about it. We don't have to get
Hey,
into it. What I'm getting into is the idea of the U.S.
Hasn't Trump been on Epstein Island? Like, why are we talking about this guy? Come on.
Yeah, it's
hey
irrelevant.
guys,
So
excuse me
like
just for one moment.
nobody gets held accountable, dude. We just move on to the next topic that
the
Izzo
Durham,
wants to
that's
talk
why I brought
about.
up the Durham
Yeah,
investigation. It's interesting
Quickly,
shit going on.
Anthony wants to jump in. Just quickly, jump in.
yeah. I just wanted to jump in and just say good night, everybody.
Yeah, ciao, buddy.
Good night, man.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks for a good chat, guys. Take it easy.
Thank you to all the people that listen to me ramble on, and good night, and God bless you all. Thank you very much for the
Good night.
for the
How
chat.
dare you?
Good night. Welcome
How
back.
dare you interrupt our
Welcome
very
back.
aggressive conversation with words of love and peace?
I'm sorry, man.
How dare
Good
you?
night.
Good
God
night,
bless
guys.
you all. Bye.
But yeah, like actually, it's funny when I even came out to any of this shit online. You know, I thought Hillary was going to win. I thought there was going to be AI cops. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I was like, fuck it, we're just going right into the new world order with these bastards. And I always thought, well, the thing is that if you had an AI cop, right, or a machine, because I happen to think artificial intelligence is just what people are suffering from. It's not some new technology. But anyway, like, if you were to have a robot cop that's going to stick by the rules, well, the rules, they bind the system more than they bind the individual if you know what you're doing. And that's what I think my point is. Like, regardless of my political persuasions, I just think, like, you know, for instance, like with Trump, I think it's good because people are discussing Americanism versus, like, you know, this communist fucking, you know, bullshit from Biden. You know what I mean? There's some kind of alternative to what their dictatorship is. Now people are going to be like, oh, it's a false dichotomy and you're falling into da-da-da. But I like the story and I like where it's going for people. A lot of people are
Look,
waking up because of this story.
the fact that we even let this continue on just shows. Oh, go ahead. I was talking, but go ahead. You want to interrupt? The
No,
fact
but it's a
that
good point you're making. It's a good point.
The fact that we continue to allow Biden to basically, wow, dude.
The fuck is that?
Somebody's got a hot mic.
Mad
on,
snores,
hold
yo.
on.
What the fuck?
It's one big
It's
pond.
one big pond.
Who is it?
That one big pond, dude. Yeah, mad snoring.
One big pond. What's his fucking? Oh, there we go. I see it. Somebody got him. All right, I'm the slowest mod
Thanks,
ever. Go
man.
ahead, Trader. Go
Real
ahead,
quick.
Trader.
All right, man. The fact that we continue to let Biden take this country to the trash can and just totally screw it all up just shows what the game is, right? So the Republicans come in, fix everything, make everything great, and then the Democrats come here and screw it all up. It's like a cycle, right? Because I
They
understand
call it
how
the
the
totalitarian tiptoe.
How do you combat
Can I
corruption?
finish real quick? Can I finish? I'll 10 more seconds. I understand how this game works, right? Because in order to fix something, there has to be a problem. So they create these problems like COVID and 9/11 and terrorists, right? Nobody talks about terrorists anymore, but there was terrorists. We didn't obliterate them. There's still we took all the refugees from the countries we supposedly were at war with, and there's more Muslims here now than ever. But nobody's worried about terrorists. So that's should prove to you that the problems that we're trying to solve, they're just these problems that they prop up so they can have something to shoot at and fix. So they create the problem. So what I'm saying is, look, Biden right now is creating all these problems, and then sure enough, Trump is going to come in here and fix all of them. It's the system they create. It's their game,
my
and they
thing is-
play it, and everybody falls for it.
No, I get
So
it. My thing-
how do you fix it? Like, how do you stop people falling for it, or how do you stop them playing games with people?
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how, dude. You got to hold everybody.
But please be short about it. Mhm.
Yeah, you got to hold people accountable. That's it, and people have to know. Like the whole country has to know what's going on. Like if they don't know, if they didn't know this shit that's happening, because they're bombarded with information.
Yeah, you know what's
dude.
cool though? You know what's cool is this is like the first time, at least that I've ever seen, where the majority of people don't necessarily trust what's on the news. Like they're waking up, dude. We're watching.
You
Like,
know why, dude?
the
You know why? Is
slowest
because of like
awakening
Facebook and
possible.
social media. Everybody's hearing about
right.
these
That's why.
conspiracy theories.
Don't you think that could be part of their plan? What if they're feeding people with false info? Because most people get their information from the same sources: Google, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. And these are companies run by giant conglomerates, by billionaires. So they obviously know and control what information is being shared on their platform. So how do we know that this whole mass awakening you guys apparently see isn't something they've orchestrated?
Right, and maybe it's good, and maybe the leaders that run the shit are really good people.
What?
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, it could be. Yep.
So what I'm proposing this is what I'm saying, right? Regardless of the political shit show that they've got everyone immersed in, what I'm saying is you have this fundamental understanding of law, which is like why I talk about the priority security interest, about all this boring shit, because
nobody cares about that, dude.
And I get it, and that's why that's why most of you think you're slaves, and because it's the idea that we have paid so much attention to the shit show that they're giving you, and you think that that's where you're going to solve your problem, as opposed to looking right in front of you and seeing what your problem
Nobody's gonna go through Black's Law Dictionary and fucking try and solve a fucking court problem,
Right,
dude.
and
Like
it's not that then
everybody's
freedom is
busy,
not that.
dude.
Check it out. And if that's irrelevant to you, and freedom is not that important to you, then why would I give a fuck what you think?
Nobody's trying to argue. They have to go and immerse themselves in a law dictionary, dude. What
Well,
are you trying to get at?
And that's my thing. Is
No,
that I'm
if
saying
people
that's
know,
where our
people
remedy
just
lies.
have to know that their government is screwing them over, how they're being screwed over, and what they can do to
Well, they don't
to
want to
hold
know
them
about what
accountable.
they can do about it. Part is my problem because
Because
I'm over here like,
all we're
hey,
complaining about is the politicians, right? Are we
you're talking
complaining about
about
the politicians?
You're
Yeah,
talking
but
about politicians.
yeah, but Trader, what you're saying is let someone else deal with your problems. Don't take responsibility for your own situation. We need a superhero that's a president to fix all our fucking problems. We don't want to put any work into it besides vote this superhero into power. That's what you're saying, Trader? And if I have a legal
No.
problem, just hire a lawyer. Don't
Izzo,
worry about how much I know about the law.
Izzo was
That's
saying
what I
that
hear.
Trump needed. No, he said that Trump needed to be.
You asked me what I thought was wrong with the system and what I would fix. I said, put Trump back in office.
I'll
that's
back
where
up
I
Isa
disagree.
here because before I was critical of him. Isa does have a point. We do have to take responsibility for ourselves, and God's is absolutely correct. The point of the matter is, though, that they have made this law so complicated that only people like Isa that have like experience, it's obvious Isa has experience in law and shit. They made it so complicated that the average citizen cannot make heads or tails out of it.
My retort to that is this. If you were broken down on the side of the road and you needed to fix your transmission to get anywhere and nobody was going to come and help you, then you might want to learn how that transmission works because it's the only way
Exactly. Yeah.
does
Exactly.
the job.
That's why I would say them making it complex is no excuse because
Right.
you have the opportunity to learn and understand the law.
That's
no
it,
one is
man.
stopping you understanding what the law says.
Amen.
We just choose not to. We'd rather do other shit.
Do you
Hold on,
do you
you're right.
suggest that 360 million people start learning law? And
Exactly my point.
I do suggest that. Yeah, I do because the law governs what you can and cannot do. It kind of controls you. You know,
Well,
it's the law.
Guys,
wouldn't you want to
also-
understand the law so that you know what you should and shouldn't do, so that you don't break it and get in trouble?
Yeah, listen.
Well,
we don't know the
pretty
law.
much know enough to. I haven't been to prison. I haven't been to county
Well,
jail. I've
congratulations, good for you.
done
So
all right
let
for
me-
myself.
Let me just
No,
say this.
I know
too.
he asked me, dude. He asked me a question,
Dude.
so I'm responding. Gods.
Anyhow,
I'd
let me
appreciate
just-
if I could finish.
Yeah, let me just throw this out here right quick. Whether
Never
you believe
mind, dude. Fuck
whether
you.
you believe in the Bible or not, it also says my people will perish for lack of knowledge, and I think that's another issue. Like if you're not willing to get knowledge under your belt, yeah, all 300 million of you or whatever, well then the consequences are you could perish for that lack of knowledge.
Check this out.
Yeah,
Check
but
this out.
listen. Even if you attain this knowledge, right? You attain this knowledge, and and everybody tries to use this knowledge against the system. You think you're going to get anywhere?
Not
you think they're
against
just
it.
going to say, "Okay, here, take the keys to the city"? You think
Not
that's what's
against
going to
it.
happen?
Within it.
Things are overcomplicated as well.
Well, also, there's a bunch of retards that are around you that aren't as self-disciplined. So the point is, they keep up the military charade to keep the knuckleheads in order because they'll respect fear. And then when you step up and you try to fucking exercise your rights and you don't relent to their fear, then they have to go to other means. I mean, I did 3 days in the hole, so saw the judge. I've got a whole long story about it and how the judge gave me everything I fucking asked her for. Because she understood that I understood what the fuck I was doing and who everything, you know what I mean? And even then I was fucking not as knowledgeable of it. But I will say this, it's not complicated. It's fucking biblical. The problem is, and that's why they've taken the Bible out, is that it's the answer to the legal remedy in this situation. Because if you ask somebody, if I ask you, where do you live? And you say anything other than in your body, right? Because you're a Christian or you're a believer in God and you know that you're a spirit inside of a body. If you say anything outside of that I live in my body, is that not a testimony against God? And if it is a testimony against God, aren't they righteous for using justice against the unrighteous, the people who would deny God?
Bro, you're not wrong in what you're saying, but that's not the way that the system is going to get changed. You're not wrong.
My point is, it's simple, and the point is, you can understand it. It's very biblical, but they also have this legal jargon on top of it, and you're right to complicate it. But it complicates it for certain, like what I understand to be respectable means. Like it has
jargon and the whole system that is confusing everybody. You remove that.
Right, and that's why we
do,
remove the
and
confusion.
you
This
would
is what
say,
I'm.
I live on Earth first.
No, that's
Now,
planned into the
if I
system.
said I
That
live on Earth, that is God's creation.
Okay, but where? So if I say to you, right, and that's
Yeah, I live on Earth, which is God's creation. God created the Earth,
right.
so I live on Earth.
Okay, but let's say if I was like, okay, so this is my courtroom though, and where do you live, sir? So if you live on Earth and this is my courtroom, you're in my jurisdiction. Is that right, dude? So right? Because you live on Earth. So this is my courtroom. So I'm going to do what I want with you.
Yeah, I live within my body on Earth.
Right. Well, fair enough. You live in, you know
They
what I mean? And
created Earth that the Creator created for me to live on.
And this is where it gets a
With
little
all the
complicated.
substance.
In the
Yeah.
sense of like, just real quick to punch to a point real quick. It's the idea that, arguing about where you live or trying to define where you live or making these jurisdictional fucking stupid arguments, you just prolong bullshit. When in reality, what they're asking for is to settle a financial problem. There's a charge against your person, right? But the thing is, you created the person. You gave them the fucking birth certificate to begin with, which was given to you by fucking Rome, as far as I'm concerned, because they don't know if you're a child of Adam. So you gave it to the system to put money in the market, and the system and the system owes you. But you have been convinced that you're just a member of the system when you don't actually, in reality, you just have a citizen that is a player in the system, but you yourself are the priority security interest holder, appearing specially, not generally, merely for any moving party presenting a genuine accusatory charging instrument, so you can discharge it pursuant to UC 3603. And stick to that fucking mud. If anyone looks up what I just fucking said, but you have so many rights,
that's
remember.
the problem, I said. Most of the people don't
First time you said
understand
it, I
what you
heard it
just
all
said.
before.
They never will understand it, and
I disagree.
you're
I
giving
don't
us
know
the
if I-
disease now. What we need is a solution. Yeah.
It's overcomplicated.
It's never gonna work the way you're
Yeah.
saying it, Isa. Never.
No, yeah, dude.
it's
Nobody understood what you said, bro. They
How about this?
don't
I'll
even
explain it. How
care.
about this? How this?
Come on, we can
I
legal
did.
our way
I
out,
did.
right?
I'll explain it in biblical terms for you guys who don't want to go that far. Okay. Did the Lord not?
No, dude, you already tried and you
You
failed.
did
Like
it
it's
already. That
not
doesn't.
working.
Yeah.
I
Just because you didn't
understood anyway.
understand it didn't mean shit to me. That's why I talked to the judge, because the judge is smarter than most of the fucking slaves. So my
Yeah,
point
but
is,
how many people do you think are
how
gonna
could a
talk to
slave?
the
How about
judge
this?
like that,
How
bro?
could a slave?
I understand.
How could a slave
Okay.
understand the language of freedom anyway?
I understand exactly what you said.
Moses, listen up, bro. Your message is correct. The point is, you're never going to be able to raise your staff and teach the masses what you know. Try to put that in your head, Isa.
I don't need to, bro. I've already done it for people. I've already helped people. There's so many people that I talk to offline, dude. I come here because I like the conversation. I think you, brother, that's what fascinates me is that flat earthers who've changed their perspective, their whole cosmology, cannot fucking reconsider their legal perspective.
No,
just
that's
told
not
you you're
true,
right,
because
man. You're not
hang on, I
listening.
understood. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I understood about living free on the land before I was a flat earther. Okay, I am the persona of living free on this land. I haven't paid income tax for 35 fucking years. I haven't paid 20 years in Japan. I haven't paid a single yen in income tax. Okay, so don't talk about the fucking free man on the land. I'm living it. Okay, now. What SC is trying to say is that
You
we
want
need
a
to
round
take
of
the system
applause or
down.
something, bud? You want a round of applause for all that?
Well, the fact is, you're going on like you know everything. What we're trying to say to you is that what you're saying is good, but it's not going to be good enough to remove the cancerous people who are spoiling the system. We need to remove those
Well,
personnel.
my thing
and the
is,
military, hang on, let me finish. And the military will be on my side. I will have them on my side when that day comes. They'll be on my side taking them out because they're worthless as it is already. Okay?
So
they're
what are you
just
gonna do when the Japanese IRS finds out you didn't pay taxes and fucking sends you a letter next week?
You know what? I'll give them my
What's
finger.
up, then, bro?
That's what I'll be giving them. You better believe that.
Good luck with
You better
that.
believe it. Yeah, I'm not scared at all. That's the last thing I'm
Right,
scared
you,
of.
and this
is
is my
that.
thing with you, Jin. And this is my thing, and this is why I do love you, because I think you have the balls to do it. Is this why, hey, when they send you that letter, dude, you want to return another letter under notary seal and say, hey, excuse me, I'd love to pay this, so long as you could show me that I'm not a taxpayer. And then and upon proof of claim that if you can try to continue on a debt that's been previously settled, it's agreed that you owe me 1,000 yen.
Yeah, I've already dismissed.
So right, you know,
I've
and
already
you gotta have
dismissed
balls to do it.
I've dismissed their, what they call it, the residential tax. Okay, because they tried to overcharge me 4 times. It quadrupled, and I said I'm not going to give you a single yen until you tell me where my money is going. And they said in Japanese, "I'm sorry, but we don't know. Because you don't know, you get no money. Goodbye. I'm gone."
Beautiful.
I said,
beautiful.
I said listen clearly. I said the nappies that I have to buy for my children, the diapers, are more important than the way you live tax. Goodbye. Fuck.
Beautiful. Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm not kidding. That's
And you know,
how I
Mike,
am.
here's the thing though, Jin, that's a lot different. That's the kind of story I want to hear versus like, you know, me and my buddies are going to rise up against the fucking government and fucking, you know, I think that's a bunch of
Well, yeah, but we still need to do
Good
that
on- I
as
get
well.
you,
That's
bro.
going to be more effective, quicker.
Hey,
It's
and
going to come across
you know
quicker.
what
though.
happened for Jin though? Jin just got sent to a collection agency because he didn't pay. That's all that happens, all right? Let's be honest here.
Hey, they can
Let's
do that too.
explore
thing
this
is,
scenario.
you can
Let's say
motion on that
everybody
too.
does what Jin does, right? And what Isa is saying, right? Nobody pays their taxes, right? What
It's
happens
gonna be
to
a
society?
shithole.
Hey, hold on. I'm not saying
Yeah,
that.
that's stupid. That's
I'm
stupid.
saying you could discharge the tax. You could discharge the obligation.
No, you
Even
can't.
let me explain. The United States is trying to collect.
just not pay it.
The United States is trying to collect their money because they owe somebody. The problem is that you're the person they owe. So they're coming to you for money in the capacity as a citizen, and you have the right as the priority security interest holder to say, "Hey, knock it off what you owe me." That's what I'm talking.
Yes, that's right.
And that's what I'm
That's
saying.
how
And that's what
it's called writing off. You write it off
That's
against
right,
what
bro.
they owe you.
And dude, because you're doing them a favor. You're saying, hey, knock it off the like. Because here's the thing: you would take their instrument, you would sign the back of it, give it back to them, right? And then let's say the judgment day comes, and they're coming to pay you the money back, which you know we don't know, it doesn't happen. But at the same time, they're coming to bring you the money. They're gonna have whatever they owe you minus that paper, and they're gonna have, hey, this is where you said we didn't have to pay you this much. So they can show you that piece of paper, and you're like, yeah, that's right. So I've got $450. If they owe me 500, I got $450 and a piece of paper that says that they knocked $50 off of something I did. That's all
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
not going to affect that much of a change, is it?
So,
Yeah,
so
it's not. Yeah,
this
let me get this out, Issa. Let me get this out for a second, Issa. Look, let me
balances the
just get
book.
this out, Issa. Go on, Bennett. Let me just get this out, Issa. Look, what SC is trying to say that if everybody doesn't pay the income tax, the people in the system are still there. We need to remove those people. You see, and then
Well, check
things
this
can
out.
start to work.
Once,
Okay.
if everyone actually were to discharge their debts and stuff, there would no longer be the superfluous amounts of cash, and these people wouldn't want the job. They wouldn't want the job because
Yeah, but they're not needed.
So who's
They're
So
not
gonna
let
pay
let's
needed
the
let
in
SC
society.
finish.
fireman? Who's gonna
So
fix the? Who's
you're
gonna
saying
take care of the infrastructure? What's gonna happen then?
Yeah,
so
that'll always
you're
be there.
saying don't pay. You're saying pay or don't pay the
I'm
tax.
saying pay. I'm saying you're paying, but you're doing it through a financial instrument.
So you're giving them the money.
You're giving them a piece of paper that says that they no longer owe you, therefore they're not responsible for that amount of cash.
So you're not giving them the money. You either are or aren't giving them the
What
money.
is money?
Which one
What
is
is
it?
money, Jeremy? What is money, Jeremy?
Dollar bills, y'all.
Okay, that's
Dollar
not
bills.
right. Right, and that's incorrect, right? Because you can use a financial instrument. Let's say like when I go to the loan, like to get a loan, do we use a piece of paper like, you know, with a bunch of writing on it and it's considered worth the value of whatever? It's called the note, right?
So Issa, I'm not going to be giving the hold on 1 second. Can I straighten this out with Issa real quick because I don't understand. Are you giving them money? We know what money is. Are you giving them money or not?
Is a note money?
You know what money is, bro.
Yeah, and I
You
know.
both know what money is. You go to the
That's a
store, you need to
different
buy
note,
something,
though,
you give them
dude. Like,
money.
Jeremy.
hey,
Jeremy,
this
Hold on, can I
strawman.
straighten this out with Issa real quick, guys?
Let me and Jeremy have this out, please. Like, you know, Jeremy, look at it like this. If I give you a piece of paper that says I'm going to bring you 2 bananas on Tuesday, and I don't bring you the 2 bananas, oh, how about this? And if I don't bring you the 2 bananas, this piece of paper is worth $1 million. Now, Tuesday rolls around and I never show up with the bananas. How much is the piece of paper worth?
Bro, I don't know. Are you giving the government money or not?
Technically, yes. Technically,
You're going to
yes.
give them
You
the
don't
money. You're going to
understand
take
what
the
we're
money.
talking about. You don't know what
So
we're
you're going
talking
to take the
about.
money out of your account. You're going to write them a check, take the money out of your account, and give them the dollar bills. That's what you're saying.
We're doing something different than that.
So we're not giving them the money. We either are. This is a dichotomy.
Yes.
We either are giving
You
them
don't
the money or we're
understand
not.
what money means. You don't understand what money means.
I do know what money means. It's dollars.
Okay,
Pennies,
so
dollars, quarters,
okay,
$100
so
bills.
let's
I know
get
what
back.
money is.
Okay, check it out. I'm not going to argue with you about it if you don't want to get it. Like what I'm saying is that if I give you
Anything except it is a legal
piece of
tender.
paper,
That's what Issa's trying to say.
the piece of thank you. Okay, so the piece of paper that I'm giving you that says that I'm going to bring you 2 bananas on Tuesday, whatever, and if I don't bring them, I owe you $1 million. And Tuesday rolls around and I never brought you the bananas. How much is that piece of paper worth?
Who cares?
If it was
Did you
a
give
real
the
offer,
government money? Yes or no, that you sweated for and worked
Really,
through
man,
whatever means.
I thought you have
I
more
don't
of
care
a
about
higher
bananas
caliber.
or papers. Did you pay your taxes? Yes or no?
Hey, who says that this birth certificate is worth anything
I'm
anyway?
not talking
Like, is
about
that
birth
what you're arguing?
certificates. Let him answer the. Why are you interrupting, bro? Let Isa answer the question.
Yeah, we're either
Because
going to
he's
give them
skirting
money that
around
they
what
can
Jeremy
use.
said.
We're either going to give them money that they can use to buy goods and services with, or we're not. Or we're giving them something else
How
that they
much is
can't
the piece
use.
of paper worth, Jeremy?
The piece
How
of
much
paper
is
is worth $20, which you
how
have to
much is
work and get.
how much is the
Did you
piece of
give
paper?
it to the government? Yes or no?
Okay. Yeah, how much is the
They
paper?
take it, dude. No, they take it
Isa,
with taxation.
Isa, the question is pretty clear, right? Do you have to take money out of your bank account, right, to pay these taxes, or are you using some other means, right, to pay the money through their system?
I already said
I
that
know what you said, Isa. I know what you
it's
said.
another.
and-
How about this? It's another means, okay, but it is still money. That's all.
Yes, I get it. I get
Okay,
it.
with
But they
those,
want to know.
hold on,
Go.
Bandsaw. With those other means that you're going to give them, are they going to be able to use those means and go buy goods and services with them?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you
They
paid
are.
taxes. Don't double speak, bro. You paid
Yeah,
your
he's
money to the
paying
man.
taxes. He's paying taxes.
And what are you
Okay,
giving
so he
them exactly that
accomplished
they're going to be able
zero.
to?
He's giving them like a
exactly
note.
that they're going to be.
He's giving them like a note, like a promise of something, either like assets or I'm going to make a payment in the future. I'm indebted to you, just a promise that I owe the government now.
No, negative.
That's what
good
he's
enough.
saying. He's paying his taxes indirectly.
No, that's not. We
Yeah.
don't have fantasy money. He either pays his taxes or he does not pay his taxes.
That is what money is.
And
That is
that's
what
why you
money is,
guys-
guys. That's what
right,
fiat
that's-
money
We
is.
can go into
It's
the
a
fiat,
promise
what
of
money
payment.
is and how
And
it's
this is why
produced.
you
That's a
consider
whole
yourself a
different issue.
slave. This is why you think
I got
you're a
news.
slave.
But that's what
Dude,
money is, guys.
If he has a piece of paper that says that Jeremy owes him fucking 10 bananas or he has to give $1 million, and then Issa goes and he tries to buy fucking gum with that, no one's gonna give him anything for that fucking piece of paper. Doesn't matter that it says that somebody else owes him money. They made a deal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Go to the gas station with that piece of
If
paper.
I
Isa,
buy
and go put
government
gas.
bonds, for example, which is a promise that the government's going to pay me back those bonds with interest in the future, the government can take those bonds and go and trade them. Go and I mean, not the bonds, but the cash from it, and then I can use the bond and trade that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
but you can't
It
go to
doesn't
the
matter.
store
If
with
you
I
that
can
bond
trade
and
that
buy it.
government bond. I can trade that future
doesn't
promise
matter
of
what
payment.
you call it. Did you give money from your bank account to the government? Yes or no?
Yes, but you don't understand it. So
Yeah, you don't understand. We wrote a song about that, Isa. I understand it. Do you know what dialetheism is, Isa?
Yeah, I think I heard you guys talk about it actually. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when you have two beliefs in your head. That's what you're doing right now. You're saying you're giving your money, but you're not giving your money.
Because we're using a term like money, which you don't want to understand.
Exactly. No, you're trying to. You're
What is
trying
the
to.
definition?
You're trying to make two
What is the
thoughts now.
definition? Okay, let's get real fucking semantical. What is money? Define it for me.
It doesn't matter what we all know what
Now
money
we don't
is.
care about definitions.
Okay, listen up now. If you go to the garage station and you fill
No,
up
you don't
your
want to
tank.
care about definitions. That's fine, Doc.
No, I care very much about
No, you
definitions.
don't.
What
Obviously, you
is
don't,
money?
right?
Okay.
You don't know the definition of money, but you want to condemn me for what I'm telling you it is?
Let me explain. You want to know
You
the
not know.
definition of money? Money is a
Hey, hold
piece
on,
of paper.
SC. He said money was something else. Like, dude brings up bonds, and
Yeah.
then
He's trying to
you
double
can't
talk now.
you can't go buy anything with those bonds from the store.
Yeah,
Oh my
Issa, if you give the government something,
Again,
if you give the government something, Issa, if you give the
What do you
government
read,
something
bro?
and they, hold on, guys,
Sorry, go
Issa,
ahead, Joe.
if you give the government something and they can't go buy goods and services with it, that's the problem SC is about to introduce. Because what happens if we all do this and then they have just a whole bunch of papers
hey, how about
that
this,
they can't
Jeremy?
do
Thank
anything
you,
with?
Jeremy.
Are they operating
Exactly.
on credit? Are they operating on credit?
It doesn't
Is
matter.
the government
Somebody has to put the
buying? No,
sweat
hold
in.
on.
Somebody
The
has to
government,
remove the garbage.
look,
Somebody
is the
has to build
government?
the building. Somebody has to make
Is
the engine. Do
do
you
they
want to
buy that on
talk
credit?
economics now,
Do they
Isa?
buy
Or
that on credit? Do they buy it on credit?
it doesn't matter what they buy it on, dude.
All right, I'm done talking
You're
to you.
trying to skirt the
Have a night.
question.
I
You're
got you,
double
bud.
speaking.
It's all
Did
good,
you
brother.
pay your taxes? Yes or no, Isa?
All good, brother.
Did you pay your taxes?
My citizen is always paying his taxes, bro.
So then that's it. End of story. Don't try to butt after that. Just say, yes, I'm paying my taxes. You guys are right. I can't get around it.
Well, you don't want to understand it, so why would I explain it any further, right?
I don't understand. Yes, I do. Did you take
What's the
money from
definition
your
of
bank
money?
account and pay your taxes?
What's
Yes
the
or no?
definition of money?
That definition, that definition
This
of
is
money
silly.
that we all know, that we all have to go earn a
Tell it
wage,
to me.
work,
Tell it to me.
and get salary. We call it money.
Tell
It's a
me what.
piece of
Tell me what
paper.
it
Now,
is. What's the
why are you
definition
talking
of
through
money?
me, dude? Why are you talking through me?
Because you're talking nonsense, right? So it's easy to.
No, you're talking nonsense. You're talking
I'll
two
tell you
things.
because you're too lazy to go look it up. Okay, money, right? By definition, just is a medium of exchange. That's it.
Wow, that's pretty
And there's
ingenious, bro.
multiple.
Did you just make that up? I mean,
There's
what
multiple
do you want?
ways.
You want a medal for
There's
that?
multiple ways to have a. There's multiple ways in our system to exchange value.
It doesn't matter. Did you pay your taxes to the government from those multiple
Did
ways
I
that you
answer
earned
your question
money?
before?
That's how
Are you deaf?
smart you're. So smarter than
Are you
everybody else.
deaf? Are
That
you
money
deaf?
that you used, did you hand it over part of it to the government? Yes or no?
Did I answer your question already?
No, you didn't. You're double speaking. You got a forked tongue.
I think I already asked you a question, but you're too busy.
No, you didn't, bro. No, you didn't. You're double speaking, and
Did I
everybody
not?
here
Hold on.
can
How about
see
this?
it.
Then? How about this? If you can answer this question, are you a liar? Because didn't I just say that my citizen always pays his taxes, and then you told me what a shitbag I was or something, right?
No, I didn't tell you that. No, I said I don't give a shit about your
All right.
double speak.
So
What
did
do you
I
mean my
answer?
citizen
So
paid
did I
taxes? What does
answer
that
your
mean
question?
exactly?
So did I answer your question or not?
No,
Or are
you
you a
didn't.
liar?
You spoke with a forked tongue. That's what you did.
Well, when you don't understand it, it's easy to try to put the devil on it, right?
So explain it to me then. Explain it to me. How did you pay your taxes but not pay your taxes? Please go ahead.
Why would I tell you anything, bro?
No, because you're trying to tell other people what to do here now. You're trying to play the sovereign citizen and you know this and you know that. But when you're asked a simple question,
When have I ever said
you
sovereign citizen?
can't answer it.
When have I ever said that I'm a sovereign citizen?
No,
What
the
are you
thing
preaching
is,
then?
Issa,
What are you
Have I
preaching?
ever said that? No, hold on, real quick. Are you a fucking liar? Because when have I ever said that?
Well, maybe
This
you
is
didn't
getting
say the
silly.
term
Okay,
sovereign
so are you?
citizen,
So
but
you
that's
are a
what you're
liar, right?
alluding
So
to,
you are a
right?
liar. You're a liar, then, right?
hold on, Issa, hold on.
Hold
You're
on,
just
hold
trying
on.
to.
I may
I'm
have
just saying,
Stop
I
the
don't
misspoken. Use the
converse
term.
with
Hold
liars,
on, dude. You think you're
You've
gonna
just
get away
been
with
caught
this
in
shit
2
with me?
lies.
Listen up,
Check it out.
dude.
You've just
Listen
been
Okay,
up,
caught in
stop
2
the
preacher.
lies.
pissing
You're a
Moses,
liar.
match.
listen up.
Stop the
Oh,
Listen
but
up,
pissing
Moses.
match.
Maybe I
Stop.
may have
Stop the
misspoken
pissing.
and used the
Stop
word
the
sovereign
pissing
citizen.
match.
Okay,
Let SE
but
finish, man.
what you're who's talking over me?
Fucking move me. Fucking go to the
Shut your
next
fucking
topic.
mouth, dude. I'm talking with Isa. Why are you talking?
Yeah, let
Are
SE
you
finish.
reading the chat at all?
Why are you talking, dude?
Just let Issa finish, please. Or let SE finish. What'd I say? Go ahead, SE.
Go SE.
Yeah, my point here is he's double speaking. He's double speaking because we asked him, Jeremy asked him the question, Bansa asked him the question, and I'm asking him the question. Did you pay your taxes? Yes or no? It's very simple. His answer is, what is money? Listen, dude, don't try to play smart over here, okay?
So that's
my
three
point.
lies now. So that's three lies you just told? Because actually I said my citizens paid his money, right? So you're
What does
just
that
making up
mean,
stuff?
my citizens paid his money? What does that mean?
Why do I have to explain anything to you, dude? Did I
You
answer
see?
your question or
You're a
not?
double speaking.
Did I answer your question or not?
No,
And
you
have I
did
not?
not. Did you, Isa, pay his taxes? Yes or no?
I told you, my citizen has paid his taxes. Yes.
So you're full of fucking shit, bro.
Only if you're just not hearing what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
I
I
heard
get it. Like
exactly. You did not
I
answer
get
my
you don't.
question. Everybody heard you. You
I
did
tell you
not
what.
answer my question.
I tell you what, Mel, I'm not going to argue with you about these things, and I don't have to discuss them with you, so it's okay, man. All I'm saying is that there's money has a definition, your citizen is something, and there's these institutions that we might want to pay attention to. If you just want to say fuck it all, like, I mean, I get it, dude. Everybody's like that.
No, it's not like that, bro. You're speaking with a forked tongue. You were asked the question, you
Now you're
skirted the
accusing me
answer, and
of
now you're trying to
speaking with
throw
a
it on us.
forked tongue. Dude.
Be
Look
a
at you,
man.
dude.
Be a
Why are
man and
you
say you
accusing?
don't want to
Hold
answer
on.
the question.
Why are you accusing me of speaking with
Because
a
it's the
forked tongue?
truth. Because
Am I not
I'm a
using? Hold on. So am I using language incorrectly? Is what you're, am I? Is it?
yes, you are using language incorrectly. You were asked a direct question. Did you, Isa, pay his taxes? And you answered. What was your answer again?
Go back and listen to the tape, bud.
Yeah, everybody heard you here, bud.
Yeah, and they might have understood it except for you.
Really? You think they understood? You think that they don't know that you skirted the
Dude, you've already
question when I
proven yourself
directly
to be a
asked you?
liar and an accuser.
Hold
So
on.
just stop.
Hold on. Issa, we're just trying to figure out if the guy that does this, is he giving the government something that the government can then go and use to buy
Do you
goods
live
and
in?
services
How
with?
about this, Jeremy? Jeremy, do you live in your body or no?
What the
Yeah.
fuck? Just
You
answer the
haven't. Check it out.
question,
Check it out.
bro.
Do you have a citizen? Do you have a citizen, or are you a citizen?
There's a human being and they need to pay their taxes.
What's a
So the
human
government
being?
can
Because
go
that's a funny word. What's a human being then?
the
Oh my
person
god.
the
Oh, the
person, he
person.
said.
So the person is the citizen,
You.
right? The person is the citizen. The person is not the spirit that's from God, right? And the
I
government is
don't know.
asking well, I'm letting you know. And the government is asking my person to pay on a debt that it's a part of the system too, right?
Go to the garage station, put gas, and tell the attendant your person is going to pay for that. Just tell him that.
Yeah, dude. That's ridiculous.
Go and fucking tell him that,
What's
I
the
said.
definition of money, dude? We're talking about if you got to like,
You're in La La Land, bro, and I'm just exposing you. That's all.
Yeah. You
bro.
got exposed,
I
bro.
tell you, I mean, I guess morons would think that. I don't know what to tell you, bud.
What
And
you
you're a
said
fucking
about your
liar anyway. So
spirit,
why would I
nobody
care
knows
what you
about
think?
spirit animals. They don't care, dude. Like,
Well,
there's
just don't. Hey,
no proof
just
of a
check it out.
spirit.
Just don't
Issa,
fucking
the thing
lie.
is,
Be a fucking liar.
Issa, the thing is, Essie's about to propose, like, what if everyone starts doing the thing you're proposing? The government's, I mean, I don't know where he was going, but the government still needs to have money to buy stuff with. So
And
if
what is the
everybody does
definition
your
of
thing,
money was the question, dude. This is why, and he doesn't want to have that conversation, so I can't have the conversation with you. Right?
hold on.
I
But
said,
the
what is the
thing is,
definition of money? Your limited scope sees it as fucking Federal Reserve notes. In
no,
reality,
the thing,
there's a lot more ways that you can look at money.
yes,
That's all I'm
the whole point.
proposing. And if you want to maintain a limited perspective, that's fine. I should really
It's
it's all good, brother.
hold
You
on.
can
The
look
thing
at
is,
it any way you
hold on,
want.
guys.
Do you pay your taxes? Yes or no?
No, hold on, Issa.
Do
The
you lie?
government.
Do you lie all the
Hold
time,
on,
dude?
hold on, Issa. The government. We give the government money. They take that money and then they go buy stuff with it, goods and services, right? Etsy is proposing now. What if everyone does this thing you're saying?
Jeremy, this is what I just asked.
It does.
Do they or do they not do that on credit?
I mean, I'm sure some of it's run on credit. Some of it's also probably used
How
from the
about it's
money we give
probably
them.
all on credit, bro? It's probably pretty much all on credit.
What do they do with the money we give them then?
They are using it to either to discharge debt or hold it. I mean, I really don't know. It's their system in what they do with the Federal Reserve notes. Their
No,
obligation.
they tell
Hold
you
on,
in the
hold on.
Federal
Dude,
Reserve
I don't want to even talk
the
to any of you clowns, dude. Just stop. Fucking
hold
let him
on,
finish.
dude.
Jeremy.
They tell
Jeremy.
you what they do with the money. Like
Right.
don't
Good for you.
act like they don't
Bro,
tell
I
you.
don't even
Like,
want to talk to you, dude. I'm not even talking to you.
do you know what the Federal
No, dude, I'm
Open
not
Market
interested in
Committee
talking.
is? Do you know
Jeremy,
what
do you want to keep it up
FOMC
or
is?
no? Do you want to keep
Do you
this
know
up
what
or
the
what?
Federal Reserve Board is? They tell everybody
Dude,
what
could
they
you just
do
shut the
with our
fuck up,
money.
dude? Just shut the fuck up. I'm talking to Jeremy. Like, yo,
Oh, when I start talking about the economics,
Trader,
you get
you
mad,
can
you've
right?
play
already
you can play when
discussed.
anybody interrupts you, dude. You can play when anybody.
Yeah,
Just let
dude.
him.
Dude, we're in the middle of a conversation, bro. Okay, and you already don't
Yeah,
know
I'll
fucking
let you
half what we're
finish,
talking about.
man.
Jeremy, my thing is this: is that money has many definitions, right? And you have assets, and you have all different ways to use "quote unquote" money. One of the ways is called notes. The issue I'm trying to get across is that the United States as an entity and its subjects, the citizens, have an obligation to pay the principal and the interest on a national debt, right? If you think you are exclusively a United States citizen, you are a part of the apparatus that owes. When in reality, reality, you gave over an instrument, right? And now, yeah, you gave over a birth certificate. The Federal Reserve actually took it in. The example of this is if you look on the back of your Social Security card, there's a letter and 8 numbers. The letter is the branch of the Federal Reserve that took it in, and the 8 numbers are your identifier on the private side. If you pick up a dollar bill somewhere and look on it, there's a letter and 8 numbers, and which is on the back of somebody's Social Security card, and there's another letter which shows the branch
Who
of the
cares, bro? Who
I
cares?
know, bro.
What's the
Hey,
point?
you said Social Security card and birth certificate.
Oh my God. Yeah, you know what,
What's
man?
the
I tell you what,
difference
this is
between those
obviously
two?
far too complicated for you guys, so just stay the fuck out of it. Me and Jeremy are talking right now. So, Jeremy, do you pick
Hey,
up what I'm putting
Jeremy,
down or
ask
no?
him. Why did you say birth certificate
I'm
and
not
then you
talking to you,
jumped to the
bro. Did I
Social
ask you a
Security card?
question?
Trader,
Did anyone ask you a
just
question?
back off for a minute. Just let him and Jeremy go at it for a couple of minutes, please.
All right, but I heard him
No
say
one
birth
cares, bro.
certificate,
Seriously, write a song
and then
about
you
it, bro.
went to
No one gives a fuck.
Social
Yo,
Trader,
Security. I
Jeremy,
want to
just give him,
understand this.
Jeremy,
just let,
where you at, bro?
go easy.
Where you at, Jeremy?
Jeremy doesn't even want to talk to you, so will you talk with me? Because I want to get this straight.
I have no interest in talking to you.
Hold on. Jeremy's tied up. Jeremy's just tied
I need
up.
a.
Just give him a couple. Everyone just breathe. Take a big breath.
Ah.
I'm looking at
All right,
I'm looking
man.
at
So, thanks.
I'm looking at my birth certificate right now, and it's got. I mean, I'm looking at my social security card right now, and it's got the thing that he says on it. So
Shake
I
it
just
out. Shake it out.
want to say
Oh, yo,
I
something.
want to
Kosho, are you
hear
looking
how
at it?
many more ways he's
Kosho,
gonna
you
try to wiggle out of him paying taxes. That's what I want
we've
to hear.
already figured out you're a liar, so just shut the fuck up. Yo,
What
Kosho,
liar,
what's on
you
the back?
fucking clown? What did I lie
What's on the
about, you
back of this
fucking
social?
idiot?
Kosho, what's on the
So,
back of Kosho?
You think you're fucking smart, Isa?
Dude, is
Trust me, you're
anyone
not,
talking to
dude.
you right now, dude? Just shut up. You're a known liar.
Fuck you. Fuck
No,
you.
you're a liar. You lied about me 3 times.
I didn't lie about nothing. I just
Dude, no one
asked you
asked
some
you anyway.
questions.
We
You're not
already know
man
you're full
enough
of
to
shit. Just shut
answer
up.
them. So shut the fuck up.
Bro, you've already proven yourself to be a liar, dude. Just
You're
stop
a
talking.
liar. You're a liar. You're lying about me right now. Fuck you.
I got you in 3 lies on videotape.
I got you on 5
lies.
lies on videotape, you piece of shit.
Just because you don't understand language. Dude, no one asked you a
You
question
see
anyway.
how this is gonna work, Isa? You ain't gonna play games with me, bro.
Hey, dude, just shut up.
Hey, you know what's
No, you fucking
hilarious?
shut
His
up.
premise is.
No, cry about it
You
more.
know what's
bro.
You
Cry
don't
hilarious?
tell
about it
me to
more.
shut up, you
Premises
fucking
is in the
asshole.
chat talking shit about
Hold on,
Jeremy.
Isa, I've got a quick question for you, right? So, my basic
Right.
understanding.
Can the original free man on the land speak? Jin CBR1, living the free man life, have been doing so for years.
Oh, thank you
No one
very
asked
much.
you either, man. No one asked you either.
Damn. Was my mic not working there?
Now, Bandy, let me know. What is it, Bensaw?
Yeah, now let me get this straight, right? Now, because I think the general question has been, am I paying my physical money, right, that I own myself in my bank account to my taxes, right? And I get that you're not. So is what you're doing, are you using your identity under the government as a citizen and what they have on you to pay that debt? Is that basically it in a nutshell? Kinda?
Well, no, I mean, my citizen is up to speed with the taxes. Like, I'm not in the position, you know what I mean, where I really have to, it's like I'm not. I look at this as like a last ditch effort for if something like hyperinflation were to happen.
What kind of a fucking answer was that?
But that your identity as a citizen, Isa, where has it got its money from to pay those taxes? Because you yourself as an individual, right, you've got money in your bank account at the moment which hasn't been touched, right, to pay the taxes. But then you've got this other identity as a citizen that has some worth to it, I'm presuming, and you've used that worth that citizen has to pay the taxes. Is that kind of it? Because otherwise I'm confused.
I guess the I'm simple with my shit, in the sense that, like, I work, you know what I mean? So, like, my taxes are taken out and this, that, the other thing, you know what I mean? Like, but, and so what I'm saying is that the way that the system operates, like, if they were to come down on you, let's say, you would have there is a means to discharge what they're coming after you for. And you can do this with pretty much, any instrument that has to do with the Federal Reserve note, because it's under this system. Same way in fucking Australia, because you guys are attached to the IMF. Every system under the IMF is the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And so even like, when I talk about like the United States, like the Washington, what do you call it? Maxwell v. Dow, and like the rights of the citizens. It is of my opinion that all of those things apply to any country under the IMF. But what they also applies is this biblical nature that it does go back to Rome. Now, with that said, it brings in this real, it is La La Land, in the sense that you're dealing in a system anyway that says that your Father in heaven has forgiven all your sins, right? And so in a commercial way, you have a way to access that forgiveness, because we know that the money really doesn't have any value. In fact, if you studied economics, we should have entered into hyperinflation 20 fucking years ago. So once you get that there is a rigged fucking money game being played, you realize that actually it's really about obligations and promises, promissory notes, bonds, obligation. Technically, obligation is what causes credit, that causes money. You say you're going to do something; it's an account receivable almost. So our government is sitting there, like, I've heard it even proposed, like, let's say you take the tax document that you send in with your check, and that piece of paper is actually the money. The check just goes right into the politician's bank account.
Yeah.
So they're taking
Did that
that one
answer
piece.
your question, Bansa? Or was just flapping his jaws there?
No, I'm thinking I'm a bit
Flapping
confused.
jaws, bro.
If I work ISA, right, which I don't now, but okay, then when I was working, right, I paid taxes. When I was self-employed, I paid taxes, right, and I paid X amount of taxes. Now at the end of the financial year, I go to the accountant. He works everything out. It goes to the tax department, and the tax department turns around to me and says, "You know what, Chris, you are $1,000 short, and you owe us $1,000." Now I have to now dig into my bank account to pay that $1,000. So how do I not dig into my bank account to pay them that $1,000?
Okay, here's an example. You could take that letter that they've sent you, and you could write them back, and as the Bible says, agree with thine adversary quickly. Say, I'd love to pay you, so long as you could show me that I didn't actually settle the debt when I paid this. And if you can't, let the record show that it's agreed settled. And any attempt to collect on the debt previously agreed to be settled is agreed to be a $1,000 penalty of damages, and you agree I should file a suit with the Better Business Bureau. And you know what I mean? And like, what you could do is essentially just say to them, I'd love to do it's like, I remember one time I had a tax, funnily enough, person was trying to tell me that I owed him this much, I had to pay this lady, and I said, I'd love to, so long as you could show me that you weren't paid by this. And she was trying to get me to go do all the legwork. Long story short, I had one conditional acceptance for her, and then I found out later she called like 10 fucking, did all the legwork. I didn't have to do shit because she did it for me. And I'm just saying that you can, push the obligation down, and rightfully so. If they were to then say, hey, it looks like you didn't pay this $1,000, You know, like there's a story about a guy who he said, "I'd love to pay the taxes so long as you could show me my government money isn't going to fund abortion." And if you can't, then let the record show that I don't owe you any taxes. Well, he won his, and he doesn't pay any taxes.
Can I ask
So
you a question, Isa?
yeah.
So what do you say when the IRS takes you to criminal court and they're going to put you in prison?
Well, how about this? What do they do first? They send you a letter, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you not respond or do you respond?
No, don't respond.
Okay, cool. So that's acquiescence, right? In fact,
Oh,
you want
I
to know?
hear you.
You want to know what's
I
crazy?
hear you.
Check this shit out. There's been dudes that they get that first letter, the second letter, the third letter. They don't fucking pay, and then the marshals come, make a court date, all the rest of it. They show up, and the guy starts talking about the Constitution. And the judges have been known to say to them, "If you fucking bring up the Constitution one more time, you're going to be held in contempt." And the reason for that is the fact that the Constitution can't save you from what you were obligated to do. You were obligated. You were obligated as someone living, as someone in control of this lot number, which is a part of this state, whatever, this mailing address, to handle the business of this piece of mail that got there, and you failed.
Have you taken your own advice in terms of
Yeah, man.
getting out of taxes or whatever you're trying
No,
to
I
do?
tell you what, not so far as the tax equation, but what I've done is I've helped a bunch of people. Like I got like 20 grand out of the New Jersey Department of Transit in 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Like, I've taken money from people. I've cleared hospital bills. We didn't discharge the mortgage, but I stopped foreclosures. I've done all this shit. I know it works. My thing is that the further level of it is this advanced shit of like I went in to get a credit card one time and I didn't do anything but sign the back of the instrument and put in the pertinent information up front, but no job, no nothing. But check it, you can't cash a check without signing the back. So I went for a credit card, I signed the back. And the thing is that if you don't sign the back, the CFO of the bank does. So usually I don't know, they called me and I have a theory that if I'd have dealt with this lady a little differently, she would have had to give me my credit card because she accepted the piece of paper with my signature on it saying that it was a credit line of 10 grand. She can't refuse me my own loot on the SEC. The problem is that you don't sign the back of the instrument, which makes the bank liable, which is why they come down real hard. That's why they didn't understand when I signed the back of the instrument.
So did you pay your taxes or not?
Did I not answer that question?
No, you did not.
Then you're a liar. Let's move on.
You did not answer it in a sufficient manner.
Oh, a sufficient manner now.
Honestly, SE, I gotta say, he fucking just answered it yet again like 5 minutes.
No, he didn't. He's saying a whole bunch of gibberish.
No, he says he pays his taxes, that he hasn't taken what he's talking about to the extreme yet, that if hyperinflation takes place, it might be a time to do it. Am I wrong here or what?
Why don't we take it to the next step? Essie, what were you going to say about if everyone does this thing where they stop paying taxes?
Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah.
So I even said it before, but nobody listened because everyone's triggered. I said, even if what Isa says, everybody does it, right? And everybody successfully does not pay his taxes, right? What happens to the system? What happens to everybody?
Did I say not to pay your taxes?
I just want to throw out there, I'm not triggered either. Fuck.
I know
this
you're
is
not
getting
triggered.
Well, you said everybody. Everybody's got to calm down, I think.
For the record, though, where did I say not to pay your taxes? I haven't said that, right?
But you haven't said that you paid your taxes either. When I asked you the question,
Well,
you said some other entity or
money, but you guys don't want to go there. That's fine.
yeah, you want to discuss money. You don't want to You don't want to answer a direct question. That's my beef with you.
Money has to be something that another person can take and go buy goods and services with somewhere. That's what money is.
How about this? If I give you a credit card, is that credit card money?
You see, you ask a question. We ask you a question and you answer it with a question.
Money
Did you pay your taxes? Yes or no?
Wow,
man?
what a great observation, Essie. Wow.
Hold on, I gotta. Jeremy, hold on, Jeremy. I think your understanding of money is a little bit of shallow because, like, is silver and gold money? And are you gonna go to the grocery store with a gold coin and get what it's worth at the grocery store?
We all explained what money is. I did. It's a fiat.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Money has to be Money has to be something that the government can take and then go use that to buy goods and services with. If it's gold, silver, dollar bills, whatever it is, they need to be able to turn that what you gave them into something that can buy goods and
That
services with.
now you're starting to talk turn it. So now you can think that there's other things that can be turned into what you want to call money. And I think that's
Sure.
where Issa's talking, I think.
Okay, cool. So Issa, what are we going to give the government that they can turn into money or whatever they need to do to buy goods and services with?
Well, if they were to send you a bill, right, you could turn that bill into a conditional acceptance, which would effectively be a bond worth a certain amount of money, the face value of the instrument. Their failure to respond, which will most likely be the case, pursuant to the agreement, which they have to respond to, and the fact that they don't respond to puts them on the back foot that they did not respond to the offer. And any judge who understands contract knows that they have the obligation, not you, because you took their obligation and you didn't go silent. You conditionally accepted it and put the ball in their court, and they dropped it, and then they tried to come at you again. And then because you never go silent, you're always right there. Every second letter, you're saying, "Hey, didn't I already send you this and settle that? And aren't you agreeing to a $10,000 penalty?" But this is where, and you that.
In the end,
now, hold on, let me finish, Jeremy. That set of paperwork, right? That correspondence, even back and forth, if it goes back and forth, that correspondence becomes a bond worth the face value of the instrument. That's a fact.
So in the end, I know, but in the end, is the government going to end up getting something from you or me or whoever this is?
They're going to get forgiveness for that amount of money.
He will not answer the question, Jeremy. Watch.
This is real simple. Real simple. Issa, in the end, is the government going to end up getting something that they can then turn into goods and services? They can purchase goods and services with.
All right, let me put it to you like this: if you have a lot of debt, right? You have a lot of debt.
I told you.
We get it. You don't like the conversation. Just cool. So if you have a lot of debt, right?
No,
And
it's
you
not the conversation. It's you I don't like right now.
Good for you. Let's take a number, dude. My thing is that if you're gonna, or let's say, if you lessen your debt, you know what I mean, you might be able to get more credit, right? So let's say if you have a mortgage and you pay half the mortgage, you might be able to refinance more money for the fact that you've discharged that much of the debt, right?
Sure.
Okay, so is that money?
I don't know. The question
My point is, yes,
it
it is. Yes, it is. Listen, if you discharge half of your mortgage by paying it the regular way or whatever, and you go and refinance your mortgage, you're being given more money to do whatever, even though it's on credit. And this is what I'm saying is that's how the government runs anyway.
All right, so the government says you owe us money. I say I turn into them owing me money, right? That's what you're saying we do?
Simple, Jeremy. Yeah. What's the matter with you?
So in the end, the government's not going to get any. Hold on. In the end, the government's not going to get anything from you that they can turn into goods and services, are they?
They are, but you refuse to understand how. So it's a moot point.
No, that's the whole point. Are they going to get something from you that they can turn into goods and services with? They need to buy goods and services.
Yes, because they're going to be able to have the instrument that they are in receipt of, that they're the holders of, the face value of a certain instrument, and they're going to be able to use that to knock it off of their line of credit that they would have owed you in the first place. The thing is, it's so outlandish for people to think that the government actually owes them in the capacity that I'm proposing. And that's where you enter La La Land, and I've been called every name in the book because of this shit, which is fine. That's why I thought flat earthers could get it. I don't know.
I still don't get it.
You're talking fantasy, bro. You're talking fantasy. Where does the capital come from in the end? Where does the capital come from?
It came from, did they not print the money for you to work for when you gave them the birth certificate, I see?
Yeah, but if that money is worth nothing and I'm not willing to work for it, right? Because that's what I was trying to explain to you. This is a fiat system. They've convinced you that $20 bill is worth your hour of work, for example. So if that is gone, where does the capital come from, Isa?
Did you create money to begin with? Do you think you could do it?
You are the creator of money. They use you. Right. We all understand how this bullshit works, bro. But we're trying to ask you a simple question. Do you pay part of that capital that you earned to the government in the form of taxes? Yes or no? And if you don't, and everybody does not pay that amount to the government, will what we have, will it fall apart? That's what we were talking about.
Well, I don't think it would fall apart. I think it'd be crazy because they would have to try to make so many lawsuits against people not paying their taxes, which would be chaos, you know what I mean? Which would be interesting. But I just think, I don't know if that's going to happen. And I just think there's an alternative means without the upheaval and the violence. It's all paperwork. And we have the right to do it. That's my thing, is that we have the right to do these fantastical things in their law. And in our law, in God's law, the law that we were given by God, that's why it's perfect, is because you can do these fantastical things that I understand seem fucking fantastical. But at the same time, if I hadn't done things myself in certain places and ways, I would agree with you. But that's why I'm here. Is like I'm saying, hey, this is a testimony against this doom and gloom approach. Like there's a way through. Like I honestly feel like, would God put us in a situation that we couldn't get out of? And I don't think he would. And I think
I'm not saying there's not a way to get out of. I'm just saying what you propose is like one of the most difficult ways I heard. Like, honestly, man, who knows law? Who can take time to learn what you're saying and do? I mean, it just,
is check it out. What upsets me, man, I guess, is like, you ever seen these people that are like, here, pay me $1,000 and I'm going to send a packet to Ogden, Utah to get rid of your U.S. Like, dude, there's so many hustles in this sovereign fucking bullshit that I detest it completely. I understand. And I used to get called like, oh, you're a psyop because you're fucking bringing this information in. I'm just trying to clarify that we have these rights that, just like even the term flat earth, like they've tried to disgrace these ideas that I think we should know about. And I think, like, when we only think of this doom and gloom concept, we're still on the globe in my mind.
I don't disagree with your with your knowledge with the law and this and that. I'm not disagreeing about that. I'm just saying that that approach, while noble and everything, it has a limited success ratio. Let's put it that way.
Well, I don't know, man. It's like I tell you what, and early on, like I took some L's, but that was because of my own understanding. I've had too many successes to say otherwise. You know what I mean? And I just think, but the first things first is you have, like, I look at it like you have the theory of government, right? Like the technical whatever of it. Then you have the history of it. Then you have like a spiritual side to it. And then you have the technique of how to deal with it. Now that might be very complicated, and I understand it's frustrating for all of us. Like, I don't want to be fucking at my wit's end talking to USC. I like you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to fight you. I fucking, I want you to just.
Same here, bro. Same here. I got nothing personal against you.
Yeah, no, and dude, everything's under the bridge, bro. I fucking love you, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I just think of it like these ideas. I understand that they're crazy, and I understand the idea that people are like, oh, they're dangerous, and a little bit of knowledge is dangerous. I just think it's less dangerous than trying to take up arms against the fucking government who has a fucking nuclear naval system. Like, I don't know.
That's not the approach. That's definitely not. Yeah.
Well, I think right, and I just think through paperwork, which when we understand when the pen is truly mightier than the sword, these people go like they get shut down because they're not used to somebody responding correctly. And I think it's in our favor when we do respond in complete honor, just the way the good Lord intended us to. That's why I think it's simple, because it's so simple that a little old lady Christian should be able to do it. But it's complicated to explain.
Hey, SE, when you earlier said that, what if everyone stops paying their taxes? I get that, but that is never going to happen. There are far too many people that are just going to punch their check, let them do standard deductions. Even if you preach to the whole world that this is what we all should do, vast majority are just going to ignore it.
I agree. Yeah, that's my whole point. I totally agree with that statement. Yes.
They're just going to keep paying their taxes.
Is that, what about like if they want you to pay your taxes, but like, hyperinflation is kicked in. And it's like, it's like nobody has enough. There's not enough money in the marketplace to pay any of it. Well, what I'm talking about, discharging the debt, is going to be the only way in my eyes, because the only way is for us to be able to forgive them what they owe us. We just have to realize, one, that they owe us, and that, two, we have a citizen. We're not citizens. Like you
realize what the Federal Reserve is, right, Isa?
Of course, bro. That's why I explained the Social Security thing, because I know it in fucking detail, bro. My point is that that's what I was saying about the Kosho. I was kind of interested in that earlier, pulling up the Social Security card. If you look on the back of your Social Security card, there's a letter and 8 numbers. And then if you look on a dollar bill, there's a letter, 8 numbers, and another letter, because the letter is the fucking bank who authored it. The 8 numbers are your unique identifier. You gave them a birth certificate, so they printed money, put it in the marketplace, and then gave you a Social Security card so that you could go to the bank and get credit for what
You're
you
the
gave.
collateral. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, not. I mean, I don't know. It's like the thing is it's your citizen that's the collateral. You know what I mean? And that's why I say that mental distinction has to be there, and why it's important for us to understand that we live in our bodies, right? Because the idea is that you're a child of God first. You're not so and so who lives at 123 B Street. You know, well, am I not a son of Adam? Well, if you're in a courtroom, you don't want to say something ludicrous like that. So the UCC is there. This is, am I not a priority security interest holder? That makes total fucking sense.
Yeah, but I say you got to understand, not everybody has the knowledge that you have. You
Right,
sound like you're versed in law, right? But how many people do you think there are that could understand what you just said and, do this?
I think I know that this message hits home for some people, and that's why I keep talking about it. You know what I mean? And that's why it's like I've been, attacked and every fucking thing else for this information. You know what I mean? But I know through the success stories that I've had and people that have reached out that, they've had a lot of success with it too. So certain people get it and certain people don't. That doesn't mean I'm not going to, want to show somebody. You know what I mean? I can't help but to want to be like, hey, don't fall into this trap of this revolutionary burn down the system shit, because they want you to burn down the one system that fucking gives you rights from God and allows you to do fantastical shit with a pen.
I agree with you. Remember what I said about cutting off the snake, the head, but leaving the body? That's my whole thing. It's not the system is fine.
Well,
let me rephrase it. It could use some tweaking, but the problem is the people that misuse the system. That's the problem.
Right, but I think in the sense of like God Scalpel mentioned earlier, it's like it's the system and it's like a gun or something. It's like the gun itself is not evil. It's what in the hands of certain men, you know what I mean, that it's evil or it's good. And I think that's the way the system is. And we can complain about how people have used the system, which is rightfully so to be complained about, but we also can understand that we can utilize this system for good, for easement of pain, for helping people. I mean, like I said, I've gotten money, stopped foreclosures. Like I've had success helping people that wouldn't know otherwise what the fuck to do. Didn't have
There's
money.
nothing wrong with people with your knowledge helping people out. Yeah, I'm sure. And if you take your time and do it for free, even I tip my hat to you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. I'm a point of it. I've never taken a fucking dime from anyone for this information. And I had a case over the summer. Last summer, I had a very big corporation in fucking court for $5 million, which was going to be $15 million. It was huge, bro. And I got him in court and everything, dude. My paperwork's legit, the whole show. And the chick showed up and she didn't study one fucking word of what I told her. And she got her ass handed to her. And I told her at the end of it, I said, and this is why I don't take money. Because you would have blamed me for what you didn't fucking study that I told you to study. So, I mean, my thing is I've seen it time and time again from the most desperate of characters that are like, oh, I just want to do anything to fucking whatever, but except for read a fucking book or learn something. So in a lot of ways, I could be merciless about it and be like, shit, eat it, whatever. I'm fine. You know what I mean? But it hurts me to fucking see everyone thinking they're fucking slaves and wanting to tear down the system. And that's why I thought even some people have proposed, I think we've hijacked their flat earth fucking attempt to get everyone to burn down the system because they hate NASA.
No, not the system, bro. You heard me talk about. You heard me before.
When we started, the flat earth thing was fucking, against the system. I look at it like me and my, whatever. People are pro-Americana right now because of the shit that we did over the years, reminding people that it's the efforts of. Hold on, that it's the effort. It's and I'm American as fuck about it because.
Yeah, I've been listening for a while, trying to get in here.
It's the freedom of speech that allows the flat earther to exist. It's the freedom of religion that allows the flat earther to exist. They want you.
You've had a lot of freedom of speech. That's my turn.
Yeah, Issa, maybe like wrap it up. Come to a conclusion and
Wrap it
let
up, but
others
Yeah,
start
because I've been trying to get in.
grabbing the mic, man.
Actually,
Yeah.
can you just stop now rather than wrap it up? Just stop now
No,
and let me.
Jin, just let him conclude. What he's trying to say, and then
Because I'm trying to
you
get my
go.
piece in
I was gonna keep
regarding
on
the
You
same
will.
subject matter, by the
Roll
way.
Jin for a little bit.
Yo, Issa, please wrap it up, man.
You,
Come
you
on.
know, he hasn't asked. Have you finished?
Did anyone ask?
Blimey.
Come on,
Let him finish.
Isa,
Yeah, I think-
just wrap it up. So
I'm
then you can get in.
I'm good.
You done?
Yeah.
You done, buddy?
Yeah.
Too easy, man.
He's just
Too
been
easy, buddy.
fucking rabbiting on about shit at the end of the day.
Hey,
Now,
Jin, settle down.
no, settle down. Who put me on mute? Why did you put me on mute for so long?
Because you don't shut the fuck up.
What do you mean? I wasn't talking that much. Cunt, shut up and get out of here. Why didn't you see now? You're talking about living free on the land free man. I've been doing that for 35 years. No problem at all at the moment.
No, you pay taxes, Jin. You work and stuff, but
Yeah, but doesn't mean
That's
I
not
have to
free
pay my
man on the
taxes,
land,
does
is
it? I am a free man on the land. Doesn't mean I
Yeah,
have
in
to
your
actually.
mind, but
I'm
you're
a,
also
hang on,
doing the
Dawn, hang on,
system.
Dawn.
That's not what they
Hang on,
mean.
Dawn. I'm a free man on the land, but it's still a prison. It's still a prison because the system is still there, imprisoning everyone. But I'm a free man on the land. I don't follow all the rules. I choose to follow the rules I decide to follow.
Yes.
See? Right.
I just wouldn't call that free man on the land. I'd call that.
That is a free man on the land in my book. That is a
I'd
free
call that
man on the
pretending
land on my book.
and partly taking part in the system.
Yes, that's correct. I'm free to do that. That's my freedom to do that. So I don't have a bank account here in Japan. I don't have one. I don't have a national insurance number either.
What
here
the
in
fuck?
Japan.
You don't have a bank account?
I haven't had a bank account in 22 years that I've been in this country. My name does not exist on any bank. You see? You guys talk it, I live it. All right?
All
There you
right,
go.
Jin has it figured out.
Nice, Jin.
Well,
That's
I've
no
been
bank
trying to tell
account.
you people.
Jin keeps his money under his pillow or something.
Do all your students pay you cash? Do they, Jin?
Cash.
Yeah.
I don't get no check from nobody, cash only.
Do you have like a shoebox stash under your bed or something?
You got it, boys. You got it, boys.
Piggy
Yeah,
bank.
under the crocodiles. Under the crocodiles.
Jin got a piggy
Wait,
bank.
wait till the
Point
one
is-
world digital system comes in. See how well he does then, I guess.
Exactly.
Well, okay, let's see. Let's see how well we do. Let's see. It's not in
You'll be
yet,
trading
so I'm still
classes
there.
for chickens and cows. Bring your chickens and cows to class. I'm gonna eat them.
You know, that's what I thought. God's one of the thing, with the juice. Let's not name the name there. That's one of the things that I thought they were going to eliminate money, but it doesn't seem that it's happening as fast as I thought.
Right.
No, it's
the
coming.
documentaries.
It's coming.
Yeah, the documentaries I've watched said money is going to be around for a long, long time. Okay, that's what the documentaries have said, and I'm glad to hear that. So I'm not worried at this point. 60 years old now. Let's say I live another 20, 80,
Well, if the
90,
documentary said it, it must be true then.
Well, it gave a
did
good
say it.
reason why. It did explain why, the complications and the problems. Not everyone's going to have that system. What if you don't want to play that game? You see?
yeah, the free man in the land will be happy to play the game, so it probably won't work for those 12 people.
I'm telling you, it won't work. Don't think it's a done deal. It's not quite a done deal, yeah? Telling you that now. Yeah. I mean, it's not happened yet. Is it going to happen in the next 5 years? Let's wait and see, yeah? It's not happening this year. It's not going to happen next year. But let's see, yeah? Let's see. Let's see if money's going to disappear completely.
Well, they're working on it.
Yeah. All right. So that's how you do it, boys. You remove yourself from the system. That's what I've done.
Jin got a bank account. That's crazy. How do you pay for your Wi-Fi?
Well, you just pay by cash. I go to the I go to the provider and pay it when they send me a bill. That's what I said. I don't give them.
Isn't that a waste of gas? Because I mean, you gotta drive it.
No,
it's
within cycling distance.
There's other ways.
It's within cycling distance.
Yeah, you don't even have to do it that way.
You can buy
within
those
cycling distance.
prepaid credit cards. You can keep putting cash on them, dude. There's lots of ways to. It's no big deal not to have a bank account.
Yeah, because they send me the bill. I go to 7-Eleven and I pay. It's done. Finish. It's that easy.
You got a bank account.
I haven't got one. Zero.
What about your
No,
What about your wife?
I said,
Does she have
I
one?
said,
Yeah,
God,
but that's
not
my wife's
scalpels.
That's my wife's, isn't it? That's my wife's. It's not mine, is it? It's not my account, is it? It's my wife's account, not mine. I don't have one.
What if
Easy
everyone
as it
does?
is not to have a bank account, Jin is the only person in here that doesn't have one.
Yeah,
The thing is, what if?
22 years now.
Listen, what if everyone does what these guys
Oh, wait a
want to do?
second.
And
Sorry, Jeremy. You don't know that Jen's the only person that doesn't run a bank account in this room. I'll tell you
Thank
that much for sure.
Yeah. Now, I shouldn't really say this because I should have kept it a secret, really. But because you people are going on and going on, I thought, okay, let me reveal a little bit more of myself so that you can understand that there are people who are out there. Okay? There you go. But I've been doing that since from London, man. Yeah.
See,
You
but
met
my thing
Dave
is, like,
Murphy.
I
Yeah, I
think
was
of it like,
surprised when I saw Dave Murphy. I thought, oh, he's like me then, or I'm like him, whatever way.
right, but
There you go.
I look at it like, yo, we have dominion over the whole fucking thing. I want it all, right? I want to know it all. So if I have I want dominion over the whole fucking show. That's what it says, right? So why would I just like limit? Why would I allow them to kneecap me? Because not have a bank account. No, I want that too.
No, I don't need it. I don't need it. I
Fair
don't
enough, but I'm
want
just
it. I
saying,
don't
like,
need it.
but then there's the game of mastering the whole show, and I just think like, if
Well, I'm
hyperinflation
mastering
fucking
I
hits,
am mastering the whole show. I'm not
all right.
playing their game. They've got
The
no
threat is
access
though,
to my money. They've got no access to my money, so they can't do any
right?
direct debit thing.
Okay,
That stuff stops immediately.
right. And so my thing is
No
like
access.
hyperinflation.
I'm controlling
Hey
that.
Jen,
I'm controlling.
what would we do if hyperinflation hit?
What causes inflation, Isa?
Well, lack of value versus what you're printing.
Yeah, I don't know, but
right,
Jin
the
would be
printing of
fucked
more
in
money, right?
hyperinflation.
The printing of more paper, right?
Right. Do you know
Yeah,
about Zimbabwe in
when there's more
2010?
money
Do you know
than
about
goods in the economy, right?
Do you know about Zimbabwe in 2010?
What happened in
Zimbabwe in 2010, dude, they were printing like $1 trillion bills that were going bad by the end of the day. They destroyed Zimbabwe, dude. You couldn't even, and that's why people talk about you have silver more than gold, because silver, if hyperinflation kicks, the value of silver is more readily accessible because a piece of gold is too expensive
Yeah,
for
silver is
what
what
you
you
give
go
to
for.
somebody. So, like,
Exactly.
the point is that you like if hyperinflation hits. The issue is that because that was my riddle. Okay, how do we solve hyperinflation? And the riddle is that once you realize that the reality is, despite them all getting, this is why I love Trump and the whole show. And let me just fucking elaborate before everyone freaks out.
Trump's a
Is the
scumbag
idea that
anyway, but there you go.
is that the idea that okay, this like everyone thinks that China owns the national debt, right? So because you're right, nobody's gonna pick up on this fucking discharge of debt shit. They've given us a movie wherein China did bad to the world, and now they're gonna have to pay in a couple of years, and that's gonna discharge all of the debt that they fucking allegedly own the world over. And they're gonna have to do this show for everybody because we don't realize that we could discharge it ourselves. That's why we even go to war and all the rest of it. It's all a big show because people don't want to step up and discharge the national debt for what they could. That's what I think. That's why I think it's so interesting. Like, that's why you're always going to have missions to space to get an asteroid that's got $400 quadrillion worth of nickel on it. You're going to have to have
the only reason we're going to have that is because we won't have a revolution to remove those people and shut down those institutions and organizations.
That's right,
why.
Jim. That's right, Jim. That's never
Right.
going to fucking happen. You're right.
Yeah, no, it's going to happen. No, it's going to happen.
Never going to fucking happen.
That's my aim. My aim is to do that. That is my aim. Okay? So it's going to happen. I'm going to get everyone thinking like me. When you start to see what I'm saying is true, okay, then you're going to be getting on the program.
Jin, no matter how much you yell about it, I'm never gonna think like you, bud.
Yeah, okay, fine. That's okay now. That's okay now. But later on, you will see. You will
Well,
see
this is,
that's the
and that's
only
my
way.
thing. Is that my thing, Jin? Is that if we don't address and understand this hyperinflation thing, these evil bastards, the head of the snake, the whole shit, will be able to play you into fucking complete and utter, and all of us into complete
Can I
and
tell
utter
you something?
slavery.
Let's imagine that. Okay. Now they fucked up the
If
whole
you
Monopoly game.
discharge the debt,
No,
you have some
listen.
fucking
It's
meaning.
in your ball. I'm playing in your ball court now. Now they fucked up the whole fucking game. Nobody's got any money. Where does it get them? They put all the money. Everybody else has no money. That's the end of the game, isn't it? Isn't it? It's game over, isn't it not? I don't think they're going to do that. Thank you very much.
Right. My
What a
thing is that
mad
like
scenario you
if
bring
they
up.
had hyperinflation, right? Check it out. If they had hyperinflation, and all of us understood how to discharge those debts, then you're not obligated. You know what I mean? Like you're not now under their
I'm not
thumb
even in the
because you
game, mate.
didn't.
I'm not
Because
even
you
in
like
that game.
the problem with saying that you're not going to pay is like actually not guilty means
I'm
you're
not.
not going to pay. Like
I'm not going to pay. There's
guilty
nothing I'm
comes
going to give them.
right, and that's why the heathen don't pay their debts and they burn
I don't
forever.
owe anybody any money.
Right.
I
Okay,
don't owe
fair enough.
anyone any money.
I'm
I
not
don't
talking
owe
about you, Jim.
anybody any money.
We're not
Sorry.
talking about you though. We're
All
talking
right.
about fucking like the collective, like whatever, right? Like
All
like,
right. I don't want
and
any
that
fucking
that
money.
idea that like that if we understood how to discharge that national debt, then they no longer have an obligation over us because you fulfilled your obligation, but you didn't do it the way that they said they were going to do it. Just like Jesus paid the taxes with the money from the fish, right? He sent Paul out, whatever, to go cast into the sea to get the
Always.
fish that had a coin in it. And the point is that it's a story of a different way. There's a different way to pay Pilate.
Behold, the free man on the flat earth. Jim CBR1. Living large, living good. Not happy because the rest of the human race can't do what Jim's doing. Get up. Like I said. Come on, boys and girls. Stop fucking around. Stop fucking with the government, man. Just take them out. Take yourselves out of it first. That hurt
Yeah,
them a
are
lot.
you recording a rap song over there, Jen?
I wish
Sound
I
like you're in the
was.
corner, like
I
you got
wish
a
I
mic in
was.
front of you, and like you're fucking downloading, listening to a track. Yo, I'm Jin. I'm 1, 2, 3. I'm the baddest dude out here. Free man. You don't see me. You know what I mean? Like, yo, what's up, dude? Cause there a beat we could hear while you're doing all that? Cause I can't.
Yeah,
I
man.
don't know.
I should have put a beat behind that,
It
man. Yeah,
sounds
good
like some
idea.
fucking, some fucking 1980s Japanese fucking hip hop, dog.
Yeah.
Listen, the point was if we all start doing this thing where we don't give them the money or we reverse it on them,
No,
reverse Uno card it on.
hold that. You gotta pay your debts, dude. If you don't pay your debts and think you're going to Bitcoin, you're
Yeah.
fucked.
What debt is that? What debt is
The
that? Why
national
do you
debt,
say you
your
have a debt?
citizens' debt.
What obligation do you have
Citizens'
to
debt.
pay a debt that you don't own?
The
What
only
debt is
citizen,
that you're going to?
the only thing you have the obligation to pay for, which is your citizen. And if everyone understood that collectively all the citizens' debt is what makes up the national
I don't
interest,
know
and
anybody
all
any
that
money.
money is owed to
That's the
you
first
and
thing.
I individually, then we would be able to pay the debt, be in honor, discharge the debt pursuant to their own ecclesiastical system, and they would forgive you. But we don't
What
ask
debt are
for
you
forgiveness
talking
for
about?
Jen, you're in big debt, bud. Jen, you owe a lot of fucking people out there.
Oh
I
shit.
don't owe anybody any fucking money, mate.
Well, I'm saying the U.S. citizen, right? They say when the U.S. citizen's born, he owes something like 200 grand, right? And what I'm trying to propose to you is that he owes 200 grand to himself, and you just have to show the United States, who's the intermediary, that they no longer owe you that much amount of money. That's what
Yeah,
you got.
I
That's it.
understand all that, and
Yeah.
I'm even above that.
So
But
it's not
it,
paying your debt though, Jeremy. You're always paying your debt.
Jeremy, you're from New York. Why don't you go break Jen's legs?
I'm saying, listen, if everyone does this thing where we stop paying it, Jen, you got an echo. Third time
okay, hang
today,
on.
at least.
Yeah, hang on.
And now there's like a B-2 bomber going over my head.
Yeah, hang
All right,
on.
I'll be back.
It's gonna. I'm doing it now as you speak. Here we go.
All right, the plane's gone. So if everyone does this thing where we don't pay our taxes or we do a reverse Uno card with it and now they owe us money, where's the government going to get the money to buy all the goods and services that they desperately need to provide us with? Like, where's that money come from after that? Okay, we're in the same
Where do
boat.
you
We
think,
all
Jeremy? Where do you think they're going to get it?
Can I answer that question? Can I answer that question? The free man on the land, the original free man on the land. Listen, like I've been saying earlier on, yeah, if I was in control or if I was put into place to supervise this thing, the banks would be paying, the governments would take care of the infrastructure. That's their duty. Via the bank will print the money and it's gone. You don't have to pay the tax. Don't worry about it. Just live your lives. You see, that's the way I'd be running things. That's how I roll. Yeah, it would be working for you. You would be supported by your, and it wouldn't be government as well, taking care of you. It wouldn't be governed. You would not be governed. You would be supported.
we need to be
So
governed.
there wouldn't be anything to worry about. And the first thing I'm going to get rid of is the fucking military.
We need to be
Pentagon's
governed, and we need
legit.
military. You're talking
Don't
gibberish.
need it. No, you don't need it. Only a wanker needs a military.
If we don't have
Scaredy cat,
military,
pussy wanker.
okay, if America gets rid of the military, and then Japan can just come overtake us.
No, Japan won't do that because Japan's not interested in doing that. That's not what they're about.
Countries that would be interested.
Every Japanese citizen wants to live in peace and harmony with the rest of the world. That's
Have you
all
ever
they
heard of
want.
Have you ever heard of the Yakuza?
Yeah, I know. The Yakuza's like the mafia. They're idiots.
Do they want to live in peace and harmony with everyone?
Yeah,
do they want to live in peace and harmony with everyone?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do in the end. Just like the map. In the end.
So they don't run around killing people?
Hello. In the end, they will be taken out if they don't follow the program. They know their limitations.
The program the government's going to set up.
They would probably kill
the
themselves.
Program the government's going to set up for us to make sure we all follow the rules. That program.
Yeah, I think they'll be committing harikari when they realize there's nothing in being a yakuza. It means nothing. It's an empty bucket. Nothing's coming in. All right. Thank you.
Jeremy, you're kind of being hard on the little guy. Come on, man.
I'm saying, listen. If we all stop paying that. If we all stop paying that debt, there's a lot of things the federal government spends money on. The things that we need that you need to. That we need. Jen, you got an echo still.
Yeah. Okay. There you
It's
go.
like the 5th time today, bud. Come on, you got to sort your shit out, please. So the government needs money for stuff that we need, right? Medicare, Medicaid, it's all federal shit. Interstate highways, which could be overcome. You know, if all the states decided to take care of them, they would just need more money to do that, though. So instead of paying the federal government, you would pay them. We obviously need a military, a National Guard, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Shit that the federal government pays for. Where are they going to get the money from? If not from collecting taxes?
As I keep telling you, if it was me running things, you wouldn't need your military. It would be gone. The military that is worth nothing, that gets poisoned by its government. The government kills its own people. There are many documentaries killing our own beyond treason. Okay? So no, you don't need it. That would be packed up. Those toys would be put away.
Are you talking about a one world gin government or just like a one country?
I'm just talking about the US and other countries. I'm just talking about everyone living in harmony. We're already in one of those one world governments already. It's already in place. I'm just saying, stop all that nonsense and get everyone living in harmonious living on the earth. It can be achieved because the people themselves don't want war. That's a fact.
A one world gin government.
Yeah, the people of the flat earth don't want war. That's very obvious. So it's what I'm saying is should be music to everyone's ears. But the people's like the Jeremys always find panicking because there's no military. The military that gets devalued, remember? The one that gets poisoned by its government, remember? And they go to wars and die and they get a flag. He died with his boots on. That's it.
Right, so are we going to have all the world?
It to them. Let me just finish. Let me just finish.
Hold on.
He died with his boots on, taking it to them, but it was really friendly fire, killed by his own men by accident. You know what I mean?
Okay, so we're going to have all the militaries. So we're going to have all the militaries in the whole world just disband immediately, and there's going to be no kinds of people that are going to try to gather power so they can take over other places. That's all going to come to an end magically.
Yeah, when the citizens of the world see people in America and let's say Britain and that rise up in Europe, everyone will follow suit. Governments will realize that, yeah, it's over now. And that's what's going to happen. There are more people than leaders. Okay? More people than leaders. Do you understand? Right. Fucking hell. You don't get it, Jeremy. You don't want that. It's not not in your ethos to want that. You're worried about the infrastructure, the good people, even Bandsaw and SC Flat Earth. SC Montreal was saying to you earlier that the people are there to do that. People and Iggs as well.
Jen.
People will come up and say, "Look, I'm a constructed man. I can do the roads for you. Go ahead. Where's your team?
Yes.
Go ahead."
Yes. So
Easy.
you're saying, in your plan, we're going to get rid of all the militaries, and there's going to be no kind of organization from groups of people that are going to want to take over stuff. All that's going to come to an end magically. That's what you think.
Look, you're gonna have you will have your police. We've had it before. You're gonna have your police, and you may have a small number of military force, perhaps, but it's going to be so small. It's not going to be taking up the ridiculous budget that it's taking at the moment. And remember, like I said, being in the military today means that your government has the right to poison you whilst it's experimenting on you, whilst you go out to war to kill for them, and you die, and we pay for that.
Jin is going to be like the second coming of Christ, world peace, man.
Yeah, Jin,
Come on,
how are
Jeremy.
you gonna get this message across to everybody in the whole world?
I'll tell everyone in my neighborhood about
through the flat Earth, through flat Earth,
through this.
Through flat
You
Earth.
mean through Discord?
That is the essence of flat Earth.
Through Discord?
Through Discord. Yeah, through Discord.
No,
he
we
said.
could just all pretend we're like Jin's followers and just fucking, like.
Yeah, come along.
So you're gonna save the world, Jin. You're Neo or something. You're like
Thank you
that
very
guy.
much. I'm the one.
Thank you very much.
I'm the one.
Jin's the
Finally
hero of
figured it
this
out,
movie.
right? A
Jin's
rose
gonna
is
save
still
all
a
of us,
rose, right,
guys.
Jin? A rose is still a rose.
Exactly. I am the one. Okay. There you go.
You are the one.
I'm living free on the land as it is. I'm trying to teach you.
I'm gonna go down to the grocery store and be like, "Have you heard of Jin?"
And they say, "Yeah, Jin CBR1. What
He's a
man
free
he
man.
is."
Free man.
Yeah, he's the free man on the land.
So Jin, you've got yourself out of the system. You're not paying taxes. You get cash. All right.
That's at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah. At the moment, and you've been doing it for the last 20 years.
22 years here, and I was doing it in Britain before that.
I stand corrected. 22 years. All right.
Yeah.
So because it looks like we're going to move to a digital currency.
Yeah.
Right. So
possibly.
Well, it kind of looks that way. So let's just say it is. All right. So now you can't be out of the system. You've got to be in the system. What are you going to do? And how are you going to guide your children as well?
My children will follow me, because at the end of the day, there's going to be people like me who don't want to be in the system. There's going to be loads of us who are not going to be subscribing to this digital currency, having everything, having your identification everywhere just to do things. There are going to be people like us. There's going to be loads of us. We will get on with our lives together and build our life outside the system. That's what's going to happen. I'm ready for it. I'm more than ready. I don't need this stupid system to survive with it. I don't need it.
Okay, so you're not going to have to worry about internet or anything like that, because you won't have any money to pay for your internet or anything like that.
Not really.
To pay your bike registration, your bike repairs when you need to go buy tires, this sort of stuff. Like, how are you going to get around all that sort of stuff?
I'm sure. First of all, I can maintain my own stuff, and if I have to get it, I'm sure that I can find somebody who's prepared to take cash, who's selling his tires for cash, because they'll be out there. I've got no worries. I've got faith. Something
Jin
I
rolls
do
up
have.
like, I got these cheeseburgers, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. Is that what you think? Yeah. Keep dreaming, boys and girls. Dreaming. Keep dreaming. I know humanity can do it, because before this horrible system was in place, humanity was living okay. Remember, they were smarter than us. We can't build half the stuff they can build today. We can't build it with all our technology and digital currency that's coming in. We are lesser than they are. Oh, they were, sorry. Okay, folks? So I'm happy, man. I got nothing to worry about.
What sort of stuff can't we build?
But let's not forget,
Well,
Jim.
you know,
there was
like
taxes there was taxes in government back then too. You think they just
Yeah.
started now?
No. I'm going way back. I'm going way back.
Okay, like Egyptian pyramid back
let's
because
talk
they had
about
government and taxes.
Okay, hang on. We had the Tataria bit, the Tataria, you know, where with those kind of very intricate buildings. We can't build them today. Pyramids, sort of thing. These things can't be done. Mount Picchu. There's lots of things we can't do that they did then that we've lost. We've lost some things.
That's
okay?
fantastic, Jim.
And hang on,
Why
the air
do
quality.
we
Let me
need
just say
them?
this.
Why do we
Well,
need
you're the one
pyramids?
that's asking. Perhaps they needed them then. We don't probably need them now. But if we were to build them, yeah, we can't. We don't know how to. It would be very labor intensive.
Well, I'm sure it was labor intensive back then when they did it.
But they built it, didn't they? They built it with lesser. They built it, didn't they? Somehow, yeah.
Yeah, but
We
the
can't do it the
point
way-
is we can build the pyramids today. The thing is that we don't know how they built it so long ago.
Yeah, it's like going back to the moon. It's a painful process to do over again. That's all.
We
Yeah,
shredded
exactly.
the plans. We shredded
Yeah.
the plans.
There you go. Right, yeah.
When they
So,
were done, they put the plans through the paper shredder.
That's right.
Yeah. Water pollution is higher now than it was back then. Air pollution is a lot higher. Cancer increase. We're living worse now than they lived in the past. We are worse off for all the technology and everything. We're worse off. Okay? Please, wake up. GMO foods everywhere in America. Everything's made of corn. Even the tires. Fuck. Yeah? Yeah, right, mate.
Or worse off because of preservatives.
What do you got against corn? I love corn.
Yeah.
Corn on the cob, sweet
I love
corn,
as well.
butter,
I don't
salt.
like GMO corn.
All corn's GMO in North America.
I don't want GMO corn, yeah. Organically grown, Mother Nature, original from Mexico corn, yes, thank you very much. But, GMO, no thank you. And that is everywhere. Everywhere. All across the world. So, it can happen. What I say can happen if people want it. If you want it, it can happen. If you don't want it, then you're going to be scared and you're going to need a little military because someone's going to come along and might nick my country. Fuck. Please.
Yeah, there's going to be massive gang uprisings that have automatic weapons, and they're going to want to take shit over, and they're going to just come take shit over. We've been doing that throughout history.
That's because in America, there's a lot of mentally disturbed people who've been fucked up for years and they've lost the idea of what real life means and harmony and that. So that's why you're going to have that. But that's only going to be for a short while. Then you'll settle down and then you'll realize, yeah, this is good. Jin was right.
Jin, very naive, Jen.
You'll have a statue
very
of me
naive.
with my t-shirt, flat earth, and you're going to say, Jin was right. I'm not naive at all, mate. I'm not naive at all. One thing I do know, America is a 24-hour film set in a prison, which is a company. Okay? And you people who live there are being shitted on daily.
Yeah, like you're gonna save the whole world. You're gonna be that guy.
There are people like me. There are people like me all over the world. There are people like me everywhere. Don't worry. That's it. That's the thing. I'm not the only one singing this beautiful song for you. One thing I do know, I would never want to be a soldier in any country. Ain't worth anything. Especially in a country that actually poisons its own military. Sends them into the ground zero of the nuclear bomb. You understand what mugs they were? What mugs they are today still. Okay? So your military that you're fucking hanging on to will be trashed by the time I'm finished with it. There'll be civilians fighting for freedom properly, and then, yeah, okay, live in harmony. That's the war. The war is to fight your oppressors in your country. That's where your war is, right there, on your fucking doorstep. Okay?
Proof you have nuclear bombs.
Yeah. Nuke the personnel in your governments. Nuke them. Nuke them, bomb them out of their clothes. Bomb them out of their clothing. That's what they need.
Can't show me one nuclear bomb ever.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean there, yeah. Well, you know what I mean anyway. They were sent
It doesn't
in.
really matter. It doesn't matter if they don't have nuclear bombs. We do know they have really, really, really big bombs.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if they're nuclear or not.
Yeah, exactly. And the Trinity, the Operation Trinity, the Trinity bomb that was actually set off in the US, the first one in the US, they sent the US military into that, and thousands of them died from that. Cancers and stuff. Wasn't reported. That was the only thing. They kept it hush hush under the carpet. Okay,
It doesn't matter if they're lying about nuclear weapons, Godric. They can still wipe out the world with the weapons they've got quite easily.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a non-argument, really. The whole nuclear weapon thing.
Yeah. So anyone saying we need to stop that and clean that lot up has to be a good person, has to be sane. Anyone saying that you've got to hang on to your military and waste all your money and keep you invested in the currency, the digital currency, and that's stupid living. That's not wanting good for humanity. That's slavery still. Okay? You've got to rise above. That's where the strength is. Rising above that. Not swimming in the cesspit. You know, you get out of the cesspit, you dust yourself down, cleanse yourself with the blood of truth, of course. And then you go back in and annihilate the scum, clean it out. Thank you. And then return to the flat earth. Ha, like a helium balloon. Unfazed, unscathed. Naive. Honestly. So anyway, there was a new film came out today, Flat Earth one, Level, Part 2, The Next Level. That was brilliant. I haven't seen it yet.
What, Part 2?
Yeah, Part 2 of Level, yeah. The other film I was telling you about yesterday was Flatten the Curve. That's a separate thing, all the professionals. This is Level. You might have seen Level by Eric Dubé, the first one. Second one came out today, okay? It was shown on Netflix.
Drop the link. Drop the link, Jim.
I don't have it. I don't have it yet. I don't have the link to that yet because I haven't seen it myself. Okay.
Okay, what channel is it on?
It was on Netflix apparently. Level. It's called The Next Level. You know, Flat Earth. Brilliant, man. The onslaught continues.
On Netflix.
Well, that's where it's been aired first, apparently.
Okay,
yes.
hold on. I'm about to log in and check this out.
Check it out. Yeah, Level. Beautiful. The onslaught continues. Flat Earth truth sailing through across the flat Earth. I love it. Leveled flights, of course. We're not following any curves.
So what's it called? It's called the
Level.
Next Level, is it?
Yeah,
it's called Level.
Yeah, Level.
Level.
The Next Level.
Gene ain't got a bank account, can't get Netflix, can't watch this Level documentary.
Nah.
I don't need it. I don't need Netflix. I don't need that.
There is nothing on Netflix. There's nothing on Netflix by the name of Level.
Yeah, it was when it was. I saw it yesterday. The flyer was sent to me yesterday on this server yesterday, and it said Netflix. Said it there, so it was there. Definitely came out today. So I don't know. You must be not looking properly.
How can I not be looking properly if I'm on Netflix itself and I type in Level?
You might want to. Why don't you type in Next Level?
Nothing's ever Next Level. Nothing shows up. I'm on Netflix also. Nothing is there.
Well, it was there yesterday anyway.
You're lying.
No, I'm not lying. I'm not lying because and it wasn't this server. Sorry, it was. I think it's either this server or the 24/7. But yesterday, yeah, definitely Level.
I don't know. It's not there.
Come on, look it up. Level, man. Flat Earth
I
movie.
just did. I told
Okay,
you.
well, tap in Flat Earth level. Level movie.
Flat Earth. Oh God, get it right. Hold on.
I don't know. Type that in.
Hold on. I'm typing it in.
Movie, innit? Fuck's sake.
Flat
Earth
level.
movie. It's a movie.
Okay.
Movie. Fucking hell.
Hold on. Nope. Nothing.
Well, I saw the flyer yesterday with my own eyes. Okay. Why would I be talking about it if it's not there? Netflix. It has ODDs there. ODD. I think Dave Wise is in this as well, yeah, and then a few other names that I didn't recognise. Oh, David Leakey's in it as well. Leakey, whatever his name is. You know the guy I mean? The English guy. There's a few names in there, okay?
Not sure.
Definitely.
I can't find anything.
Oh, that's a shame. Level, man. The
I
movie.
don't know about you, Nate. Can you find it, Nate? Do you have Netflix?
Yeah,
I don't
I
have
have Netflix. There's nothing, but let me try something else.
Yeah, well, then you just try Googling it and see if it comes up on the Google, just basically. Try that.
All right.
It's not
There's
on
a movie
Netflix.
called Behind the Curve. How about Behind the Curve?
No, not that one. It's called Level.
Level?
The level,
Yeah.
Level is not on Netflix. It's a
You're
Dubai
making
thing.
shit up. You're lying again.
No, but it was when
Yeah, so
when I
Dubai.
looked at the flyer, it
Yeah,
said
there's Level from
Netflix.
2021.
Yeah, that's on
No, but-
YouTube.
Right. Then there's a second part 2 came out yesterday. Today.
called
It will
Flat
be
Earth
yesterday
Level
for
Part 2.
Yeah, April 22nd. So April 22nd.
hold
I'm in the
on.
23rd now. Okay, it's
There's,
April
there's
22,
nothing,
22,
Jin, there's
22,
nothing on,
22.
there's nothing
Yeah.
on Google.
Oh, that's unusual. That
April
is unusual.
22nd.
Yeah, I saw it myself yesterday.
There's nothing.
One of my
Sorry,
Flat
man.
Earth colleagues sent it to us.
Uh-huh.
Level. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people lie, bro. You know, people give you false info, Jin. It happens. You
No,
can't
this is
believe
24/7. They're not
everything,
lying.
everything people show you.
Chaps, it's a real
People will
thing.
show you something,
No, this
and
is
it's not
this
true.
is Flat Earthers. They're not going to lie, man.
You
Yeah,
know,
They're not
Jin,
you need to verify the information for yourself, Jin. You can't just
Jin-
blindly run with
Jin is
something like
actually Jin is right on this. There is Eric Dubay did put out a thing called Level. Actually, if you go on IMDb and look up Dubay,
Yes,
you'll find it there.
Level. Yeah, there is Level, but that's from 2021. Jin
It's
saying that
2021. It's last year.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jin's
there's a
saying
new
the
one coming
part
out
that came out
yesterday.
today.
Today, yeah.
There's a new part, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's nothing on Google, so that
Nothing?
whatever
Okay.
Jin was shown wasn't
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, the new
and I'm
part he's
saying
saying.
Yeah,
Jin
it's called The
shouldn't
Next
just
Level.
blindly believe what people show him. He needs to verify things for
I
himself.
don't know if it's a one part, two part thing. It's just one thing.
Yeah, it's just one
No.
thing. And Jin saying that part 2 came out today because someone showed it to him. And
Yeah,
I'm telling
it
Jin,
showed
you
me.
can't
It
just
showed me
believe
on the 21st.
Yeah,
So I
really.
saw the flyer on the 21st. Okay, and it
But
was
what did
called
you
The
do to
Next
verify
Level.
that, Jin?
The Next Level. I saw the flyer. That's all I did.
But what did you do to verify that the fly is telling like it's real?
Well,
that this
I mean, I'm
person-
going to trust my fellow flat earthers here. That's what I've done. Okay.
Have you got
I'm
a
not-
screenshot of
I-
the flyer or something?
I'm surprised you guys can't find it. Let me see because that's a surprise to me. That's all I'm saying.
Where did
Can
you
show us the
see it,
flyer?
Jin? Where did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was sent to me yesterday. Oh, on the 21st, sorry. On the 24/7. 24/7.
Can you post it here?
Can you post it? Take a screenshot.
Bloody hell, I'm going to have to go back into the 24/7 and start scrolling back all those hours. No, I'm not going to be able to do that, am I? Let's get real.
You just go to 24/7 and you go to the search bar thing and you search for tags where you were mentioned. That's all you do.
Anyway, I've been on Eric Dubay. I've been on Netflix. I've been on.
That's a shame, that is. Yeah, because that's what I
IMDb.
saw yesterday.
Yeah, I've been on all these things. I can't find anything.
Has anybody checked Paramount?
Fucking Eric DeBay, that midget, doesn't have two brain cells to rub together.
Shut up. You're the one with no brain cells, you spastic.
How about Amazon Prime?
I don't have that.
It's just like all your other claims, Jen. You're full of shit. Nothing new
Yeah,
today.
right. You're
Same
full of
day,
shit. You
same
spastic.
day, same
Listen,
situation,
verbal
different day,
diarrhea
same
will get
situation.
you nowhere, mate.
Doesn't change.
Verbal diarrhea will get you
You're just a
nowhere.
big bunch of bullshit.
Verbal diarrhea will get you nowhere, sir.
You trying to incite a riot in here or what?
Yeah, sounds like it, doesn't it? No, I can't find anything anywhere, Jin.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I'm looking
Jin, you
as well.
gotta
I
learn
can't
to
find it.
verify things for
Yeah,
yourself.
you need to be hog-tied and horsewhipped.
Someone shows you something, all you gotta do is do a quick Google, verify it, make
Well,
sure
I
it's
mean,
legit.
because it was
Otherwise, you're
shown on
gonna have
net. Look,
embarrassing
the
moments like
reason
this.
why,
You got
the
everyone
reason why,
excited. You got
yeah,
bands
the
all
reason
worked up.
why I'm
He's
still
trying to see
excited about it
Parsons'
because
level.
the
It turns
reason
out
why I did not, the reason why I didn't follow it through was because it was being shown on Netflix. I don't have an account, so there was no need for me to get excited. I'm going to wait for a
you was
few weeks,
excited
a
to
month
watch
later,
it.
and it'll come out.
He was talking about waiting for the link. It's on Netflix. Banso was logging in. Everyone got
I was
excited.
salivating.
Well, that's
I
why.
was salivating. I logged
Yeah,
in,
sorry about
typed
that, mate.
it
But
in.
that's, what can I do? I mean, that was the information I got, and that's it. And I didn't
You
follow
could
it
have
through
verified
because
it. That's all.
I don't have
I
an Extras
turned on my
account, so there's no
VPN.
need.
I did everything. I did everything.
Did the original one come up? Did the original level come up?
The original one came up. No
So
problem.
then why don't you follow that? Why don't you follow that link there and look for part 2 or the next level? It's called
Because it doesn't take me
2022.
anywhere. I tried that.
Yeah, April 2020, April 22nd, 2022. That was it. It was
Oh,
clearly
Jin,
written.
do us a favor. Take 2 minutes and go try and find it where you saw
Yeah,
it.
let me
Please.
go. Let me go and have a look. Yeah, let me go and have a
Thank
look.
you, my friend. Thank you.
Yeah, let me go and have a look because that's a bit of a that's a
April 22nd was the number he had on his level. His level deal. That was last year, 2021 level. There's nothing on April 22nd again this year. You think he went 1 year and did the exact thing? April 22nd. You're confusing the last one with one you think is this one. There is no this one. It's done.
No, it was dated April 22nd. Anyway, let me go check now. Hang on a second, guys.
Last year's was 2021, right? That's April 22nd. It's got a big level, April 22nd. It's on his IMDb. It's all over the internet. There's nothing for anything new. And it'd be very coincidental that it was the same April 22nd date. Mistaken, you're full of shit. All the information you get from your flat earth friends is full of shit. It's all garbage.
Settle down, Zenik.
I still don't understand where the money comes from. If we all start doing that thing and don't give them the money for our taxes, they don't get anything that they can exchange for goods and services. How do they keep buying goods and services? It don't add up.
You could barter. You could exchange goods and services for other goods and services. I don't know.
No, we're talking about people paying their federal tax. That we pay that tax, and in exchange, they give us goods and services. Which means they need to buy goods and services to keep providing these things that we desperately need: Medicare, Medicaid, all kinds of stuff.
Well, maybe we could privatize, and we ain't gotta pay tax.
So then there's still going to be some group over us. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe there's still like a local community council.
Need to pay the
no
money.
No one's paying taxes to them.
They need the money. If you want these goods and services, they need money to provide the goods and services with. They don't come out of
but
nowhere.
if we privatize it, then it's just a thing of I pay for it when I want it. If
we privatize it and they don't get the money.
If I want to if I want to go on the road, all roads become expressways. I gotta pay to drive on the road.
Wait, who is it that provides it?
Private companies. If we don't want a government that we
Is
pay
that
taxes
people?
to.
Yeah, but even at the moment, though, who is it that provides it?
What do you mean right now? Like
Any
roads
service,
and
like
police?
what creates it? How did it get there?
Technically, private companies.
Yeah,
What are you
but it's
asking?
still people.
Usually, the government will hire from outsourcing.
What are you asking?
It's like I hear people saying, "Oh, we can't do things without the government." Yeah, it's the people that do it.
Yeah, but I'm giving an example of how you can have things without a government. You just privatize everything. You don't pay taxes. If there's a service you want, you pay for it. All roads become expressways. There's no freeways no more. You pay for literally everything upfront before it's given to you. You pay for school. You pay for healthcare. Everything, every little thing. No social safety nets, nothing. If you have a court case, you got to pay for the judge. You got to pay the judge's fees there because I think most judges, they get paid through taxes and whatnot. So as opposed to that, if you have a court case and you're trying to sue someone, you got to pay the judge's time, the lawyer's time, the orderly's time. Any administrator that's involved in the process that's got to type shit up, you got to pay for their time. Nothing's being paid through
So what
taxes.
you're saying, like, if people stop paying taxes, all these people wouldn't get paid, but they could just print more money.
Who would print more money?
And eventually, your dollar's worth nothing, and it takes
that's just inflation.
$1,000 to buy a bottle of water.
Yeah,
well,
if you don't want
welcome
to
to
have a government, just privatize literally everything, and then there's no need for government. Every little thing, everything in the supply chain. If it comes to cleaning water, if you want clean water, you got to pay for the dude that works at the sewage spot, whoever's involved, the dudes that do the chemical treatment, everything. If you want your sewage and your trash taken, you got to pay the fuel for the garbage trucks so that they come to your house and take it. You got to pay for the trash bags they use. You got to pay for maintenance on that garbage truck if you wanted to come by your house.
You don't got to
It ain't
hyper
gonna be your taxes
fucking itemize it, dude. We get it.
Yeah.
They would just charge you a fee. A private company would charge you a fee. We don't have to hyper itemize all the things that are involved in the fee. That's just a waste of time.
I know, but I'm just trying to dramatize it.
and it would still be cheaper than paying taxes.
But yeah, would that work for you, Jeremy? A world without a government run that way?
I don't know if we were without a government entirely, right? We would just be, shrinking the government in a lot of ways. I mean, I'm about that. You know what I mean? Just giving government less authority and shrinking the fuck out of it. I mean, I'd be on top of that shit, like stopping the CIA from pumping in the drugs so that the cops have extra jobs to do. We don't need all those cops because we're not going to let the CIA and then pump the drugs in from other countries and all that bullshit. That job security. Thanks, but no thanks. Less is more. That'd be cool, right? Fishing spots, right? Your boat launches and shit with donation boxes. To restock, and things like that. I can imagine in a world with donation boxes everywhere, voluntary tax. Just a little, the honor system, except for one little thing, like when you pass you swipe your little fucking card or whatever, to give your donation, it'll be like a donation, ding ding ding, and then if you don't donate, it's just like a fart noise when you walk through. A little deterrent. You can see that on like a Key and Peele skit or something. Oh, not a donator, are you?
get that? Did you get it, guys? Did you get it? Did you get the link? Oh, what did I fucking do? What did I do? Oh, shit. This is a nuisance. Hang on a second. What did I do here? The fuck did I do? Come on. Come on.
It's hiding in your bank account.
See if this works. Can't bloody believe this. Come on. Is that it? Oh, bloody yeah. I've done something wrong, haven't I? Yeah, I made a cock up myself. Still a bloody rookie. Come on, you. I did the right moving. Okay, Bandsaw, anyone? I've posted the link in the live stream text. Hello, mic check. Can you hear me? Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Anybody?
Yeah, that's just the trailer. Jim.
Yeah, it's just the trailer. Yeah, but at least you got it. It's actually going to come on YouTube May the 5th. Okay, May the 5th. It's going to come on YouTube. Okay. Yes, some of them have watched it already. It's pretty good, they reckon. So you just got to wait. It was shown. It was shown on. Was it Ruskin? Is it or Rumble? Yeah. There you go. So I wasn't bullshitting you. All right. No BS from Jin. No BS.
No one
Come
said
on,
you were bullshitting, Jim.
Bansal. Yeah. It was aimed at Bansal really, but I think he's gone now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, so I'm going to get ready. I'm going to be going out to do my exercises in the next hour and a half. 5 o'clock start early morning. Be nice and bright then. And then it's a 12-mile, only a 12-mile cycle. And then I'll I'll end up in this sports park, and then I'll do 3 laps of a circuit training that I do. So I'll get off the bike, I'll do some stretching and that, warm my arms and my shoulders and my hips and that, and my waist, and then I'll go up and do 10 chin-ups from the Olympic bar, 10 chin-ups, and then from there I'll lie across the parallel bars, and hook my legs under one of the bars and do 20 sit-ups, okay, from there, and then slip immediately into dips and do 10 dips, and then walk to the other end of the parallel bars where we've got the Olympic rings. I'll grab those and do 20 knee raises to the chest, right, drop down and then do a lap of the park, and then come back and do that again, repeat that 3 times, and then jump back onto the bicycle, do a second set, 12-mile cycle, and that'll be the end of the workout. That should be like a 2.5 hour workout, that will be. Starting at 5 o'clock this morning.
Anyway, hey Jin, sorry.
How you doing? Yeah, how you doing?
I've heard people saying things about not needing governments, but in my estimation, I don't need a lock on my door because my neighbor doesn't need a lock on my door for me, because I would never, break into his house and steal his stuff. Okay, but that's me. But there's other people that would, so that's why he needs a lock on his door. So that's what governments are there for, essentially. Because it would be great if we didn't have governments and didn't need a military. But unfortunately, there are bad people, and those bad people would take advantage of any situation like that. And that's
only if we allow them to. Only if we, the people, allow them to.
We would, and if we disbanded the military, that would be all they would need, and they would just walk right in.
I guarantee you, it wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen like that.
Can you make that guarantee? You can speak for all the bad people in the world?
I can make that guarantee because, well, when I say that, what I mean is it will be dealt with. What I'm trying to say is that I guarantee you they won't get into power. They will not overcome our peace, is what I'm saying. I know they're going to be there, and if they raise their ugly heads, they will be dealt with.
Dealt with by whom?
Oh, by, we're going to have some form of security.
Okay, so you do need some form of government.
Yeah. Well, it's not a government, is it? It's not a govern, is it? It's supporting, it's protection, it's security. They're not governing.
That's what government is.
No. That's not what government is. Government at the moment is controlling the masses, slaving us, taxing us, sending us to war that we pay for. We die and we pay for the funeral, and it goes on and in a horrible vicious circle. That's government. I don't want that kind of government. I don't want to be governed. I don't want that.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to be supported.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
We don't have an alternative. I mean,
we do. It's just people are afraid to mass together to do that. We've always got a choice. We do not have to accept what this is. We don't have to.
The biggest problem, Jin, is getting to that point.
Yeah.
Disbanding governments. How on earth would you go about disbanding any government? Go ahead and try.
It's called a revolution, mate. That's what it's called.
That's been done, and all they did is set up another government.
No, we won't be setting up another government. I guarantee you.
Any revolution ended up with another government.
We the people will decide that. There will be no one saying, "Can I be your leader?" No, that's not going to happen. We don't need your party. Get out of here.
Okay.
That's not what we're going. We're not going to have we're not going to have a carbon copy of what we just got rid of.
Can I give you an illustration? Can I give you?
Yes, you can.
The flat Earth.
Before, but go ahead.
Hold on. The flat Earth movement has been leaderless, and look what's happened.
Can you say that again? Because you broke up.
The flat Earth movement has been leaderless.
Yeah. And
it's basically directionless.
It's growing year by year. It's growing year by year. Last year, here in Japan, we have 3 books published. Okay, and that's good news. Yeah. Also, in the Japanese English textbook in the university, at the end of the exercise, it stated that more and more people are becoming flat earthers. So that's good news for me. Brazil
could you
this year,
post that?
hang on a second. This year in Brazil, 500,000 people became flat earthers because Flat
Can
Earth
you
Banjo and his entourage.
can
Sorry.
you verify that? Like, how can you verify
I
that?
trust Flat Earth Banjo for what he
Okay.
does. It was Flat Earth Banjo who hang on. It was Flat Earth Banjo. Let me finish
Okay.
this. It was Flat Earth Banjo who inspired two Japanese people to produce two books, and then Flat Earth Banjo produced his book in August. So in August last year in Japan, 3 books were published. Okay, and they're in the bookshops now in Japan. Yeah. So I'm going to trust him when he tells me that his colleagues in Brazil, 2 of
Okay.
them have 2 channels, 250,000 roughly each, and that's newcomers. So as far as I'm concerned, we're growing. We're not going down. We are growing.
Okay.
It will take time,
It's
and
a
that's
matter of
fine.
trust then.
You have to trust to live, okay? Got to.
Well, that's all right. I love it. Okay, that's great. Good. I wish I could get that a quote. Write that down. It was good.
Write it down. You've got to trust.
You got to trust to live.
Because if you don't trust people, then how are you going to live? But the government now, you can't trust the government, so you need to remove that. Okay, that has to be removed. And let me tell you something.
But you have to trust
if it
people.
was me that I had the honor of trying to get support the people in the things they need. Let me tell you this one thing. The one thing is this: I will not take a penny until I achieve what I'm supposed to achieve for that year. So I have no salary. My salary comes at the end of the year. So I'm working to make sure that the people's needs are met systematically in chronological order. Okay, and you will know what I'm doing because you will see it. You will have access to where I am at the project. And then at the end of the year, when the people give me an appraisal, they say, yes, here's your salary. Thank you very much. So you are my boss. That's how it will be if I were to be in charge, of course. That's how it would be. I'm serious. I'm not a
I don't doubt that you're serious.
Yeah, I'm not a joker. Yeah, I know what the people need to know.
Yes.
Wouldn't the alternative to government be no government?
The alternative to government would be the alternative to government is anarchy. That's it.
no government.
Literally, that's it.
At first.
So when you said there's no alternative, you're now admitting there is an alternative, right?
No, there isn't. Okay, yeah, there is an alternative.
You just said it. You just said the only alternative is.
Yes.
There is an alternative, right?
Yes, the alternative.
Okay, so don't say there's no alternative again, please.
All right, Mr. Pedant.
It's your fault for arguing wrong.
No. How about this? There is no good alternative. There's no alternative that leads to any good outcome.
That's a matter of opinion, isn't it?
Yeah, there you go.
You want to live without a government? Go find a patch of land and live with no government, with other people.
Excuse me.
No, you don't get to say if you want to do your thing, you have to go away and do it your own way on your own little bit of dirt. That isn't how it works. How it works is we pull apart what you believe in slowly because we can.
Yeah.
And you
dismantle it.
What
just dismantle what? What are you pulling apart?
The government of the world.
Okay, and how has that been going so far?
Well, at the
going
moment,
slowly, but
at the moment,
we've had many revolutions and many governments have fallen apart.
Yeah,
as
replaced
you
by
yourself said.
Replaced by what?
Yeah, I know you're annoyed. Look at how annoyed he is at the moment, and we haven't.
I'm not annoyed, dude.
Any
Jim, I'm not annoyed.
You're talking.
This is an intellectual argument. I'm not annoyed. I'm not going to insult anyone.
You're talking from a situation where you sound worried because the truth is
No,
coming.
I'm not worried.
Okay,
why would I be worried?
That's good then. I'm glad to hear it.
Why would you talk against revolution anyway? Why would you?
Yeah.
Because it never ends well.
That's because
the Chinese Revolution. Go read about the Chinese Revolution.
No, I don't need to read about it. I know about it.
The Chinese people had a revolution. It freed them, and look where they are.
What about the French Revolution? Wasn't that any good?
Oh, okay. I'll give you that one.
So some are good, right?
Yeah, that's true. But the French still have a government.
Yes, but we can progress to other
And it's
stages.
a leftist government. Just FYI.
I'll give you that they always try and come up again, but that doesn't stop us wanting to pull them down again, does it?
Absolutely. And you know what? I totally, I would never stand in the way of anyone who holds that opinion.
But you're saying it's silly or a waste of time, maybe?
Yeah, it's not going to be known as governing. It's not going to be known as governing anyway.
In the debate, you can point out what you believe to be the flaws in an argument, right? I mean, if you want to remove all governments, then first, I don't know how on earth you would do that, especially now.
It's called a revolution.
We start by telling our children,
is the fault
you
that we
shouldn't
can't,
believe
as
in these
people,
people
envisage a
because they're
world
fucking
without
mental. That's how we start.
Hang on, Dawn. I'm sorry, Dawn. Go ahead. Sorry.
What we do is we start with information. We don't start with a torch and dynamite. We start with information. So we tell our children, you shouldn't believe in these people because they're fucking mental and they think you're a slave animal. That's why you shouldn't believe in them. And then that spreads to their children and their children and their children. And then we have a revolution. Then we have a chance to live differently.
Gotcha. Whereabouts are you, Dawn? May I ask?
I'm in the UK.
Yeah, whereabouts? Just curious.
Oh, southeast.
Southeast, fantastic. I love that area. You will not guess where I'm from in the UK.
You're from the Parliament, Central London.
Jin has that accent from that area. Yeah.
That's right. But I'm talking to you from Japan.
I know. Yeah. We're Central London. So,
you have to understand, they've treated us like slaves. That's why we don't want to live like that, right? You've got to understand that's true.
Yeah. Well, except I'm in the USA, and basically I get to do whatever I want. I don't.
No, you don't. You get pressured into taking vaccines. You pay taxes.
I haven't been vaccinated.
You've been pressured into it, though.
They tried.
Yeah, right. And that's not
but they didn't,
nice of them, is it?
Right, but they didn't compel me, and I refused.
They tried.
But you had to wear that mask, though, didn't you?
No. You weren't in the conversation yesterday.
Oh, okay.
You can't do whatever you want because
that's true.
They will
but no one
arrest
can.
you.
Yeah, eventually. I mean,
so
that's
you can't
true.
Do whatever you want.
Can you collect rainwater?
Sorry?
English guy in America. Can you collect rainwater?
Can I collect rainwater? Yeah, I think I can. I mean,
Oh,
I know I can.
Your state allows it.
Oh yeah, Georgia. I'm in Georgia. So other states that don't allow that?
In Georgia. Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know there were states.
In your garden?
What state doesn't allow collection of rainwater?
Certain parts, California, probably Nevada.
California, yeah, that's
Nevada,
California,
Texas.
I live in California.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to live in California. Nope. I mean, Georgia's pretty okay. We didn't have much restrictions here.
Okay.
I didn't wear a mask.
Okay, well, if you didn't wear a mask, I mean, so when you went shopping, you didn't have to wear a mask when you went into the shop?
No.
Okay.
Neither.
No.
That was in Georgia, because I'm sure Georgia was heavily enforced.
Oh yeah,
the wearing of masks in shops.
Yeah, they did. But what I did was I'd go late night. I'd go at 10 o'clock at night when there was hardly anyone in there. I walk in with no mask, and they look at me, and that's it. They just looked at me.
Okay.
Everyone, I would go in there, and I was literally the only one in there with no mask.
Okay.
I went, screw you.
Why are you not wearing one if you're also supporting government being a thing?
Because it's not, dude. It's not a black and white thing. It's not a black and white thing. It's not like
they're wrong about telling people to wear masks.
It's
they're
nuanced.
Right to be in control.
Yeah, the governments lie about certain things, and certain things they're not lying about. The government controls in a certain way, but in certain ways they're not controlling it.
Can you understand why we want to remove it then? Can you
Yeah, absolutely. No, I understand.
Okay. So don't make it sound like we are wrong to want to remove government. I know it might sound impossible to you, perhaps, or you're thinking, how would they go about doing that? Because that's not going to be easy.
Right.
It actually is when you have the masses of the people lining up outside the Parliament building, and you're. But when this is happening, by the way, the military will be on our side. The reason they're going to be on our side is because we don't want you using our money to go and kill innocent people for the elites to carry on living whilst we pay for your fucking burial. Okay,
Right,
agree.
but here's,
I agree.
here's the thing. But here's the thing, Jin. Like, what it is people. All people will see is how long will that last until there's another government, right?
Yeah, that government's never going to happen. It's once you get rid of this thing, that's going to be the main.
But I think this is the problem.
We're
though,
never
Jin.
going to regress back to this, are we now, folks?
But people can't envisage having a world without a government. I think that's what it is.
No, they
People
will.
can't-
They will. Those who are going to do the revolution. That is why they
I
know why they're going to revolt.
I
It's
don't
not going to be a blind
I don't-
man. Haven't got a clue in what direction.
I
The
don't
direction
disrespect
is
the
this.
idea.
The end result is this. It's not going to be known as government. It'll be known as supervising. We are your supervisors. We are here to attend to the needs of the people. So you're not going to be governed.
Like
What's
like the
gonna be a
Matrix.
Jen, is there going to be a group of people that set, Jen? Is there going to be a group of people that set rules that we have to live by, or is there going to be no rules?
You know what? Yeah, if you want to have a happy and ordered society, okay, you're going to have a red light to stop so other traffic can flow. Yeah, then you have your green light, then you go, then you have the pelican crossing and the people. So you're going to have some rules in place, but they're not going to be restrictive and oppressive. Okay, what's wrong with you, Jeremy?
Yeah, but
you know what I'm going to do for you, Jeremy? You know what I'm going to do for you? I'm going to put you in a special island, and you can have your
Jim, quick
military,
question.
and you can play war and do what you like on your little island. Okay, that sorts you
Quick
out.
question, Jim.
We supervise
Quick
for
question, Jim. Jen,
Go
quick
ahead.
question. Let's say there is no government, right? Who is to stop someone from coming to your house and just taking everything that you own?
It's the worst analogy on the earth. I've heard that
Your
a
neighbor.
million times. Like I said, you will have police.
I can answer that.
Okay,
Not
so
that I
okay.
necessarily agree with everything that he's saying or anything, but to answer that question, you would stop that. Just like right now, that's who's in charge of stopping that.
So
The
like
police don't get
15
there
people
while
against
the person
just
is there. The police get there after you call them and after it's done.
Yeah.
We don't need
It's easy.
35 kilometers.
Yeah, but let's say it's like 20 people that are trying to
We
take
don't need that
over.
many kilometers.
You haven't got a clue. You
Yeah,
haven't
but
got a
gangs,
clue, Jeremy.
gangs are still going
You're
to form,
stuck in
though.
that. You haven't got a clue, Jeremy.
Exactly.
You're just wanting to be.
You
want
have
to
a
be
group of
governed and
people.
slaved. Good luck to you, mate.
No. You have a group of people, right, that basically just want to take over the rest of everyone else. So who's going to govern them? Who's going to stop them?
That's not going to happen when everything's happening
Are you
for
sure about that?
I'm sure
You
about
can't
that
guarantee
because, look,
that.
I can guarantee that.
So
Look,
what?
what I'm saying is
So
this:
what? Defend
those
yourself,
people
you
will be
pussy.
taken care of. Are
That's
you listening?
human nature,
Those
though.
people
You
will be
can't.
taken care of.
By
They're going to
who?
be taken care of. I guarantee.
They're going to be
you.
taken care of by me because I'm going to raise a fucking army and we're going to
I'm
take
gonna-
over
I'm-
Jin's little
it's not going
utopia
to be
that
an
has
army.
no defense and he has no military.
See,
And then I'm going to be the fucking supreme leader.
It's not going to be an
I agree with
army.
Jeremy.
That's for sure.
I agree with Jeremy. Because
You're going to be one of my 5-star generals, Bebop.
no one's
Team
going to
Jeremy,
stop
Team
groups of
Jeremy here.
people. No one's going to stop groups of people from getting together and deciding, hey, you know what? We're going to fucking take over this place. You know,
So
no one's going to
that's literally what humanity has been doing
The
literally
people-
what humanity has been doing
Exactly.
throughout the
The
ages.
people themselves want to
Exactly.
look. The people themselves will rise up to defend what
There
they
has
have.
to be-
And the
Well,
security
this is the problem,
services,
isn't
look, the security services and the people themselves will rise up to protect what they had. And that's fine.
So that's a form of government.
Yeah. Sorry?
That's
However
That's
you
not
look at it,
government.
it's
That's
a
not
form of
government.
I
Not
wanna-
government. That is
the
support.
community
That is
protecting-
support,
That's the community
supervising,
protecting
supporting.
the community.
Not governing. We're not governing.
Can I?
The word
May I
governing will
to
not be
just to
used.
Jin?
Yeah, go
Just
ahead.
one
please.
thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's I tell you what, Jin. It's a beautiful dream, dude. It's a beautiful dream. I think everyone in here, if we were just to stop and think, what Jin's idea is, it's beautiful, right? For everyone to live in. Have you heard of the Venus Project? Look up the Venus Project.
Yeah, I know the Venus Project. I love
It's
that project.
beautiful, but and sadly, it's really sad. And everyone in here would agree that would be great if we didn't need government, we didn't need police, we didn't need
It's possible.
control. But it's just People
We
are
need
people,
police.
and
We're
there are
going to need
evil
police.
To
people.
make that Venus project, I'm gonna come take it over with my fucking army.
Yes,
Yeah, but
it would
the
be
thing is, right?
overrun.
We would need security. We
It
would
would be.
need some security
It
because,
would
like you
last a
said,
day.
there will be people who want to try this. Okay, would want to try, but they'd be taken out. They'd be standing out like a sore thumb, and there'd be too many good people, and they would put that down. It's
Yeah,
just not gonna. No matter
yeah,
what you say, it will be quashed. I
yeah.
guarantee you.
I
That's
think
right.
that's the problem.
Until you
People
get
just
a guy,
don't have the hope in
until
people
you get a
anymore.
guy that
Like
can
people
talk
don't
for
people
people
don't
across.
have that ability
Hold
to
on.
believe that people can be like that and protect the
Yeah.
community as a whole.
Yeah.
But I believe people could be like
Yeah.
that, but there's a lot of people that just don't see it. They,
Okay,
That's
let me give
it's
you an
gonna be
example.
nice.
Please
Hold
allow
on,
me to
Jen.
give you an
Hold
example.
on, Jen. 1 second,
Please
please.
let me
1
give
second,
you
real
an
quick.
example here. Yeah, go
1
on.
second, real
Go on.
quick.
Then. Go on, Jeremy. Go on.
It's gonna be all fine and dandy until you get a group of people or somebody that decides to cross the Rubicon and just take your shit over. You need a military. You need the exact thing we have right now.
Okay. Now let me give you
no,
an.
you
This
need gate.
This is a real story that happened. Let's say 8 years ago. There was a spate of kidnapped children being kidnapped, girls in particular being kidnapped and raped across the southeast section of Japan. Okay. Now, whilst the police were looking for the culprit or culprits, okay, because they hadn't been caught yet, each neighborhood organize themselves together and do a neighborhood watch. I was part of that myself in my neighborhood, where we wore the fluorescent sashes over during the night and did the patrols. Okay, so people, will come together to do that, and they all did that whilst they were looking for this rapist, and they caught him in the end.
But the
Okay.
fact that there was that one person that did that, that's what you won't be able to stop.
Well, no,
The
we did stop
you
it.
know the
Look. At the end of the day, the
that
person was
grows.
taken out. Yeah, the
Yeah,
person was
but it's
removed from society. He was caught
yes,
in
but
the
I'm
end
talking
and
about.
was removed from society. That's all
But
you can do. That's all you
there's
can
always
do,
gonna
isn't it? Though it's not going to
but
stop.
there's
Doesn't
always
mean
gonna
we should.
be.
Yeah, but we don't want to keep the yoke of slavery from the government continuing because of one rapist. Do we now? Do we?
But there's
I have a
always
quick
gonna be
question for
those
general
few.
question.
There's always. Sorry.
That's what I'm hearing.
There's always gonna be those few people that just don't
That's
think
fine.
like everyone else.
That's
And you're
fine.
gonna
That's
have to have
fine.
some
It's
sort
not
of
the end of the world. It's not the
you're
end.
gonna have to have
Come
some
on.
sort of thing in place in order to combat that.
Yeah, we
A
are. Of
group
course we are.
or
That's the
Of
something.
point.
course we are.
I have a general question.
Yes, go ahead.
We'll have a small military, just won't behave in the same way at all.
Yeah. Yeah. What about the question the guy just had? He said, "Go ahead."
Okay, I just got a quick, just a general question. How
Take your time.
do I send someone a link to this live stream, to this server? How do I do that? Do anyone know?
Oh yeah, there's an invite. There's a thing called invite, and you can send the invite to the person you want.
I'm kind of clueless.
If you're in Discord, right click on the thing, and there's a choice to invite to server, and you can copy the link and DM the direct link.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. I'm glad you're going to send to have more people coming in.
Yeah, definitely.
My idea is not governing; it's supporting. It's one of support, coach, and encourage. And that's what it's all about. And within the communities, you'll have your community supervisors there, helping everything to run smoothly. Okay? The infrastructure will work. Peace will come. There'll be no wars. And you're going to live on earth as you were supposed to. We haven't lived yet. The system in place is the devaluation of the earth and of humanity. I'm talking about putting value back into the earth, putting value back into humanity and the earth. Because the earth was perfect already.
I know you're going to be living great and peaceful, and nice. There's going to be birds and flowers until I raise an army and come take your whole shit over.
No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. What will happen is when those people come, the good people of us will take those people out, and you'll be banged up for a long time, locked up. You'll be starved to death if I had my way. You'll be in once a day, and you'll be doing a lot of hard work for society. Yeah. Then you know about slavery when I deal with
But
it.
isn't that the
You
definition
and
of
your army,
govern?
Jeremy, you will know about slavery then.
Jin, did you just say the good people of us? Jin, did you just say the good people of us?
I meant to say the good people of Earth.
I thought, no, it was funny. It was good. The good people of
the
us.
good people of Earth, of us. Yeah, of course.
But Jin, what you're describing, isn't that the definition of govern? To govern?
No, it's not. No, it's not govern. It's not govern because I'm not governing. Where I am supporting you. Remember, I am. You are my boss, so I am working for you. I am your employee. That's what I am. You voted for me or to take charge and to make sure that your needs are met and Earth runs smoothly wherever we are on this Earth, wherever I am. Whatever country, for example, okay? So that's what I'm going to be doing. And remember, for no salary until the year's targets have been reached, okay? And you'll know how far I get because you'll have access to my position and where I am. 24/7, anytime it's there. So you'll have the technology to access where my progress is at if you're interested during that year.
I was going to say.
And I will not get a single penny until that's done.
I was going to say that the people that live on Mars probably won't have a government, but then I realised I'm in the wrong chat to say that. Scratch, never mind. Strike that from the record.
You know what I mean? Because that would be the wrong channel. Why do we need to go to Mars to live?
What they're going to do is have new age transhumanist laws on Mars. So people can do weird experiments, bad science, and ritual and get away with it.
Can they drink Mars water? I wonder.
Is there any Mars water?
Yeah.
Anyway.
So, that's what I'm saying, that, we need to change the model. And there are many roads to a revolution. It doesn't have to be the angry mob route anyway. But that's, for me, that's one of the most common ones. But, changing your method, don't work with the system, pull out from the thing. There's lots of ways we can go to change that, actually. And then Dawn had some good ideas as well. So there are many ways to do this. It's not naivety, really, at the end of the day. I mean, why would you go and vote when you know that they haven't kept their promise for the last 20 years, and then you're still going to go up and vote for some more of the same? I've never done it anyway. I'd never vote.
The right person running for office.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
You got to get someone that's willing to step up and take initiative to lead us.
Yeah.
Not many people are willing to do that.
Are you an
I am your man. That's why I speak the way I speak.
Go ahead, Dawn.
Are you an atheist?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So, have you heard of the idea that the Freemasons were sick of the Christians and the church and the Catholics and the Jews controlling too many things in society? And they made a secret plan to pull down the church and Christianity a little bit.
Infiltrate.
All right.
No, I have not heard that.
Of this?
Nope.
Oh,
That's new. That's a new one.
That's the idea that why Freemasons.
Oh, that makes more sense. Okay.
Because religion was too oppressing and overbearing, and they wanted to be more free.
Yeah, it was. Right? It's very true.
So this is the same idea now. Government, big pharma, elites, weird witches that are in control of the world, that they are oppressing down on us like Christianity used to do to the Freemasons. And we want to be more free, so we're thinking of ways to stop it happening.
Stop it happening. Yeah, no, I totally get that. I'd not heard of that thing with the Freemasons. That makes sense, though. It does actually open my eyes to the. Not that I necessarily, agree with everything, of course, but just where you get the animosity towards Freemasons from. That's a new one on me.
Even though Freemasons now might do shady shit and control,
right.
Their first intent was to free themselves from Christianity being overbearing. The same way that us as revolutionists want to free ourselves from the government now.
Well, yeah, I tell you what, I saw the marches during the anti-mask marches and stuff in London and places. That was quite interesting, right? Thousands and thousands of people. A lot of people didn't like all the lockdowns, the anti-lockdown marches and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't like to be controlled, but people have to be controlled, and everyone knows it would have to be controlled to a certain degree.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. They don't have to be controlled
I was a teenager once.
You used the right words there. They need to be supported, yes. Controlled, no. No. I don't want to control people. I just want to support them in what they want to do. Obviously, there'll be laws and rules in place, so they can't do certain things, of course, going killing and
I don't
whatever.
think our government.
Again, they're going to be free to make their choices. They're going to be
I
free
don't think
to
my
make their
government
choices.
controls me. My government doesn't control me per se.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not
mean,
controlled.
Come on.
How
They
are they
make you go
controlling me?
fight people around the world, dude. That's how you
Yeah, but that
survive.
was my choice.
Fighting around the
That was
world.
my choice. That was my choice.
Used to be, the
What,
saying
that or
used to be
McDonald's?
whoever.
I didn't have to join. I chose to join.
The
You have
saying
to have
used to be whoever.
to travel from different parts of the earth. You know.
Someone let Jeremy speak.
The saying used to be whoever controls. Go ahead, Jen.
Wow.
No, go on, Jeremy. I'm listening. Go ahead.
You got an echo. You have an
Go.
echo.
Oh, bloody hell. Okay, hang on a second.
Whoever controls the saying used to be whoever controls the food controls the people, because obviously the people have to eat. So if you control the food, you control the people. What do you think the government controls right now? They control the money.
Yeah,
They're
but you can
controlling
grow
the
your
money,
own
right?
food.
I know, but they're controlling the money, right? And we all use money, right?
Yeah, but you can earn as much money as you want.
Yeah, but they control the whole money, the whole thing that revolves around everything we do. Money.
The Federal Reserve.
They control it.
Yeah, they print it, of course, but no one's stopping you from earning as much as you want.
And no one's stopping bartering. If you didn't want to use money, no one's stopping you from bartering one thing for another.
Yeah.
No, you can't barter. That'd be very
Yes, you
difficult
can.
to
Hey, you
barter.
want to? I have this I have this basket of apples. You want to trade for some wood so I can build my house?
You can barter if you know how to do that, and if you have people that will do that. But it takes a lot of effort to do that. You
They
need cash.
control the roads you use. They control the gasolines, everything. They control all the stuff. Like, I don't think
They
you guys are
control
delusional.
inflation.
We
They
You
need
guys
control
are
the
people
gas
to
delusional
do
if
prices.
you
stuff
think
like that.
you guys are delusional if you think they don't
They
No, but
control
control
every
inflation,
aspect of your
and
life.
they control the gas prices. They control the food prices.
Yep.
But those are
All
industries
true.
those are industries that are owned by people, of course. But we need those in place in order to do the things that we need to do.
Don't
Build
they
roads,
control?
build
Don't they
bridges,
also
build
control the
buildings.
things you say? I swear I heard
No,
recently that common sense is now a legal phrase to say. It's illegal to say common sense.
I never heard that.
I don't
I
like
don't
what
know.
you say. They ban you off Twitter, ban you off Facebook, ban you off YouTube.
I never heard. You can't say common sense.
Try it. Test it. Put a video out and say common sense. See what happens.
Yeah.
I will agree with you if it gets taken down. But flat Earth video.
Who decides?
You'll get deplatformed if you're an anti-vaxxer.
Make your own platform, bro. If they don't want you talking about, anti-vaccine on their platforms, like, bro, like, what are you really gonna complain about? Just make your own.
There's a few that don't. But shoot, right?
Yeah,
You're naive if you think that they won't take down your website as well. Any private website, they'll take it down if they don't want it.
How?
That's not true.
Yeah, it is.
How will
they
take
can
down
say
your private website?
misinformation. They can say social terrorist.
That is partially true.
It's 100%
How
true.
would they do that?
You don't think the government takes down websites every day that they don't like? Call it terrorist,
Flat
call
Earth
it
websites.
misinformation. Flat Earth is a good example.
There's
I
still
think
Flat Earth websites. They haven't been
they
taken
maybe
down.
deplatform them. Yeah, they take them off Google. They take them off YouTube, whatnot. But there are definitely other search engines you could use to host your website.
But
They
okay,
can
so
take down your personal private website is what I'm saying. If you don't think that's true, you're naive.
And there's also the dark web.
Here's the other
There's
thing.
so many alternatives to the internet, bro.
Let me give you this example. If someone came in here and all they did is scream and shout, what would you do? You'd ban them. Same thing.
Not really. You would just end up muting him.
And there goes free speech.
If they can't, if no one's going to hear what they're going to say, then what's the point being here? They'll end up leaving the.
No more First Amendment.
Are you equating the dude that comes and shouting at the flat earthers or what?
No, it's just if you go into gems and you don't, you go too far, he will ban you. He's banned people. And same thing, go 24/7. You're in there.
I think that's any server anywhere in the world. You'll
Right.
get
So exactly. It's the same thing with the government. That's all it is. They don't think that this is good for the
that's
people.
government at the moment.
Yeah, that's government. It's unfortunate it's run by people.
But the thing is, it's harder for the government to have
looking for change of that,
to understand what's good and what's better for the whole nation,
Yeah.
rather than it being a small community, and then each person in that community would know to a better degree what would better the community.
That's a very good point.
Exactly. Yeah. So the government wouldn't be known as the government. It's going to be something else. Supporter,
like the
supervisor.
Matrix.
That's what it's not governing.
What do they have in the Matrix? Counselors.
Whatever you want. It's still a group of people making this. It'll still be a group of people
making decisions for everybody else.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like
That's what
having
I'm
a
saying.
senate or your local.
Well, yeah, but the decisions that are being made by the people. The people will be making the decisions, not the
Yes, just
supervisors.
like government.
The
It's
supervisors
making
will not be
decisions.
saying this is what's going to happen. It's the people that are going to speak. Without a
That's
doubt,
what government
it's
is.
the people that will decide what direction we go. It's the
Again.
people.
So,
Nothing to
Jim,
do with
will
the
you have
supervisors.
like a
The
town hall
supervisor. Hang on a
system
second, please.
for every
Can I just
decision
get this
that
out?
needs to
Can I
be
just
made?
get this out, please? Let me just get this out. The
Yeah, I'll let someone
supervisor's
respond,
role.
Jimmy.
Let me get this out. The supervisor's role is to organize the actual debate and discussion and the decision making. That's all the supervisor's there for. The people will decide for themselves, and then we have to put it into an order of priority. That's all. Finish.
Would it be every single person, or would it be a group of people that have been appointed by the people?
Everybody will vote and decide what they want to happen, and then once we've got the numbers in, we will decide in what order these things that are needed will be done. So
Like a council?
nothing wrong with that.
Like some sort of
Yeah,
council?
it could be a council, if you will. Could be a
Yeah,
council
but is it-
representative of all the communities. So everybody's
like
voice is going to
So
be
that's
heard.
basically just like a government.
Not governing, though, is it? We're not governing. We are not governing, are we?
It's the same
We are
thing. It's the
supporting
same thing.
you and helping your lives to run forward. We are the
A group
oil
of people.
to help you achieve what you want. We're not saying
Jen,
you must do this.
Ask
You're
any
saying to us, we
ask
want this. Okay, you can have it.
ask any congressman, and they will say that exact thing. I am here to serve the people. Any congressman will say that.
Sound like a
But they
politician.
don't. But they don't serve the people.
Yes.
That's the problem. They
You
don't.
sound like
though.
a
they didn't
politician.
just.
But
They
you're
weren't just
saying
picked out of
exactly what
nowhere.
they
They
say.
were voted for.
Yeah, you sound exactly like, what's his face? The old Jewish guy. Bernie.
What do you mean?
You speak strong, you say the right things, you sound like a radical,
Yeah.
But what you're saying ain't
Well,
too different
I'm saying
from
because you know why I'm
from
saying
what
the
the
right
politicians
things
of the
because that's
present
what I
day
want.
say.
That's what I would want.
Yeah, but Jin, just let me get this out as well. Even though you're saying the right things and whatnot, what you're saying ain't too different from what the politicians of today say. They say the right things, they just don't back up their words with their actions. How do we know that you are really about it? That you are going to walk the walk and talk the talk? You're saying exactly
They
what
can't.
they say.
Yeah, but
My
they can't.
integrity
They
would
can't
be.
represent the whole nation.
No, they
Whereas-
don't say. They
whereas
don't
people-
say what.
whereas
Excuse
people-
me.
whereas
Excuse
people-
me. None of them say what I say.
Whereas people in a community can represent the community, they can represent the town. Yeah.
Then would you have a town hall situation for all decisions that need to be made, Jin? Is it Jim? Yeah.
If the politicians,
That's fine. Yeah. Why not? Why not? But
Okay.
listen.
Yeah, you would
those
have
people.
have
Those
like
politicians will be gone.
community
It's
elders.
and that's an old game. It's all going to be gone. It's going to be
Community elders,
simplified.
or would it
It's
be a
not even going
town
to be
hall?
politics.
Which one, Jim?
If the
I don't
politicians,
think
Town
it's
hall,
like
of
that. I'm
course. It's
just
going to be
saying.
the people. The people have to decide.
I'm
It's
trying to
the
ask
people that
Jim,
have to
not Jim.
decide.
Was it the other guy?
Oh, right. Sorry.
Here's the
No, no.
difference, right?
Oh, yeah, go on.
With the community idea that I'm trying to bring about is that it's the people's community and they decide, just like Jin's saying. Instead of it, the
But
government.
how do
the
they make
government-
those
hold on.
decisions?
Instead of it being the government trying to decide on the whole of the nation, because it's the people's nation, it's not the government's, right?
Yes, but
All
that
right, but how
council of
do they
people
make
are
those
made up.
decisions?
It's made up by people by people appointed from the people in the community.
That's what we got right now.
That's exactly what. I mean,
Yeah,
we
but
keep
I
talking
mean,
about this. It's the same thing.
let's just let Jim
Sorry.
clarify. Let's say, for example, right?
It's all about
there's-
trying to take away the
Yeah, but
centralization of power, which is
I
what
hear
guys
you, but
said,
I'm
you
just
can't
curious as to
have
how
centralized
you're going to
power,
go
you
about
have to
making
centralize
decisions, Jim.
power.
Let's say there's a budget, and the budget, it's limited, and there's 3 big projects you need to build for the community, but you only got enough budget to build one of them. How do you go about deciding which one you're going to do? Are you going to have a town hall vote? What are you going to do?
The binder. Okay.
Jim?
You employ
You know my
the
answer.
community
Sorry,
for
Jim.
projects.
I'm just going to say this.
They-
Why are
Yep.
you putting up the money? There's not. Hang on a second. Why are you putting up? There's not enough money. There's going to be enough money because, like I said, the supervisors who are supporting will be paying for it. You're not going to pay, so we get the bank to print the money. There's going to be enough money. If we could make
But
weapons of mass
causes
destruction
inflation.
and have a hang on a second, please. Let me finish. And we have this debt that's like
No
trillions and
problem.
trillions and trillions of dollars. Then you know what's going to happen? We're going to reverse that,
Okay.
and all that money is going to
And
be
he's
returned to the
in here.
people. So there's more than enough money. More than
Okay.
enough.
Yo, B-ball, you hot mic.
Oh, sorry.
All right. So Jim, not Jim, Jim. Taking the scenario I gave, how would you go about making that decision?
Well, it's obviously through necessity. What's the most needed? What does the community what's the most desperate for?
But how would the community convey that message? Would you have a vote? Would it be what the majority wants? Would it be a council of elders that decide for the people what they feel is most important for them? How would you
Well,
go
if
about
it would be
deciding?
something that would be needed, it wouldn't even be something that would be voted on because it would be needed, right? Like
But let's
plumber.
say it's all right.
sewer
Let's say
system. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if it's something that people can be subjective about, then it's probably not needed.
But everything is subjective, everything is needed, but resources are limited. Let's say you got to build
We
a
don't need,
hospital.
so we don't need sewers. We
Yeah,
don't need
yeah, but hang on.
plumbing.
Let's
We
say
don't
you
need
got to
heating.
build a hospital,
That's
a
subjective.
sanitation plant, and a school. How
So we don't
how
need food.
are the
That's
people going to
subjective.
decide what they need?
Needing food is subjective, right?
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like, there's things that you do need, and there's things that you don't need, and you don't need to add subjectivity to it.
But you're not answering my question. You're just trying to change like the premise of the scenario I've given. You have the
Yeah, but
scenario
who
where there's 3
decides?
things
I've
that
already
you
answered
have
whatever is
you
most
have to build.
If it's something that's like you said that could be
But
voted
who
on,
decides
could,
what's most important, Jim? How are you going to decide
Yeah.
what's most important?
again,
Exactly.
it would be the people. It would be the people.
But how will the
But
people
there's
convey
going to
that
be
message?
some people.
Will they vote
There's
for
going to
it?
be some
Will
people.
it be elders representing the people? How?
Yeah,
There's going to
the
be
whole
some people
community
that
would
think
vote.
that. But there's going to be some people that think that, hey, I don't think we don't think we need this. There's going to be dissension between the people.
Yeah, not everyone's going to agree, Jim.
that's
This
why
is
you
what we
vote.
need.
Okay,
So how do you come to the decision? This is what we are going to make for the people.
That's why you vote.
Yeah, but I'm asking Jim because Jim is saying that the people will decide. So how will the people decide?
well, yeah, well, the whole idea of the project wouldn't even be approach to the people if the people didn't see.
So
the people
so
can't
you're
decide
taking the
anything.
decision away from the people.
Yeah,
Now.
it's
You're
like
not.
it's like you're saying, you have these 3 guys that have good ideas for the community, but it's not come from the community, has it? So
That's not what I said. What
it has
I
to come
said
from the
is
community.
there are 3 things you
The
need to build,
community
and
has to have demanded
I
it.
gave examples.
It has to
All
be
right, so
demanded by the community.
So the community's asking for a hospital, a sewage plant, and a school, but there's limited resources. How are you going to decide what is needed? Will it be what the majority wants, Jim?
You
Will
would
it be
have
elders?
to find out what's most viable through neighbouring towns. So if you could possibly hold back on hospitals.
You have to ask the wise men.
Sorry, my button keeps getting stuck. So say like if there's a neighbouring town that has a hospital, maybe you could then prolong your own hospital because you could have a deal with the neighbouring town that allows you to use their hospital. This is what you've got to look at, like things. Okay, if I stop that project, how far do we have to go for whatever that project is providing?
But is this
I'm going to put that
what
project
Jim
on
is
hold.
thinking, or is this what the people would say and want? I don't know if this is what the people would say and want. It sounds like you all.
Well, it's only if it benefits what most benefits the community. If you're going to stop building that hospital because the sewage system is more in need, better off doing that if you've got a neighbouring town that has a hospital. You look at the logistics of things.
Okay. I mean, but isn't that kind of what
if there was
what our
neighbouring towns?
government
Hold
does
on,
right now?
hold on. One sec. Say those neighbouring towns didn't have a hospital, then probably that hospital would have been the most necessary, not just for your community, but the surrounding ones.
So you're just not going to build a hospital because there's a neighboring town where you can send your people to. I mean, you don't think that might cause congestion at that hospital?
Well, there you go. There's where
The people that live in that neighboring town, might they not feel that, wow, why are all of these people from outside coming in and making it difficult for us to access our own hospital? Like, don't you think that's going to cause some sort of inconvenience over there? Or I don't know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Then maybe you have to have some sort of
Yeah, because I mean, as countries, we don't do that. England doesn't say we're not going to build hospitals because we can send our people to Ireland and Wales.
Yeah, because they can print money.
What do you mean they can? But printing money doesn't solve anything. I mean, countries try not to
It
print
allows
money.
them to buy the
They
material.
only really print money in dire situations to stimulate the economy as a stimulus. Otherwise, they really try to avoid it because it more often than not tends to lead to inflation, right? Countries don't want to print money. Are you talking, Jim?
Well, like the decisions don't happen by the people or by the government. The decisions always happen by the leaders. Men have always led, and the leaders decide that it goes down. That's just as simple
Yeah,
as it
but
gets.
the leaders are appointed by the people. The people choose who they want
If
to
you're
lead.
naive, you think that
There was a point
That's
in
exactly
time
how it
where
is.
money wasn't the hugest barrier. Like digging things out of the ground didn't cost you money; it just cost you energy, right? Whereas now it costs money, right? Because it's not a community thing. It's not people want to be paid to do these things, right? It's not for their community. They're not doing it. They're not just using their energy to get this because their community needs it. They want to sell it, and they want to make money. They want to be paid for their time.
Out, man. Yeah, but I mean, basically, the point I'm trying to make is that seems to be the struggle we have as to how especially with government, how we go about making decisions? Do we let the people decide in a town hall type fashion, where you say, "What are we going to have?" Everyone puts a ballot in a hat, and you tally it up. Do you have a voting process where only certain people are eligible to vote? You know, whether you have a criminal record or not. Are you above the legal age? Do you have the mental capacity? This,
Yeah, I
that, and
think
the
they should
third.
have some sort of like.
Are you going to elect leaders that represent, and they decide on behalf of the people? You know, that always seems to be the struggle. Who do you give the power to, the leaders or the people? You know, who's best equipped to make this decision?
Right, and I think whoever's most passionate about the community, you would trust them the most, would you not?
I don't know. What if they lack the experience? What if they lack the know-how? What if, they don't have the training needed, but they're really passionate. They really want to do the right thing, but they don't know how to do it. Would you trust that
Well,
person
they go
over
and get the
someone?
training, don't they?
All right, but would you trust that person over someone that's
Well,
been
no,
in a position of
you'd
leadership for
want
20
them to.
years?
Well,
They
you'd
know
want
how
them
to
to
do it.
speak with someone that knows all about the infrastructure part of it. So if there's someone from the community that knows about things but doesn't know how to put things in place, they can word their concerns with the community and say maybe this or that, how we rectify this, but there's an issue here or whatever. They just speak to the right people that could do something.
There's not going to be a problem with the infrastructure. There'll be no problem with it. There'll be no problem with it at all, because there'll be skilled people out there already who are already doing these jobs that will continue to do the jobs. So, we're panicking here and there's no need for it, because there are people qualified to do that, and there are people who are being qualified as we speak now, let's say, to be learning. So infrastructure things are no problem. No problem that I can envisage. If someone decided to blow up something, we could still repair it. Okay? There's nothing going to be going wrong there. There's enough people out there who can do that. More than enough people. You're giving up on the human race already.
I know.
They ain't got a clue, have they? Really don't have a clue. All they do is throw spanners in there. We're living in that shit now. That's why we know what we can do. What I know. That's why I know what is achievable. We're living in shit now. Because that's why I'm a free man on the land. I'm the man that lives in the legal loopholes. That's where I've been always. I'm in the legal
Bank account and no
loopholes of this
Netflix.
system.
That's you, Jim.
Yeah, man. I was always fighting this system. From a young age, I noticed there was something restricting me. Got my motorbike and I was riding free. Suddenly I got a speeding ticket. That woke me up. I thought, fucking hell, what's happened there? I got a speeding ticket. What, there's speed restrictions? I wasn't going that fast. Yeah, but there's just ticket. There's just speeding ticket. And that was a rude awakening there. I thought,
You don't believe, Jen, you don't believe people should be restricted to drive a certain speed limit because of safety
Oh,
issues?
no, they should. They should, of course. But, and you pay your fine when you get it, if that's right. No, you don't want to kill anybody and you don't have an unnecessary accident. So no, speed limits are there for a good reason. But I had to learn that. That was the thing. But I thought, oh well, fuck me, the restriction now. I can't go that fast now. Okay, have to
Fair
go to
enough.
the proper area to go fast. So there's certain things you have to abide by, and that's okay. I don't mind. But as for infrastructure stuff, that's definitely going to be that's a no problem.
No, again, that's more
No
like
problem.
of a guideline, isn't it? But it's just annoying that it's a racket, and the essence of it is a racket, isn't it? They're still making
Yes,
money.
it's a racket. They're just stealing the money. They're just stealing it, right? You're gonna find out when you do it for yourself that it doesn't cost that much. There's lots of money left over.
Yeah, but remember,
for other
these are
things.
systems put together by the people.
Yeah, if it's put by the people, then there'd be no ripping off. If it's put by the
Voted
people,
in.
it's gonna be
People voted by the people. People agree that these were good ideas.
Yeah, this is what people wanted, Jim.
Yeah.
I mean, Trump
but it
is
didn't want to be
Biden
ripped
is in
off.
power because people wanted him in power. That's what the people
Yeah,
wanted. If the people
they
didn't
didn't
want
want
it,
to be.
they would get rid of it.
People watching the TV is the ones that voted, right?
Yeah, the French didn't want a monarchy anymore, and they beheaded him. But England still wants to have a monarchy, so y'all still have your queen.
I don't want any of that stuff. I have no
But you
allegiance to
want
that.
one individual. You don't speak for everyone in England, Jim. The majority.
I know that.
I mean,
I know
that's
that.
what we've agreed on as a planet. That we're
they
gonna
are
be democratic and allow the majority to speak for everybody.
That's
right.
In essence, they are the German. They are the German royal family. So yeah.
Whatever.
Exactly.
Either way, the
Yeah.
people want them there.
I don't think it was the people who wanted it. It was thrusted on the people, and through the generations, they've been brainwashed into thinking that the royalty are something that they are our leaders. I've never thought that. My first question was, how did they become royal? I got no answers. I had to think for it myself. That means they would have
History's there. Like we all know how they became a royal
Let me
family.
just get this out. Let me just get this out, because it's my chain of thought here. And it was, how did the royals become royal? It was because they bullied and pillaged and took people's things. People didn't say, okay, you can be my leader, you can be royal. They took it. So they took it by underhanded means. So when you learn that, you think, I don't want to be allegiance to that. Stole from the people. They should be put down, taken
People
stripped of
know
their
that,
royalty.
Jim. It's no secret how monarchies came to
people
power.
don't know that.
The history, it's there. It's in museums. It's in libraries. It's all over the
but
the
they don't
internet.
know that it
It's
was
accessible to
taken from them.
everybody.
Hence, hidden in
People
plain
know
sight.
how
Only the
the
elites
monarchs came into power.
Only
We just
the
don't talk
elites know
about it because we don't care because it happened a long time ago. Now it's a situation where the queen has power, but she doesn't exercise it because that's what people want. They
Well,
still
we've got
want
much-
her there. They just
we've
don't
got
want to, to have any power.
Yeah, like you said, like people don't notice it. We've
It's a
got much
figurehead.
more. We've got much more attractive distractions now.
Yeah, that's correct.
You can call them
that's what's
distractions.
happened.
I don't know. You guys
Lots of
seem to
people
be
are not aware.
distracted by the exact same things. For a while, when COVID
not
was happening,
distracted.
that's all
I'm
you
not
guys were talking
distracted
about.
by
When the
anything.
Ukraine thing happened, that's all you guys were talking about. You seem to talk about the same things
Not
the rest
me.
of the world
Not
talks
me.
about.
Me.
You guys talk
Me, I'm
about
not talking about
9/11. You
Ukraine.
talk
I
about
said what I
all
had
of
to
these
say
things
at the very beginning.
that we see on television. That we see everyone else
Look
talking.
in
No, I talk flat
look in
out more than
history.
anything else.
Look in history and what happens when
Wars that
government
need
is
to be
removed.
stopped.
What happens in history? What has happened in history when a government has been removed?
Oh, like was said earlier, a similar government popped back up, basically.
Somebody more corrupt takes over.
Yeah. But I wouldn't allow that to happen, personally.
So you have, you have people running around lawless, killing people. Like there's nothing to stop people from doing whatever the hell they want. And there's no government.
Well, they're doing that now already, and they're doing that now already.
Where?
That's happening
Not in the
now
U.S.
in the world we live in now, and the police are just about managing. So that's always good. That's always going to be there. We're talking about in the system that are ripping everybody off, sending people towards to die, wasting our money on weapons that we don't need. That's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to bring about
Sending
peace.
people to
You're
war
going to
to
have your
die.
criminals and idiots running around, so you're going to need some policing, of course. Please,
So when you
let's have some
say sending
respect.
people to war to die, most of those people are volunteers. So they volunteer to do that.
Propagandized.
Through brainwashing, yeah.
Why do you guys think that everyone's brainwashed? Why do you guys
I
think that
wasn't
you're
brainwashed.
smarter than everybody and everybody can't make critical decisions by themselves? Why do you think people can't just decide, I want to go and fight for my country because if I don't do this, we're going to get invaded and then my daughter isn't going to have a country to call her own, Maybe people have other reasons, not just
that is the
propaganda
propaganda.
reasons. So
That is
because
the
you don't
propaganda.
agree with
That
their
is
reason and
propaganda
you
because
don't want to
no
fight in the
one wants to come
army,
and attack
they are
America. Look,
propagandized.
nobody wanted to come. No one has wanted to come and attack America for its freedom. That was made up by
What,
the
what,
inside
what
job
about somebody
9/11.
in a different country?
Listen
What about
clearly.
someone in a
Can I not
country that's
finish?
being attacked? What about someone in
Hang on a
Yemen
second. That
that
doesn't
joins
really
the
happen. Yeah, that
Yemenese
would be
army?
America. That would be America attacking another country. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but Jin,
Okay?
America
There
isn't
you
the only
have it.
country in the world with an army. So what if
It's the
someone
main
joins the
one, though.
Yemenese
When I hear
army
terror,
because they want to
when I hear
defend their
terror, I
country?
don't think Islam.
Is that
When I hear
person being
terror, I don't think
propagandized?
Islam. Okay? Right. When I hear the
What?
word countries
How
of
can you
evil
guys even
terror,
hear
the
what
number
you're
one that
saying?
comes up is the
Yeah.
USA. Okay? That's the number
Jin, we
one
can't hear
country
anything.
when I hear
We can't hear
terror.
anything. You guys are talking
Okay?
through each other the whole time. All right, let's all go one at a time, please.
Yeah, Jen,
Wait,
you
one
have
at
to
a time.
make your
Well, I'm
point
just
and
saying,
then
when I hear the
Talking
word
let
through
someone
terror,
everything.
respond.
Yeah,
Jen, you have to
jeez.
make your point and let someone
when I
respond.
hear the, okay, let me make my point then. I'll
Yeah.
make my point. When I hear the word terror, I think USA. That's what comes up. And Britain and Russia. I don't think Islam. I don't think that. That doesn't come up. Okay?
So I'll
So carry
respond
on.
to what you just said. Number one, just because when you hear, army, all you think is America doesn't mean that's how everyone else thinks, Chin. The world exists outside of your head, number one. Number two, just because I brought up Yemen, that has nothing to do with Islam. All I was saying is Jim and Jin, you two are both making the point that if someone wants to fight in their army to protect their country, they're being propagandized. So I brought up the example of someone in a country like Yemen, where that country is being invaded by
Right.
external forces, so they
That's
join
fair
the
enough.
army to
Okay.
protect their country. Is that person being
Okay.
propagandized?
Hold on a
Can
second.
I bring
Hold
can
on
I
a
can I
second.
bring it up like this? What about those who have been propagandized in America? The American
Hold
military,
on.
they're
Yeah,
all being
exactly. That's
brainwashed.
what
Right?
that is.
Yeah,
Thank
Exactly
you.
what I was going to say. Is
Let's leave
Yeah.
America
hold on,
alone. I'm
hold on,
conceding.
No,
hold
we
on.
can't
I'm not
because
trying
it's
to
the
talk about
abomination
America.
on the
I'm
earth.
bringing up other
It's the number
countries.
one terrorist country, America. We
Basically,
cannot. We cannot avoid this cancerous country. It's
when I
impossible.
when I
It's the
said
fucker in the air. It's the pink dinosaur in the
Right,
room.
Jen, let
Okay?
someone respond, Jen. Let someone respond.
Okay, now respond
basically
then.
I was meaning the westernized countries with propaganda, but are you telling me that even in Yemen they wouldn't use propaganda to enroll young adults? Is that what you're
Of course
telling me?
they would. Of course they would.
I'm
Of
not
course they
saying
would.
they wouldn't. But what I'm saying is someone might not have been exposed or subjected to
I get that.
propaganda, but
No,
they
yeah,
still
I do.
decide.
I know your point
Yeah.
stands because
Yeah.
there's a
I'm not
legitimate
denying
reason.
propaganda
Yeah,
is a
no, I get
tool.
it. I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, I'm not denying governments use propaganda,
It
but there are
stands,
situations.
but let's not.
It's not the be all and end all for someone
Yeah, they
wanting
don't even. Yeah, I
to
get what you're
be
saying. They
in the
wouldn't
army.
even
Yeah.
need propaganda to
Yeah.
be inspired to want to protect their country because they can see
Yeah,
it.
to be recruited into the
Yeah.
military. But there
There are a
is
lot
some
of reasons
propaganda
people
going on.
join the
Look,
military. Some
yeah,
people join the
can I
military
say
because they
something?
need a job, because the military is
Yeah,
going to pay for
exactly.
their
Yes.
Or to
education
learn a
and they
trade.
get free college. Yeah. There's so many
Exactly.
reasons,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah, but they end up being used as pawns. That's the thing.
Right, and
Watch the
thinking they done
document,
some
two
sort of right,
documentaries.
and what they were doing
Yeah,
was
watch two documentaries. One's called
questionable.
Beyond Treason. The one is called Beyond Treason, okay, and the other one is called Killing Our Own Gulf War Syndrome, which is now known as Gulf War Illness. Watch those
You don't
two
think
in
a nation should
particular,
have?
and you will see how it is pointless even thinking of joining the military today. You'd be mad.
So, Jen, you
Okay.
don't think a nation should have its own army to protect itself?
Say that again, please. Can you say that
You
again,
don't
please?
think a nation should have an army?
If we're talking about what we're trying to bring about, no, we don't really need it. When you ask the people
So who
themselves, the people will speak. No, we don't want to fight any
again?
country.
Who
We just want
who's
to
to,
live with you. That's what
all
they're
right?
going
Let
to
me
say.
respond. Okay, let me respond. So who's to stop another country from coming in and trying to take over and change all the rules from what we already have?
The people themselves, the people will rise up. The
But
people will rise up
what if
and
the
protect
people don't have the
themselves.
equipment? What if the people don't have the equipment
The
necessary to
equipment will
defend
be
themselves?
available. The equipment will be available. It will be
Are you
available, but it will be locked up.
Not
It will
even
be
how?
that.
available, though.
What if
Yeah.
what if the people don't want things to change? Jin? What if the people are happy with the way things are right now? What if people don't want to leave the
No, that
matrix?
would
They're
be
happy
because
living in it.
they are ignorant. That is only because they're
No,
ignorant and
what if they're
brainwashed.
fully aware of what's going on, but they still decide to go along with it? What if people
But
are
they want to have an
complicit
army, and they
in
want.
what's
Hang on a
going
minute.
on?
So they
What if
want an
people
army.
know
They want an
that my
army to go and
government
fight
lies
other
to
people
me,
in other
that my
countries. Yeah.
government tricks me, People know that, Snowden told all of us that the government spies on us, but we still use phones, bro.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, but that is contradictory. That would be contradictory to the way of life that the Creator intended for us to live on. We're not supposed to be
So
killing
what?
each other. And
So
yes,
what?
that's not
That's
the
our human
reason. That
nature.
is not the
That's
reason
human
for
nature,
living.
though. That's human
No,
nature,
that's
though.
not
So
To
human
be
nature.
combat, it kind of is.
Human
That's a
nature.
small,
Wait, hold on.
amount.
To be
How
That is
combative. That's
hang on
kind
a
of
second. I'm not going
regardless
to
of
allow
what
you to
you
get away
think.
with that point.
how is this
That
human
point
nature
was
been
forceless
bred?
because that's only a small percentage of the human race. 1%
It's still there.
less than.
It's still there.
Yeah,
I would say
it's
it's
less
the
than.
majority of the human race. That's why we have the system we have today. If the majority of people didn't want the world to be the way it was, it wouldn't be. But the majority of us follow the
Today,
law.
the people of today are
The
ignorant.
majority of us
The
live
people
in
today are ignorant
societies
of what's going
that are
on.
governed by laws that we all agree to. They are aware of what those
Jim, hang
laws
on a second.
are.
Let me ask this question.
No, Jim, you can't keep cutting me off. I'm gonna make my point.
Go
All right.
ahead.
They're aware of what those laws are. They agree to abide by them. They agree to live within the system that the majority of us are happy with. You
They're not happy with it. They're not, but
you
they're not
don't
happy.
agree
That's
with these
something you've made
people
up there.
and you want to
People, you've
label
made that up as.
Jin, come on, man. You can't keep interrupting me. Come on, bro. I'm about to conclude. Just because you don't agree with these people doesn't mean you can go around labeling everybody ignorant. Like that's not how things work. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, EPR?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, they are ignorant. People are ignorant. There's a lot of ignorant people out there. Okay, if they think they live on a spinning ball, there's your ignorance already. There's your brainwash. Okay, so you can't tell me that the people are happy with what they got. They're not. I know that. They're not.
You know that. You
Because
know
it's
what
The
everyone.
people,
only a
What
small
everyone wants.
percentage. Yes,
the
when you
people
look at
live on a
if
spinning.
you actually bother, look, you Americans don't even know where Iraq is. Quiet. Pay attention.
My God!
When you
Don't
stop to look
even
around the
go
world,
there, Jin. Don't even
I'm
try
gonna
that.
go there, mate. I'm
Don't
gonna
even
go there.
go
Look,
talking about we
I'm
don't know
going
where
directly. Look,
Iraq is.
you
Have you ever
people
been
don't
to the
even know
Middle
you're
East,
out of
Jin?
your own country.
My
You
my
don't know where
family
the
and my
world
people
is.
are from the Middle East. I've been all over the Middle East. Don't
That's
come at me
you.
with
That's you.
we
You're
don't know
lucky.
where
You're the
these. But
lucky
I'm
one.
an
Well done.
American.
But
I'm an American, bro. And
go
most
over New
Americans,
York.
especially those in
Go
my
to Texas.
generation,
Go to
they
Missouri.
have ancestry from outside the country.
Yes,
I mean, you
yes,
can't
yes, yes,
come at
yes.
us with the whole
My point.
Americans are ignorant thing.
My point.
Stop doing
My
that.
point is this: when you travel around the world, you know when people are happy or not, and they're not. I've traveled. I know.
Americans travel more than anybody else in the world.
I doubt that very
Americans are
much.
everywhere. We
Actually,
travel,
I
bro.
doubt that
We
very
see the
much.
world.
Actually,
We go all over.
if they're traveling,
Go to
it's
any
wars.
country, you'll
It's
find an
because of
American there, Jim.
wars.
It's true. It's true. You'll find a lot of American bases all over the
Yeah,
world.
go anywhere.
Yeah,
You'll find
that's all it
Americans
is.
there. We know
Just the
all about
bases
the
there.
world. Trust me.
Yes, that's right. I know about the bases. That's what I mean.
There's even
Look
one
at
in
the
Japan.
average citizen. The average
Not
citizen
even just
isn't traveling,
bases,
okay?
businesses.
Jim,
We got
think
Apple
about it. The average
everywhere.
American
Coca-Cola
Do
citizen
you know what?
is
Actually,
in
I've
every
watched the weirdest.
country in the world, and that's an American company.
is
I
not
watched the
traveling around
weirdest.
the world.
I watched the weirdest video the other day. It was some American soldier based in Germany, and literally they've got this huge base right in Germany, and they've got American shopping markets, everything. It looks American.
That's right.
I couldn't believe it. Like a little America in Germany, man. I couldn't believe it.
We've got one in
Yeah, there's
Korea.
about 30 of
There's
those
one
in
in
Yeah,
Japan.
Japan.
we have
There's
those
about
everywhere,
30 in
bro.
Japan.
I
That's
just couldn't
true.
believe how the
We got
scale of it.
McDonald's everywhere. We got Taco Bell
Yeah.
everywhere. We got
And the
Coca-Cola,
roads are like
Pepsi.
American roads and
Exactly.
everything, man.
There's even some in Kuwait.
Apple.
But we're talking
You guys
about
all use
traveling. The
Google,
average American
Twitter,
isn't traveling,
Facebook.
especially now
We
in the
know
last 2
all about
years.
the world,
They
man.
haven't
Don't
been
call us
traveling.
ignorant.
You're ignorant, mate. You're
But it's funny
ignorant.
how it's funny how they.
The average citizen doesn't know where Iraq is. That's a fact. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
go on telling
I
Your
yourself
know
problem. That's
I
just
that.
your
found it
problem.
funny how they
that,
didn't want
mate.
to embrace
I know
Germany though.
that. I've
But
Go
seen
on
I
them
guess
get
telling
it's
yourself.
interviewed and they don't know where it is.
it's
Don't
to
be
stop
silly.
homesickness and all that. Like it's pretty cool, but it's a bit strange that they didn't want to embrace Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So anyway,
because we tend to export our culture. We don't really embrace
Your
or
culture is
assimilate
shit. Your
into
culture is not
other
that good. It's
people.
poisonous, toxic. Your culture.
Jin, the world loves our culture. Everyone wants to be
Yeah.
American.
No,
That's why we give
they
out green
don't.
cards.
As much
We
as you
Your
hate,
literally
as
culture
give
much
out
as
is
you,
green cards.
toxic and
We literally give out
it's an
lotteries
abomination on
so
this
that
earth,
people
your
can
culture and
become one
stuff.
of us. That's how
yeah,
badly
Yeah.
as much
people
as you
want
want to
us to
hate it,
become
Ask the
American.
it was
French.
made
Ask
by
the French.
Europeans.
Right.
Ask the French.
You sound
Listen
jealous,
to the
Jin.
average Frenchman.
Jin sounds jealous,
McDonald's
right?
once a year as a health kick is okay. McDonald's once a year is good enough. There's your
You
culture
couldn't
for
cut
you.
it in
Right.
England. You ran
Once
to
a year.
Japan. You can't
What
open a
was it?
bank
What was
account
it
there.
like when you were
And now
there
you're
anyway?
mad at America.
Didn't you live in America for a
I
bit,
don't
Jin?
need one.
Jin?
Yeah, I've been to LA and I've been to the American Islands and Hawaii and that's all I've been.
Did you live there for a bit?
No, the longest I've been there several times. That's why. So I haven't lived, but I've been there. Yeah, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, months, that kind of thing. That's all.
Because
I've never
isn't it right?
lived there,
Weren't you
but I
there
act
during
like I'm living there.
9/11?
The thing is, I do try and blend in, so I do act like I'm living there. Honestly, for a short time. But I've never lived, but I know a lot about it. Of course I do. Fucking hell! I mean, I'm 60 years old now. Fuck.
That's not even what
I've
he's
been
trying
walking
to ask
around with
you.
my eyes closed.
Jin, you should let Jim ask you what he's trying to ask you.
Yeah,
Go on, Jim. Sorry, mate.
I was just asking. Weren't you there during 9/11?
Oh no! Yeah, I said I was there via the TV.
Oh right,
I was in
okay.
Japan at the time. Yeah, I was there. I was there via the TV. That because I was there, but via the TV. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Hey, we here now. Can I say hi to EPR? What's up, EPR?
What's up, Don?
Two quick questions for you. One, you're the guy that did like the questionnaire. You did the questionnaire, right? Was that you?
It was Bolden, Roland Bolden, or some shit like that. But I did ask those questions to people as well.
Oh, you were okay. I think you asked me. Am I remembering correctly?
Yeah, I asked you.
Okay, and then I wanted to ask if I'm misremembering a different screen name, and or if you could tell me what EPR stands for.
EPR? Oh, I was just referencing the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox.
Ah, cool. Okay, is that a picture of that also?
On my profile, yes. It's just it's to do with quantum entanglement. Basically, the paradox says there's no way you can have quantum entanglement because the idea was you can't send information faster than the speed of light, and if things are on opposite sides of the universe, this would violate that, and it would violate causality and locality.
Love it. Do you think that sort of, I know it's not the same, that the superposition isn't the same as what a balance, but I do see it as a balance. Like out of the possibilities are balanced with their range of outcome. But do you think that this whole scientists think that there's an anti-universe running backwards in time? Does anybody think there's anything to that?
Well, we get that idea because at a quantum level, the equations we use have no direction in time. They what's the word? They have variance, in both ways of time. So they work backwards in time the same way they work going forwards in time. You would get the same results almost, like a mirror image of each other. So, for example, an electron going forward in time, when it goes back in time, it becomes a positron, and all that happens is its charge and spin get reversed.
Wait, what? Who's going back in time?
Well, I posted the article earlier. You can go ahead. Someone help me out because I don't know.
Who's sending electrons back in time?
No, that's just the whole idea with the whole mirror universe kind of thing.
Right, okay.
Yeah, antimatter, yeah, so
Narnia.
the antimatter particle pair for an electron would be a positron, and the idea is it's going in the opposite direction in time.
I call it
It's
the
like a
Benjamin
mirror
Button
image.
universe.
Line in the wardrobe.
I don't know about Benjamin Button.
Yeah.
Living
Like, if
backwards.
it was, yeah, I mean, it had to be like, if it was the opposite of this, you know, it's happening simultaneously. Like, I don't know, man. It's all whatever. God bless them. God bless the paradox.
Yeah, but I mean, the paradox was proven to be wrong. But, I
mean,
like
if you take a movie and you watch it forward and then you watch it back, you might could get some more information. If you took both movies and started them in the middle and ran them in different directions, that would complete, you know, you had half and half, but it would complete all the information. If you had one and started at the beginning and one and started at the end, and then ran them opposite directions, they'd meet in the middle, and then you know, seesaw back to the opposite, to take each other's position back and forth. That would be. I mean, there's so many, but like,
yeah,
wow,
like
mind
Bond.
blown.
But where's
Bond,
the wardrobe?
If you guys can look in the live stream text chat right now, there's that GIF I just posted of a Pong game. The idea is you could play that game forwards, or you could rewind it. You could watch it being played backwards, and the laws of physics would be the same. They would not be violated either way, and you wouldn't be able to tell which way is the correct flow of causality, whether I'm playing it
Other than
forwards or
Benjamin Button.
backwards. Yeah.
I mean, if I saw myself getting younger, I'd be like, well, you know what? I guess it makes sense because the laws of physics say we have this stuff and it's cramming in the other direction. Although we know it's a little.
How are you born? How are you born before you're conceived, though?
Well, because there was all this stuff at the end, and it was where it was. Stuff just was where it was, and the energies have the velocities they do, and they'd be Benjamin Buttoning us.
I don't know about all that.
I mean,
I mean,
stuff was just there, right? Big Bang, stuff is just there. Heat death at the end, stuff is just there.
The paper was just folded.
I find it to be radical, but cool. I was hoping there was like, cause you know, like, dude, you busted down the EPR and all that. And I was like, maybe people a little more deep than me could be like, oh no, like, look at this, like, boom. But you did give me a little bit of new insight. I appreciate it. I really do.
You're welcome, man. But yeah, it's just because of entropy that we're able to tell which way is the future and which way is the past. Entropy is literally the only thing that discerns the past from the present. You know, that
Not
gives us
aging.
that arrow of time. Aging is the part of entropy. You know, it's due to entropy that you age.
Right. Yeah.
Your body expends energy. It creates heat as a byproduct of producing work. And in order to maintain a certain, how can I say, a certain level of energy, your body needs to consume. No, sorry. In order to maintain a certain state,
Balance.
Balance. You know, your body needs to consume more energy to maintain that balance. So disorder increases, entropy increases.
Like a threshold is being reached.
Yeah.
Yo.
So
Nate does all this. Hold on, real quick. Somebody kept mentioning the wardrobe. Nate does all his shopping at Lululemon. So when you ask him and his girl about her clothes, he's lying about which is his wardrobe.
You're lying about which is his wardrobe. Nice.
No, you're lying about which is your wardrobe.
Yeah, that's what I said. Who did you bite that from, bro? I know that ain't you, Jeremy. That was nice. What was I saying? I forgot now.
You can shoot me, I don't die. You can hang me, I don't die. Whatever.
You can what me? What was the first one?
Shoot
me.
Surely they measured the tropics and they knew when the tropics were its max, their limits. So maybe they knew to go forward and then go back using the sun.
I have no idea, Don. You can shoot me, I don't die. You can hang me, I don't die. I'm hitting a blank.
It's somewhat
Superman.
It's somewhat relevant to our standard texting and talking points a little bit. It kind of can tie in, but it's no big deal. Someone will get it. You'll get
a picture.
Yeah, it has to be a living entity, right?
No, you got it. Congratulations.
Is it a
Who's the
picture?
lucky one?
All right. Okay.
Oh,
It is a
nice. Yeah, a
photo.
picture.
Hey,
You shoot me out in the.
What do I win? What do I win?
You can have $2 Cash App. DM me your Cash App.
Just don't put it in the wardrobe.
Random riddles with Don. And even if you Googled it, research points. Congratulations. Get excited.
I'm driving right now. I couldn't Google that, but it's the only thing that I could think of.
Wait, what did you say? I didn't even hear your answer.
A picture.
Bro, you'd be giving $2 a day away to riddle solvers, Don.
Well,
Hey, man.
Anything could fit that gap, though. You could say water. Water's not going to get killed by being shot, and you can hang it, and it's just going to flow. You're not killing it.
But that's lame. It's like a lame answer.
Yeah, I know, but you could have so many answers.
A
right,
picture.
But
It's a picture.
Yeah, you're supposed to know, like, okay, it's gonna not be the traditional sense of the word, but yet it's gonna be an amazing match with the non-traditional.
Right,
Don, do you want to do a $1 a day riddle thing?
$2 a day. If one isn't enough to get.
You're gonna do a $2. What time you want to do it at? I'll put you in the slot.
Yeah.
No set time, just random times every day.
Random riddles with Professor Don.
No doubt.
These are the
$2. Anyone win this one? I'll Cash App you $2.
Who got it? Fundamental?
Yeah, I got it.
It was a picture, right?
It is.
Yes.
Hey, Fundamental and Illegal invited me to. I don't know how fledgling it is, but it's a really cool concept of a server about the synchronicity. Yeah. Happened again today. It's amazing. I love it. Right. So y'all should, if y'all are into synchronicity and the stuff, I don't know what I know that everybody calls observer bias. That's what I'm interested in it for. But just the harmony of nature or whatever they're doing, whatever they seem like cool cats, and I've heard them invite people before. So I know there's a lot of new people in this room now. So I figure I'd give a shout out to the Think Tank Discord server.
I'd love to join a server that's all about peace and butterflies and stuff, but I'm busy building an army to take over Jin's utopia.
Well, it'd be pretty easy since he doesn't even want to have an army.
Jin's trying to create Zion, guys. Don't ruin it for him.
As the New World Order. In the flesh.
Well, I'm living the land. I'm living the free man on the land. I'm trying to help you guys be peaceful, That's all. Keep it peaceful.
And that ain't the way the world works, though.
Yeah, Jin, you can't just decide everything for everybody, bro.
That's the way the world is going to work.
And if
That's
people
the way
don't
the
agree
world
with
is
you,
going
oh my
to
God,
work. Don't worry.
that's the way it's gonna work.
We're coming.
We
That's
know
what
the
flat
evil.
Earth's all. But that's what flat Earth's all about. You see.
I vote Jin.
Is that what flat Earth is about,
That's
Jeremy?
what
You guys
it's
just
all
gonna
about.
force people? That's the way the world's gonna work. That's flat Earth.
We're not going to force people. No need to force.
But it sounds like Jin.
Won't be a
Well, my
like,
way's
what
going to
if
be
people?
forcing
No.
when I take over Jin's utopia.
Jeremy's going to be on his own little island, with his military there.
I'm gonna be on an island with other people that don't like the way you're gonna do things, and we're gonna rise up, revolt, and take it over. And there's gonna be kings and queens, and you're gonna be my fucking court jester.
Before you even got that
Imagine,
close,
that would be
a lot of you
crazy,
would be
Jin.
electrocuted.
The world overthrows you. Imagine you became
Sorry?
the tyrant, Jin, and
You
the world
ever
tried
see
to
This Is the
overthrow
End?
you.
This is the end with Danny McBride. How he turned up after the apocalypse. How he turned out.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Jin, you still got an echo, Jin. Jin, Jesus H.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay.
I know, but we gotta like fix it like permanently. Can we do that, or that's
It's
like the
only you
seventh
that has
time
this
today I
echo.
told
When I'm
you
with
about the
other
echo.
people, when I'm with others, it doesn't echo that much. And I think if you shut your mic, then you don't get the echo.
No, you shut your mic until you fix this echo. What do you mean me shut my mic? I don't have an echo going.
Have an echo. It's not a problem with my system. Nothing wrong with it, mate.
Having an echo is definitely something wrong with having an echo.
Not around, Jeremy. We don't get the echo. Jeremy, when you're not here, I don't get any echo.
It's my fault. I'm the cause of your echo.
Don't blame me.
My presence in this room causes your echo.
Okay, it's your problem, not mine.
Unfucking believable. Jen.
Has this problem. No one else has this problem. No one else has this problem.
Everyone in the room can hear
We all hear
You're the
the
only
echo,
one.
Jin. We literally all hear
Everybody
it.
else
It's
is
just
fine.
no, we hear it, Jin. It's just
Look,
I
when
mean,
you come in,
You can't make this shit up, I swear to God.
yeah, we all hear the echo,
get
Jin.
echo. But he's blaming me for the echo. When he's not here, it doesn't echo. What I'm
It
saying
does
is when he's
echo.
not here,
It
no
echoes all the
one's
time, Jin.
complaining. When
Wait, I don't
Jeremy
hear an
Yeah,
arrives,
echo.
because I mean,
suddenly there's an
we don't
echo.
care about it as much as Jeremy does, but there is an echo every time you
Well,
talk.
even when Jeremy's not here.
Even when he's not here, there's an echo. It's just most of us don't care to say anything about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to provide some good quality listening experience for the listeners.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
people you're always
Jeremy's
talking to
not.
every
Yeah.
time you talk, Jen.
Yeah.
Don't you want them to hear good audio?
Well, of course, and I usually do give them good audio. It's just when you're here that the echo starts.
So I am the cause of your echo. I'm here, you echo, and then when I
Yeah,
leave the room,
I don't get anyone saying, "Jin, you've got an echo." I don't get it from others. There you go.
and maybe get some, earbuds or something. Get the Bluetooth going right to the brain, and we'll be all set.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go for my early morning exercise now. So I'll
Funny,
leave you
you're
guys.
2 hours to the book.
Enjoy yourselves. Think about
You're literally
Utopia.
still
Enjoy,
echoing.
and I'm gone.
You're still echoing.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
okay.
You're still
Bye-bye.
echoing, though.
Bye-bye.
Have a good workout, Jim. Jim.
Jin,
Oh,
Jeremy.
man, you can't make this shit up, dude. There's no
Jin.
way.
So
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't hear the echo.
Sorry,
What's up?
my
you're echoing.
was talking.
What's echoing now?
No, I said I don't hear the echo.
Is this better?
And Jin closed his mic.
Oh, Jin's gone.
Is that Kosho? Who just talked?
This is Don. I need to keep my headset on. My input keeps toggling, and it's like Bluetooth, speakerphone. Someone fucking calls, it goes to the regular mic. I mean, it's just a mess.
Your pager we keep hearing your pager go off.
Jeremy got 20 more hours for investment opportunity closes. I got 20% left to sell.
Bro, I stopped gambling years ago, dude.
It's investing. I thought you're an investor now. What's wrong?
Okay, what's the investment? You gambling?
No, it's do you know what's your definition of gambling? Oh, here we go. Inconsistent land.
Poker, Don. Poker. Texas Hold'em
that's your
specifically.
definition.
Texas Hold'em poker.
Texas Hold'em is not. No. Texas Hold'em is not gambling.
What if you saw that my results beat every single one of your coins that you were investing in? Would you still call it gambling?
I heard apparently Texas poker was created because gambling is illegal in Texas, and it's a way you can play poker without gambling. Is that true?
Absolutely. No.
Yeah, that's. I mean, if you're really good, you can count cards, but
like I do.
It's a psychology game, man. It's a psychology game. It's not a gambling game. So anyway,
Yeah, because it's not gambling. Because it's just
there are
about reading
elements of
people.
luck, yes, like any contest, but it is a
Yeah.
psychology game first and foremost.
Yeah, because people have calls, like when they have a good hand, like you can read them and see. That's why like professional poker players, they tend to wear glasses and they try and hide their faces and stuff, right? They like wear
All
sunglasses.
part of it. But there's way bigger metagames. There's behavioral patterns that like we can predict what joke Jeremy's going to make at noon tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? That's going to get me paid in a poker game.
Jesus.
You never would have guessed I was going to say that Nate shops at Lululemon and he was lying about which is his wardrobe when you asked him and his girl about their clothes. You never could have guessed that, bro.
But that lie sounds bim, bro. That ain't yours.
Oh, hell no. I got that straight from a rap battle.
You know how you jinx people? You'd be like, jinx, like some people are going to be better at jinxing other people, right? People who pay more attention.
Don, is the investment you playing Texas Hold'em? Don, is the investment you playing Texas Hold'em?
Yeah, but it's tournament events, Jeremy.
Oh, I hate tournaments, dude. You get boxed out so quick if you don't. They force you to make a move, even if you don't have the cards with a tournament.
Make moves, buddy.
No, I'm saying if you don't have the cards, you'll get blinded out. Ever been blinded out?
I mean, if I don't get beautiful cards, I just take chips where I can take them with the ugly cards.
That's what I'm saying. They force you to make moves you wouldn't normally make because it's in a tournament, or you get blinded out. That's true.
That's one way of phrasing it, but
that's what happens. Of course, that's one way of phrasing it because that's what happens if you don't go all in with shitty cards. If you don't get good cards, you're forced to go with shitty cards, or you get blinded out.
So, Jeremy, you know all about it. You can preach to me. Teach me, Jeremy. Teach me.
You should know. You want me to invest in you with this. You should already know this.
I'm so emotional right now.
I'm emotional. I'm just saying. I don't like tournaments. That's all. Some people do like them. It also forces the other person to make a move when they don't have the cards too. So it could work to your advantage, but I just don't like it personally.
I got it. Yeah. So this is why I'm really thirsty for this little series right here. It's a great package, some great structured tournaments. The bigger money tournaments, the better ones are going to have, like you're saying, they're going to be longer time, and the duration and the thresholds of when that happens is a lot more spread out. And I love it. I'm thirsty. I love these long structured tournaments.
Oh my God! Why do I have like 30 padlocks with no keys to them?
Click on your phone. Go click on your phone bay. Go click on your dozen phone. Throw a little extra 100 in your pocket. And
it takes a long time to get.
People, 1, 2, 3. Join the other 4 people that have invested 1,000 already.
People got $1,000 invested in you with this?
2 guys got 100. 1 guy's got 300. Another guy's got 500. I'm keeping 1,500 for myself. I'm selling it the last 500.
Good, bro. I'm good. Good luck, Tom. Good luck.
The thing is, though, see, I like the science of like the group consciousness and power of positive thinking. The square of the mind, the power of prayer. Two minds working together are as strong as 10 minds working individually. That's the science that I'm reaching for when I ask people for money that I don't need.
Do you believe in luck?
Absolutely. I mean,
do you believe in magic?
Absolutely.
What if I stabbed you with Irvin Johnson's needle? Would you still believe in magic?
What?
That was a good one. I don't know what Irvin Johnson's. Oh, I get it. His
Magic Johnson. Yeah.
I know who Irvin is, but like I was like, what's his needle? Oh,
That was fucking hilarious.
I didn't come up with that one either, Nate. I didn't come up. That was straight from a rap battle too.
See, somebody could have been a good enough player. Somebody could have known enough about the rap battles, could have enough experience with you to know that you could have jinxed you on that shit right there. I'm not good enough right now. I wasn't good enough.
Yeah, you're nice, but I'm way nicer. We know.
Like an ice cream slicer. What is what? I made that one up. What is what is made out of wood but can't be sawed?
Wood.
Grass.
There's one that they spelled. I read it in spelling, and they chose to spell a word that has 3 different spellings. That reading the spelling, you have to be like, oh, they're lying about the spelling. They want the sound basically. So it'll be so much better when I speak it to you guys eventually. It's going to be so pure because I won't have to write it down. I'll get to just say the sound. You know what I mean? And you won't know what I'm doing. It'll be beautiful. That's reserved for the hard difficulty level, for the $5
Suspense is killing me.
We'll do $5 every Sunday, $2 every other day.
Is it a wood floor?
I'm pretty sure I could saw wood floor.
Well, I thought maybe you were going for sod. You know, like
Yeah. Well, you could see a wood floor, couldn't you?
No, I mean like the flooring material sod.
Oh, sod, like S-O-D. No, it's sod. This one is sod.
Yeah.
With a W-W-E-D, yeah. And not seam or something. Yeah, not sod, sod. Sod. How do you say sod, Jeremy? Like astroturf or like fake grass.
SOD.
That's sod is just sod. Isn't that like dirt?
Sod like that. There can't be sod without a.
Why do I have so many fucking screwdrivers? I have every screwdriver I've ever owned in my life for some reason. And it's just a mix match of all different sets over the years that I've accumulated.
Baby star one. These hotel rooms have brand new safes with the batteries not put in them. And the batteries are in the safe, but you got to open up the door. This battery door has a freaking tiny micro star screw in it.
Oh, I bought one of those little kits. I got a little cobalt kit. Got all those. It was like $20 or something, and it's got all those little teeny tiny bits. Look, I'll take a picture of it right now. I got it right here. This thing was like $15 or $20 or something. I don't know. It was like nothing, but it has all the stuff.
Oh, for like those little tools for like electronics and stuff, like security.
Yeah, it's got
belts?
all little teeny tiny bits and shit in it. Oh, I'll post it in a live stream text chat.
Yeah,
They're
I think I got one of
super.
those.
Yeah, some of them are like super tiny. For all that little goofy shit. This one right here. Got all that shit.
Looks like it's not used much.
Bro, these things don't get a lot of wear and tear, dude. I've used it plenty.
Of course not. Well, maybe you
I've
bought
used
it to fix stuff, and then like your electronics stopped breaking after you bought it.
No, I fixed this. I bought this specifically to alter knives because some knives come with a adjustable flip thing on it. Like you have top up or top down carry on some knives. Some of the knives had some of the knives I wanted to take the thing right off. It's mainly for knives.
Did we get an answer to the wood question? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Did we get an answer to the wood question?
I haven't heard any correct answers. I don't believe.
Is it made out of only wood?
Yes.
Okay. I'm still thinking about it. Don't tell me yet.
I dropped something in the car. I got a little distracted.
Forgot what the riddle was.
What is made out of wood but cannot be sawed?
What is made out
How
of
about
wood?
the
But cannot be sawed?
the handle of the saw? You know how a saw handle is sometimes made out of wood.
That's
How do you
creative
saw
answer.
the?
It is creative, but you could get another saw and saw it. The answer that the given answer, I think, is pretty 99.9%.
I don't know.
I am satisfied with this answer here, and everyone's gonna slap their face. You gotta love the face slappers.
How about the hull of a boat? If you start sawing a boat, it's gonna start to sink.
You can do it.
Actually, what I was gonna say was you said boat. I was gonna say arc, and then in the sense that like the shape of an arc. Is it like a play on words? Like it means one thing out of wood, but then it also means something else that you can't cut. Is it like a double?
No,
paper.
This one is. But that's a good answer. But this one is just straight up just.
Man, I'm trying really hard not to Google it and cheat.
I gotta run in here real quick.
You might as well, because if you answer it right, people are gonna accuse you.
Who want me to text them the answer? Jeremy, you want me to text you the answer and you can listen from me?
No, let him try to get that $2.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can post to me. I have to be AFK for a minute, just in case.
You got a what?
He's got to be away from his computer for a bit. Or whatever
Keep track. Whoever solved it.
Here's my sawdust.
Text me the answer, Don, and that way I'll know if anyone says it.
As I was texting it, he is now the champion. Who is the next $2 winner?
Oh no, same guy, me again.
Bundy.
Oh, you got it.
I am the riddle king.
What's the answer?
Sawdust.
Oh. It can be
That's
sawed,
all
but
fucking
it's
day.
not wood.
Sawdust, right? Like it's funny.
You saw sawdust?
Come on.
You saw sawdust? Who saw sawdust?
Can you really saw it? Really?
How do you saw sawdust, Jeremy?
A little piece. You get a little saw. You take a little piece of sawdust. You run it over the blade. You now got a little. You got to saw the sawdust.
Technically, you can saw sawdust. It won't do anything. It won't do anything. But you can take a pile of sawdust and run a saw through it. So you can saw sawdust, but it just doesn't do anything.
Sawdust. A piece of sawdust.
That's a reach, bro. You're reaching.
Like Street Fighter.
And it ain't fire.
It's just like you can saw water. It's not going to do anything, but you can saw it. Because like saw is just an action, so the action of sawing something. So you can saw water, you can saw sawdust, you can saw the air if you want to. It's just not going to do anything.
Okay, I'll be back.
Some people pronounce sour. They add the R to the end. I don't know if you ever talked to somebody who pronounces it that way.
The C in seesaw.
Alright, that's like Boston accent. Sour. I saw the baseball game. I saw the Red Sox. Mm. What if Geo changed the name of Earth Awakenings and then overnight got like 500 viewers?
Why? What should he change the name to?
Anything else? Flat Earth Awakenings, Earth, Wind, Water, Fire. I don't know, something.
The Earth's not flat, bro. It's provably not flat. In fact, that name has so much bad juju connected with it. I can see why people don't want to be associated with it.
Yeah, Earth skepticism. Earth.
Yeah, but don't you need a
Earthonomics.
flat baseline?
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure all the flat earthers think there's, elevation, topography over a flat plane. Yeah.
That's what I call
Jeremy, like
stationary planers.
Experimenting with concave Earth, right? You still doing that concave Earth thing?
There was a concave earther in here. He spiraled and left though.
Yeah, I prefer to call it a stationary plane. Is my preferred terminology.
That's what most flat earthers believe, but there's so much,
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't like to use the word flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't blame people.
But if the Earth is stationary, then you think the sky is moving, so you're kind of back to square one. Think something's moving out there, then you have to explain how that's moving. How is the sky moving, but we're flat?
No, I don't have to explain anything.
Well, it would be nice to.
Oh yeah,
come up.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a lot of the answers.
It looks
You don't
flat.
have to explain
Therefore,
everything.
it looks
What?
flat. Therefore, it must be flat.
The answer is 42.
It looks
The
flat,
answer, my
and I
friend, is
can't feel
blowing.
movement.
That's why the lights move in the sky. 42.
Well, you know how hard it is to balance one egg on top of each other? Have you ever done that? Balance an egg? So, if the Earth was really stationary, wouldn't it be easier to balance eggs on top of each other?
Well, have you seen the guy that piles rocks and creates like 6 foot high rocks balanced on top of each other? So there goes that argument.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, but I've never.
I'm just
is
guessing what he
that
looks like. I
possible?
imagine
There's eggs. You can balance eggs on each other. I'd love to see that.
Who does that?
You can't do that, can you? No.
Think
There'd
you're
have to be
lucky.
like some sort of divot on the eggshell to make it,
I think if you're careful, it's possible. I remember the world record for like golf balls, stacking golf balls on top of each other is like, I think like 9.
What are you talking about?
Somebody stacked 9 golf balls on top of each other. I don't know the exact number. Maybe it's 9 or 7, something like that. It's more than 3.
Here you go. A guy in Yemen, a Yemen man broke his own Guinness World Record when he managed to stack 4 eggs atop one another without toppling. His name was Mohammed Mukbel, who first set the record when he stacked 3 eggs, beat his own record during an attempt in Istanbul, Turkey, where he managed to stack 4 eggs in a tower. So there you go.
Who's got the echo?
Maybe 2.
That wasn't an echo. That was just his mic was just fucked.
Echo.
Doesn't sound that bad.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad, but no one's echoing.
Sorry about that. Did you hear what I said though? For the most part.
No, we could hear you. Yeah, we could hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. So
Okay,
there
Jimmy's
you
right there. There's someone
I
echoing.
was thinking, if the Earth is really stationary, it would be more people stacking eggs easily.
All right, everyone, open your mic. I'm gonna do an echo check. No, I'm just kidding. Seriously though, guys, get some earbuds. We gotta get that Bluetooth going straight to the brain.
Everybody,
Just bought some new earbuds.
get some acoustic setup. Get those wall setups.
Go check.
I'm gonna look up this guy who stacked the eggs. He said 9 eggs. He said the guy stacked 9 eggs.
No, 4. He had the previous Guinness Book of World Records of 3 eggs, and he had the record for that, and then he beat his own record stacking 4 eggs.
God, I got the number 9 stuck in my head. Okay, so he did 4 eggs. So right now he's probably working. He's practicing to get that 5th, to do the 5 eggs. He's
So
out there
what?
somewhere.
So what? The point is that he can do it. That's the point. It doesn't matter how, why, or he can do it. That's the point. That's all that matters. Because you proposed if the Earth was really stationary, then you should be able to stack eggs. Well, you can. So now what?
Why is there only one guy that can do it? We should all be able to. This is bullshit.
You're just not nice enough. That's all.
Now we get to bicker about whether the Earth is stationary or not.
Well, the thing is, you've got the air moving in lockstep with the rotation of Earth and the globe.
No,
it basically is. What's up?
No, we've got wind, trade winds.
Yeah, but overall,
Weather
it's
patterns.
moving in lockstep. In fact, when there is wind, they say the wind is, say there's a 1 mile an hour wind at the equator, they would say that wind is moving at 1,001 miles per hour.
No one would say that. They would say it was moving 1.
That's literally what they say.
Where would they say that? Who says that?
Every glober ever has ever said that.
Okay, no. I mean, just not people in this debate. I mean, people out. That's not the thing that anyone really says.
If the Earth is rotating at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and the air is moving in lockstep with the Earth is moving 1,000 miles. Thus, the wind is moving 1,000 miles.
Dude, if the air wasn't moving in lockstep with the Earth, you'd be able to take a helicopter and the Earth would rotate.
Oh gosh, this is 7 years old. Please.
I know.
That doesn't make sense. That's not how it works. We talked about this just about an hour ago. That's not how anything works at all, ever. If you're in a bus, you can fly a drone as long as the battery will last. We just talked about this.
Well, they tell us
because the air is moving in lockstep with the Earth.
Please don't mention Tyson. I'm never going to reference Tyson. Please don't mention Tyson.
Okay, well, Tyson or anybody else, they say, the Earth rotates under sniper bullets. It's the same concept. Things rotate under things in the air is what they tell us, and at the same time, they tell us it's in lockstep.
That's not the same. That's not the same thing.
No, it's literally, they say it moves under objects that are in the air.
That's not the same thing. That's moving objects in the air. That's moving objects. If they move north to south, there's Coriolis. That's
whether
measured.
the object is moving or not moving, the Earth, they say the Earth is rotating under that object.
Right, but it changes the behavior of the object if it's moving or not moving, right?
There's a thing called conservation of momentum.
This is basic. If it's moving and there's something else moving, it will move differently in relation to that thing. If it's stationary, if it's sitting on the ground, or you put your backpack on the floor on the bus, the backpack will move with the bus. Okay, so, but if you were to go around a roundabout on a bus and you throw something in the air, that thing will move differently according to the motion of what you're under, but not when it's, it's the two things are incomparable, not incomparable. You know what I mean? This is the bickering part that's fun.
Here, I'm gonna put a little GIF in the chat.
Yeah, the point is, if the air wasn't moving in lockstep with the Earth, you would be able to fly a helicopter up, and you would see the ground rotate underneath you from just sitting still. You can't see that happen. So you're saying
That's
the air is
not
not
how
moving
it
in
works,
lockstep with the
Jeremy.
Earth.
That isn't how it works. It does not.
Do you think if the air wasn't moving in lockstep with the Earth,
Yeah.
we would be able to hover a helicopter up, and we would still stay rotation of the Earth?
That's the same reason you can fly a drone on a
Look at
bus.
the GIF that I put in the chat. As Steve-O jumps from the truck, he's still moving at the same speed as the truck.
I like that, actually. That's like, oh, did he jump?
Yes.
Okay, wow.
Yes, because they have it blocked off. Is this that Fight the Flat Earth thing where they have the air being blocked off from pushing
That's
the
the air
guy
being
back?
blocked off. Yes, the air is. So the Earth is, okay, it's stationary air. Stationary.
They've got the air moving. So they've got the air moving in sync with the truck.
Right.
Where he's
And the
supposed
air
to be.
is.
What do you think would happen? What do you think would happen if they didn't have that blocked off and the guy just jumped?
Okay, well, what would happen? Okay, we just said that the air is stationary, right? The air is moving in lockstep with the Earth. That's how it works. So on a still day, there's no
The air moves in lockstep with the Earth.
Unless there's wind. But yeah, when in your backyard and it's not windy, it's moving along. So you fly a drone in your backyard, same thing as flying a drone on the bus. It maintains the momentum of both.
Okay, I'm just glad we agree now that the air is moving in lockstep with the Earth.
When it's still, but then you've got trade winds, you've got tsunamis,
Well, the wind,
you've got hurricanes.
Yeah, the wind is just moving at. If you have a 1 mile an hour wind at the equator, you just have a 1,001 mile an hour wind, or 99 mile an hour wind, depending on which way it's going.
Okay, and the bus, if it's traveling east to west, or west to east, sorry, is traveling at 1,100 miles an hour and it's doing 100 miles an hour. But no one thinks of those things in that way. No one says anything in that way because it's just all moving along with the Earth. It's relative.
Yeah, in lockstep, we know. In lockstep, yes.
Yeah. I mean, the question is whether the Earth is moving. That's the thing. And so when you're on a large planet like we are, it's not going to be noticeable that we're moving. So the question is how do we detect if the Earth is moving or if it isn't moving? And that's what we can get into the meat of this is that, not the basic things that the air moves or doesn't move, or we move or don't move in relation to the Earth.
Yeah,
Anyway.
Jeremy.
But so is the Earth moving, and how, if it is or is not, how can you detect that? How can you measure that? Is there a way of measuring that? So that's the thing. Still good debate.
I don't think that was much of a debate. I also think I won because
I know.
we both agree and that the air is moving in lockstep with the Earth and the globe.
He kind of tore you apart, Jeremy. I don't know.
Yeah, it's lockstep, but not necessarily. Think of it as like, you're on the, and I've made this analogy before, and you got a pool, on the back of a truck driving down the road. You can swim back and forth in the pool, right? As the truck is driving down the road, there's currents inside that pool that are going in all different directions, but all of it is still moving at the same speed as the truck.
And it seems nobody here can read the text chat then.
The Phil Collins video, where he travels all around the world, does his video from all over, like Japan, San Francisco, and New York, and all sorts of places. He's seen in a pool in the back of a car driving down the road. Is it Take Me Home? What's that one?
Brian, are you trying to say something?
He could just have his
Doofus, you said something earlier? Couldn't hear what you said.
I was trying to get people to read the text chat. Nobody seemed to want to, you included.
Oh, sorry.
I read it.
I can't read.
What's in the text chat?
It says the way it is stated in the wind is 1 mile per hour speed relative to the ground. The wind can optionally be stated to have 1,083 mile per hour velocity related to an Earth-centered inertial reference frame. Specifically is important.
Specificity.
Specificity. I'm sorry. I tell you, I can't read.
Yeah, damn.
Right. If we want to start measuring velocities relative to an Earth-centered inertial reference frame, that's a really odd way to do things.
If a cop speed guns you and he's standing still, he speed guns you and you're doing 55 and a 45. But then if he's tailing you and he's doing 45 and you're doing 55, the speed will register as 10 miles an hour. The difference between his speed and your speed.
Modern speed guns actually have a readout from the vehicle's
so
velocity.
they compensate. Yeah, that makes sense. But it's still one is relative to the other. It's that's what relativity is. Is that
relative motion?
Relative motion, not relativity.
Yeah, relativity is a little bit different, a little bit more involved.
That's out of my league.
Yeah, Jeremy got wrecked though. That's crazy.
Wow.
Brian, what are you doing,
Really?
man?
'Cause that was.
Yeah, what's that noise? It's someone's echoing.
Brian might be trying to plug in a mic or something.
Find the echo.
Yeah, who is echoing? I keep hearing my own voice.
Somebody
It's
either has
Brian.
their.
It's Brian.
Brian,
You got your
fix the
computer
echo,
speakers loud or something? Like, what's going on?
He muted himself. It's gone.
Sorry about that, man. I'm fucking. Can y'all hear me?
Echo.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry. Let me fix it.
Echo. I think I had to echo check you a couple times.
Yeah, Jeremy, you got wrecked, bro.
Dude, are you high or something, Nate?
No, Jeremy never gets wrecked. Never gets wrecked.
No, bro. My whole argument was
What
that in the
is
globe
that?
model, the air is rotating in lockstep with the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
He agreed to that in the end. I don't know. First he disagreed with it, then he agreed with it in the end.
Okay.
How'd I get wrecked?
If the air is moving in lockstep with the Earth, then why would a helicopter move when it takes off? Why would it suddenly shoot off to the left or right, whatever?
I never said it would.
That's a very common argument, though. I've heard that.
I never said it would, and I know that it wouldn't.
Okay, good.
Yeah. The only thing that we tend to take issue with is the use of the word lockstep implies that there's no winds, even though everybody's fully aware that there are winds. It's just one of those weird words that's really hard to get around.
For the most part, it's lockstep. Yes, there's winds. Other than the winds, it's lockstep.
So you guys do agree? Okay. My bad.
Come on,
yeah. Other than,
I think Jeremy's progressing finally.
No, I think that half the problem is for whatever reason people seem to like to deliberately misinterpret what the other person's saying. That just seems to be, so you're saying that.
I've understood it since the first time I've heard it. I just don't agree with it. You know.
If I said I trust the government with my food. Oh, you trust all the government for everything, and you never question them ever? Well, no, that's not what I said.
It's not black and white.
No.
I hate when that happens. Like they just think we just blindly go with the government and we're gullible and then we just believe everything and we just fall for everything and we eat it all up. Like these globers are so stupid and gullible. Like you don't see what's going on.
It is much more nuanced, especially when you encounter people that don't check all the boxes that you think they should.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying that's like the general perception.
It really is.
Flat earthers have of most people.
Ask me about what people you think when I say I believe in God, and then they just make a bunch of assumptions. Okay.
Yeah, and they believe that we all atheists and none of us believe in God, and we all
that's like
heathens.
Crit does that. We're all
Demonic
atheists.
lineage.
Yeah, we're all demonic, and like the way Lemon talks about us, we all Satanists, and we're all part of the whole cabal, and we all want what's that shit that they get from drinking baby's blood with the adrenaline? Adrenochrome.
That stuff is whacked out. Where did that stuff come from?
But they accuse
Dude,
us
don't
of
try to
drinking
bluff
that
us, Nate.
stuff.
Don't try to bluff us. We know you're sitting there with a pop of adrenochrome right now.
I don't even know what that even
A whole fucking 40 ounce of adrenochrome.
No, we're doing those jugs, 64 ounces, those handles back in the day, way back.
No,
Yeah,
40
it's
ounce with
crazy,
the brown bag.
With the brown bag. Let me pour out some for like the fallen homies like Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
No, guys, we don't trust the government either. We don't give two shits about NASA. Most of us. NASA ain't the reason we believe Earth's a ball and stuff.
Yeah, go on NASA, the last live stream right now and see how many views there are.
Oh,
yeah, no one
hey,
watches NASA.
whoever just said that about NASA, is they a ball earther?
Yeah.
Okay, that is dead wrong, dude. I get into conversations even when I'm trying to consider the globe. I've come in with conversations like at gyms a couple times, just trying to relate with people. Like okay, I'm not crazy. Okay, maybe there's a ball. Trying to relate, and I'm like, but man, I've seen some shit. There's still some things in question. Maybe if we could, if we all kind of jumped on that train, maybe we could get a little disclosure on what they do have. It couldn't hurt. We know they've been lied in the past and are full of shit in some areas, whatever.
Okay.
And then I just get jumped on, dude. It's happened every time I've presented
Brian,
it, like just a conversation.
My friend, here's the first mistake you made. Gems. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, GEMS has a special type of globe in there that's so hell-bent on defending the globe, Most ordinary globers, who are most people you see walking around on the street, don't give two shits about NASA, bro.
So all the ballers here can agree that NASA's fucking is full of shit.
NASA's full of shit.
No, I can't agree to that at all.
They still went to the moon. NASA did go to the moon, but they full of shit.
Hey, you want to take that back now, bud?
No, I wouldn't say
They went
that.
to the moon, bro, but NASA is full of shit. There's a lot of other stupid shit they did or said they did. They all shady. They all part of the government. We don't.
Hold on. I'm sorry. You got to stop there and support that.
Huh?
You got to support that. I find NASA so far it seems to be one of the most honest government organizations. Sorry, what makes you think they're full of shit?
Because NASA's done stuff.
They've said,
I don't know, but what necessarily have they done that they've lied? Maybe they said they were going somewhere and they couldn't.
Y'all like to trust the professionals, right? What about the fucking? Look at the professional, like the director of NASA, like a professional detective, the best of the best. and said to him and all of his associates and shit, he couldn't say it while he was working, but as soon as he retired, he come out and said him and all that the bureau fucking said that they call NASA fucking never a straight answer because they're full of shit.
When was that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That was in the 60s, wasn't it?
Oh, that was fucking early 2000.
What's Brian talking about?
I mean, I remember Kosho talking about something that NASA kind of did lie about, and that had something to do with the Challenger disaster. But other than that, I mean, just claiming you're going to do something and then you couldn't do it because you didn't get the funding. I don't think that's a lie.
Exactly. And the Challenger disaster, yeah, there was a lot of people trying to cover their ass there. That was an obvious reason to actually fib.
Right.
But that was more like, that's like individuals trying to protect themselves, not like the organization.
What about NASA bringing war criminals from Nazi Germany? I don't know.
No, I will say that.
Even the official story even the official story with Challenger said that they were still alive when they hit the water and shit, and they wouldn't let nobody see the fucking coffins and shit. They wouldn't let nobody around it. They wouldn't let nobody see the coffins. That's the official story, but we all know that there was nobody in the motherfucker.
Could we talk about something else?
Yeah, we can.
Do you think you want to see the remains of? Do you think a family would like everyone to see the remains of one of their loved ones?
We don't want to get into dead people. Thanks.
They ain't fucking dead. You didn't see dude look up all the fucking birth certificates, the vital statistics.
Fuck, Brian.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond.
See, this is y'all talking out of ignorance, bro. You don't know. Dude fucking showed the shit, okay? I got to find this video. He went to vital statistics.
So I asked politely if we could talk about something else. We could double down.
No, y'all are acting like, oh, they're dead. They're dead. That's because y'all talking out ignorance.
Now
bro.
you're believing someone else. You're believing someone else now.
Okay, let's go to vital statistics together. Hey, let's hold hands and do it together, so y'all ain't sobbing over fucking bullshit. Let's go to vital statistics.
Their families held fake funerals. Are you saying their families held fake funerals?
Do you realize one of those astronauts are buried here in Hawaii? I can literally go to his.
Yeah, I know exactly. That's the one. Look it up. That's one of the three fucking looked up. The two twins.
The Asian guy.
The two twins. There's no fucking twins. There's no fucking.
One of them was an Asian. I can't remember what his name was, but he's buried here in Hawaii at the punch bowl.
I just that's when we get into that. That kind of triggers me.
Yeah, I'll back off then, but I'll just
Brian, I appreciate that.
I'll find it and then post it. I won't talk about it no more if it's upsetting. But it's y'all are upset for that.
Germany isn't that?
Let me get in.
No, that's not a bad thing.
I was just gonna say,
if it was somebody related to you, I understand. But
Brian,
a person that you have no relationship to, it triggers you. Get out of here, bro.
Well, let me say this. Let me say back to what Brian just said. That's the first time someone's respected. I'm really, really shocked because that's Brian. That's the very first time that someone said, "Hey, I'll back off because it triggers you." That's generally people. They sort of do it even more when someone says that. So I appreciate that, Brian. Really do.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Oh, so cool. NASA.
Do you have family ties with those guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, one of them's your uncle or something?
No, I have a friend of mine.
Hey, if you want to talk about actual shit we caught him with, though, is the Jupiter picture. They fucking the Lovers don't really deny that the supposed 2016 the 2016 where they found the aurora, the magnetic field on the North Pole of Jupiter, and the fireworks show on the fucking 4th of July, dumb bullshit. And we compared the 2014 Kissimmee or whatever it was pictures, and it's the same exact pictures, just a little bit darker. The cloud formations are identical. So there's one. There's a few of them that you know, they don't even really deny, man. Not as many as we claim, because I mean we see through bullshit. I think we have that. That's just what we do. We fucking detect bullshit. I think, okay, but there's a few of them that they've been stone cold busted on. You know. It begs the question, you know, if this is another mission in a flyby, you know, what did the money go to if they just used an old picture? You know what I'm saying?
Well, here's the thing about the money issue thing. The government already controls all the money. So why go to all that effort? If they already control the money, they can just sink untold billions.
He cut out of right.
I don't think the government controls the money. The fucking we'd really be in trouble if they did. They'd probably have a little bit of control, but I'd rather the fucking elites have the money. We're gonna have a better system, you know, because
Hey, Brian, you want my smoothie recipe? I just posted it.
I was gonna say that you know, because the elite, the motherfuckers, the upper class, you know, they and the super rich are gonna call a lot of shots, you know, and but they gotta keep shit going. They let shit collapse, and their fucking money, their shit's gonna be worthless too, you know. So the system here is pretty good. I heard them earlier talking about the system, and yeah, there's a lot of unnecessary laws and shit that we could probably do without, but it's a pretty good system, man, for the most part. If the here, I believe that if they tried getting too out of hand, then you know, we'd change shit quick, you know. I mean, if everybody believed they were getting out of hand, like I thought they were getting out of hand with all the bullshit. But I like my governor. You know, they were talking about their congressman or shit. Florida, fucking, he fought against all that bullshit. So I'm in one of the places, you know, fortunate we didn't have all them rules and shit.
Ever wondered why they call people Asian? Because it's like real vague. There's like 48
Asia?
from
Is it
yeah,
from
an
the
Asian.
Asian continent?
Yeah, because you say, oh, that Asian guy. I'm like, oh, is he Indian? No.
No, from
Hey,
the Asian
America's
continent.
pretty broad too. If they call us Americans, that could be South America, Central America, North America. You know what I'm saying? So it works both ways.
Yeah. It's like, no. Is he Pakistan? No. From
No,
Turkey?
Middle Eastern.
Iran?
Middle
There's only
Eastern.
8. There's only like 8 Oriental countries. So why don't they just call them Oriental? Makes no sense.
I think, isn't that a derogatory term?
No,
Oriental?
because they come from the Orient. There's only 8 Orient countries.
Nah, it's deemed as totally colonial. The Oriental, the term is considered like a colonial term.
Huh.
Yeah, it's
accurate.
actually racial. Like they don't call themselves Oriental. It's what we call them. They
What would
find
be
it
more
racist.
accurate? What would be more accurate? 'Cause there's
Well,
only 8
I mean,
of those
would you be
countries.
able to tell the difference between someone from Japan or someone from China?
Well, it's more direct, more accurate than 48 different countries and only 8 being of their origin. When you refer to someone as Asian, and you assume they're Oriental.
Yeah, but
that's
that's where they
odd.
have that's where they have East Asian. You know what I mean? Asian versus East Asian.
They're of Asian descent.
Asiatic,
Turkey?
bro. Asiatic.
It's like if you see an African, a black person, you wouldn't say they're specifically from Africa.
And not all Africans look the same, you know. Like, have you seen Ethiopians, Somalians? Have you seen like Libyans and Moroccans?
It's still
Yeah,
more accurate though.
I think the terms are pretty settled, but it's not a bad point. I think East Asian kind of clarifies that for whatever purpose.
Like if you have someone that speaks Spanish, you wouldn't call them immediately call them a Puerto Rican because there's different countries that speak Spanish. So you'd say Latin.
Hispanic.
They
Yeah,
speak
or
Spanish.
Hispanic. Yeah.
That's just a language, man.
What is?
It's like
No,
saying everyone that
you'd
speaks English
say
must be an Englishman. No.
no, you'd say like Latin or Hispanic.
Isn't today's term supposed to be Latinx? No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
Because it's a gendered language, so they want to be non-gendered, so they call them Latinx.
Is that why they do that?
Yeah.
I never heard that.
I
That's
never
new.
heard that. That's ridiculous. Because it's Latina, Latina. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So in their logic, it makes sense, I suppose. Yeah, they've gone off the deep end with their terminology. Those people.
I just heard a horrible story before, just a little while ago. There's this guy, I think he's in Texas, and he has twin sons, and his wife just decided that one of the sons is a girl now, so started putting him in a dress and shit. Well, he got pissed off, and they ended up getting a divorce over it. Well, she started sending him to school in a dress, and when the kid would stay with the father, he would let the kid dress like a boy because he is obviously a boy. And then when the kid would go back to school, the teacher would sneak the kid a dress and tell him to go put it on. The father was like, "What the?" They made it secret, and the father bitched about it. So they called CPS on him. He went to court. The judge unlawfully took his kids away from him, and then gave him only visitation. And he was issued a unlawful gag order, so he cannot talk about it to anybody, can't do anything online, cannot publish any articles, and he must refer to his son as she, and gave him a list of proper pronouns, and he must follow that gag order during visitation. So he decided not to do visitation. So because he said he's not doing visitation, they decided that he is now negligent of his son. So now they're prosecuting him even further for negligence, and it's like, what the fuck?
Was it against the son's will to dress as a boy, or?
Yeah, he even recorded himself talking to his mother saying, "Mom, I'm a boy. I want to start dressing like a boy because it's getting really embarrassing." And then the court wouldn't allow that video to be admissible.
So it was a mother that was forcing the boy to dress as a girl.
Yep.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
So you know what upsets me though is that I hear about how let's say the judge didn't let that into the record, right? You know what gets me is that and I just can't but wonder, because lawyers are retarded too, is that there's a process of service that I've been in court and I've seen lawyers not know it. And if you don't get something done, it's called proper process of service, and if you don't do it properly, it's inadmissible. And so now let's just say and I don't put it past the evil of people, but I just mean in the sense that imagine that guy didn't do the proper process of service to get that video into the court, and then it looks like the judge didn't let that into the court because he's pro tranny. You see how it makes the system look retarded? Because that is retarded. That's so sad to hear that story, by the way. But I just wanted to bring of that possibly could have been allowed. It upsets me to hear that, man. That's why I just
And I gave you the short story, dude. That was as brief as I can make it. They're being malicious. I don't think it was an accident or improper protocol.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's just unfortunate. Fucked up.
running for a political office. I forget what it was, to make laws against this, so this can't happen. And as soon as he achieves his goal, he's going to drop out and say adios.
Yeah, it's like I used to always think of. I used to even talk to flat earthers about the idea of it's like, hey, like, if you have like children in school or something like that, and like, fucking the guidance counselor, the principal calls you into their office to speak to you about their kid talking about flat earth. And that guy says to you, hey, are you teaching your kid flat earth? The 100% wrong thing to fucking say is, well, have you seen Eric Dubé's 200 proofs, and start making the kid flat earth.
Yeah.
Like, the appropriate question is, excuse me, are you trying to tell me what I can or cannot teach my child at my
No,
home?
you mean the appropriate response or answer.
Well, I'm asking, like, it's just in the sense of, like, I can only imagine how downhill that went with that guy, only because I've seen people do it 1,000 fucking times. It's like, but the idea is, like, when they ask that question, excuse me, are you trying to not let your child be a fucking tranny? You know what I mean? He was probably like, well, it's fucking wrong. It's fucking evil. And you know what I'm saying? There's an agenda, and they're trying to turn the frogs gay, and it's in the water. And, fucking, like, and now you look like a fucking, they're like, yeah, we need to take your fucking kids away, dude. You know what I mean? Like, instead of being, excuse me, are you trying to tell me what I can or can't teach my child? That's a different fucking question, a whole different set of reasoning, a whole different circumstance. And they're now on the back foot for trying to tell you how you could raise your child. Excuse me, what? You know what I mean? But if you're going to be over there arguing your point, well, you don't understand it. NASA's just full of fucking Nazis, bro. You know what I mean? How's that going to go? I mean, I remember I helped a kid who was like going to go in and fucking tell the judge about the Federal fucking Reserve and how 1933 we've been in a bankruptcy and how evil everything is. And I was like, dude, the judge already knows this. Like, you're not going in there to handle the nation's problems. You're going in to handle your business. And I think we really need to just know that about the court system. Like, it's not about changing the world in the court system. It's about dealing with your fucking case. But you could change the world through your case. You know what I mean?
My experience, it's best to
here's the
stay
thing
out
is,
of the
I look
fucking
at it like this.
court system.
Well, check
Just
this
stay
out,
out
bro.
of it.
Well, check this out. It's like, let's say you're dealing with a commercial affair, right? Let's say you can discharge the commercial affair and then wrap it in the flag, the Constitution, and make it the most eloquent goddamn fucking sermon in the world. But the point is what you've done is you've quashed the private side and the public side. The public side being the financial instrument issue, the private side being the glorious fucking history of our grand nation. You know what I mean? That you can ride the coattails of, so long as the other half of the equation is taken care of. They can't stop you with the rhetoric of how amazing the country is and how John Adams would have been proud that our nation is, whatever the fuck you want to go in on. But like, if you fucking have handled the commercial affair, if you haven't handled the commercial affair, everything else is moot. That's why there's a charge, right? A charge on the person. But whatever. But I just think like, that individual subject matter and how unfortunate it is that maybe a judge couldn't let something like that into the public record because it wasn't put into the public record properly. And then that gives that attorney, and this is where these bastards move, is that, let's say that judge and the attorney are fucking like, cokehead fucking whatever, hanging out with Ed Buck, you know what I mean? Fucking like being stupid in Washington, D.C., you know what I mean? Trying to turn kids gay. They can only do that because the attorney now, because the father hired the attorney, is not going to put the paperwork in properly, so it's not going to be admissible. That's how they could do you. But if you knew your business and you put the paperwork in properly, yada, 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 I don't know. But I don't know, just alternative fucking thinking. But how crazy that, like, what a shame that, like, people can condemn the You know, if that were the case, let's say that people could say, "Oh, courts suck because they didn't allow this into the fucking record, and that means that they're all fucking worshiping Baal and fucking have a Saturnalian fucking cult where they wear black robes." Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, that justifies all that mythos, right? And then fucking, you know, it's like in reality, the guy didn't put the paperwork in properly. And how
I'm not
unfortunate.
sure in his specific story. I'm not sure, but he is fighting it, and he's I forget what he said. He's doing something else, and then they're going to make a whole case about just the video alone.
Well, no. But I mean, even that's like kind of just even irrelevant to my point, even just broadly speaking. Like, you know what I mean? The idea that people could, like, you know, be like, oh, it's so evil that they didn't allow that into the record for whatever case. But in reality, it just wasn't put in the record properly. Because you're right. Maybe the attorney and the fucking judge had a thing where they were going to say, hey, we're not letting that in because we don't want to. You know, it just allows for them to do that when we're ignorant of our own position. That's all I think. I like to remove them from the equation, God willing, right? You know, remove as many of them as you can out of the equation. But back to that idea of, like, you know, you wouldn't want to explain to the principal that Eric Dubay didn't really mean anything bad by his video about Hitler. He was just trying to explain how, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you know, you wind up down crazy street real fucking quick, right?
I don't recall that part about Hitler. What did he do, or what did he say? Generally,
I don't know, bro. You got to go look into it. I don't know if we're allowed to talk about it. I think if you're in Germany, you'll get arrested. If you're in Germany, you can get arrested for talking about it. But like, you know, yeah, Dubay had made a movie that was kind of pro the alternative history about what happened in World War II. And I'm just saying, if you were to bring up 200 proofs to the guidance counselor, you know, and then he goes researching them and finds Europa or whatever the fucking movie is that he did.
oh, it was a different. I thought it was a part of 200 Proofs. I'm like, I don't recall that.
No, it's a different. It's a different.
A different one.
I mean,
Okay.
Yeah, Dubay's pretty prolific, man. You know, it's a shame like you can't, like, they've like erased that dude from fucking YouTube, kind of. Or I haven't seen much of his stuff anyway. Come up recently.
I'm really torn on that dinosaur video he made. I don't know how much of that is actually true. And if dinosaurs never existed and do not exist, you simply Google dinosaur fossil, then all of these are fake. And everyone says there's no full intact or mostly intact fossils, right? Or skeletons. Well, I just Google dinosaur fossil. I'm scrolling down. There's hundreds of them, apparently, right? They're all fake. It's like, what the hell is going on?
When was the first one found?
I don't remember.
Yeah,
but
actually,
it
no,
was
that's-
actually written about first. They
that's what's part of the
hypothesized
narrative.
their existence and then
Right, that's what's crazy
poofed
about
it into existence.
Well, there were some fake ones though. I think a long time ago there was like a guy who was like falsifying a lot of the things he was finding. I know there was a big thing about that.
Yeah, I'm just quoting DeBay's video about it. Dinosaurs never existed.
Yeah.
There were the two guys that were battling against each other, each
Right.
producing
That's
fake.
exactly what I'm talking about. Yep.
Yeah. And then supposedly you ask for the government's permission to dig fossils, and they just know right where to point you to dig. Where you're going to find fossils. I don't know. I just don't know how much.
And they were never found before they were theorized.
Yeah.
I think the whole thing with the dinosaurs, though, is it's like they were pushing the Darwinism. You know, it's all at that same time. There was like an impetus to like justify probably the most racist fucking thing. You know what I mean? Is evolution. You know what I mean? Because like evolution, as they explained it, was pretty fucking racist. You know what I mean? And then it went like all the way back to like, you know, we came from an amoeba, right?
Trilobites.
It's weird, you know. But it was right at the same time as all that. So it like justified their like position, and it justified their racial positions. That's something that's kind of the dark history of evolution.
You.
I thought was funny is here I am sitting here working out in my mind whether or not dinosaurs ever existed, and then there's that one chick who says she was working with a Tyrannosaurus Rex bone, dissolved the fossil with acid, exposing a soft core with blood vessels and shit. Well, if it's a fossil, it can't have a soft core. It was bone. So if it's actually a dinosaur bone, then it's not millions of billions of years old.
Yeah.
Like, not at all. And then supposedly this has been done many, 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 many times. It's kind of like goes against the whole did dinosaurs exist? If they do, and they're much not as old as they say.
Yeah, I always find it interesting when someone like they're like 10 million years ago this was actually a whatever. Like, what I mean? Like 10 million years ago, huh? Go ahead.
Pangea.
Yeah. Go ahead, bud. 10 million fucking years ago. Go fuck yourself.
But science.
All right, but yeah. But my ice crystals, my ice fucking things, right? Fucking,
Carbon dating.
yeah,
Come on,
bro. Carbon dating, dude. And and that only goes back 50,000 years. Okay, yeah, my nuts, dude. Suck on my fucking balls, bro. Like it's like a lie within a lie. Oh, that only goes back 50,000 years. And then people are like, oh, well, that only goes back 50,000 years, so they must be lying about. We use it as a reference. They must be cracking their heads off, just dying laughing.
They'll be announcing one of the Godzilla bones soon, I'm sure.
Right. Well, yeah, that's why, I'm convinced, it's like, you know who Robert Anton Wilson is and shit? Like that, it's like that kind of like a group of people that figured out how to get the government to pay them, and they just give the government bullshit. You know what I mean? It's like that's like the whole space program. It's just like a bunch of nerds doing some digital effects. Like, look, it's going up to fucking Mars. It's just the biggest troll. It's like harmless kind of. Nobody's really affected by it. But evolution too, yeah, Smithsonian, give us fucking millions of dollars, and oh wow, I found a fucking dinosaur bone.
If you let someone or something eat whatever it wants, whenever it wants, and it'll get greedier and greedier and greedier, surely that animal thing will just get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger over time.
What do you mean? Like they progressively just get like?
Yeah, you're saying the body adapts to the amount it's intaking, so it needs to grow. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, would that work in evolution where you didn't have a job to go to, and all you did was eat all day? You could have enough McDonald's. You know what I mean? The sort of appetite gets bigger. Possibly, fish, an abundance of food. You'd just be gluttonous. But maybe not. Air pressure changes.
Still adding stuff to your model realm?
Yeah. I'm looking into retrogrades and just seeing how it all pans out. I did learn. It's about learning. It's about learning for me. I did learn that the ecliptic has a pole, a north pole and a south pole. So that's like Draco constellation is the north, and Dorado constellation is the south. They're not equidistant. Yeah. So just learning about shit like that. You know what I mean?
Whereabouts are they above the Earth? What?
Well, there's a constellation called Draco, which is, I guess, if you to be on the equator and look north, I think it'll be above, and then if you look south, then the opposite will just be just under. So there's two constellations quite close to the north and south poles: Draco in the north and Dorado in the south. Doesn't sound interesting, but it's like, I think if you think that they follow the sun's
Everything's
path,
a puzzle piece. Everything's a puzzle piece.
yeah, definitely, man, definitely. Exchanging information is exchanging, until you get a full set, your game cards, whatever. But yeah, it's just looking at the different things and how we perceive them, and understanding that the planets move through the ecliptics, but not the celestial equator. So it's things like that you take for granted. And you're like, oh, actually, no, they don't. This is how it looks, and that's how it looks. And do observations on stellarium or something like that to see if you're seeing the same thing, shit like that. Whole new ball game. It's somewhere between a toroid, which seems the most natural thing. But if you have the same thing on its side, if you look at it from the side, do you see a toroid or do you see I don't know, epsilon? Epsilon, wasn't there a movie called Epsilon?
Elysium.
Yeah. It's all about what needs to be flatter, the poles or the sides, because I think if more people are at the sides, then you need more flattening at the sides. Then it doesn't look like.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things you bring up when talking about this is this 10 degrees, this missing 10 degrees, or they extended it 10 degrees.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a tilt of 10 degrees, because then someone would be 10 degrees more north and the other person might be 10 degrees more south. But if you made it 5 degrees, then you could have more 10 degrees in one hemisphere and 10 degrees on the other in the opposite direction. Even Jerusalem is 10 degrees higher than Mecca, because they used to face Jerusalem to find, when the day ended for their fasting and shit like that. Just trying to tie it all in, man, just nice round numbers that start to follow a pattern, But we've been stuck on the solar system, working different angles. It's either elongated, like, do you ever remember there was like an old map of the world and it had Jerusalem in the middle? There was like 3 leaves, like a trinity. Looks like a Mitsubishi. Yeah, it looks like a Mitsubishi badge in a way. Right. Like a Y, upside down Y, a Y in a way, 3 points, with 3 lines coming out, etc. And trying to think, did they think of the world as a flower and it closed up, so you'd be like a prolate, elongated shape, and then all sorts of shit, man. It's like there's a oh fuck, man, head fuck, absolute head fuck. But the retrogrades has been really interesting. Been going over that last week, 2 weeks. Is there looping going on? Is there not? Are we seeing this? Are we seeing that? Yeah, all sorts, man. It's fun, isn't it? It's fun just trying to do an alternative model. That way you're not attached to it like aggressively, you know.
Yeah, definitely, and it's also quite cool to sort of like piece in the anomalies that we already know of.
Yeah, it's just it's a whole exactly. I think it's like if you've got 9.98 meters per second for gravity, is it there by 0.02 the imperfection that we have, you know? And if we use that 0.2, it's like where do we base everything from, don't you? It's like you get to everything, you got a full system, and then you come to 9.8 meters per second. You're like, fucking hell, man. No, it just could have got 10, but no, we don't need to worry about that. But it kind of says that the left don't meet up with the right. You know what I mean? Like when you do your Excel, you got your XY axis type of thing, and then you're like, oh yeah, I've cross reference, and the figures come out the same. You know. So yeah, stuck between a toroid and a sort of slightly sphere, but it's been pushed into a rugby ball slightly. Elongated poles, just elongating the poles themselves already changes the shape, you know. And then if you use a measure that's too short or too long, then all sorts of shit, man. What are you into? What are you up to?
Me?
Yeah.
Anything, everything.
Everything. Do you do any modelling, or you just sort of like?
Oh no, I don't do anything like that. I'd like to.
No, I mean you get a piece of paper out and you sort of draw a thing, and you think about, oh, how's this moving, how's that moving, and you start to learn about like what you're seeing in the sky interpreted on a piece of paper, you know. And yeah, for me, the journey is like fucking. I've learned so much around the world around me just through this process, you know.
Just trying to draw it out and envisage it.
Yeah, it's like if you curl up the sides of a flat Earth type of thing, and then you do this and a bit of that. How do you reduce the surface area? Yeah. If you
posted a model just up my sketch anyway, with the three circular type of triangles, and the outside one represents Cancer, and it's like just ever so slightly inverted, convex or concave, you know. And then the Capricorn, the equator is the triangle in the middle, the rounded triangle in the middle, and it's representing the equator. And then the one that's representing Cancer on the inside, it's just, ever so slightly convex, the way we see the shadows and stuff. But it's I tried to make it look kind of 3D by shading in the edges to show that, you know, that it's higher in the middle, and as the sun's going around that triangle, it's doing a sine wave. You know, it's going up and down to make it look more. It's going to look damn near like a circle. Like if you turn the analemma sideways, it looks like a Pringle kind of. So that's what the sun's doing in that model. But the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm thinking that I need to do it with two poles, because that's what we see at the equator. If you're going to make the argument that you see stars deviating to the right, so stars deviating to the left, and stars going straight overhead, that would make for three separate rotations. So that would be like two south poles that mirror each other with the same stars, basically, and one north pole.
Sorry, is this a taco shell with 3 points? Taco shell,
Yeah.
but instead of a taco shell just being one thing, this would just have like a taco shell's got 2 openings, but this has got 3 openings. Yeah.
Hold on,
Taco
JJ,
shell?
your mic's open. Or sorry, your JJ, your camera's on or something weird's going on.
I was just trying to model something, you know, to where we see what we see. at the on every continent, but I don't need 3. And plus, if you have 3, there's a couple spots where you might be able to see 2 rotations, man, and that wouldn't fly. So I got another idea. I'm in the middle of modeling it with 2. They're opposite each other, so you'd never see the 3, and they're the same stars in it. So you got to you have they're just mirror reflections of each other, and they're kind of like reflections of the north, but but they don't exactly line up. But if I don't know if y'all have heard me say this, but New Perspective posted that one guy's video. He lined up the north and the southern stars, and there's a fucking Big Dipper that he's got them tying into each other, and the Big Dippers join. There's a Big Dipper in the fucking South Pole. There's a Little Dipper. There's a Crux in the North. Like, it was eerie how they were joining together, and they weren't perfect, but all the clusters of stars were and like the nebulous looking areas, they all joined together, man. He just converged them at 0 latitude or whatever, doing their circle. It's like, it's not a perfect reflection, but man, there's some big time similarities. But either way, the only way that would work that I'm describing is if there's 2 of the same stars basically in the south. In other words, they're the same thing, but they're opposite to each other. So if you had a Crux that's going at 27 degrees south, or I want to say 70, what is it, 73, no, 60, 63 south latitude, or 67, one or the other, then you got one on the other side too, same thing. So you're going to see the same thing if you're in South America or Australia, and so you'd never be able to see anything but the 2, and it just takes a little bit of declination out in the middle of the ocean to to pull it off, basically. It wouldn't take a miracle, but I'm just trying to come up with different things that work, and it's the best one. The one I'm working on now is the best one.
Are you concerned with the sizes of the likes of Australia? And you seem, well, obviously, you said it mentioned a reflection, but you've got what looks like Antarctica twice on that.
Yeah, there's definitely an East Australia. I mean, there's an East Antarctica and a West Antarctica. Absolutely.
I've never heard of that before. That's interesting. Do you know what? It is very interesting. I've never thought about it like that. But why not have a third Antarctica underneath Africa?
Well, that one I just posted has that. But like I said, there'd be a couple spots you could go to and possibly see 3. And I mean, it'd be a couple select spots. It wouldn't be a very big spot, but still, if there's a spot on Earth you can see 3 rotations, you got issues.
See, if you were an hourglass and you were 2 hemispheres facing each other and not opposing, like an hourglass, just imagine. No, that sounds stupid. But on the sides.
But then again, though, the ceiling's getting a lot lower in the south. And the land comes up. The land, well, no, that's in Antarctica, but still, the ceiling gets lower. So
No, you're right.
That might do.
You're right. You're right. In the northern hemisphere, I've seen planes take off from America and reach cruising altitude 10,000 feet in 20 to 30 minutes. In the south, it takes them up to 2 hours, and they eventually get to about 12,000 feet. Interesting, because definitely the sky is lower in the southern hemisphere. So now, if you were to look at this and imagine that you're looking at this, but then you just push the center down and you look like a speaker, then in ways the further south you get, the closer you are.
What kind of plane are you talking about that takes 2 hours to get up to 12,000 feet, bro?
QF-63 and QF-28. If you look in the proper logs, the actual, not the pilot's logs, but the estimation logs, combined with flight data, then yeah, you'll see them. Flightaware.com is the best one to use, so to get the actual estimate.
I was just asking. So they say that I mean, no matter what we live on, they do say that. Don't they say that the atmosphere? Okay, they call it the ceiling, whatever. The atmosphere itself is higher, and is it higher over the equator and then it gets lower at each pole, or is it opposite? Is it lower at the equator and then higher on each pole? I think it's higher at the equator. I think, but
No, it's
you know,
it's closer. It's closer to the magnetic equator, I think, which is very close to that. So it's almost like a dipping fashion, like a Cupid's elbow, which is your lips. Yeah, so your top part and your bottom part. That seems to come up so many times. Like you're inside it and on the outside.
Yeah, man. As far as lining up the maps, I'm talking about the continent angles or positions and shit. Dude, I was just telling this man. There's a road right not too far from my house where, I mean, everybody who's been down it ran into the same thing. It's not a mile or two long. It ain't even that long, and you come out fucking 200 yards away from where you went in. It's fucking like you only went a mile or two and you did a circle, and I promise you have no idea you did a fucking circle in 1 or 2 miles. So if we think we know exactly where shit is, as far as, I mean, if we can do a circle in 1 or 2 miles, dude, and we're thinking we know exactly where shit is in between continents, fucking over fucking thousands of miles. That's so there's leeway in these models. You know, anybody who's thinking about making one, you know, just start with something, start with an idea, and think about what we see and look on Stellarium, look at just as a reference, you know, and think of what you could do, man. I wish more people would work on this shit, and this is my favorite topic, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely. They measured India. This is what I reckon happened, yeah? Dutch East India Company. They had to get to India because they couldn't get the measurements from a location like Russia, probably weather was all frozen over. No one could really get past a certain sort of north latitude. They go to India, and then they spot the star and the North Star from India, and they end up getting like 75.6 miles to the degree instead of 69. That's the easiest way, because they used a baseline equivalent of 75.6 miles. So it's almost like the line where India is, there's nothing underneath it, so there's going to be no verification from the Australians, for example. You've got there's a French settlement of islands underneath India quite a bit.
Yeah, they make it sound like it's perfect, don't they? They make it sound like it's perfect down to the minute. Like if you're celestial navigating and you get a fix on a place that's fucking 3,000, 4,000 miles away or something, dude, it just got you going in a general direction. You're gonna have to double check, and I believe that they're accurate up close on whatever model. But other than that, it's just generally getting you in the fucking direction. But they upgrade that shit all the time. The fucking ephemeris is just constantly being fucking updated, you know. And there's places that won't even give us their information. I heard like Russia, China. There's, if I'm not mistaken, them two are the big ones that are like fuck off. You know, they're fucking hiding all their elevation, like all kinds of information we've tried to get from them. That's what I heard. I mean, I've never tried to get information from them, obviously, but that's what I've heard that a couple times.
I reckon like a tambourine, yeah, a kidney bean. There's something like that going on. Tambourine, a person's smile, but you know the one that you draw, where you've got like a shorter top curve and then a longer curve at the bottom, and then you've got 2 lines on the side. You know, these little things that we draw.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Shit
Yeah, it
like
doesn't
that.
have to be doing a circle, man. Right? It doesn't. The sun doesn't have to be doing a circle. It's going over such long distances, man. As long as it's making up for it with elevations and shit. if especially if it's a parent or like a focal point. I mean, it seems to be a fucking focal point because that bitch is close. It's burning ass hot. No matter in the summertime, even if the sun's just set getting out on the horizon, bro, it's burning. You feel that bitch burning your face. In the wintertime, it's fucking. It gets like 50 degrees up, or no, it gets like about 65 degrees up overhead, and it's still cold as shit, dude. I could lay on the hood of the car. Summertime, dude, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun's about, I don't know, fucking, it's maybe 25 degrees or something like that. And I did a video. I made my son put his arm on the black hood of a car, and he fucking couldn't hold it on there for even a second. And but the wintertime, dude, it's just warm, and when the sun's directly overhead, it can't be angles is the short version of that. That's horse shit. That angle shit, that's crazy. So even if it is a ball, I don't agree with that.
You can feel the radiation. You might not necessarily have a hot day, but you can capture that radiation in a room full of, like a greenhouse, for example. The greenhouse will definitely pick up on the radiation. So there is warmth there. It's just you got cold winds, or the wind factor, and shit like that. Yeah, man, it's definitely something is changing. Something's happening, and yeah. I want to shoot.
Yeah, if it's a focal point, then it would it wouldn't be just one tangible thing in one spot that everybody's it would it could have the same effect as a something distant, there's a focal point pretty much, and it's it's pretty much, it's in a spot. It's I believe it's in a spot overhead, but everywhere else I think it's kind of depends on where you're at. So it's a little bit of wiggle room as far as angles and shit. So I don't know that. I mean, I modeled refraction, but but that's another idea that I've kind of never left the back of my mind. It seems like a focal point, man. It seems like a freaking point of energy, man.
Talking about the sun, right?
Yeah.
Can you get in a plane and follow the sun?
I've heard that you can't.
And then obviously track your own path.
I've never seen it. It should be able to be done, especially at cancer, where it's not a crazy speed. It's faster than a passenger plane, but not that much faster. You'd have to catch it at its like I said, at cancer, which is 23.4.
Well, it's also asking the question: what planes can stay up for 24 hours or longer?
Well, I don't think you'd necessarily have to follow it for that long.
Well, you'd like to follow it for the full circuit, wouldn't you?
You could have two planes, if one could do 12 hours and the other could do 12 hours, they'd have to be doing about probably about 800 miles an hour, something like that. So it would have to be it'd be booking.
Oh, this makes me want to skin up. Jeremy gonna start.
What's up, man? What's up, man?
Oh, I thought Jeremy was gonna start rapping to your beat, isn't it?
No, I was about to start every time, man. I'm about to just jump in, man. I've said that before and didn't, but I feel it, and I'm just like about to jump in because nobody's singing. They got a good beat going, and I'm just like, man, chicken out.
Yeah, it happens. Stage fright just gets set upon you, or that you're gonna mess up.
Well, I have the beat in my head, dude, but I don't necessarily have the words, man. You know, I'll have a good melody in my head to sing in, but no good words to fill it in, you know.
Hey, fill it in with some flat Earth words.
What are flat Earth words?
Yeah,
relative
fill it in with
density.
globe Earth words, like little chubby at the bottom. I could think of some rap songs for the globe Earth.
Magic speed.
The chubby South.
Ate too much on Christmas. Now I got a fat equator. I'm obloid or globloid, spheroid.
I'm globo
That's
beast.
funny. That's funny that Neil.
Globo beast.
That's funny. Neil deGrasse said it's pear-shaped, chubby at the bottom because the fucking GPS, the original narrated by the Navy, one of them old Navy data or information videos has same shit, talking about the anomalies in the South Atlantic, South Pacific fucking anomalies, and how the southern hemisphere is bigger
Really?
around. I swear.
Ooh, come on.
Let me post it.
I'd like to see that because that's
Yeah,
just
Neil
getting
deGrasse didn't make that up, bro.
ridiculous.
That didn't come from Neil. That come from fucking.
He adopted it.
That come from the Navy or the fucking military, whatever. GPS fucking system, whatever.
You got to find that, man.
What are the guys that
I made a video. I made a video out of it. I'll post it real quick.
Kosho, what do you have to say for yourself?
Well, see, I'm usually not surprised when two sources are saying the same correct thing. Not a surprise to me. It's usually kind of like,
Oh, so
how
you're
I
saying
operate.
NDT and the Air Force is correct?
Yeah, I think they're both correct. Yeah, I think he said Navy.
Navy. Okay, whatever. So the Navy and NDT is correct about a pear-shaped Earth. All right, cool, man.
So is NASA wrong then with the perfect sphere pictures?
Yeah.
I'd say measure those pictures.
No, not
I
NASA.
don't
It's
see a chubby
Himawari.
South.
No, it's Himawari 8, dude. They're the ones that take the perfect sphere pictures.
Oh, they've got the oblate spheroid, yeah?
Go ahead and measure those pictures.
Oh, you're saying they have it in there? The one where the moon passes over the Earth? That one's not a perfect sphere?
You can measure it and find out. It's weird that you're talking about it this much and you haven't done that yet.
Oh, you measured it, huh?
Seems a bit odd. Wow.
You measured it, huh?
Oh, that moonrise bullshit, man. That is fucking hilarious.
Oh, so wait, I did a conversation. Riding on Eggshells had a expert, an expert in like sonar and shit and mapping out the bottom and everything. But he, you know, at the end, I asked him if he ever been between the continents in the South, and he's done a couple things in the South, but never between the continents. But he had some good information. He had some globe evidence, you know, and a couple. But then
Hey, Brian.
Wait. Let me get the point. He pointed out an anomaly.
Oh, okay.
Over Africa, and I've heard about the one in the Pacific and the South Atlantic, but he's pointed out that there's one in the southern hemisphere over Africa too. So it's fucking anomalies everywhere in the fucking South now, all the continents.
Hey, Brian. Hey, Kosho is saying that that Himawari 8, that we have to measure it for some reason. I think because there's it's an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, it's the blue marble.
It looks perfectly spherical to me.
It's a fucking blue. It's the 2008 or 2004 or 12, whatever, blue marble. It says on their website.
All I can say to Trader Joe is, before I'm telling people whether it's perfectly spherical or not, I probably would try measuring it first.
You can tell it's
And that
oblate
way,
because it's perfectly spherical.
It's the blue marble that Simmons drew or whatever. It's all the data laid on the blue marble. It's what they don't even deny that.
You feel a bit
Yeah,
silly.
why would you even say
The
that,
Epic.
Kosho? Exactly.
If you took a picture from the Epic Discover and you found out that it wasn't perfectly spherical, you'd feel a bit silly for going around telling people it was.
Yeah, but it's not even the image that was in 2017. It's something from way before. They just put weather data on top.
Kosho has a decent point though. None of you have ever measured it. Isn't that interesting?
Not really.
It's indeed very interesting. You guys are all talking about how spherical it is, and you haven't even measured it.
That's actually, it's shocking. None of you have ever measured it, but you make all these claims about it.
Yeah, we need to measure it.
Yeah, I mean, don't you want to do that before you go around and start saying this, that, and the third about the shape of the Earth? Neil deGrasse says this, NASA says that, but none of you have ever measured it for yourself.
Yeah, I know, man. We need access to everywhere.
Yeah, but you just take any picture from the Epic Discover and get as good as resolution as you can get, and measure the pixels that go across the top and the pixels that go across the middle. Okay?
Epic uses the blue marble too, man.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Find out by just take the vertical pixels and take the horizontal pixels.
Yeah, Kosher's even telling you
So,
how
like
to
you're
do
saying,
it.
the Tropic of Cancer and
none
the
of you are
Tropic
gonna
of
do it.
Capricorn, you're saying do all those 4 lines and see if they're equal?
Just take one count of the vertical pixels and then one more count of the horizontal pixels.
But none of you are gonna do it.
Counting pixels, right?
Why would I
bet
count
$1
pixels
billion
on an artist's rendition of the Earth? Well, I mean, that's silly on its face.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's an
None of you-
artist's rendition, bro.
But you guys
Not
are
even
truth
real.
seekers. You guys
No,
are
this
scientists.
is measurement.
You guys
Counting pixels.
You guys want to
is
find out what the truth is, but none of you. Are
It's
gonna
not
do it.
even real though, bro. Like, why would we do that?
Not real. Yeah. You guys don't care about that.
This is so silly, dude. You guys are just sitting there talking about. You guys are sitting there talking about how the pictures are not conforming with what Neil deGrasse Tyson and the Navy say. And
You're
then
telling
you're
us
not
to
even
count
taking
pixels, bro.
you're not even taking the time to count the pixels and see if that's true or not.
But it's not even a real fucking thing. It's somebody
are not
what somebody thought it was, bro.
You guys don't care about the truth, really.
Robert Simon, bro. Do you know Robert Simon?
Robert Simmons and Neil deGrasse Tyson are wrong, and Blue Marble. You're gonna throw out these catchphrases.
Robert Simon.
None of you are gonna go and count.
How was his rendition of what Earth is? A little bit of green here, a little bit of blue there, a little bit of cloud there.
Run away from the topic you guys brought up. This is a topic you guys
Little
brought
bit
up.
of
and when you
spear
question
there,
on
a
it,
little bit
you
of
wanna run
oblate
away,
there.
start trolling about Robert Simmons. Like
little bit
And it looked kind of flat. It looked kind of plain, and then it looked kind of flat. So we added a hot spot. And
Hey, Brian. Hey, we should call Robert Simon Chef Robert Simon.
Yeah, you guys are not truth.
We should what?
It's pretty embarrassing.
Hey, we should call Robert Simon. He's not an artist, dude. We should call him a chef because he's put in a little bit of this and a little bit of a dash of that and a dash of this.
Mm-hmm.
But you get the truth if you count the pixels, right?
Call him Emerald.
Hey, at least he's honest enough to come out, and be honest, man. I mean, not many of them do that,
Well, if he wouldn't have been called out on it, I think he would have. They would have kind of kept it hush hush.
But none of you are gonna validate it for yourselves. You guys are no truth seekers. You guys
We
are not
already found out the
scientists.
truth. It's a fucking
Yeah.
picture, dude. It's a drawing. It's not
What
real.
you
bro.
validated?
Yeah, it's strip data. There's gaps between every strip, and it's who knows in between land and shit. I mean, I don't know. It's probably close to the way a
Probably,
globe model would
maybe,
look. The way a globe
That-
would
hey,
look
hey,
if
we're giving them
it was a
strip
globe.
data, dude.
And I'm
Why
not
are we
gonna
giving them
try and
strip
count
data?
pixels.
it might be.
I don't want to count pixels to a fucking artist
Hey,
rendition.
Brian.
I don't know what it is.
Why are
what
we
you
even
said, but
giving
it
them
triggered
strip
someone
data,
so
bro?
much they had to interrupt you the whole time you were speaking, so we heard none of it. Go ahead.
It ain't no big deal. I was just saying, why would we count pixels to a fucking an artist rendition, his version of what the Earth looks like? Ain't that a good, fair question, though?
I mean, I would do that if I wanted to find out if it's really like an artist rendition, or if it's a real thing, or if the claim that it's pear-shaped might be true or not. I would want to figure out these things for myself if there were people making these claims, and I wasn't sure
Well,
what the truth was.
Yeah, but
well,
if
we
the way that
we obviously claim that it's bigger in the South, right? I mean,
Yeah,
if
but
it's
carry
flat.
on making excuses not to figure it out for yourself. You guys are not truth
Well,
seekers.
we're kind of looking for the clues, man. Looking for the
and if
clues,
the,
doing what we
way
can.
that the picture was taken is in question as
This is
well,
sad.
you know,
This is sad.
fucking hell.
This is sad.
Hey, EPR, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Why are we going to measure a unicorn horn if we know unicorns aren't even real?
Because you guys were asking and disputing whether or not the claim is true that it's pear-shaped. And if you want to figure that out, count the pixels. But now all of a sudden, no, we're not going to count the pixels.
Look,
No,
It's all
well,
of a sudden we don't care
I've
if
got
it's
a picture of
pear-shaped
Superman
anymore.
here.
Like, you
So
guys are not
we'll
truth
count the
seekers.
pixels
This is
to find out
embarrassing
which.
and ridiculous.
You didn't understand what I
This is
said. Why
this
would
is
we
the thing.
measure a
You guys brought
unicorn
up the
horn?
conversation.
Wait, he's acting like we ain't done nothing, dude. I sat there and dug through fucking statistic after statistic and something practical, something fucking I didn't need no book. I looked at all the world record for the times and the races in the northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere, lined up the types of fucking yachts and did 40-year fucking races and got the top 24-hour tiers and compared the distance traveled in 24 hours. Because I figure over 40 years,
Yeah, but look,
they
Brian.
should have
Brian,
had a
look.
great day and there should be similar
Hey,
records,
Brian.
but the times are lopsided. The
Brian,
fucking times.
why are we gonna look? Hey, Brian, why are we gonna measure a unicorn's horn when unicorns aren't real? It's the same thing he wants us to do with the blue marble. It's not
He's
even
acting
real.
like we ain't doing nothing at all or something. And
So I'm not gonna.
I was just explaining what I have done.
I sat here 20 minutes ago questioning whether or not the claim that it's pear-shaped is true.
Well,
But
if
all of a
it's
sudden,
pear shaped, you would agree that if it was
It's like-
pear shaped, like GPS says, it'd have to be on a flat Earth, right? For starters, we both agree that if Earth's flat, it's got to be bigger in the south, right?
I'm trying to remind you guys the claim you guys were just making. The reason I responded what I responded with was appropriate when you guys made the claim. You guys were just claiming that Neil deGrasse Tyson says this silly thing, and you guys know that silly thing is not corroborated by the pictures of the Earth that you guys get from Himawari and things like that. But I'm telling you,
Yeah, but
that if you actually measured those
I
pictures,
reminded the guy
it wouldn't be such a silly claim. They would both be corroborating each other. The claim that Neil deGrasse Tyson
But
makes and the picture.
we can all agree that if the Earth were flat, it would be bigger in the southern hemisphere, though, right?
I don't agree.
I'm not saying they say it's that much bigger. I'm just saying it
We
would have
won't
to
all
be, though.
agree.
Right?
Sorry, I won't agree.
All right, well, I'll back off. If we
You
can't
guys are
find
running
common
away
ground
from
on
what
the obvious,
Kosho
then
said.
I won't even make a point.
When Kosher and I were quiet here listening to you three talk, you three were discussing whether or not the claim by Neil deGrasse Tyson that the Earth is pear-shaped is true or not. And Kosho just gave you advice as to how you could verify that claim for
Well,
yourself.
I posted a video.
But instead of
and
taking
then-
on that advice, you guys all started running away from it. That's
You can
why I had
verify
to-
it.
I posted the video. I posted the video.
Figure out
Right,
the
let me
truth for
get this
yourself.
straight. Let me get this straight. You
I
can
posted the
verify
video
it
on
by
Livestream, bro. Go check it out.
let me get this straight. You can verify it by counting pixels on a cartoon, right?
You guys were the ones discussing it, questioning
But
whether or
you
not
gave
it's
us the
real.
option.
Not us.
It's okay if we
You gave
discuss
us
it.
the
We can
solution.
discuss cartoons and
You gave us
unicorn
the
parts.
solution.
Doesn't
You gave
make
us
them
the
real, bro.
You gave us the solution. Count some pixels on this cartoon. Yeah.
Are you gonna do it?
And you think that's
said
going to give
that?
you some truth?
Are you
Why
gonna
are
do
we
it?
gonna
Are you
count
gonna
Who
try
said
You
it
think
out?
that's
a
going to give you
cartoon?
some truth,
Are
right?
you
It's a
gonna do it? You're
cartoon,
not
dude.
gonna do it. Are
Do
you?
you
You're not
not
even gonna try.
understand? It's not
You're not even
real.
gonna
It's a
bother.
cartoon. It's a
Okay.
cartoon. How many
Cool,
times do
bro.
I have to say that?
Cool.
Just like the unicorn horn, unicorn farts, they're not real, bro. Why are we gonna do that for an object that's not real?
Unicorns, yeah. Cool. Bro.
You're painting. It's a Robert
Count-
Simmons do it. It's a painting, dude.
Count your cartoon pixels.
I don't even know why we're talking to that guy, dude. He can't even
I
acknowledge that the
know,
Earth
dude.
was
He
flat.
wants
It
us
would be.
to fucking count cartoon pixels,
Why would
bro.
I acknowledge the Earth
Wait,
is
he
flat?
can't even acknowledge
Can't
it. He
even
can't even
acknowledge
acknowledge
the
it.
Earth is
He
flat.
can't
Are
even
you
concede
serious,
that
Brian?
if the Earth were
Yeah, he
flat, it'd
can't
be bigger in
consider
the
it,
south.
dude.
You
It's
can't
a
acknowledge the
cartoon.
Earth.
Why am I going to talk to a guy who, if I say if the Earth's flat, it'd have to be bigger in the southern hemisphere, right? And he said he didn't agree with that. So why would I even
Yeah,
say
I
another
don't
word?
agree. I don't agree. Do I have to agree with everything you say, Brian? Is it not fine if I disagree?
Hey, EPR, what do you think of
Come on.
that image, Robert Simmons image? Do you think it's real or fake?
No,
No, not you, Brian. EPR. I asked EPR a direct question. What do you think of Robert Simmons' artist rendition? Do you think it's real or fake?
I think it's real, man. It is EPR talking up, right?
Well, there you go, man. Here's the whole problem here. He thinks it's real, man. He doesn't know it's
course
an
I
artist
think it's
rendition.
real, guys. I
He's
don't
trolling
agree
us,
with
dude.
you
He's trolling us.
on the
I
shape
ain't
of
saying
the
not a
Earth,
fucking word
but
to him, dude.
that
He's
isn't
trolling.
the topic at hand here. That isn't the
I'll
issue
talk
at
to
hand.
Coach or somebody.
The
I ain't
issue at
talking to him. He's
hand
trolling us.
is that you three were sitting here talking amongst yourselves, questioning whether or not the claim made by Neil deGrasse Tyson that the Earth is pear-shaped is real or not. You guys were
I
questioning,
don't care.
wondering, and then Kosho gave you
Things
advice
change,
on how you
dude.
could figure that out. And you all
Hey,
I pointed out.
okay, look.
No, wait.
Yes,
I'm breaking my
we're
own rule
talking
already.
about
Shut
that.
up.
Now
At
you
one
guys want
point
to
in
start
time.
attacking me. Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah, okay. Can I respond? At one time we were. It doesn't mean that if Neil deGrasse Tyson was telling you a way to measure unicorn horns, it doesn't matter, dude. Like, it doesn't mean we're forced to do that, even though we know that unicorn horns aren't real. If Neil deGrasse Tyson says so, it doesn't matter. Even if we were discussing that we could do it or not, it doesn't make it real, bro. And you believe that picture's real, even though we know it's an artist rendition. It's not
Even
real.
though the
dude.
guy himself admits to making it, right? I don't know how many pixels you counted to make it real, but please tell me.
To doing a bit of Photoshop on it. Yes, definitely. Doesn't make it fake.
Oh my god.
One.
Never mind, guys.
I don't know, man. Like y'all are just being a bit silly.
Oh, we're those silly ones.
Y'all are being very silly. Brian's angry because I don't want to agree with him that if the Earth was flat, it would be this, that, or the third. Like, I'm
Bigger
not
in
gonna
the
agree
south.
anything about the Earth being flat. Like, come on.
Yeah,
man.
that's not a problem. The problem is that you agree, you think a picture is real when the actual artist tells you it's not. It's his rendition. That's the problem here.
Whatever, man.
Sorry,
It's somewhere in his brain, dude. What's his name? Oh, Earthworm Jim. Somewhere it's just not computing, dude. Like, have you seen those computers those old little robots? Like when they have too much data, they data overload.
Overload, yeah.
Smoking. They're like
Teams
cannot
Internal crash.
compute.
It seems you guys can't read text chat again. What about the ones that Robert Simon had nothing to do with?
Need a reboot.
All right, I'll ask one more time. What about the ones that Robert Simon had nothing to do with?
Doofus, they're just gonna ignore you, man, because they don't wanna,
They don't want to
address.
challenge their
They don't.
worldview. Yes.
Yeah, they're gonna start trolling, and then they're gonna attack you. It's gonna be all three of them against you. I mean, that's what they do.
Yeah, we're not counting pixels in cartoons.
All right. I'll ask it one more time. What about the photos that Robert Simon had nothing to do with?
What photos?
Those could be fake too.
You could say that they could be, but that's a positive claim on your part. What about the ones that Robert Simon
who's
had
to
nothing
say
to
that
do
Robert's
with?
friend didn't do it? Robert or George whoever.
Right, that's
How
another
about
nice
it wasn't
positive
another
claim.
Robert Simon?
Yeah, right. That's another nice positive claim which you don't have evidence for.
So
Okay,
the
so
pretty
this-
pictures that you're saying, the other pictures, were they taken with strip data as well?
Not this one. Not the one I posted.
Yeah, where's this claim to be from? Who took it? Where from? And when?
This was Apollo 17.
That's hilarious.
You can say that if you want to.
So did it
All right,
capture
hey,
two
let's
Earths?
count-
I see a bit of an Earth at the top as well as at the bottom.
I didn't hear that because both you guys wanted to jump over each other.
No, it was just
Go
pointless.
ahead. No, go ahead, Earthling
No, it's
Jim.
fine.
Go ahead.
It was pointless. It was pointless. Go ahead.
No, go ahead if you like.
It was only a little jab. It was only a little joke.
So let's count the pixels on this one. How about we?
Okay. Let me just get my book out and start making a tally chart. All right, hold on.
Let's see if Doofus, hey Doofus, have you counted the pixels on this?
No. Why?
All right, then fuck you. AEPR, have you counted the pixels on this?
Oh, why?
All right, Elvis has left the building.
Counted the
All right.
pixels on what?
Yeah, what's the point? What are you trying
You
to
got to
count them
measure
for?
it.
What?
To
Yeah,
measure
measure
it.
what?
Have you measured it, saying to
What is it?
scrutinize it in every single way, including what they claim that the Earth is, NDT? Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's an oblate spheroid and it's bigger at the bottom near the South Pole. Have you verified that?
I've at least verified that it is certainly wider at the equator since that's the easier measurement to go on.
What do you mean
have done
wider
this
at the
personally?
equator?
Can you show us your work, please? Or are you just
Yeah.
like those kids in school that don't show their work?
Well, give me a moment and I will go get it. It's a screenshot. That's been, here we go. Pictures.
Now, was it some YouTube person doing the work, some other Glober doing the work, or did you do it?
I was told what the work could be done from, what sources were available. In this case,
Okay, so it's not even your work, man.
I mean, sure, don't let me finish what I was saying. That's fine.
Well, sure,
Can I
don't
actually
come
finish
and
what I was
blame
saying now?
things, and then when I ask you if it's your work again in another way, now you're telling me that it's not.
But just let
So
Can
don't
you
tell me
allow
it's
me
your
to
work.
finish the question? Answering the question, or do you want to keep interrupting me as I'm saying it?
No, go
All right,
ahead.
let's try it again.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Everyone, let's let him finish. Come on, guys.
Yeah, let's try it just one last time. I was told that there was a source available that I could do this thing on. That was Himawari 8, and its imagery that it provides is 11,000 by 11,000 pixels, or a 121 megapixel image. You can take any single one of those where the whole surface of the Earth is lit up, easy to find one, then cut that in half, rotate one of those halves, and then slap it back together and find out that the equator in that image is wider than the polar distance.
So it's not one image.
Hold on,
a single
Earthworm
image. You
Jim.
cut it in half, you rotate one of them, and then you slap them back together again.
Do you realize what the Himawari 8 image is, though?
I know exactly which ones I downloaded. What are you going to tell me about?
Well, it's not even a satellite image. It's only data slapped onto this image right here.
No.
The blue marble.
No.
So when during this Apollo 17 mission was this supposed to be taken?
On the way to the moon.
Halfway point.
At which distance? How far away, man?
I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head. I'd have to go look that up.
Well, then you should know about your picture before you post it, right?
Right, it's from Apollo 17. I pretty much know where
Yeah,
it came
but you
from and
should
what
know more
roll
about
of
it
film
before
it
you
was
start
on, and
claiming
whether
you
or
know
not that
everything
roll of
about
film
it.
is in a
You don't
physical
even know how
location that
far
can
away
be.
it was.
I know I was still answering the question, and I know you want to get. You're so eager, but okay, I'm going to try it again. So Apollo 17, this is a roll of film. It's a physical thing you could physically go see for yourself if you wanted to.
Doesn't mean they actually did it. Anybody could
You
fake
can make
this.
that claim. That's another nice positive claim you have with no evidence.
Right, so what took this and when?
It's a Hasselblad 70 millimeter. What is it? An EO on Ektachrome. I know it's on Ektachrome for sure. Let me go look it up.
Hey, could they have produced this in a Hollywood basement somewhere? Does it have
Could
to be
anyone in
from
their
space?
bedroom right now produce this? Yes.
Exactly. So what is he trying to
Could
show
they
us?
do
Here?
it in
It's gonna be really
1972?
fake.
And could they do it on Ektachrome? And could they do it?
What? So you thought that
It's
we
all
didn't have photo?
possible, right? If
I
you
love
want to
this.
go
I love
that
this way
route
that
and
people
make
go,
a
"Oh, we
positive
didn't have
claim that you
Photoshop in
again still don't
1970."
have evidence for.
You know, we didn't have Photoshop in 1970s. Like the military release all of their fucking technology to the public, as
Right,
if
and there's
people didn't
another
have
nice
video
positive
editing
claim nobody has
technology back.
evidence for, that they had
As if
Photoshop
people
but nobody
didn't,
else did.
as if people didn't have video editing technology back then. Like, and you make it out. Oh right, yeah,
That's
we've only had it.
another
Well, Photoshop's
nice
been around.
positive claim that you can make that you
This
don't
was
have
before
evidence for.
Photoshop. You know, it must be real.
Right,
Before
you're just
Photoshop,
going
it
to
must
keep
be real.
spouting off things that you think might be true, but you don't have evidence
No,
for.
no. What? So you
Yeah,
think?
show us evidence that the military had Photoshop in the 1960s.
Oh my god.
It
Yeah.
doesn't
Any
mean
any
Photoshop.
any
Literally,
technological
there could be
advancement
a
we have, we
photo.
would know about it. Yeah, the government would never hide it from us, of course.
I mean, show
Hey,
us,
Earthworm
bro. If
Jim.
you're making the claim, show
Earthworm
us.
Jim.
Well,
Right,
Hey,
should we
it's
just
Earthworm
believe
Jim.
you
to
because you
make a
said it?
claim, and then it's another thing to say that the lack of evidence is all the evidence we need.
Yeah.
Because
Hey,
that's
Should we just
Earthworm
believe
Jim.
you because you said it, Jim?
You guys are trying to
Are
argue
we
for him
ignorant
here.
Hey,
because
Jim.
we
Hold
don't
on,
just
dude. Real
believe you
quick, Jim.
blindly?
Can I ask
One
a
at a
question?
time.
I know. Can I ask Jim a question? Flat earther to flat earther. Hey, you
Shoot.
think it's possible that there is a certain artist, the best artist you've ever met? He's better than Picasso. He's better than Van Gogh. All of them guys. Do you think it's possible for him to be able to draw all the intricacies you see on this picture right here?
Most probably.
You wouldn't put it past an artist that wasn't able to do this?
What do you mean you wouldn't put it past? What do you mean?
Well, I'm just saying. Do you think it's possible? Do you think there's a
He said yes.
probability that
He
an
said
What are you
artist?
yes.
talking about? A substandard
Okay,
artist could pull
so
this
here's
off.
the whole thing. No, can I finish my thought to Jim, please? Thanks, and I'll be done in like 10 seconds. Just because there's
Jin
no
is
computer
responding
photo.
to you.
Okay, so you're interrupting me, Jeremy. Can you stop him real quick so I can finish? Because I was telling Jim something, and me and Jim were both agreeing that we think that there's a artist out there that could definitely do this. They're God willing and able to draw this picture right here without a computer and without Photoshop technology. That's all I'm
Yeah,
trying to
there's
point out.
many people that are able to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome,
So
dude. High
because
five,
people
bro.
are able to do that, all pictures
Welcome to
of
Flat Earth,
space are
everybody.
fake.
Good job,
Where's
Jim.
where's
Like
High
the
the
five,
bulge
bro.
in
leaps
the
you
bottom
guys
half
make.
of this
The
perfect sphere?
leaps you guys make.
Where's the bulge in this bottom half of this
Oh my
perfect sphere?
god.
I don't see it. I thought the south
Like you
was a
guys
little
jump to the
chubbier.
craziest leaps. Just
I
because
thought the
somebody
south.
could paint a picture
It's
what
like,
Earth
how can
would
you
look like
believe
from
that the Earth
space.
is chubbier in the south
All
and then believe
images
this picture is real?
of Earth from space are fake.
That's what I
Really?
don't get. You think that the south is chubbier, yet you look at this picture and think, oh yeah, that's fine. Perfect sphere, yeah, no. But I've got to count the pixels to measure it, right? Is this where you're going? Like, you can't see that the south is bigger. You've got to count the pixels, right?
Well, here you go. You can do so if you so choose.
And that's
Yeah,
going to
go
make the south
and
bigger,
count
even
them.
though you're seeing a perfect sphere.
Right. You can
Right,
claim that
okay.
it's a perfect sphere if you
Yeah,
haven't
keep
measured
on
it.
saying it's a perfect sphere. Yeah. I mean, that's the issue. You guys keep on using the word perfect sphere when you haven't measured it for yourself.
You
You guys keep on.
you know what? Hey, here's a
We make
potential
the
scenario
claim
that happened, Jim.
that image is a perfect sphere. You haven't heard us say
Okay,
that.
look, perfect sphere. Here's a potential thing that could have happened. Maybe the artist got it wrong, and then Neil deGrasse Tyson said, "Hey, we got a imperfect sphere on our hands. Why don't we create a story about? And we'll use a pair because we don't know what else to say, but they'll believe us anyway. Because what can they verify? They can't verify anything for themselves.
We can count
We get
pixels,
away with
bro.
everything. We get away with COVID. We get away
We
with
can
9/11.
verify it because we
We
can
get
count
away with
pixels.
everything. Hey, why don't we just say it's a pear shape? All right, Neil deGrasse Tyson, good job. Good
And that
damage control.
is exactly what happened, isn't it? That's exactly what happened.
It's a
That's
nice,
it,
nice
man.
long string of
It's just
positive
damage
claims with
control,
no
man.
evidence.
It's like this contradictory.
Exactly what they did. Someone painted a really bad picture of Earth, and then Neil deGrasse decided to cover it up by saying Earth is a pear. Right? That's
There you
exactly
go.
what.
Slam dunk, baby.
Slam
Globe
dunk. You guys
propaganda
solved, you guys solved
2.0.
it. Cracked the case. Hong
That's
Kong
it, man.
Phooey Dash. Nice.
It's just
You
wag the
Scooby-Doo
dog,
that
dude.
Jinkies. Oh my god.
Hey, let's spin some of them space photos to paint a little cool little story, man. All right, Neil
Right, and
deGrasse
they
Tyson,
also
here's your
happen
bonus for taking care of the light work. Good
right,
job.
and all that effort spent painting will, of course, match the weather patterns exactly for the time that the photo was taken. Sure.
So
Why
any
couldn't
normal
they? Is
person,
that impossible?
any
Would
normal
you put it
person,
past a skilled artist that would be able to mock that?
To match the weather patterns for every observer possible anywhere.
No, but this
I would
this
definitely
is
put
at
that
a
past
specific
them
point in
as
time. This is
impossible.
one
Yeah.
photo.
For that specific
An
day.
artist would
Come
be
on.
able to paint this one photo.
Every 10 minutes.
Yeah.
They took pictures every 10 minutes?
This one does.
Did they? The Apollo mission?
The Apollo mission
Do you have
actually took.
multiple photos?
Yes, the Apollo mission on that same roll of film took several photos in series. I want to say about 8 or 9 of them. I can't remember off the top of
Only
my
8
head.
or 9. Why only 8 or 9? If they have
Because they took
unlimited
the picture of
amounts
the
of
Earth that they
film
needed.
and
Oh, they
huh?
definitely didn't have unlimited amounts of film. What the hell are you
Well, you
smoking,
know
dude?
what? It's kind of strange because how many photos did they take of the whole Apollo mission? They took
didn't they
about
lose
These guys didn't
what
say
was it?
anything.
12,000?
They took about, I don't know, 14 or 15,000, somewhere in there. It's a huge number of photos.
So now you're telling me that they only took 8 or 9 of the best possible view of the Earth that they could have, and they only did 8 or 9
in that series on that particular region of the flight. Sure, because they took so many in other regions of other flights. There are tons of them. Yes.
God, this was hilarious the other day with Kosho talking about this. Oh, they went to the moon though. They went to look at the moon, not Earth.
Oh yeah,
that was
well,
their
that's why
primary
they didn't
purpose,
take
was to
that
map
many
the surface
photos
of the
of
moon
Earth
and
because
do
they're
things
going
out
to
there.
the moon.
Yeah,
They're
they didn't
saving
want to
all
take
their photos
pictures
for
of
the
the Earth.
moon
What's
photos.
the point taking pictures of that boring Earth? They went to the moon,
Yeah,
didn't they?
yeah, bro, that's hilarious, dude. Yeah.
I mean, that is the
Hey, dude,
purpose of the mission, to go see the moon.
the way they rationalize their globe proof is the same way we can criticize and rationalize and scrutinize their globe the globe what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah. Anyway.
Start again.
The top minds in flat Earth. These are the top minds in flat Earth.
Yeah, these are
And
the
here
guys
is the Globers
that
that come
they're
back
gonna
to a flat
save the
Earth
world.
every
These
day.
guys in Jin
Every
are gonna
day.
crack the
Yeah,
case.
these Globers
They're
that
gonna
think
Scooby
flat Earthers are
Doo
so stupid, yet
and
they come here
Shaggy
to
and
talk
Velma and Jinkies the shit out
day,
of it.
all
You know?
day. They come here to talk to flat Earthers all day.
Yeah, what the fuck are you guys doing here, man?
I
Same
do not
thing.
come here all day to talk
You want
to
to
flat Earth.
criticize
I
us?
just had the day off, so I decided
Yeah,
to come
it's
and hang out with my friends here. You know, got a lot
yeah,
of
Your
it's
friends.
friends?
Yeah.
sort of
You're not
weird
our
since
Yeah,
friends.
I got
I sort
friends
of
here.
just got here
Your
anyway.
friends. These are the type of friends you got.
Yeah, when do you
Not
see
you
loads of
guys,
flat
but
Earthers
I
hanging
have
around
lots of friends here. I
yeah.
Bandsaw, Jeremy. You know, I got
Like
plenty of friends.
you don't see flat Earthers hanging around in NASA live feeds, do you? Like going, "Oh, stop
Oh
it!
yes,
You know,
I
what are you
do.
doing
Yes,
here?" Like,
actually, we
NASA
do.
live feeds are full of flat earthers. Go
oh, so
on
That's
Twitter.
you're
actually
the
true.
guys that watch the live streams then? Ah,
They are
found
full
them.
of them. Oh my god.
So you
What
actually
do you?
watch those NASA live streams?
I don't. But
Yeah.
the rare times I do, I find a flat earth there.
So many
Definitely.
screenshots of you guys trying to make a mess of it all.
Yeah.
Okay, so in this particular series of photos, what did they do? They did. Oh my god. Well, most of these are docking in between.
Wait, what you want about? What you want
You
about?
wanted to
'Cause I
know
can't
how
see
many
the photo.
shots. You wanted to know how many shots of the Earth they made on that particular leg of the trip.
You said 8 or 9.
It's
That was
gonna
your claim.
right in that one series. If I go back further and they shot other areas of the Earth, we could go back as far as here. Oh, that's when they started that roll of film. Okay. Image 34. Okay, and I'm just going to go up. That is a lot of shots. Take a shot.
So they didn't lose the telemetry data this time, then I take it.
Telemetry data is
Yeah,
not
right.
photos. You should probably figure out what words mean. Keeping going here.
What words mean? Oh yeah, words mean a lot of things, bro.
Did lose the telemetry data. Like these catchphrases. Come on.
This one is image number
Count
107.
pixels.
It's not a
Come on.
catchphrase.
Count
It
pixels.
literally
Come
happened.
on. Count pixels. Come on.
I mean, you guys never actually looked at this roll of film. I'm going to go
Come
ahead and
on.
post it
Count
for you so
fucking
that you can
pixels,
actually
bro.
take a look.
Count pixels. All right, dude.
If you are actually interested in what the claims of the other side are, there is the roll of film there. You can go left or right of that and see a whole bunch of images of the Earth. But that's fine.
And
I'll
if you
post
want to
the last
verify it,
video
you want to
immediately.
count the pixels, you can verify it then.
Right. How many times would they had to have employed a painter, and how many would they have had to have painted? Seems to be getting a lot closer to the hundreds of
Not
the Earth.
many when you see that the pictures are just literally recycled and just touched up. So not many
Right,
really.
with the sun coming in at different angles, sure. Throwing different shadows, all that stuff. Sure. So they just touched it up.
Yeah, it's so hard to draw if you're a professional artist.
Yeah, hundreds of them. Sure. I'm sure that's nothing at all. You can just do that.
You don't think that's possible?
Not in the time scale that we're given, but I mean, if you think it is,
When
that's
did they give you
another
these
one of those
photos?
nice positive claims that you can
When did
have.
they give you these photos? What type of time scale are you talking about that you're under some sort of limited time scale?
The rolls of film were published. Let's see. Well, obviously, as
Right,
no
do
later
they
than
not? Do they not?
1973.
No.
But since the rolls of film are physical, but since the rolls of film are
Let 'em
physical
finish.
items,
Hold on.
but since
let
the
'em
rolls of
finish.
film, but
Hold on.
since the
This is
rolls
just
of
temporary
film are
mutes, guys.
physical image
Temporary
or
mutes.
physical
Right, but
objects,
do they not give 2 decades before they say, "Oh, we're going to go here for 2 decades"? They've got 2 decades to
done.
draw whatever they fucking want.
except the rolls of film are physical objects that you could go verify yourself.
Hold on,
So
he
This
just
today
is
said
they
not
say,
something that they
wait.
this is not something that they had
So-
time to.
so
This is
Let me
not
today-
stop you,
something that
man.
they
Let
had.
me stop him. Let me
This
stop
is
him. Y'all
not
give me 1
something
second.
that they had.
He just said the
This
sun
is
was coming.
not something that they. This is not something that they decided they would release 2 decades later. These are physical objects.
I'm not talking about 2 decades later. I'm talking about when they say that they're going to go to the moon. They say, "Oh, we're going to go to the moon in a decade," right? So that gives them a
You
whole
just-
decade. to make
He
any
just
sort
said
of fucking picture they want.
He just said the sun was coming in from different angles. Why would the sun be coming in from different angles on their way to the moon, bro?
Different angles towards the surface where the sun was reflecting off of, because of course time passes and the sun moves, obviously.
So like now, if they announce that they're
different
gonna,
angles of sun on the Earth.
Doesn't the moon come in? Doesn't
we got
the
to pick
sunlight
one guy.
come in
Here's
parallel?
Yeah,
here's
this
what
is
needs to happen.
ridiculous.
Here's what needs to happen. I can already see. I can see what the problem is. We need to pick one guy and let him go at doofus, because it's not good if there's three of us going against him. It turns into a shit show.
No, haven't you heard? It's called bum fights.
So I barged in, but I just want one question and I'll back off. So
go ahead,
Did your push to talk fell off, Brian?
facing the Earth differently?
Start that again. We missed the start. We missed the start.
Wouldn't it be the same? Wouldn't it be this? It'd be like a fucking half Earth or a full Earth or whatever. It wouldn't change. Why would it change? The land underneath it might change, but the sun angle ain't gonna change.
Right, the sun relative to the surface of the Earth will change over time. Different shadows will be cast on different clouds in different directions, because the flight from the Earth to the moon was definitely not a non-zero amount of time, or definitely wasn't a zero amount of time.
That's all the point I wanted to make. He said the sun angles change, and they couldn't have possibly changed if they're on a path to the moon, off the Earth.
I know you didn't hear what I said, so I guess I'll just have to say it one more time. The sun is hitting the clouds and the surface of the Earth at different times, because the sun
what's that got to do with sun angles?
And the clouds are all in motion while they're on the way to get to the moon. But tell me again that nothing should have moved, because that's ridiculous.
Tell me
sun
again
angles.
that you were on
You said sun angles. Don't try and change your story, bro. Sorry.
Tell me again that you were on a time restraint when they announced these missions 2 decades in advance. So they've got 2 decades in advance to make any sort of pictures they fucking want.
Oh yeah, they had a lot of time to fucking tons of decades. Like you could have done, could have done anything.
Right, and as soon as the clouds don't match, somebody notices.
So what are you trying to say about this time thing? How is an artist going to draw this thing in the amount of time? Yet they announced this mission 2 decades ago.
All right, I'll say it again since you didn't listen.
Yeah. So you're going to take a concession on that one, right?
Right. I'll say it again since you didn't pay attention. If the clouds don't match, somebody's going to notice.
Yeah, hence clone tool. I've not heard about this one on some of your pictures that you like to count the pixels of that aren't real.
Right, they used a clone tool on Kodak Ektachrome. Are you for real right now?
Dude, all the pictures were showing on the moon. Fucking Bart Sabrell's funny thing happened on the way to the moon. It showed Buzz Aldrin in the capsule, fucking right there, fucking in probably a high altitude balloon capsule or some shit, about 100,000 feet up, maybe 80,000 feet. And they showed an insert in the window. They showed fucking. I mean, dude, that wasn't enough for you. That was leaked from NASA. That was leaked. That was an internal leak, right?
He wants to count fucking pixels.
All right. So that particular clip's from a different mission. Buzz Aldrin wasn't there.
No, it wasn't, bro.
That's from Apollo 14, if I remember correctly. But
you're remembering wrong. Sorry.
But the window is not a circular window. The window is actually, you know how when you have a square room, you have rounded off square corners, or a rounded off square, like it's got, it's called a squircle for whatever fucking reason. The window is not actually circular.
But how does it make you feel though when they're faking? Yeah, how does it make you feel?
Oh, don't tell me I'm making stuff up.
Guys, 1 second. I know, I hear you. Brian, you have an echo.
Sorry.
Brian, Leaky, you have an echo.
All I wanted to just say was, like, I want to ask a question to the Globers. Does it not embarrass you when you see videos like that where they're faking pictures of the Earth in their spaceship? Yeah,
As I
Is that
mentioned,
not embarrassing, or have you not
it's
seen
not
it?
because as I mentioned, that window is not circular. So Bart Subro just made up some shit.
But they were faking pictures of the Earth with that window. I don't know
Yeah,
what
they
you're trying to
weren't,
say.
though.
Whether the window wasn't circular, that doesn't change the fact that they were trying to fake pictures of the Earth. You're trying to completely go away from the point at hand here. I don't get it.
No,
Like
the
whether
point is
the window is circular or not, they're trying to fake pictures of the Earth. Are you embarrassed?
the point is that the method described of
That's
the
my
point
question.
is I'm going to answer your question the way that I want to answer it. The point is that the method described for how they faked it is completely false because
It doesn't
let me go ahead and finish what I'm saying, and you don't talk until I finish. We're going to try this one more time. If you can act like an adult. If you can act like an adult, I can finish answering the question if you decide to act like an adult. Now, the method used to describe, or the method described for how they faked it, in quotes, is false because the window is not circular. If you don't understand why that is important, you should probably exit the conversation.
So you haven't seen the video then? So they weren't faking pictures of the Earth?
They weren't faking pictures of the Earth because the
Right,
method
there you go. There's
described doesn't
That's
fit
enough
the
for me to
available
know.
evidence because the window is not circular.
So that's enough. That's all I need to hear from you, bro. Sorted.
Right. The evidence available suggests that Bart Sibro was just making shit up.
Right, yeah, they were just pretending to fake pictures of the Earth, of course.
Jesus Christ. Dude, you can't be that stupid.
Ditto.
Right. So if the evidence available is that that window is not circular, and the dude says that they made
the
it
evidence
through a circular,
is them
but
trying to fake
the dude said in the documentary, if the dude in the documentary said, if the dude in the documentary said that they did this with a circular window, and the window's not circular, you can throw out what the dude said in the documentary, or you can be an idiot like you are right now.
Let's not call names. And we literally saw them on the video faking the Earth.
With what?
They had a little
don't even
window.
try it, Jeremy. Like, you
Say a
can't
circular window again.
You can't get through to these people.
Right. Say they faked it with something circular. What did they fake it with?
They used the window.
We're faking
They
it.
used
Because the window's not circular, we're not faking it.
yeah. They used the
What
window
the fuck
of
is the logic going on here?
Right,
I
because
don't
the
get
Earth would be too big from the
Right, but
altitude
they're
you
not
guys
still-
say it would be.
but they are
the
trying to
Earth would
say
be
whatever
too
they put in
big,
that window
but the
is
Earth would be too big for that to
they are-
happen through that window unless the window was causing the Earth to appear circular. So the window would have to be circular. See the problem?
So they're putting something in that window and they're trying to claim that it's Earth, taking pictures of it and claiming that they're on the way to the moon, taking pictures of Earth from a distance. Yet that's not faking pictures of Earth, apparently.
I mean, we
Okay,
literally
what did they
saw
put in the window?
one of those little clear pieces of like they used to use them in school. You know how they'd have the bright light and then they would put the sheet on top of it and project it, kind of like one of those sheets, like a little thin piece of plastic you could see through.
Right, you're saying they put a transparency on the window.
They're
Something
saying
like that.
this is Earth.
Right, and
I mean,
it's
we
not
literally
Earth.
saw it.
And
You
it's
could
not
see him
Earth.
doing
all right,
it.
well, let's go ahead and see it then.
You've never seen that?
Let's go ahead and see them using a transparency. Come on, let's go.
All right, somebody posted. I don't have.
He already said the date was
have the
wrong.
world.
I don't know. He just made it up. He said the date was wrong, and the date was on their third. Supposedly, the date of it, and this came from NASA. Okay, so it's spilled fucking leak footage. Okay, and the date was where they were supposed to already be a little over halfway to the moon, and on Apollo 17. Why didn't they get any pictures until the last Apollo mission? That's a good question too.
Why didn't we get any? They had rolls of film, man.
They were faking pictures of the Earth, but because this window wasn't circular, it's real. That's the
Right. I
logic
just
here
need
from
evidence that they were
That's the
faking
logic
the.
here from Globus, by the way. Just to let you know.
Right. What I need is
FYI,
evidence that they were
FYI,
actually faking it, and the
they're
method
faking
used.
something, right? But because the window wasn't the shape they said it was, it's
Somebody go
inadmissible.
find him.
It's like it's caught or something, you know?
Somebody go find him the clip of them
joke,
doing it. Somebody go find him the clip of them doing it if you want. I thought everyone saw it at this point. Maybe not. Just, if you guys can find the clip of it on YouTube maybe or something.
He's just going to deny it with no evidence.
You can't find it, Jeremy?
Dude, I don't have the will to do this right now. I got a lot of stuff going on. Like, I don't give a fuck if Doofus has seen it or not.
Oh, they'll
It's
just
not real.
they'll just say, "Oh, it was a rehearsal for when we actually get there," and some bullshit like that. Anyway,
Yeah, read our minds. Jesus. This last 20 minutes has been a waste of time, man.
Nate, have you never seen it?
Hmm?
Have you never seen this thing when they were faking the Earth and the
No.
window of the rocket that went to the moon?
of course they've never seen it. They
I'm
think
sure
it's
I've
real.
seen it, but I wouldn't have thought they were faking it, Jeremy. I haven't seen the documentary where it's being claimed it's fake, no.
Well, I mean, this is NASA. NASA sent the footage to this guy supposedly on accident. I think this whole thing was to throw him a bone, but then you still got people believing in orbits and that they were in space and shit. Myself, but yeah, and I mean, it's there.
Okay.
Hey, Taboo Conspiracy has a good video on all the shit that's wrong with like the moon landings and all the fake shit. That's in there too, I think. But the one you're talking about, is it some sort of separate thing that they sent them? You said they sent somebody something?
Yeah, Bart Sabrell, or whatever the guy's name is, he requested some footage from NASA for something, and they sent him that. That's the story. I don't know why they would send him footage of them faking being close to Earth or what's going on with it, but that's beyond me. That is a very good question, though. If anyone had that question, why would they send them footage of them faking the part of the Apollo mission?
But is it NASA saying they sent it, or was it some guy saying they got this from NASA? I don't understand. Could you explain it, Jeremy?
I mean, I've never heard NASA admit to sending this out. The guy's just saying this is what he got from NASA. It looks legit. I don't know.
Who is this guy?
Maybe he made it up.
Yeah, but who is this guy?
It's from the funny thing happened on the way to the moon, right?
That's the guy
No, but
that
what I'm
Buzz
asking is,
Aldrin
who is the guy
punched, bro.
saying they got this info from NASA?
Art Sabrell, I believe, is his name.
And who is he?
BARTSIBREL. You can't hear?
But who is he? Does he work for
You got
NASA? Like,
globes
who is?
stuck in your ears? What's the problem here?
No, he's
I mean, I obviously get it. Like, the
I'm
Globes
talking to
obviously
Jeremy.
haven't sent
What
this
the
footage.
fuck?
All right, fair play. Go on.
Jeremy? Who is he?
He's the guy that just made I don't know what else he's done in his life or what his job was, but he made the documentary. He was the one going up to the astronauts, making them swear on a Bible and shit. All right, it's the same guy, right?
Yeah,
So
he's
this
the one,
guy
dude.
said NASA sent him, or someone from NASA sent him video showing them faking images of Earth.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe someone had a
And
crisis.
and you believe this to be true, Jeremy, or like you verified it, or?
I mean, it looks legit. It's all the dudes. It's all the astronauts
But
in
have
the
you
thing. I mean,
verified it?
But here's
how
the
would I
thing.
verify that?
Do you believe it?
Here's the thing. Their voices are
It's
on.
definitely possible. Yes, because I believe the mission.
Yeah,
Moon
I'm sure it's possible. Anything's possible. What I want to know is, have you verified it? Like, why do you believe it?
I've never
Sounds
heard
like you
anything
believe
good from. I've never heard anything good from the Globers debunking it.
until
we
you
get
get
shit
a
like the
debug.
window
Hold on,
washer.
hold on. If you got footage that's headline NASA that came from NASA that he paid for, and he's claiming that a whistleblower from inside of NASA had to ascend it, or they made a mistake. But it's NASA. It's definitely a NASA clip. There's references in the movie. And one other thing is is it shows Buzz Aldrin's face, dude. So where else could they have got high altitude film besides NASA with fucking Buzz Aldrin's face in it?
Yeah, I'm not saying
And
it couldn't
Neil
be fake,
Armstrong,
but that shit would be tough. That shit would be tough. And I've never, like I said, I've never heard anything good from the Globers saying like, "Oh, that's not them" or whatever. I don't know.
What do
It's
most
definitely
Globers say?
NASA. He references, if you want proof, it's referenced in the film.
Could you post a link to the film, Brian? I haven't seen it.
I've already posted it. I think that's the one,
okay.
anyway.
It's old news, though, man.
Is it the one Jim posted?
I think
That's
so. I haven't looked through that to see if it's the actual one, but yeah, it should be.
Jeremy, could you just look and see if that's the one, please?
I'm sure if these guys are saying that's the one, it's probably the one.
Please just look, Jeremy. Come on, man. It's like 2 seconds to look.
Dude, I don't even remember. You know how many moon debunking documentaries I've seen? I don't even know if it's in a bunch of them. I don't know. It's probably in it. You guys got a
All right, let
timestamp
me-
for them? Because those are like hours long, aren't they? Can we get them a timestamp?
Let me try to skim through it. It's cool. I'll just watch it.
These guys, get them a timestamp. Come on, guys. Help them out. We wouldn't want to watch a 2-hour Globe bullshit thing.
Right.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a timestamp. It's only 45 minutes, but I'm trying to find one.
Yeah, just scroll through it. You'll see the part, though. You know what the part looks like when they're doing it. Like, he doesn't even know what he's looking for. You know what I mean? It's like this is his first fucking day in the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Welcome to flat Earth, Nate. We gotta hold your hand. Hold my hand.
Yeah. Hold my hand. But I mean, so Jeremy, it sounds like the reason you believe this to be true is because no Globo has given a proper rebuttal to it.
Dude, it's all their faces. Like, it's not even. It doesn't seem fake. I don't know. Leaky just said there's things in there that says that they gave it to him. Like, I don't know. You can be the judge.
This doesn't look like it's the one, Jim.
Hold on, he's looking for a timestamp for you. Hold on.
This is narrated by a woman. The whole thing is narrated by a woman. It's not the one, is it, Jeremy?
Yeah, it is.
I don't know.
I always remember it to be that woman because she sounds like a news reporter from BBC.
Yeah.
And I was
Yeah.
like, what? They've got a news reporter from BBC.
45 minutes doesn't. 45
It is
minutes
the female.
honestly doesn't sound long enough, though.
No, it's not.
Sure
It's not the
certain
whole.
parts?
Yeah, it's not the whole thing. But it is narrated by a woman. No, that woman is. Yeah. It lets me know that that's the part of the original. But I don't think this is the whole original because it's not got her narrating the whole way through. But the original did have her narrating the whole way through. So.
But where would I find the part where this guy says NASA gave him this tape? Like, bro, it's hard for me to find that.
I get that
Because
as
it's
well.
like she's just
I find that
talking
a bit
she's
weird.
just talking about the moon program.
Yeah, I can't find the bit in it where it shows them inserting something into the window. So that's not the whole clip. It's been
Right.
chopped.
Hold on. I actually found the
I'll
bit
try
that was
to find
discussing. I'd actually found the bit that was discussing this particular topic. What happens is the narrator says that there's a piece of black film or whatever inserted into the window. That's what happens. You don't actually see it. The narrator
No, you
says
do
it's
actually
there.
see it. You actually see them
No, she
trying
says
to
it.
say.
That's all she
Hold on,
does is
listen,
she says it.
hold on. I remember seeing it.
Hey,
I don't
only a
know-
paid
hold on,
NASA
hold
shill
on,
would
hold
just
on,
come up with
hold
that.
on, hold on.
Hey, doofus,
Hold on.
you're a minimum.
Hold on.
You're probably
Hold on.
intern.
I remember seeing it, right? I saw it, right? And they inserted something into the window, and moments later, they opened up other windows, right? And there was daylight because they were in Earth. And then they took the insert out of the window. So this is why I find it so hard that you guys are denying it. I don't get it. Like, once you see it, you can't
You're
deny
just
it.
telling me that's what happened, though.
Yeah, and you are really struggling to show it to us. So obviously, we're gonna find it hard to believe you. Like
You
we're not
didn't
just
get
gonna
these
believe
guys
a
a
word you
timestamp
say.
yet? Hold, just everyone settle down. We'll
He's
get
giving
you a
us nothing.
timestamp.
It's not even the right video.
We
He
talking
wants us
about
to
funny thing
believe.
happened on the way to the moon?
We'll find it, Nate. Hold on. Everyone hold their horses. We'll find the video. I mean, I won't. Somebody
I'm
will.
sure you will.
Yeah,
I'm sure you
pretty
guys
easy to
will.
find.
All I'm saying is he can't expect us to just believe him without
No, I
providing it
understand that.
to us.
I understand that. No, that's
Yeah.
fair enough.
All right.
That is fair enough.
Yeah.
I get it. I get it. But the video is obviously not as readily available as it used to be.
Okay.
Is it a
And
funny
We
thing
really
happened on the way
can't
to the
find it.
moon?
No, I
Yeah,
can't
it's when
find it.
it's when
we
they
can't
were
find
when
it.
they were on the way to the moon and they put a piece of film in front of the window and tried to say they were close to Earth.
Yeah,
Shit.
yeah. I can't find that part in the video that I found.
Yeah,
But I
20 minutes
remember
in.
it being at least an hour and a half long, whereas this one's only 45 minutes or
That's
something.
what I'm saying. That 45-minute one doesn't even sound right to me. They were all over an hour, at least 2 hours. Or something, I thought.
Right.
So
I'll have a look for you, mate.
yeah, we'll just find
I
us the
remember it.
video and a timestamp of when they were putting that little
Yeah.
film in front of the window, saying they were trying to pretend like that was Earth or something.
Yeah.
Like they
I
couldn't
don't
get the
get how
angle
people
right.
haven't seen
The
this.
window wasn't a
Jeremy,
perfect sphere. The window wasn't a
in the
perfect
what you
sphere, so
saw,
they were trying to get a good angle on it to make it look like the Terminator line and shit.
Yep. We've all
Jeremy,
seen
in the
it.
one you saw, did it end with JFK being shot?
I don't,
Or was
dude.
JFK
I don't
being
know.
shot in it?
I don't. I have no idea.
Because this one has JFK being shot. Like I don't understand what I'm watching here, man.
Yeah, hold on, Nate. These guys will find you the video with the timestamp and everything. Everyone knows what we're talking about. Everyone here has seen it, except for you and Doofus.
Okay. Aren't there like
I don't know,
channels
me.
where you guys put all of these things? Like, is there a
No, we
channel
need
where
to
I could
have
look?
one though. We need to have a database. I've been telling heads. I
Yeah.
was telling Brandon for months.
Like these videos should be readily available. Like if you guys say, there's this video that says this, that, and the third. Like,
I hear you. We
know,
got this coming. Don't worry. Don't worry.
But that's what makes it so much more suspicious when you can't find those videos anymore.
yeah,
Still,
it
I
makes
got
it
them
sounds
shits
like
on a
you guys
hard
are just
drive
making
somewhere.
it up. That's what it makes it
Yeah,
sound
just
like.
make
It's
it up.
very
Yeah, because they're
suspicious.
being
We're not making it up, Nate.
eradicated.
We're
Doesn't
Right.
it? Doesn't it
Hold on,
mean that?
I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing.
Hey, EPR. Hey, I posted a great video for you. It's by Taboo. Well, it's not by Taboo Conspiracy, but I think it's compiled by him. About a lot of the moon landing.
Yeah, the only
Like,
video we're looking for right now
fake.
is the one where they put the film in front of the window and try to say that this, they're trying to like fake the Earth, being close to Earth or far away from Earth or something. That's the only video we're
Okay,
looking
well
for right now.
here's another one where it shows a bunch of that footage that he can look at if he wants to. Anybody's free to look at it. But it shows how the moon landing is fake as
Wait,
fuck.
Brian already posted this thing you guys are looking for. Why are you still looking for it?
I don't know.
Because it doesn't have the
Is
clip
Brian
where
posted?
it doesn't have the clip where they insert something into the window. Not only that, but then they unblacken the other windows so that you can see that they're actually in daytime on Earth.
Hey, this isn't this is from a movie called Capricorn
Oh.
1. That's actually not true. The
never
thing
seen
that
that.
Brian posted at
the one Brian.
427, that's false. So cut it out, doofus. You paid shill.
Well, no.
Yeah, Brian
See,
posted the
what
exact
what
same
happened
thing.
is at Brian's posting of 22:28 thereabouts, 22:23. You get to see a brief part of the documentary we're interested in, and then for some reason the rest of it's not there. This looks like a director's cut or something, a trimmed down
Yeah,
version.
how suspicious is it that we can't find this thing that we're looking for? Now, does that not raise even more suspicion? The fact that we
Well,
used to be able to find this video quite readily, and now where is it?
Yeah, it's like on my
Here.
YouTube favorite videos. Like 90% of them are just deleted.
Well, you can see the bits that were from the documentary in this posting. And Jem actually had the whole thing at the time when he did this up, and so he posts the narrator's speech and everything all unedited. So that's in there. So clearly, Jem had a link to it at the time. But yeah, as far as I can see so far from that segment of the documentary, the narrator just says that there's a strip of film there, and then the straight edge of the window is what they call out as part of the fakery, which is weird because it's just an edge of a window. But that's where we're at right now.
What time is that? What's the time?
The thing that I just posted.
Okay.
If you want to get to where Jem mentions that, that's about 2:38 in the. Is it? Yeah, about 2 minutes and 38 seconds in on his.
I
That's
just
when he
find it really
starts.
strange that quite a lot of you haven't seen it. Like, I'd imagine most of the flat earthers have seen it, so we all know what we're talking about when we're talking about it. Yet, a lot of the Globers haven't seen this. Then I take it.
Well, the thing is that the thing that I find odd is that I don't recall in that documentary ever seeing someone put a piece of anything on any window, which was
So it's
part of the
now
claim.
Mandela effect.
Right, I've never actually
I'm only
seen
joking.
that occur.
Right, I'm only joking. I'm only joking.
Right, but that's what I'm confused about here is because I've never
You've
actually
never seen that
seen
part.
where they put something on the window or tried to block out part of the earth.
Right.
I don't get it.
Right. Yeah, that's weird because I'd imagine I'm not speaking for everyone, but most flat earthers in here probably have seen the part where they've got this insert in the window, like what you see starts from the start. It does look like Earth, yeah. But you only notice that it's not Earth is when they blacken the other windows, and then all of the daylight pours into the aircraft that they're in. That you realise what you were watching actually was an insert onto the window.
Right, that's.
A
I
lot.
mean, we still
I'd
need
imagine a
footage of
lot
that
of
though.
in here have seen that, right? Anyone? Or are you all going to make me out to be some sort of crazy? I'm just imagining it. Come on, someone say that they've seen it as well. Hello?
Yeah, man, we've all seen it. Everyone's
I-
seen it.
No, I'm
Everyone's
just
seen
Well,
it a million times.
I think I get what you mean because in that same piece of footage, here, I'll take a screenshot of it real quick. The exposure has to be drawn way up because they're not looking at the Earth anymore. And Control Shift.
No.
Click and drag. Capture and
They're looking at the
paste.
Earth.
You
They're
mean
like-
you mean like this is what you're talking about? Although I mean it's motion video, it looks clearer than that.
It's like complete daylight. Like they've blocked up all the other windows to make it look dark. And once they're done their filming part, they think that the filming is stopped, but then they open up all the other windows, like whatever they've got covering it to make it dark in the aircraft. They take away all of those, and you can see daylight in the aircraft, like clear as day.
All right, here's another one of those.
This is starting to get weird because it was usually easily accessible. This video. Now I can't find it on Rumble. I can't find it on Vimeo. Can't find it on YouTube. But yeah, it's getting weird because it was like everyone's seen it. They got the window. The bottom of the window is obviously curved, so then they use a thing to create the Terminator line of the other part, like just a piece of cardboard or whatever. They zoom out, so it makes it look like they're looking at the Earth from thousands of miles away, but they're really just 10 miles away.
Right, that's the claim so far, but nobody has evidence that they put something in the window.
I'm telling. Yeah, they do. It's like the most obvious thing ever. Don't stress. We'll find it eventually. Someone will have saved it, but it's the most obvious thing you'll ever see in your life.
One of these days. But
you'll find it, bro.
Most recent thing that I posted. The most recent thing that I posted, if you're talking about it looks like daylight inside claim, that's probably about as good as it's going to get right there. The most recent one that I posted.
Yeah, you obviously haven't seen the video then, because then you would know what we're on about. You wouldn't be kind of trying to guess.
Just like that. But
you're trying to guess.
That's as bad as it gets in there.
I just don't. I find it quite strange how even Globers haven't seen this.
I just watched it. Doofus posted.
I don't know whether Globers have actually seen it, and then they just
but listen. Doofus just posted a debunk of that specific section made by Gem Panda. and it's just the lady that says it. You know, none of the astronauts talking to NASA say it. NASA don't say it back to the astronaut. It's just the lady making these claims about things. You know.
Yeah, but if you see the video, you should. It's not her
I
making
saw the
claims.
video.
It's just,
I saw
it's
it.
not,
I just saw
yeah,
it.
yeah. Which one though? You haven't seen the whole clip where they're actually where
saw
it's
the
all
whole
dark.
clip.
Hold on. It's all dark, yeah, and then they're saying this is Earth, yeah, and then a few moments later they open up all the other like whatever's covering the other windows. They take it away, and you see pure daylight in the aircraft, which tells you they're in Earth, yeah. Like it's just so obvious. I don't get how people haven't seen. I
Do you
think the Glovers have been lying.
really don't
It's
get
in
why
the
they haven't
video
seen it?
Doofus posted. It's actually in the video Doofus posted. It's all there.
Oh god.
Right. Here's another one of those frames where it's you think it might be
saw it.
daylight, but it's really just the camera exposure going up.
They've got no idea what they're
I
talking
saw
about,
it,
bro.
Jim. Now I've seen what you saw, and what you told me is not what's in the video, man, at all. What you were saying is definitely not what's happening in this video. So
But
now
maybe-
I don't know.
Hey, I thought the video would have it, but everything seems to have been chopped by now. They really
No,
don't want it getting out.
Doofus literally posted the exact parts of it you were talking about. It seems Gem Panda did a
I was
debunk on the
looking for a
exact parts you were
timestamp.
talking
I
about.
was looking in that video. I was looking in that video for a timestamp to give you, and I couldn't find one. So the
Yeah,
content
but
we want
I'm telling
is
you
not
to
in that
look at
video. The
Doofus's
content
video.
we want is not in that video.
But it's in
Right, so we
Doofus's
don't have
video.
evidence for that claim then.
We don't at the moment.
We don't have it yet. It's coming. Don't you
Yeah,
stress.
your Globers have already chopped and screwed and deleted them off YouTube. Well done.
The evidence is
Are
coming.
you
If that's
are
what
you
you wanna go
saying that
Be
it's
proud.
not in Doofus's video?
Be
Is that
proud.
what you said? Have you looked at Doofus's video, Jim? Jim, have you looked at Doofus's video, and are you saying that the content you want to show me is not in the one Doofus posted?
Just about to watch it right now.
All right, cool. Let me know.
Yeah, and we can just take a break and put a pin in this topic for the moment.
Yeah.
I'm new here.
While
sorry.
I set a
Hey.
timer.
What's the
Hey.
claim being made about the video exactly?
Oh, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, right, Bart Zibro? The claim that I heard, I imagine it's still the same, is that there was a black piece of plastic or some sort of insert was attached to the window to make the Terminator line appear
On the
more
inside or the outside?
natural from the astronaut side.
Okay, so does it cover the whole window or just part of it?
A part of it is the claim.
Okay, gotcha.
Make it there.
And what was the
But
goal?
this
What
is
was
something.
what was the
Yeah,
purpose
it does.
of the piece of plastic?
It doesn't. Sorry, guys.
To
It
make it
doesn't
look
show.
like they taken an image of Earth from space.
Yeah, from farther away.
Yeah,
So
sorry, I was just going to.
I'm trying to go ahead. Sorry.
So, no, I was just going to say in that video that thing he posted, I can't find what we're looking for.
That's okay. It's hard to
the
find
part
that
would
stuff, I
be
know.
there is a little part of it, but it's more. It goes on for a lot longer than that, and you actually get to see daylight in the aircraft. That's not the whole part of it. What's been posted by Doofus.
Again, I'm
But
also
it's the
new.
closest we've got.
I'm new to the community. So, what do you mean by aircraft? Can you just explain that real quick?
Well, whatever they have claimed to be in going to the moon.
Yeah,
So,
so
just
they
to-
were in a
you prob-
spacecraft to the moon, and
Mhm.
they did a thing where they would take in images of Earth using a normal TV video camera from one window, because this was the only window facing Earth. And the claim
Okay.
is they put some sort of black filter thing in between the camera and the window to make Earth look further away and make it look like a more realistic image. Basically, it's fake. That's the claim being made.
What is
But
it?
the only
Like,
person making
is it like a transparent? Is it like a transparent filter of some kind?
Yeah, more
Yeah,
like
like a
something that you would
transparency.
put on a
Video of this?
like a projector,
Alright, guys.
like a sheet that you would put on a projector.
Yeah, I'm actually in audiovisual stuff, so I have some experience in that background. Like a light reducing filter.
Yeah, like a transparency.
Like
Like
a little-
you print it out, you put it on a
Okay,
projector.
yeah, all right. And so,
Did we still not find this?
We
In the
haven't
video
found
of
it. No.
this? Come on,
the
guys. What
claim
kind of people?
the claim is that the filter would make Earth look further away.
Right, to try and give what part of the Earth we can see the appearance that it's further away, like it would look like a
Jeremy.
spherical Earth
Got
but
it.
further
Okay.
away.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I've been looking, Jeremy, for at least 10 minutes now, and I can't find shit on Rumble, Vimeo, YouTube, nothing.
And then
Well,
just
what
out of
movie did it come from?
A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
And you can't even find that movie?
Well, you can find these like different versions of the movie that go for less than the original movie.
Yeah, the thing was, I think, like a couple hours long originally or something. It was
At
massive.
least an hour 20. Yeah. I had it saved on YouTube as well, and that's been deleted.
But can I just have other flat earthers corroborate what I've been saying? Because for the Globers in here, they must think that I'm the only one that's seen it. And
Dude, I've said it 100 times, man, and so's Jeremy and a couple of others. We've all seen the video. Everyone knows that. Don't stress.
Are there any other Globers currently in the live stream?
Yeah,
That's crazy. We've never seen it, Jim.
Sorry, say again.
It's just crazy.
Doofus and myself are Globers.
Doofus and EPR. Okay, yeah,
just
I'm
crazy
also
flat
a
earth shit.
traditional Glober. Just trying to get where everybody's coming from.
To stop changing your name, Lee.
Yeah, hey.
What's up, Bacon?
Hey, what's up? How many accounts do you have? Is this like a third or fourth one?
Yeah, like my other accounts are gone, man. They got taken down. So.
Careful what you post.
Yeah.
No,
what's the
it's just,
subject of tonight's
I
discussion?
just find myself in the wrong service. Yeah, so we're talking about this apparent fake thing, funny thing that happened on the way to the moon.
Okay.
Yeah, for some reason we can't find the actual video of what these guys are talking about.
Isn't it like an entire documentary or something?
For some reason, no Glober has ever seen it, and now they can claim that it never existed.
I've heard of
it,
Art
just
Sabrell
not me.
many times.
Yeah.
What do you think? I'm gonna Google it right
it's
now.
just me that never saw it before, you know. But plenty of Globers have seen it. Like Doofus posted a debunk of it made by a Glober. So
are we
plenty of
looking for
Globers
the
are aware of it.
documentary, A Funny Thing That Happened on the Way to the Moon? The whole documentary?
Yes.
Yeah.
The whole
We're
one.
trying to find a copy of that. Has anybody searched any torrent sites?
Yeah, it'd be kind of not so helpful for us here because then we'd all have to have it.
I'm pretty sure I got this shit on I got 10 terabytes worth of hard drive space, and I'm pretty sure this is on it. You know the willpower I have to go find this shit right now. I have to hook all the hard drives up.
Well,
to
now
the
you got me.
computer.
Oh, you got shitloads of data to look through, have you? I know Panther
Right.
Man is like that as
Yeah,
well.
it's not going to be just one hard drive either.
I have 3. Yeah, that's in 3 hard drives, 10 terabytes. Well, they make huge. They make like 20
Actually,
terabytes.
the first result on YouTube is a 46-minute long video. I think it might be a YouTube
That's the
recording.
one everyone's finding, but it's not the
Yeah,
right
that's
one.
the one I see. You think it's not the whole
thing?
thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jeremy, how confident are you that it would be in your stock?
I'm pretty sure. I'm
Stash.
not 100%. I don't know.
The private stash, as it were.
Yeah, we really can't
Shoebox
find this.
stash.
This is unbelievable. Well, we can't find this. I bet
I
you
can't
Jin's
believe
got
how-
this shit. I guarantee
Jim-
Jin will
yeah.
have this shit in 3 seconds.
It's in
You
his
might
bank
ask Gem
account.
too. Gem might have it too.
Yeah, ask Gem Panda. Yeah, Gem would definitely have it.
It's true.
He had to do editing based off of the full content of the thing. So if he has the whole thing, maybe he can figure out a way to DM it to you or something.
Right,
Jem's
and if
gotta
you
have
click-
that
Ask
shit.
him, Jeremy. Jeremy, ask him.
Yeah, ask Jem. Say, Jem, I need some flat Earth evidence. Can you give me that video?
Well, he'll give you a funny
Yeah,
thing.
just ask him for
A
the
funny thing
video.
happened on the way to the
Just tell him
moon
you
if
want
he's
the
got
video.
it.
A quick question: is there a subset of people that are globe people but moon landing deniers, or is it just flat earthers versus moon landing deniers?
Dude, there are hundreds of thousands
in this
of
server
people on Earth.
specifically.
Oh,
In this VC right now, no. In this VC, no. But in the server, yeah.
So hang on, I'm trying to get everybody's views here. So EPR and who is that again? Bacon.
Doofus.
Oh, Doofus. EPR and Doofus.
Bacon,
you guys are Globers.
and Bacon.
And you all believe you're Globers and moon landing affirmative.
Yes.
Yeah,
You?
that's fair enough.
What about you?
I would be a
No,
little bit more
I'm
specific, but
globe
yeah.
moon landing affirmative. That's me.
All right, then
Okay.
we're on the same page.
And then everybody else is a flat earther and moon landing denier, or is there a better term I can use to describe?
I've never met a
that?
flat earther that's moon landing affirmative. In my
Yeah, no,
life.
of course. That's kind of that kind of goes hand in hand, I assume.
Yeah, like they have to deny it, you know. Otherwise,
Yeah.
if they say it's true, then all the pictures are true. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that tracks. That tracks.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I mean, Jeremy, just ask Jem, right?
One moment.
Is it possible though? Could a flat earther believe that they went to the we've been to the moon and still believe the Earth is flat? Is that possible?
How would they be a true flat earther?
Well, can't you have like a small moon orbiting a flat Earth?
What do you mean by orbiting?
What about the pictures
I mean,
from space
revolving.
then?
Yeah, because
Revolving.
if it's if you're talking about orbiting, then you've got a gravity thing, which is kind of not
Well,
going to work.
I guess someone that believes in Trulund's model could have that, right? Because in Trulund's model, even though the Earth is flat, it's completely experienced as a heliocentric model, right?
What's the name of the model?
Model?
Trulund is the name of the guy.
Can you spell it for me?
Could you post it?
Yeah, post it or spell it. Either's fine.
I'll post his website.
I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, I think he's on the server.
Well, part of the entire agenda of the moon landing was to get that first picture of the globe. So,
well, I mean, the biggest. I mean, okay, so from the globe perspective, the biggest reason was geopolitical. It was to prove that capitalism is the best economic system, and America has the best culture, and that was, again, from the glober perspective, that was the main reason. It was geopolitical.
I thought it was supposed to like show the Russians who can build the better rockets because those are the ones who can send.
Well, yeah. No, both are true. I mean, it was to prove that the USSR was inferior to the United States.
I wasn't going against being geopolitical. I mean, no. When he said like to show American culture is better or something like that, I just saw it was related to.
It's a little bit of all of it.
Because the world was being carved up. It was a Cold War. You either joined the Russians or the Americans. So both countries had to sell themselves to the rest of the world. If I can put people in space, you're gonna want to rock with me and not the Russians, right?
And I mean, one of the biggest motivations is that for quite a while, again, if you believe the Glober stuff, that the Russians were winning for a large majority of that time. I mean, again, disclaimer from the Globe perspective, they were the first to put Yuri Gagarin into space. They were the first to do a spacewalk, first to soft land stuff on the moon. So for a while, I mean, the Americans were having their lunch eaten. So there was a huge impetus to put people on the moon to make up for all of the second place trophies that the United States had gotten up until that point. So people wonder why the U.S. government spent so much money on the moon. It was to make up for all the second place trophies they had gotten as the Soviets had beaten them at every turn. It's a huge motivation. Again, disclaimer from the Globe perspective.
Yeah, the only thing I had heard so far. I mean, I never looked into this, so I of course haven't heard much. But it was like because to send nuclear weapons, you need like rockets,
Right. So that's actually a good question. What's the flat Earth opinion or view on things like ICBMs? Like those are legit or not legit? I'm new to this. I'm just trying to ascertain what people think and what people know. But does an ICBM still work in a flat Earth model?
Opinions vary.
Opinions vary.
What is that? What's the nice
Intercontinental ballistic missile. So, the ability for the U.S. to send a missile up into the air that arcs over and, hits the Soviet Union and vice versa.
Are there any flat earthers on the call?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the particular person, but many of them had different views on ICBMs.
Yeah.
So what happened on the way to the moon anyway?
Well, what specifically? That's a loaded question.
That whole name is a misnomer because there wasn't even a way. They weren't even going to the moon at all. So it's like nothing happened on the way there because they never even started the journey.
Yeah, I guess they should have thought about the name a little harder, I guess.
Well, that guy who did that documentary is actually against the idea of the Earth not being a globe. He's a very strong globe earther. He has shunned the concept of a flat Earth profoundly, even to an extreme level. He's gone after Jeranism for copyright strikes and stuff. So he is very against the concept of.
Is that the guy that Buzz Aldrin punched?
Here's the thing.
Else I'm thinking of.
It is, yeah.
Oh, it is. Oh my gosh.
But part of that narrative is that they were up there and that they're floating around in quote unquote low Earth orbit, and then they faked the thing or whatever. So that even implies that they can even get to low Earth orbit. So it's kind of like a gate. It could be viewed as like a partial gatekeeping kind of narrative to kind of, part of it's true, but part of it's not, to try to keep people.
It was really interesting. I was literally, I work near Washington Square Park in Manhattan. And incidentally, I went over to Washington Square Park to maybe look at weed or edibles because that's the thing they sell there. And I didn't do any of that. I ended up talking to a moon landing denier. He had like a big board set up, and he had like a picture of the Van Allen belts and the moon and the Earth. And it was really, it was a weird coincidence today, but so right next to the people selling edibles and pot, there was this guy trying to advocate for the moon landing denial. And his big counter argument was the Van Allen belts. That you can't get through the Van Allen belts. And of course, you can't be a flat earther and acknowledge the Van Allen belts, I'm pretty sure. So he was a glober. Can you?
Well, not really. Isn't it like, because it's their claim. Whether it doesn't have to be the flat earthers' claim, it's their claim. So if they're claiming Van Allen belts would be some sort of barrier stopping them. That's what a lot of the flat earther is claiming the Van Allen belts. They're just saying, here's what you say yourselves,
Yeah, no, basically he was like, under the globe model, like, the Van Allen belts are not somewhere you want to be for a long period of time. So again, in the globe model, what you do is you kind of launch in a direction that doesn't put you through the thickest part of it. You launch through the thinnest part of it, and you don't stay there for a long time. So by the time it's all said and done, you've basically received a radiation dose that's, less than a CT scan. So it's not all that much.
But
again,
they can't.
Disclaimer from the globe model.
Yeah, but that's not really how it goes, though.
That is what happened.
Model. Well, I mean, yeah. Again, I'm saying this as a unwavering glober. Yeah. So
that is what happened, though.
Yeah. So that's one of the things that globe moon landing deniers will say that we can't make it to the moon because of the Van Allen belts, but they will admit that the ISS does exist because it operates in a low enough orbit that the Earth's magnetic field protects
away from the
so it's relatively low and inconsequential. So there's some risk.
Strange how you get this guy. So he wasn't a flat earther, but he was a
well, first of all, he wasn't a flat earther. He was a moon landing denier. He was also high as fuck. So let me be clear about that.
It was right next to the pot.
This dude was literally smoking a joint the entire time I was talking to him.
He was under many edibles.
Yes, he really was. He really was. And he was nice and it was cordial. And he was also
edible?
Huh? What?
Was he edible?
I don't think he was edible.
No homo.
He had really leathery skin. It was kind of weird. He was like a 60-year-old guy. But he had really great props and everything that were actually kind of accurate. But his big thing was, you can't go to the moon because of the Van Allen belts. That's like, all right, well,
I mean, the claim of Van Allen belts comes from NASA to begin with.
It does. It does.
Some people speculate that might be like the dome or the limitation that we can actually go. And so at the beginning, NASA might have run that narrative like, oh, there's these Van Allen radiation belts. We don't know if we'll be able to get through them. You know,
like a half truth.
Right. That was a concern. No, that was a valid concern though. When they launched those first, again, disclaimer from the Glober's perspective, when they launched those first missions and they, saw a high level of radiation at a certain altitude, they were like, oh shit, what if this is a barrier for human space flight? If this is true, this could be really problematic. And with time, they deemed that, okay, if you fly out of the Van Allen belts in a certain attitude, and you try not to spend too much time there or linger there, it's pretty much perfectly safe. Now, it doesn't protect you from cosmic rays. So there was a big solar layer of some kind. There's a solar event in like 1972 where technically if astronauts had been en route to the moon, it could have been a life-threatening dose of radiation. So that was one of those dumb luck things that they avoided because there weren't actively people en route to the moon. Again, disclaimer from the Glober's perspective. But yeah, no. Basically, the counter to you can't get out because of the Van Allen radiation belts is, well, yeah, you don't fly through the thickest part. You fly through the thinnest part, and you do it as fast as possible, which is kind of the policy.
Right, but you're still gonna encounter a lot of radiation, especially with the way that the spaceship in inverted commas was built. Yeah, that's why they announced that they were making the new Orion capsule that has better protection against the
Well,
radiation.
no, I mean so again, disclaimer from the Glober's perspective. I have had a roommate in college that actually worked for Jacobs Engineering, who were a subcontractor on Orion, and he worked on the environmental controls and
So
life.
hold on. Before all of that, hold on.
Sure.
Before all of that, why would they need to make a better capsule if they can just spend less time, like you said, with the one that apparently went to the moon? Yeah, why can't they just do that and not have to spend more on all of the of the lead thing?
It's a legit.
They managed it in '69. Why not do it the same way they did it in '69?
That's a legit question. It's a legit question a lot of people have, and I get it. Primary reason is that, frankly, in the annals
of history, spend longer in the radiation. That would be the only reason.
No, not quite. I remember actually day one of my orientation at UCF. I actually timed it out with the launch of EFT-1, which is where they put the first Orion capsule up on a Delta IV Heavy and launched it in a very high elliptical Earth orbit that went through one of the thickest parts of the Van Allen belts because they wanted to check the radiation dosage that the capsule experienced.
So I take it they had readers that could measure all of this radiation they're apparently going through, right?
Correct. Yeah. Again, if one assumes that all that happened and is accurate, then yes, that was one of the things they wanted to test. The biggest reason is political. Congress is slow. Congress loves its pork. They love their military-industrial complex spending. The way that these things are contracted out is incredibly inefficient. It goes directly to benefit and line the pockets of Boeing and Lockheed Martin and a few other big aerospace companies. And so, on purpose, to some extent, they do take as long as humanly possible to get shit done, which is, as a spaceflight fan myself, it's extremely irritating and very frustrating. And most will probably.
But why fix what's not broken?
Because generally speaking, the radiation shielding that the Apollo astronauts had was fairly minimal. The goal there,
but they're all okay. Yeah, none of them have cancer.
Yeah, no. So far, none of them have cancer. Yeah. Yes,
they're all fine.
The big difference.
So why again fix what's not broken?
The big difference is the mission profile for Orion has them staying in space for longer. So
again, my first answer was correct. They're going to spend more time in the radiation. That would be the only reason why you would.
Not in the Van Allen belts. No, their goal is to still fly through the Van Allen belts as fast as possible. But once they
Right.
get to lunar orbit, they are going to be exposed to things like cosmic rays because the moon, unlike Earth, does not provide a ton of radiation protection. So
Those things
when
that apparently create lightning. Yeah.
lightning,
Yeah, apparently that's how we get lightning is cosmic rays. Did you not know?
that's news
That's
to
the
me.
official story, by the way. But yeah.
I'd have
Go on.
to look that one up. Oh, Van Halen belts. That is funny, doofus. Not gonna lie. Eddie Van Halen belts. Yeah, so again, from the globe Earth perspective, basically, the unsatisfying
So for the
answer
cosmic
is that
rays,
the
it's
Orion.
protection from cosmic rays.
That's one of the reasons, but also one of the reasons that the Orion capsule is so over budget, delayed, and honestly not as good is government waste. That's the really. I mean, even my roommate who worked on the environmental control system says that the amount of waste in the program in terms of like having to run certain tests in certain states so that they could get funding, they had to do some really complicated engineering test in Colorado just because that,
We're about to say something else about your roommate.
Hmm? Huh?
Sorry, I interrupted earlier. You were about to say something else about your roommate.
Oh no, yeah, I was just gonna say he worked for Jacobs Engineering, which he only did it for about a year, and then he ended up working at Disney, which is cool because it's Central Florida, and those are the big employers.
Yeah, connected with NASA. You know how it goes.
Basically, the big employers are the aerospace industry and Disney in Central Florida. Those are the big ones. But yeah, the biggest reason why the Orion cap Disney is NASA. It's good. The biggest reason is honestly government pork, and because Congress and the Senate are stupid and they waste taxpayer money on big military industrial complex projects. And so, if I'd had my druthers, Orion would have been canceled long ago, and they would have replaced it with something a bit more competitive. But again, it's not for lack of technology. It's just that the Apollo missions were really short term, as fast as possible stays. They were hella risky. Like Apollo 11 probably shouldn't have worked, but it did.
Yeah, probably shouldn't have. Should it?
No, I mean, yeah, no, I mean, again, I'm being quite serious from the Globe's perspective. Apollo 11 was a harrowing mission. And so the Apollo missions really were a really big gamble, and so if NASA wants to do it again,
surprising success.
Yes. So if NASA wants to do it again, first of all, they need the geopolitical willpower, which they haven't had for a while, because there's no big competitor, I suppose. Which is again why they've turned to the private sector.
Sorry, did you say NASA doesn't have the what? Wait, sorry, say this again.
Yeah, sorry, no. So for the United States in general, there has not been the geopolitical or the political willpower to do it, simply because there's no big competitor. You know,
right,
NASA, the United States needs they need a foil. Right, exactly. So the big race that you'll see today, of course, is the commercial space race, which is plenty interesting, very interesting. And so
led by billionaires,
by billionaires, yes.
But
believe me, I've got my grievances there too.
Of course, supervised by NASA.
Yes, no, the development of Falcon and Dragon and now Starship, the HLS, is very heavily supervised by NASA. Their teams are pretty well integrated there because they have a vested interest in making sure that these programs succeed, and that it's basically the equivalent of checking someone's work. So if someone's selling you a product, you want to be able to check their work and make sure that what they're selling you is actually what they claim to be selling you. So at NASA and SpaceX,
NASA is the arbiter, right?
I don't know if arbiter is the right word, but they
declares what's good or not, right?
Well, I mean,
they're the authority of it, aren't they?
Right,
they
mommy
are,
and daddy.
And someone else is welcome to
say Elon Musk and the English dude, whatever is fucking Richard Branson.
Oh, Richard Branson, yeah.
You know,
no,
Richard
Branson and NASA, Virgin Orbit and Virgin Galactic do not have very strong ties to NASA. Virgin's kind of doing its own thing for the most part, without a whole lot. The only three companies that have a lot of NASA involvement are going to be SpaceX, Blue Origin, and United Launch Alliance. United Launch Alliance, of course, being up until recently the big juggernaut of of launch because they were pretty much like congressionally contracted to launch all this stuff.
Well, soon we'll have the Space Force, won't we?
We have the Space Force now, but they're basically just the Air Force rebranded in a way. So, you know, I'm not really pro Space Force or anti Space Force personally. I
can tell you're
it's kind of a
quite
rebrand.
I can really tell that. Very biased, which is very good.
Yeah, no,
unbiased. Unbiased. I meant to say
yeah. So again, to answer your original question, why is it taken so long? And
well, no.
Why do we have to reinvent the wheel?
Yeah, why the need to make it better? Why the need to make it better armor?
Because because the first one was crazy risky, and we'd like to do it more sustainably. Because remember, the Apollo program financially was not a sustainable venture. It was something that was extremely high cost, extremely high risk.
It was very risky, but the guys are fine. You know, they're all right.
I mean,
they went through all this radiation, but they're fine.
Well,
we just gave out $3 trillion to the American public for nothing last year.
By the way,
we could,
I appreciate
moon missions we could have sent.
By the way, I just want to say I appreciate you guys actually conversing here and not immediately like shutting me down or barking at me. It's pleasant for a change, so I appreciate you guys.
Are you coming from 24/7?
I think that's because of the way you are, though, mate. You're quite cordial and.
Thank you. That's my goal. Yeah. So to answer your question, it's because the Apollo spacecraft and the lunar module were good solutions for the time, but we have learned a lot since then. And the next time we want to go to the moon, we need to do it in a slightly more sustainable,
more modern,
risk-adverse way. Yes, because those missions were only short missions for 1 to 7 days, and we would like to go there and have a permanent presence.
No, I understand that. I understand that. Like, if technology is advanced, why not implement it in everything that you want to?
Honestly, one of the big things is that the United States government sucks. And we just suck. We can't get our shit together half the time. We can't agree.
Any government
do things. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we the government is at a lot of times a very wasteful, very short-sighted, only focused on pleasing the constituency, and has a hard time focusing. We have a short attention span as Americans a lot of times, and so.
Would you not say that all these? What was it that Jeremy just said? 3 billion. Would you not think that 3 billion could be spent better?
I think he said trillion, right?
Feet 3 trillion. Well, there you go.
What was that spent on?
We just gave out $3 trillion to the American public with all those stimulus packages.
Oh, the stimmies. Yeah.
Do you know how many times we could have went to the moon and back with that?
Probably quite a few times. But unfortunately, there are some problems that literally money can't even solve. So if the rocket's not ready, if the stuff's not on the pad and the engineering hasn't been done, then unfortunately, all the money in the world won't help.
The amount of
I would have loved to have seen that money go towards that. I wish that NASA's funding was at least 1%. It's not even 1% of the United States budget. Most of that is on the military and like healthcare. So
yeah, but is that because 80% of the budget that goes to NASA isn't official? So no, this is what I'm saying though. If it's not like you can go, oh yeah, they only have 1% of the budget. Right,
less than 1% of the budget.
How do you know that there's more percentage that is going there that isn't on the books?
I've not really seen.
How would anyone know?
I have not seen any evidence to suggest otherwise. Frankly, that's really the best I got. So I've not seen any evidence to suggest that any more than about 1%. I have no reason to suspect that NASA's budget is any more or less than it reports regularly.
So what is it that NASA get a year again?
Oh, Bacon! Thank you for sending me a friend request. It's so kind of you.
What is it, like 60 million a day?
It's it's 67 million this year per day. 23 million budget. 23 billion budget.
I would have to check the congressional budget reports.
Guys, 1 second,
please. So 23.
Oh wait, hang on. Jeremy wants to hop in.
Please.
Jeremy?
Yeah, no, let him check it out. But right, okay, so that would
it's 23 billion this year. 23 billion this year. That's a fact.
23 billion. You're claiming 23 billion is 1%. of the American budget, right?
I would have to check that. I know that roughly speaking, the number is about 1% of. Let me look this up. Give me one. Oh, wait, I have to do a work thing. Stand by. I'm going to mute myself.
Yeah, it's definitely 23 billion. I checked, and then the James Webb telescope cost 10 billion.
Jen, we need you to find. Nobody can find it. All right, you're our only hope and savior at this point. We need the funny thing happen the way it. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
I'm back.
Yeah, I've got it.
We specifically need the. We
Wait, listen.
specifically need the clip. Hold on,
Okay,
guys.
so
Hello,
Jen, listen to Jeremy.
Jeremy,
Yeah,
what you
yeah, go ahead.
we specifically need the part where they're putting that little see-through piece of paper in front of the
Jeremy,
window.
hold on. Okay, I already posted it. Jeremy, it's 33 minutes and 40 seconds. I posted it fucking a long time ago when we were talking about it. It shouldn't be no more than about 20 minutes ago. Huh?
33 minutes and
Yeah,
I thought no one's seen it yet.
It's in text, live text 1. It's a Bart Sabrell. It's 33 minutes 40 seconds.
All right. Thanks.
What,
Thank you very much. Well done.
And that has the bit in it where they remove the insert and the aircraft.
Yeah, you could back it up a few seconds if you want to get. Yeah, it shows. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, what it is the acetate of the Earth with the timeline on it, and they're making up that they are halfway to the moon. They
were supposed to be just over halfway.
Yeah, that's the claim.
That's correct.
That's the claim. Yeah,
that's right. That's right. Yeah.
And that's the date on the tape.
Yeah. Brilliant. Brilliant documentary, that one. Well done, Bart Sibrel. Well done for getting it up for them with a timestamp. Excellent. I
Yeah.
was just gonna
Whoever, not only that, whoever at NASA who sent him that, man, that can never fucking come out forward. But God bless them, right?
Yeah, definitely, because he was a whistleblower, wasn't he? Definitely, yeah.
Well,
of course.
Without a doubt.
Well, I don't agree with that. There's an idea that they actually did that on purpose. They gave it to him on purpose. I don't.
Oh, you still believe in orbits and they're in space and all that? Yeah.
Exactly. It's like a partial gatekeeping kind of agenda to make people still think that they can go to space and they can float around up there.
Wait. What?
Yeah, if they're like, fuck it, we can come up with an excuse for this, why they're doing this thing in front of the window. But in the meantime, this just solidifies the fact that they believe in orbits and space and all kinds of shit.
I don't know. Well,
I believe they're in a capsule up there, like Picard went up. Like what Picard went up in 1930, man. Why wouldn't they be able to go up there in 2020? You kidding me, dude? They're up there.
1931.
I'm not gonna say they're fucking halfway to the moon, but they're up there. At least they fucking seem to be up there, but not like they claim. But they're up there a little fucking ways, man.
1931, it was 9 miles. Just short of 10 miles. 9 point something miles. 1931, August Picard, yes. Very good.
What are you trying to say, Gio? That they threw that in as like a bone, in a sense.
That's what he's saying.
I see what he's saying.
I don't follow that one. I reckon it was a definite whistleblower.
Well, I guess, okay.
I
So
usually do that, though, man.
all right, so if it's a faked footage, whatever it is, the idea that NASA just like, ooh, whoopsie, we just put this in there, or to try to claim that there's some whistleblower or some truth guy in NASA, I wouldn't.
Okay, Gio, can I give you an explanation as to why I say that? There is another documentary called "What Happened on the Moon," Part 1, Photographic Anomalies by David Percy. Member of the Royal Society of Photographers, right? He said that there are some photographic anomalies that the way they've been designed, only a whistleblower or someone trying to let us know would have did the photograph in such a way. Okay? That's why I say that.
Well, here's the thing that bugs me, though, that I can't get my head around is that, okay, so they're pretending that this picture that they're putting in the window is Earth, right? Yet minutes later, they take that out and they unblacken the other windows so you can see that the sunlight.
Yeah, that's right.
That they're in Earth. I don't get it. What are you trying to say?
They're in low Earth orbit. They're in low Earth orbit. They say.
I mean, I can understand
No,
how
they still
people
need
might
evidence
still
on that, by the way.
believe in orbits and all that, but it's, I don't know. For me, it's like COVID in a sense that it's like that sort of insight into bullshit, you know?
Yeah, but think about it. Think about it, dude. Okay, look, Picard went up in 1931. Now think of how they describe the stars and shit, man. The way, okay, wait, real quick. Like that interview they did, they were like nervous and all that shit. But the way they described the black void and Collins, that was natural. Collins says, I don't remember seeing any.
Nudging him first.
Because when you're up there in high altitude balloons and shit, you don't see no fucking stars. It's a black void. So that's exactly how you would have described it. So I've got no reason to think astronauts aren't going up there. The thing is, we don't know what's really up there. You know, it's probably up on balloons. Would they know that they were docking with a fucking balloon? If they were on a rocket? I don't believe they're on the rockets, but if they were, would they even know they were fucking docking with a balloon? No.
Would you expand?
They were just above the Earth. They were above the Earth. You could see the blue sky. When they went from the triangle, you could see the blue sky, man.
So, Brian, quick, can you expound on what you meant by balloon? Or, sorry, flat Earth tests, Brian. Yeah.
Say that again.
Can you expound on what you were talking about with docking to a balloon?
No, I'm just saying. Have you seen the latest capsules, man? I posted a video. I mean, they got some bad chromed out fucking capsules, man. That,
which capsule specifically?
Well, I'll show you some of the cool ones. Let me
Hold
pull
on
up
a
one of my
second.
videos.
Somebody's got an echo.
I think it's
Trust me,
Brian.
you haven't.
Sorry,
Probably
Brian.
me.
That's
Come on,
okay.
Guys. Second time, Brian. Second time. Jen, you still got
Hey,
an
I
echo. That's
closed
probably
YouTube. Is it
time for
still
you.
happening? Is it still happening? Because I
It
closed
sounds
YouTube.
good. Test 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Brian, keep talking at the same
All
time.
good.
1,
All
2, 3.
good. All good.
Yeah,
All
1, 2,
good.
3.
All
1, 2,
good.
3.
Sounds okay. Yeah.
All good. All good.
So okay, so
I closed YouTube's what I did, but so now I can't put up the video. But I guarantee you, if you haven't looked, you've never seen this capsule because they got some badass capsules. Like picture what card went up, but multiply that times. You know, it's you could walk around and it probably hold about a dozen, and it's just one piece. You know, it looks almost like but it's like red with and it's chromed out borders. It's badass modern looking. You know,
like I can tell you, stop me if I say the one. So currently, again, disclaimer from the globe perspective. You've got SpaceX's Dragon capsule, which makes regular flights to the ISS. You have Virgin Galactic's, Virgin Galactic's Spaceship 2, which do suborbital flights. Then you've got Blue Origin's New Shepard capsule. Then you've got Boeing's Starliner, which has only done one uncrewed test flight. And then you've got SpaceX's Starship, which is still very much a prototype, very large, launches in Boca Chica, Texas, has yet to actually carry any payload to orbit.
Yeah, I know. I see the rockets. I'm not
those are the only
Canaveral,
spacecraft flying right now, except for, of course, the Russian Soyuz and the Chinese Shenzhou.
I'm not far from Canaveral, bro. I've got a one going right by my house, fucking on
That's
my
cool.
channel. But look, man. Let me say this. Two things. One, I was gonna say, man, you know, so somewhere on Earth, every time the Dragon or whatever it is, Dr. ISS, somewhere on Earth should have seen it. Every single time they fucking docked. Can you show me it happening ever?
Yes. Yes. So
I'm waiting
there
on
are
it.
some. Let me go ahead and find some amateur astronomers that I follow on Twitter.
Don't show me that model where it's already docked. I want to see from the ground through a telescope that bitch docking.
Yeah, so it's real hard to see because it's real small. But you can see there are some amateur astronomers that have photographed the Dragon like catching up to the ISS, getting very close. And then from the ground, there are some pictures of the ISS the Dragon actually docked to node 1, the forward node of the.
See, the thing is,
wouldn't it be worth one of these?
Yeah, I want him to post that. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me find it real quick. Stand by.
Wouldn't it be worth one of these big observatories though, like recording this instead of it being an amateur astronomer?
No,
why wouldn't
because
one of these
first of
big
all,
observatories observe this docking?
Because the primary reason is it provides no scientific value. the large observatories are there to.
Yeah, but it can make
ask-
them money. It can make them money if they
What
get enough
money?
clicks on it. If they've got this, if they
don't get
can
money from.
record
They
it,
don't get money
yeah,
from.
but if they, anyone can off YouTube. If they record the fucking video and upload it to YouTube, I'm sure enough people want to see this.
Well, because
this
an observatory is
document.
not trying
I'm
to make
sure
money
enough
off of
people-
YouTube views.
Nobody's
I'm sure
trying to
enough
see.
people- I'm sure a lot of people in the world would want to see this docking happening.
Well,
right?
one of the biggest reasons is that they can't track that fast. Like the way that a large ground observatory works is they point it in one place for a long time and take repeated exposure, high exposure photos to bring out whatever astronomical phenomenon they're looking at. So these amateur
So they're not good for
photographers-
real life, real time.
not for stuff that's really close. No, the amateur astronomers have smaller telescopes that are usually programmed to track an object across the sky, so they know where to point the telescope at what particular time. And
Right.
it's
And
so
it takes a lot of precision.
Let me
me
say
tell
this.
you.
Let me say this. That thing doesn't just speed up and dock. It's a real slow process. You know, it's got. Okay, so somewhere on Earth, every docking it should be perfect fucking reflections and everything. Somewhere on Earth, every single time it's docked, somebody on Earth should have perfect conditions to see this happening. And
not even just that.
You certainly
to see this.
Just to clarify,
You know?
you could never see that with the naked eye. We're all agreed on that, right?
That's why I'm asking about big observatories. That instead of it being an amateur astronomer, why not these big observatories take point of this
Because
scenario?
it's not their. So I can tell you right now, it's not their. That's not what they're created. That's not what they're created to do. They're created to look further than low Earth orbit. They're not trained. They're not.
So you're
they're not.
saying it wouldn't capture the moment very well. Is that what you're trying to say?
No,
I can't.
No, the thing is, if they did that, it's not what they're given funding for. If they did that, people would complain. You know, why is our tax money going towards you doing things that
It would be a stunt,
we
essentially.
all feel comfortable? Yeah, we
Wait,
feel
wait,
comfortable
wait,
about these things. Why you putting money on?
Let Earthworm
Hang
Jim.
on,
Let Jim.
I'm not done talking, Jim. The complaint people would have is why are you putting money on settled science? You know, we want you to put money and focus into things we're not sure about yet.
It's not about being settled science. It's like this big thing, this docking. Would you not want to see it as a globe?
Well,
it's not. It's a globe. It's a globe. It's not that interesting.
You wouldn't want to watch it happen.
I can give a great answer to this. So why
No,
would
you wouldn't want to watch it happen. All right. Oh fuck.
No. Let me explain. So first of all of the Crew Dragon dockings are live streamed from NASA and from NASA Spaceflight, a few other
So wait,
sites.
here's my question: can these observatories capture it?
That's a question I'd have to ask. I'd have to ask someone in the field. I don't know because they might not be able to track it.
Would they be more adequate at catching this than
I'm not sure that they. I'm not sure that they would.
Than amateur astrologers.
No, quite honestly, I'm not sure that they would be better set up for it because I don't think they're quite. I don't think that the motors that control the telescope.
Wait, let's slow down.
I don't know who the other guy that kicked in, but he said about money.
Man.
Hold on. I want to know.
Guys, one at a time, please.
Hold on. Does it cost a lot of money? Does it cost a lot of money then to run these large observatories? Is that what you're saying? Okay,
Huge motors,
so
dude.
you're saying that if one of these large observatories was to try and capture this video image of things docking up there in space, that would cost a lot of money for the taxpayer just for that observatory to do that.
Not necessarily for the taxpayer because some of these things are private; they're not taxpayer funded. But primarily, it's just,
even with private funding.
But again, onto what EPR is saying, it would still cost a lot of money.
Just to give you a simple, but Jim, to explain myself, you know, because I do understand I wasn't that clear. The way these things work, for example, if you want to go and use a telescope or make use of a national observatory, you book time.
Yes,
right.
Because you've been given funding. Yeah,
Fair
but
enough.
let me explain.
But this is a moment.
Let me finish fucking talking, bro. Please, let me fucking finish. I'm begging you. All right. let me just clarify what I was trying to say. So you book time to use the observatory, and you either get funding from the government, or if you're part of
university,
like a
maybe?
school. Yeah, part of a university, you get funding from that, or you get funding from a private institution, and you are given a specific mandate to perform, a certain project within a certain timeline. You're not going to waste time doing other things because
Okay.
Jim wants to see this. Come
No,
on.
yeah, fair enough. But what costs
Yeah.
so much money? What costs so much money for these observation towers to be run? What costs so much? What is it?
Supply and it's supply and demand, essentially.
What is it? Is
Supply
it
and demand.
energy? Does it
No,
demand
it's
a lot
supply.
of energy, or
It's time.
it's time?
It's
So
time.
it's not. So the machine itself doesn't cost a lot of energy or money. It's time. You're
It's not a
saying.
matter of energy. It's about the
And
number of people that
maintenance.
are waiting on
So
it
where's
to
this
use
money
it.
that it's going to cost a lot of money? What, because of time?
You should let him answer the question for you, Jim. You asking the question, he's trying to answer, and you keep
Yeah, no,
cutting
it's
him off.
okay. Yeah, we're good. So primarily, it's again, part of capitalism is supply and demand. So there's tons of demand from different universities and schools around the world to utilize these observatories, and so it's kind of a highest bidder thing.
I'm not asking
and
about whether demand makes the cost more. I'm just saying
It
how
does.
much does it actually cost to run it?
That I don't know. The answer, I'm sure, varies drastically between observatories because there are
Well,
quite a
but that's the main point here. It's not because of the more demand. It's going to cost more because people can charge more because there's more demand.
They can.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking how much does it actually cost to run?
I'm sure it varies from observatory to observatory. I could not give
Right,
you
and you have to factor in the fact that they're not making money on getting the observations done that other people want to pay them to do. So they're losing money that way.
I get that. I get
Yeah,
that.
they want to give people as much scope time as humanly possible. That's kind of the goal. And also, I'm gonna check this out. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I don't know if a ground observatory would be very well suited to observing that kind of thing. I think
Right.
usually
So
the
what
motors are not tracked.
Amateur astronomers are the best thing to observe this, right? Is that what
Honestly,
you're saying?
quite possibly, yes.
Yes, I have, dude. Hey, hold on, Jim. With my own eyes, I've seen the ISS, dude, at a stargazing event. I tell everybody.
No. I don't care
done
about
this.
that. I want to see docking.
No,
I'm
I've
gonna find
seen
it.
it,
Hang
dude.
on,
I've
I'm gonna
seen
find a
the
picture
ISS
here.
up there.
This is the whole point. When there's some sort of docking going.
I've been
right,
promising
not-
a photo for a while, but I'm trying to find
Why
the right
not-
one.
Fair
You guys,
enough.
if we could
Okay,
try
why
to
not?
hold on, if we could
Why
try to
not
go one at a
utilize-
time, because it's very hard to follow the convo when there's multiple things. So I think Jim,
Agreed.
go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I was just saying, why not have these huge observatories, to witness this event of docking?
May I give an answer?
Shoot.
Yeah. So one of the primary reasons is that the docking is streamed from the International Space Station. So you have cameras on the International
It doesn't
Space
mean
Station.
you can't have it being shot or viewed from
Right.
Earth as well.
But
I don't get that.
why-
It's like
why would
only one camera is valid and available.
There
Like
are
there's
multiple.
so many observatories around the world.
There
Why
are
not-
multiple.
Why are they all not linked into
Think
this
about it from the
amazing
Globe
event?
Earth side. Think
Amazing
about it from
event.
the Globe Earth
Oh,
side for
right.
just 1 second. If you think
Agreed.
about it from the
Thank you.
Globe Earth.
So
Okay.
why would you
If you-
want?
oh my goodness. All right.
Go ahead.
1
Sorry.
second.
I'm
Guys,
sorry.
it's sort of like having a talking stick, like one person gets the talking stick at a time, and then we just have to pass it around. So whoever
Who's
has
next?
it gets to speak, and then if like once they're done, if two people jump in at once, you both have to stop, and then one person has to get the stick, and then they talk, and So I think Doofus, go ahead.
All right, thanks. If you think about it from the Globe Earth side, what we have is we have the live streams of the docking occurring much closer and in much better quality than we can get from the ground. In addition, those observatories cannot be spending their time that they can make more money on doing things that they're not making any money on. That's it.
Yeah, but if they're not even being used at the time, why not record such an amazing event of docking happening in space? I don't get it. Why would you not?
Who's gonna pay for that? Who's gonna pay for that?
Why would you miss that opportunity?
It's not that they're not being used because they're expensive, because they're being used all the time. That's the point.
Yeah, but it's rich people that own them. So what do they care about money?
What?
What?
What are you saying?
They wouldn't charge
Rich people
anything if that was the
own
case.
what?
Yeah, they wouldn't charge anything if that was the case.
So,
Obviously, they care.
someone tell me how much it costs to run one of these observatories. Then, what's so expensive about looking at such an amazing thing called this docking, this scenario of docking in space that is so amazing? You know, at 14,000 miles an hour, right? All these observatories is too much money for them to look at it. Though it's such an amazing event, but it's too much money to look at it.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm back now. Sorry, my PC battery died. The primary reason is why would you want to look at it from, some 200 plus miles away when you can look at it from a camera that is mounted outboard of the International Space Station or a camera mounted on the front end of the Dragon docking port, because the view you're going to get of the docking is so much drastically better from the space station and from the Dragon, respectively, than you would ever get from a ground observatory. It would be
That's understandable, but you still portray the ability of that observatory, right? And you're still recording a scenario that is amazing. This docking happening.
Here we go. I have found a photo. I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it right now. So here's what not. Oh, that's not right. Hang on.
So none of these observatories want in on the action.
Well,
because it's
first
too
of
much
all,
money.
there's a technical problem. Is that the ISS has to be passing overhead of the observatory at the exact same time that the docking is occurring, which, given the entire globe, is kind of hard to ask.
What are you saying? Perfect 90. It has to be.
Well, not perfect 90, but it's got to be in the sky at that.
Them observatory pictures, real quick. Them observatory pictures ain't no different than what we're seeing with good telescopes or good optics. They're just bigger versions of them.
Okay, so I found some great pictures here.
Is on the opposite side of the planet.
Right.
An observatory on the other side is not going to see it.
So here's two great pictures. One of the ISS, one of not a Dragon, but a Progress resupply craft approaching the ISS.
Look weird, but okay.
Sorry, they're really long. I don't know why. It's from Flickr. It's safe. Don't worry.
Right. You won't get an embed that shows you the picture because you don't have Livestream verified yet. As a
Oh,
role.
yeah, that'll do it. Sorry about that. That one's not so good. There's lots of astrophotographers on Twitter and Flickr you can follow.
I ain't seen a good one yet.
Hit 'em off with the,
I'm not saying they don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Brian, you have an echo again. Third time.
So again,
you
like, why would
you want to hold on 1 second?
The question is,
Gio, do you want to give him the? Gio, do you want to give him the voice verified role? Oh.
The question is, why would you want a picture from very far away when you could get a picture like the last one I just posted, which is from right where it's happening? I suppose.
Because if you have, I think from Earth would be necessary as well for part of.
It'd be
science.
cool. Like, I would love that. Don't get me wrong.
There can be no excuse. Yeah, there can be
Well,
no
here's the thing.
excuse because that's what the taxpayers pay for. That's what they
And
pay
not just
for
that, not
to
just
see
that,
that kind of thing.
But it verifies
No,
the other.
we did not
it
pay for
verifies-
that.
I don't know if we do.
No.
Well,
Hold on,
you
what's
might
the
want
Google
to,
name?
but other people might not.
Guys,
So-
what's the Glober's name?
Yes, we do.
So as I Earthworm.
All right,
Jim,
these mutes are just temporary. These mutes
Sorry.
are temporary. Hold on. What is your name?
Who, me?
Yes.
Leaky. You can call me Leaky. You can call me Leaky.
Okay,
He has.
Thank you.
He got the roles now, right?
That's fine. So, am I good to talk now? Am I okay?
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. So Jim, the picture that I showed you in the second picture that I posted, that shows a Progress approaching the International Space Station. It does not capture the moment of docking because, frankly, it might not have been in the right place at the right time where whoever took the picture could actually get that moment where it happens. You're not going to get, rarely, a picture of the actual docking because the number of things that have to go right at a very precise time are difficult to ask for, and frankly, it'd be very hard to observe because the ISS is not always overhead at the right time. So it's quite a difficult thing to ask for. It's much easier just to get video from the station and the spacecraft in question.
I'm not satisfied.
Go
I'm
ahead.
not satisfied with that answer. I'm not satisfied with your answer. That for me, because I know the ISS is not up there. This is what I expect to hear.
Well, that's a
You're
pretty
telling me
foundational
it's not
thing
up
right there too.
It's not up there at all. It's not up there at all. No evidence for it. And this is perfect example. Why aren't the observatories around the world focusing on that? Let's have a look.
I would love to
It's
see
not
that,
up there
frankly.
anyway.
That would be super cool.
And
It
we
might be a
don't-
little
and by the
tricky to
way-
organize,
and by
but
the way,
it's
we
technically
don't live on a
possible.
planet. Sorry to talk over you, but we don't live
No,
on a
no,
planet.
that's fine. I
hasn't-
accept the fact that we come from different places, and I know that's
Yeah.
fine. Quick question
Right,
for
we
you:
don't
Have you
live on a
ever
planet, it's a flat Earth.
That's okay. That's okay. Have you ever tried to look at the space station passing overhead?
Yeah, I have, and I've never seen it. I have looked, never seen it, never seen anything. But
Have
when
you
I
used
ask
one of-
people what they see, when I ask people what they see, it's always a light, and I say a light
is.
does not an ISS make.
No, it does
For
not
me, that's
technically.
not- it's nothing.
Technically,
Right.
in
As far as I'm concerned, a light is not up there. There's nothing up there that people are in, and they're falling around a ball Earth that hasn't been proven.
Sure.
Your story is a mess. You got
Well,
to
first
do
of
a lot
all,
of proving.
I'm not.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm not going to try to convince you otherwise. I'm telling you what the globe Earth perspective is, and you're welcome to agree with it or disagree with it. And that's perfectly fine. I respect your opinions. That's totally fine.
You're too nice, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I try to be. And also, I'm gonna have to leave here in a minute. I need to leave from work. My event's about to
Leaky,
here,
it was nice having you. Leaky, it was
It was
nice
a
having
pleasure.
you. Sorry,
It was a
sorry
pleasure.
for all the interruptions. We get a little
No,
antsy
no, it was
around
perfectly,
her
it was perfectly fine.
Thank you, man. That was so
Yes.
fair of a response. It was
I
kind of
remember.
confusing,
I
man.
remember, Leaky.
So,
Come on,
remember,
guys,
Leaky.
hold on one
I
second.
call him the
Hold on,
amicable man.
guys. You got an
Jeremy was
echo
talking.
between you and
Jeremy was talking.
Leaky. Between you and Leaky, Jin, you guys are constantly echoing. I don't know why. Please fix the echo.
I have a headset on, so I should not technically be echoing. But can you
Hey,
hear an echo
Leaky.
right now?
Leaky, that was so fair.
I meant
Leaky, that was
Brian
so
Leaky,
fair. That
not
was
you,
so
Leaky.
fair of a
There's two
response.
Leakys
Oh,
in
sorry
here.
about that.
Okay, you're making something. Now your name is confusing us all. It's okay. We're going to figure something out for that.
Someone
but
need to change their name.
Brian, and you guys, please, go ahead.
I was just saying 6 words. I was saying his answer was so fair that it was confusing. Take it easy, Leaky.
My pleasure. Thank you. I'm gonna have to leave here momentarily. In the future, this is a cool community. You guys are cool and nice. I'm actually trying to write a paper on flat earther people and
Of
what
course
exact.
you are.
No, I'm
an academic paper for school.
It's a college level thing. It's nothing. It's not like for a PhD or anything. But I'm trying to present a coherent and honest and representative view of what flat earthers know to be true, and how they think, and what they believe in, and how they approach the world. And I'm trying to represent that as fairly and as accurately as possible, because I know that there's a lot of misrepresentation.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard.
It's a college writing paper, honestly. No, I'm actually I'm in engineering. This is actually a optional thing.
All these colleges and unis, like.
No, I mean, it's very important for engineers to also learn writing skills, because
Go
engineers
out
that
and,
can't
like,
communicate are bad
literally-
engineers. So
Right.
But
I'm
I
not
mean, is
using
this
anyone's
one of your
names. I'm not
majors?
recording
Is
anything.
this one of your minors? Like what?
We wouldn't care. We wouldn't bother. Like you can record
course is
whatever.
this?
I'm not recording anything,
Is
by
it-
the way. I'm recording nothing.
Yeah,
I'm
but
taking notes, I'm not
is this for like
being
an-
recorded
is-
anyway, so.
Is this
Oh,
for like an
this is
English
all on
writing
YouTube already.
minor? Oh,
Say
sorry,
again?
Leaky. I'm just trying to figure out. Is this like for like a minor, for like an elective, or what?
No, it's just I was asked. It kind of given free rein over a subject about concepts that are relevant to engineering, and the aerospace community has a long and storied history with flat earthers and moon deniers and all that kind of stuff. So I'm trying to write on something that's somewhat applicable to the field, and I'm trying to be as honest as possible and represent
Unbiased.
people's
Unbiased.
views as accurately as possible.
So do you
That's
write
that's
it
pretty
as
cool.
unbiased as possible as well?
I would like to be,
That's
yes, and
pretty
I'm
cool.
trying to remember the human and
That's fair enough. No, you've
represent
come
people
across.
genuinely.
Yeah, you've come across quite
I,
well.
I
Yeah.
would have
mean,
never
whether
I
whether
would have
whether
never
th-
been
whether
allowed
that is
to do that in college.
you know that you're just trying to complete your assignment, and so you've come here. You've come here in a sense of it doesn't really matter what's said. You're just trying to
No,
complete.
I don't need to convince anybody or be
You're just
convinced
trying
of
to complete
anything.
your assignment. Aren't you?
And
This is
I'm
work.
but
This is
it comes
work.
out of it comes out of a genuine curiosity.
This
It
is
does.
study for you. This is work for you. This isn't an interest. This is just to get you a merit or a mark. Right?
What are you
to be
trying to get
completely
at,
honest,
Jim? What are you getting at, Jim? Wait, hang
No,
on. I want
it's
to
just
see
be
what
completely honest,
Jim
it's
is
a little
getting
bit
at.
of both.
Is it not? Is that
Hey,
what
who
it
chose
is?
the
What are you
subject?
getting at, Jim?
You want to pass
Hey,
your mark.
Leaky.
That's it. That's
Hey, who
all
chose
this
the
is.
subject
That's
to
the
write
only
on
reason
this?
why you're here.
I did
Because you want
actually.
to
No,
pass.
What are you getting at, Jim? So what? He chose
I'm
to
just
write
trying
on
to.
this.
I'm
So
trying to.
I
I'm trying
chose to write on this
I'm
subject.
trying
I
to
pitched
realise
it. I
whether I'm
pitched it to
right
my
or not.
professor, and they said yes. I
It's like,
pitched them.
this is
I
the
gave them
choice.
So
an outline, and they
everybody
said
knows
yes.
about flat Earth. I'm curious. Like, did you have to sit there and explain this? Like, hey, professor, there's this community that believes in flat Earth because supposedly there's like 10 million Brazilians that believe in the flat Earth, but there's only about 5,000 here in the United States. Which is completely absurd. So,
Are there really only? Is that
I'm
those
just kind
numbers?
of trying
Are those
to
the
get a
numbers?
gauge on how popular it is. Like, did your professor know
how
about flat
accurate are
Earth?
those numbers?
No, I mean, my
How accurate are
professor
those
is
numbers,
aware
though?
of my professor's aware of flat earthers and moon landing deniers.
It just comes across.
It's not news, but I just thought it was an interesting topic to write about because it's something that has always interested me personally. And I
Very
pitched it to
interesting.
them, and they said yeah.
We have some of the most interesting conversations on Discord in here. Stick around.
I'm here for it. So
You'll have fun. Yeah, man, that's pretty interesting. My lecturers would have never let me do that.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool.
No, I have a cool professor for the
Leaky.
technical writing course.
You
so.
do.
Hey, in the
You do.
future, hey, when you lose a flat Earth versus globe Earth argument, just be prepared. Somebody's gonna tell you a slogan we all use. It's called "Welcome to Flat Earth."
I've heard it
Just
once
be
before.
ready for it.
Deal.
You've heard it.
I
Okay.
have to go now, guys. I've got to go home from work here, get home and make some dinner. So pleasure talking to
All right.
y'all.
Later,
Have a
man.
good evening. Take
All
care.
right, man.
Take care,
Bye.
fella.
Later, bro. Come back soon. He's gonna put you guys in this paper. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, man. He wants his marks, doesn't he? He came here for his marks.
What did I miss?
He came here for
What
his,
is wrong with that, Jim?
for
It
his
sounds like you
distinction.
have an issue with that.
No, it's
You have
the
an
fact
issue with
that
it?
the fact that he didn't come here to learn about flat Earth. He came here to pass his work. That's what bothers me.
Why does that bother you? Well, why does that bother you?
You said you'd want
Because
to
he
learn
only
the
came
truth.
here. He only came here to pass his assignment. That's it.
Yeah, people have lots of different reasons for coming here. Why does that bother you, though? I come here to talk to my friends. I'm out here to learn about
That's
the flat
fair
Earth.
enough. That's fair enough. It's just like
Oh.
why watch a lecture about gravity if you're not there to learn about what they're talking about? You know,
But we
what
don't
you what
only
you
talk
there
about
for?
flat
What you
Earth
there
here,
for?
though.
What, you're,
Yeah, but Jim, we don't only talk about flat Earth here, do we? We talk about a lot of different
if
things.
you're
man.
there for your hit piece on Globers, do you know what I mean? Like it's like take in what they're actually trying to say. You know, in their model or whatever.
Yes. Try to apply it to reality at least. Compare.
Right.
Make some comparisons. Go check it
Instead
out.
of just going
Don't
there
don't just pass your
complete
test.
your assignment. That's what it sounded like.
It's an insult to the topic
That's
matter.
it. But that's exactly what he's here for. He's here to complete his assignment. He's using you guys as part of his assignment, so he can get a good a good grade.
It doesn't matter, man. Did you hear the way he's answering
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. Did you hear the way he? Hold on. Did y'all hear the way he answered questions?
Brian,
For
Leakey.
fuck's sake.
Brian, damn your mic,
Brian,
bro.
you got an
Oh my
echo,
God.
dude. You got it. Hold on, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sorry, Jim.
Yeah, we hear you echoing.
I literally just heard another echo.
I heard
now.
you echo.
Go ahead, Jim.
No, it's not me echoing, Jen. It's fucking
Jin.
you.
It's always
You're the only
fucking
one hearing
Jin.
echoes, bro.
Right.
It's always
Brian,
fucking
you're
Jin.
echoing
I tell
too, I
ya.
think, Brian. It's not me echoing. It's you, dude.
I blame Jeremy. No, I'm joking. It's normally Jin. Like Jin, if you haven't got your mic muted, then it's normally you, Jin.
Yeah, tell me if
Jin
it's
is
me.
muted.
If Jen mutes and it's
Echo.
just me unmuted.
All right, you're good, Brian. You're good. It's Jen. It's Jen. My bad. It's Jen. No, it
I want
was
to
you.
say that guy
Excuse
answered the
me.
question about as honest
Excuse
as
me. It
anybody
wasn't
could have. I
me.
just
Hang on.
No, it was
I'm
actually
here,
Nate.
guys. It was not me. I was muted all the time.
It was actually Nate. Nate, your mic was actually echoing. But I think, Brian, you were going to say...
echoing?
Yeah, you're echoing, Nate. But
How
yeah,
am I?
go ahead, Brian.
What?
I wanted to
Nate,
say that the guy answered about his. If I'm not echoing, I wanted to say that guy answered about as honest as for whatever reason he's here. He answered a question about as honest as possible. Who was that? Jen
That is fair enough. I can't question that. No, he was.
He said,
was
I
quite
respect your
unbiased.
opinion. He said, I'm asking this. He said, I'm asking this question. He said, I'm just telling you from a globe Earth, not necessarily from reality, from a globe Earth perspective. And if you have a different view, then I respect that. I mean, that was legit. That was honest.
Yeah,
we don't
that's
get a
fair
lot of
enough.
honest people. Well, yeah, we do here, but in other places
get
you may
that. I
never
get
get an
that.
honest answer like that, right?
I get that, but if you know that you're coming here and your alternative motive is just to get a mark on your assignment, right? You don't care how you act when you're here because you just want your pass.
Oh, that's
on
not
your
true.
assignment.
That is not true. He was very well mannered. He was polite. He didn't
Yeah, he
overtalk
was.
people.
That's the whole point I'm
Are you
making.
saying just
That's
isn't
the whole
true?
point I'm making, my friend. He's not here. He's not here to wonder about what the flat earthers think or not. It's just his hit piece for his
He might be curious. He might be
Okay,
curious
and
as well.
He might
he's
be.
he's not curious, Jeremy. He said himself he's not here to learn. He's here so that he can get information for his paper. So what? Why do you guys care what he's here for?
I don't.
I'm
we all
not here
have
to
our
learn
motives.
about
Yeah,
flat
well, I
Earth.
hope
I
it's
doubt
not a hit
any
piece.
Globers are
Let's
here.
hope it's not a
I
hit
don't think there's a single Glober that comes here to learn about the flat Earth.
You do, Nate. You love learning about
Me?
flat Earth. Yeah.
I'm not a
Nah,
fan.
bro. I don't think there's a single Glober that comes to any flat Earth server to learn about the flat Earth. Come on, guys. Like, why
Well, that's
care
why you should come
what
here
the
to
other guy's
learn. You
motives
should
are?
learn because you don't live on a globe.
I
You
don't
should
want
learn
to.
this.
No, I
Yeah,
can
there
come
you
here
go.
to do
You see
whatever
that?
I want to do.
Cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance.
What?
Okay, good.
That's ridiculous,
You
guys.
got
People can't
cognitive,
just come
Nate.
in to do what you guys want them to come and do, man. Like that's
Yeah,
silly.
everyone has their motives for being here. Absolutely. I agree with you.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah. It seems
Somebody has
Jim
a
and
fucking
Jen.
echo. I just heard it
No,
again.
it's not that I'm bothered about it. It's just a bit weird that you
You said you have a problem.
You go somewhere just to get a hit piece, not to learn or to put your feet in their shoes. No.
Jim, you're
Besides the
you're
point.
assuming.
Besides
Hold on,
the
bro.
point.
You're that's an assumption. You're assuming that he's doing a hit piece. He never said that. He said he's writing a paper
No, sure.
for his
No, that's fair
class,
enough.
and he's decided to look into flat Earth and to write a paper about it. He said he wants to represent it as fairly as possible. So just from what he said, it doesn't sound like he's, at least from what he said, if we just take that at face value, he may be interested, he may be curious, and sounds like he's going to use the topic for a paper for his, college course.
Yeah, fair enough. You make a good point, Gio. From
It's
what
the
you
same way
said,
Ferrari,
from what we heard
Rodrigo Ferrari Nunez was introduced into this, is writing a paper and curious and willing to paint flat Earth into an honest paper and an honest representation for his school, and that's exactly how Rodrigo Ferrari Nunez made his way into flat Earth.
But yeah, no, I like what Gio just said, that the guy was honest and he came across genuine. So for me, I'm not offended about it at all. Like, he could just literally have come in so
Jim?
Sorry, my button went. Yeah, sorry. So maybe he might take something out of it in the end. I don't know, but yeah, it's a weird one. It's like,
Sounds pretty normal to me.
Anyone can come here for whatever the reason they want. I understand that. That's fair enough. But no, he did seem quite unbiased enough to maybe paint the flat Earth in a unbiased light. I'm not sure. Maybe.
Yeah. What I found weird is that his professor actually gave him the thumbs up on doing that.
Right.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah,
that
I would
was
have thought it'd
weird,
have been a
but
bit of a
it
taboo
just
subject.
it just means he has a really cool, open-minded professor. And that should show that universities are open to talking about flat Earth, so it's not really being shut down that much in the mainstream, is it?
You can't generalize that much because it still comes down to the individual. It still comes down to the individual, doesn't it? It does, though, doesn't it? It's like you can have that. You can have that teacher, though, don't you? That just will talk.
But the only way that teacher
And you-
could
sorry, I
let
cut
him
out.
write that
I cut
paper
out again.
is if
I
his
cut out.
faculty or his university as a whole had no problem with it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it comes down to the individual again. You know, whether that one tutor allowed it doesn't mean that the next guy will. You know.
Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, kudos to that guy.
Fuck that guy. They're probably going to take this shit in and rip it to pieces on some bullshit
course,
without us
they will,
there to
Jeremy.
defend it.
Of course they will, Jeremy.
They're going to rip it to pieces without us there to defend it. Shit's going to get taken out of context. All kinds of shit's going to happen. I can
Yeah,
already
he
see
should
this
definitely
coming.
show us like a draft, So you
Yeah,
guys can,
hell
like,
yeah. That's
put in
it.
your
Next time that
comments.
guy comes in. He also can't keep the name leaky. I didn't want to break it to him now, but obviously it's going to be an issue. Anyways, we need to see a view of his final draft or something. Yeah. Guys, please, with the echo, I'm begging you guys, get a Bluetooth headset or something. I
Jeremy
swear,
has an
I am on.
internal echo. Jeremy
I
has
am
an
on
Jeremy,
AirPods.
it is kind of weird now that you are the only one that hears an echo.
Yeah,
No,
I
am
didn't
not
hear
the
no
only
echo
one
that
hearing
time.
it.
I didn't hear an echo, man.
I'm hearing it.
Yeah,
You
I
high
don't know what
bastard.
you're about that time because I didn't hear no echo. But
No,
Jin,
not
though,
just now, but from before.
Jin, you might want to say that you've never had it, but Jeremy's the only one that's ever said it to you. No. Stop lying, Jin. Most of the time when your mic is open, you do get a fucking echo. So bear that in mind, Jin. Make sure you got yourself on mute if you're not talking because you will get an echo. Like, Jeremy's not the only one to tell you about this as well.
Listen, just being on mute doesn't help because it's going to add to the audio chaos because somebody's always going to overtalk. Another thing we need to work on. But the point is, you can't rely on just having your mic shut because people are going to pipe up in the end or middle or beginning of your sentence or something. There's going to be fear. It just adds to the audio chaos.
I just keep it on push to talk, man. That's the best way. That's the way you get rid of all this stupid echo.
But you keep cutting out like halfway between what you say.
Yeah, that's
you don't know how
this
push to
dodgy
talk
old
works.
phone that is weird. Yeah.
Technically, even on push to talk, people like if their mic setup is in a way that they echo when they push to talk. If someone else talks at the same time, it'll echo. So technically, you really have to have a setup that just doesn't echo at all.
Yeah.
But do we have another topic other than echoes? We gotta.
Okay, that's the way see.
Hey, what were we on before this? What was the topic? It was about the moon, and it was about wait, not
Nate,
that.
Did you see that video? Hold on, Jim. Nate, did you see the video of him trying to?
Oh, that's a
Yeah,
good point.
I saw what Brian posted, and I went to where Brian had the timestamp, and still, I don't see them put anything there. It's just the lady claiming that apparently they blackened out the whole inner part of the spacecraft by covering all of the windows except for that one window, and they apparently put some sort of filter over the window where you can see the Earth.
You'll see him take it out.
Hang on. That is the claim the narrator made, and then I watched it for like 10 minutes, and I didn't see anything.
Here's the
So I
thing.
don't
You'll see him take it out.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. What you see, you don't see them insert anything, right?
Yeah.
It's already inserted. It's already inserted, right? All you see when they unblacken the windows, they take away whatever's covering the windows, and you see daylight inside the aircraft.
Yeah,
The
they
insert,
take out what's
the
yeah,
insert
exactly,
on the
because
window
they
is
they, they, they
always
he
there.
even says it. Yeah, but this is the thing. Neil Armstrong says that they've covered the other windows so that the inside can be blackened to get a clearer picture of the Earth, so that there's no shine and glare from the sun. He
Wow, bro.
says that.
Wow, bro.
Neil Armstrong says that in the beginning.
Wow,
That's
you
the
obviously
reason
haven't seen it,
it's so
man. Because if you'd
it's so
seen what
dark
we're
inside.
saying, you'd be like, "What the fuck?" You'd be laughing at what
No,
you're
I
saying.
saw it. I saw it. And then they uncovered all of the other windows, and all of a sudden it's bright inside.
Sunlight.
Because this,
Yeah.
yeah, sunlight. The sun's shining on them, obviously. But the moment it
Yeah,
gets bright
with the
inside,
blue,
you
with the
can't
blue
see
atmosphere
Earth.
background of Earth.
But
Yeah.
hang on.
The blue
Let me
sky.
finish, Jen.
With the blue sky, right? Yeah. Go on, carry on. With the blue sky in the
No,
background. Yeah?
no. You talk.
Oh
Go
no, no,
ahead.
no, 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 no. So you haven't seen the same video then?
Bro, I can't talk
Okay,
if you keep on
clarified.
talking
You
me.
haven't
So
seen
I'm
the same
letting
video.
you talk
Forget
right
it.
now.
Forget
Please
it.
go ahead and talk. Are you
Guys,
done?
can we not find the video, the whole video of this, or what?
Well, I
No,
thought
I
Gene
found the
it.
video
Or
and I
someone
watched
else
it.
found it.
Brian posted it, guys. Brian posted it and I watched it. I saw it being covered, then I saw them uncover the other windows. It got very bright inside and you couldn't see Earth properly anymore through that one window we were looking at Earth through. But before all of that happened, Neil Armstrong explains what's going on. But it's the lady that makes the accusation that apparently there's some filter over the window through which we are looking at Earth through. But they then go and uncover the other windows, not the one the window through which we see Earth. They don't move or put anything there. It's the other windows around.
Well, the video that I saw.
Look,
I don't
you're
know
misrepresenting it a little bit wrong there. Hang on, you made it wrong there. Look, when they removed the acetate from the porthole, the round window, yeah, right. And then they brighten up the inside of the lunar command module. Then there's a triangular window near Buzz Aldrin. You can see the Earth through there. Sunny, glorious, sunny day. Okay. That's what you're looking at there.
Jen, is there any chance that was just filmed on the ground in a studio and they just have a screen on the outside showing the fake globe thing in the first place?
Exactly that. That's what I think happened there. They weren't in the air. Yeah. That's very, very possible. Very possible indeed. Okay?
No, you got to count the pixels, guys. I'm telling you. If you count
guys,
the
I mean,
pixels,
we're
you
not
realise
gonna
it's
agree
real
on this, so
it's
I
a
don't
globe,
know.
Okay.
And they film all their space stuff on the ground. Nothing's filmed up there. There would be the only thing that's taken from up there is like high altitude footage, like for Google Earth and stuff. They do that, but the rest of it's
Geo,
all,
why would you go to all the trouble of filming it on the ground when you could just fly to the moon and do it?
you just go there, yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why fake the moon landing when you could just go there and film it there?
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Just Occam's razor, man. You're looking for all the hard things. You just fly there and do it.
But we've been there and done this, so I don't know.
Really?
Of course, fucking of course. Yeah, Mars next, isn't it, bro? Mars next. Yeah.
Maybe not in our lifetime, but definitely like our grandkids. Yeah, they'll definitely see that happen.
Yeah, man.
Totally. Totes believe that, and we're going to Mars.
Okay. I think Brian deleted the video he posted because I can't find it now. Brian, did you delete it?
But for the flat
I did not delete it. No, I didn't delete it.
Okay.
But for the flat
Let me
earthers in the
some
chat,
check.
though,
All right, I found it.
doesn't it seem really suspicious that this video is not available? Whereas, like, we take it for granted. We would have thought, oh yeah, of course you could search this video and find it. Now you can't.
Well, I think the guy, the Way to the Moon deal, that movie, that film.
Yeah. The funny thing happened. Yeah.
I think probably just because of copyright stuff. I mean, I'm pretty sure his website, he still sells it for sale on his website. So my assumption is that he just doesn't want it shared for free. He wants people to pay for it.
Right.
Oh, that's a very good explanation. Yeah, that makes
The
sense.
official explanation was the camera was jammed up against the window, right? Here's the problem with the video. The camera's supposed to be up against the window looking at the whole entire Earth, okay? But what was really happening is it was at the back of the craft, okay? It wasn't looking, the camera wasn't up against the window seeing a fucking entire Earth. It was back on the other side of the craft, making it look like a fucking Earth because it's a round window. And what you call it earlier said it wasn't round. He was just making shit up, dude. The windows to their capsules was round. Also, the date, he was saying it was Apollo 14 or 13. He made that up. I don't even know where he was coming up with this stuff. But yeah, and the reason how you didn't have to see nothing come out the window, but what you seen was an elbow get in the way, and then you seen the lights come on, and you seen that his camera was not up against the window, taking pictures of an entire Earth. It was looking at a portion of Earth through a round window.
From a good
That's
10
what's
feet.
obvious.
Brian.
Yeah, from a good 10 feet away from the window.
Right, guys.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that they know, our side of it. Like, yo, it's close up. They faking like they playing in the window, like they in the window, but they really far back. Like, But have you
I
guys?
don't know. Did they ever claim that they were supposed to be viewing it straight out the window? Because in that video, it was clearly
yes, Neil Armstrong.
It looks like it was, but here's what I was going to ask you guys. Have you guys ever looked at their side of it? Like, have you ever watched some of the explanations? I know Jim Panda did one, but I've seen plenty of.
Well, I don't know if you'd noticed, but most of the flat earthers in here used to be Globers, so I'm pretty sure they do know it from your side.
Have you ever seen a funny thing at the moon debunked? Have you ever steel-manned your opponent and looked at what else they have to offer on the topic?
On that whole funny thing happened on the way to the moon? No.
But,
but the first time I ever saw that, I wasn't a flat earther. This is what I'm saying, right?
I agree with you, bro. But I
still might have had the globe mentality at the time. Yeah, and just thought that the moon landing was fake, right?
That's awesome, bro. Let's just talk about the evidence. I'm just trying to share the evidence with you. Like, I also bet, like, it doesn't matter what I bet, but there's more evidence for you that I can let you know that there's out there for you to look at if you want to, and help you strengthen your argument. Because I'm with you. Like, I've seen both sides, and that shit is really, really fucking weird. And then all of a sudden, like, you'll see, like, in some other shots, they have the tiny Earth, supposedly where it's like there's not really much.
It's a different zoom.
There's not the same trickery going on. What I wanted to I was trying to dig deeper, right, and prepare us for, they make whole videos trying to clown us right here and be like, yo, that shit's debunked, right? So if we want to stand strong, you need to be able to debunk their debunk and talk shit back to them. So, why don't we go watch it and then come back and talk about it.
So, like, where do you stand on the argument, Don? Do you think we've been to the moon?
No. Definitely not.
Doesn't want to hear what you got to say, apparently. It's that.
Do you think it's possible we can go to the moon?
It's that censored. What is the moon?
It may be possible to go to the moon, but I don't have any measure to know.
We don't have the technology. We don't have the technology to fly to the moon. How are you going to get there?
Well, but here's the thing.
Can't go there?
But no. Here's the question, though, Jin. It's like, if we did have the technology, is there something to go to?
Or
is there some physicality to land on?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, we don't even have the technology to get us there anyway.
And motherfuckers tell me they go to the moon, and then they tell me they can go to the moon 100 times. I'm gonna need to see more than like a little like in between land, like little type of shit, and like
I want to see something from the ground where it could goes in like from here. Hey, I don't care how ridiculous it is. I'd like to see more and more different angles from here on Earth, watching stuff touch down on the moon, from the moon looking back. I mean, there should be 900 times more evidence, in my opinion. If they were going to win in science court, you don't just go, oh yeah, those guys can do that shit easy peasy. Oh yeah, because of course there'd be all these liars and all that. So the court would assume that people aren't lying, so therefore it's not, I'm going to just put the stamp on pure science. No, bro. There needs to be way more evidence.
If you took them to science court, what would you use against them? Because they would, NASA would have all of the documents they have, all of the footage they have, 24-hour
doesn't prove they went to the moon. It doesn't prove that they went to the moon.
I'm not saying it does, but what I'm saying is they would have a trove of evidence.
The case would have against the case would be, dump your trove of evidence on the table. You are in court to prove if you've been to the moon or not. If the burden's on them,
what would you dump on the table?
I would put the burden. What I would use is the burden, and I'm stating that all the stuff that's been produced does not meet the burden. It just doesn't.
Yeah, but
and
the
then
thing is for most
sorry, yeah. Just quickly.
All of that evidence in science, you don't allow shadows of a doubt. You show unmistakably repeated evidence over and over and over ad nauseum of evidence. If it's shadow of a doubt, it's not science. Sorry.
Let APR speak again because I spoke over him and I couldn't hear anything that he said.
But you can go ahead and take over.
All I was going to say is no. I was just going to let you say what you were saying because I didn't hear what you said because we both spoke over you. So go on.
No, Don.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to bring flat Earth to court. So that's the first thing. Flat Earth and the second law of thermodynamics. That's going to be part of my entourage. Yeah, I'm telling you now.
We get that.
NASA's in trouble. NASA's in trouble.
But they're contesting they're sending satellites into space, so it wouldn't matter if there's no gas pressure and all that bullshit.
No, but I mean, this is a nice segue. This is a nice segue. How would you use the second law of thermodynamics in court?
Satellites don't need to breathe. This is the problem, yeah, Jin. That's why the second law of thermodynamics is not going to help you.
But the reason why I'm bringing it in is that you have to break through the barrier of Earth. And we'll have entropy. So, unfortunately, NASA's really in trouble. How can you have air pressure without a container? Your Honor, I put it to Your Honor that NASA has stolen the taxpayers' money and perpetuated a fraud since the 1960s, Your Honor.
But, Jin, what does air pressure without a container have to do with the second law of thermodynamics or the atmosphere?
Well, you know that
you need a container
high pressure will go to low pressure. So if the rocket is leaving Earth, it's going to need to get through that barrier to get
Where's
to the moon.
barrier?
Well, it's there somewhere.
Guys, please let us
alive. It's keeping us alive, mate.
Wait, and hold on. Going back to Crux's point about having all of the globe Earth evidence on trial, then all of that video evidence then be tested to see whether it's been doctored as well. So then you might have a really big problem there, Globers.
And if it's tested and it passes all of the tests, then
we have to get there first. You can't just assume.
Yeah, we have to get there first.
You can't
just assume
it's correct.
As things stands right now,
we can't just assume that it's wrong. So it has to be tested first, right?
Definitely, but right now in the court of public opinion, it seems to be.
Then it's just subjectivity.
That's
and then
public opinion. That's sleepwalking. That's public
then all we're doing is
public opinion. That's why I was very careful to say in the court of public opinion. But according to you guys, the public are asleep and we're all stupid and we just go along with whatever our government and NASA tell us.
Spinning and the sea's flat, but it's not actually flat because there's a 1,000-mile curve in it.
Yeah, like we're all lost in the sauce and we're drowning in the Kool-Aid, right?
Bro. This is the shit you believe.
Yeah, this is the shit we believe. We've been drinking the Sunny D, right?
You think the
we're
ocean's
stupid, we're sheep, we're ignorant.
You actually think the ocean curves for thousands of miles.
Listen, you're in a court of law. You're in a court of law with... Jen, you have a fucking echo, you son of a bitch.
Is it me? Go ahead.
You have an echo still.
EPR. I wanted to
Wait, hang on. Jeremy wanted to say something, man. Just hang on, Don. So sorry.
Yeah, he wanted to say, fuck you, Jin, with your fucking repeat.
I didn't even know about the echo thing until it happened. Listen, you're in a court of law where justice meets. No, slow down. I said your bitch could get a quart of balls and justice meet.
Again, we missed the opportunity to jinx Jeremy. We should have seen it coming.
Yeah, we should have. But he's just lying about which witch is in the wardrobe. So
Yeah,
his library.
I would be in court with the flatten the curve video as well, with the latest professionals explaining how their equipment can't work on a globe. So I think the NASA would be well in trouble. They'd be destroyed if I was to be in court with them, against them. They'd be destroyed.
I wanted to take that sort of a court position and try to put it into the Lawrence Krauss statement, EPR. You know, if it disagrees with the experiment, it's wrong. And be like, let's experiment and see if we can only come up with ways that it's guaranteed that NASA went to the moon. It's like, oh no, can we experiment and hypothesize a way that they were bullshitting? Like maybe, okay, well, it disagreed with the experiment. It's wrong. We do not have to say we know they went to the moon. Let's do a thought experiment.
Thought experiment. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know how you would disprove their case in court. It would be so difficult, and if all you had was documentaries and flat Earth testimony, I don't see you having a strong case in court against.
It is kind of. I agree with him real quick, but it depends on the direction. If you're saying I have the burden to prove it's fake, then yeah, I don't think I could win. But I'm saying if they had the burden to say it's guaranteed science or like that type of extraordinary feat, man, even though it's just an extension of the similar feat, and yeah, we assume it's just a higher, no, bro. That's extraordinary. It's the greatest.
Yeah, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Yeah, and that's super.
Yeah, all right, Don. I hear you, but in public opinion, most lawyers, doctors, judges, scientists, astrophysicists believe we went to the moon. So what would change in a courtroom that all of a sudden they would change their stance on it? Like, what do you think?
This is weird. This is weird. It's like you're asking a question. You're like, oh, everyone believes the paradigm.
Could you let Don answer the question?
Paradigm. So how do we make people not believe that fake paradigm? Is what you're asking? Is that what you're asking?
That's not what I asked at all. So could you let Don answer the question?
I would say that those positions that you named, 90% are irrelevant. What's relevant to me is the actual open-minded, logical peoples and the strongest, greediest criminals. Those are the only peoples whose opinion I would say, do you think it's fake? Or all these lawyers and everyday people who are just sold the spell, dude, all those people's opinion is relevant to me. They're idiots.
Well, it is interesting to think about, like let's say for an idea, let's say that before NASA claimed to do it, let's just say, in 1965 or something, some other group, you're just a regular civilian group, claimed that they did all that and they went to the moon and here's the footage. It is kind of interesting to think of putting them on trial, if it's not the government and the whole thing, but actually putting someone that isn't considered an authority like the government and putting that on trial and actually going through the moon landing, information in that kind of environment to really scrutinize it and have a jury. And like I said, without being programmed by that, government authority, they must have done it because they're government, and if it was just done by civilians, would it have been believed the way that it was?
Would it have had the same impact? But here's the thing, Gio, you can't really say that because they had pictures on Universal Studios of a globe in the 20s. So
yeah,
apparently it was always globes. A globe. No matter when. Yeah, we had it was always globes. A globe.
We had atlases in the 14 and 1300s.
It was always a globe. Way before they even thought it was a globe because they had it on Universal Studios. Every time before you watch the film, you've got the globe there. This is way before NASA. This is do you know what I'm saying? So why is that there?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. But
Give me
also,
but the thing is,
I would make
we've
a
had
request.
globes and atlases since the 14 and 1300s. The idea that Earth has been
So
is a
we've been
sphere
up to
or a
space
globe
in the
has been
1400s.
around
We went up to space
thousands
in the
of years.
1400s, is what you're
No,
saying.
Jin, let me finish talking, please, because you love interrupting, bro. You
We
love
didn't
doing it.
verify
I
it.
don't
We
know
just got
why,
all these
but you
ideas of a globe.
love interrupting. Please stop doing
I
it.
do.
Right?
I do.
So yeah, you do. So as I was saying, long before NASA became a thing, before we had images of Earth from space, the idea was already around that Earth was a sphere. NASA
Give us
didn't
the
need to do what
citation.
they did. Oh my God. I'm gonna stop talking. I'm
No,
just
go
gonna
ahead,
stop.
dude. I temporarily muted him. Jim, you're temporarily muted for a couple minutes. Please stop interrupting. Go ahead.
Yeah. And we've had atlases from the 14 and 1300s, you know? Like NASA isn't the reason most people believe Earth is a sphere. I mean, that's all I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I'd like to say something.
So who went up high enough before
hang
NASA
on,
did?
hang on, hang on. I'd
It
like
might
to
be
say
now,
something.
buddy.
Yeah. I'd like to say something, and it's this. I would ask NASA to present all the blueprints for the equipment and how they actually managed to get there. You know what we're going to say? We know what they're going to say? They've thrown it all away, and then I'm going to charge them for destroying public property. So they're in trouble, I'm telling you. I'm telling you now. They're not even
They're
going to
in
be able to
trouble.
prove they're not going to be able to prove how they went to the moon. They don't have any of the blueprints. They've told us they've destroyed everything. They've said. So you
The
know they're in
document they
trouble.
sent, the document they sent for the lunar lander or something, it was like 6 pages or something in Congress. Normally, if something like that would have been like thousands of pages. Like that alone's a dead giveaway right there.
Did you guys see what B-Ball just
Oh,
posted? First televised picture of Earth from space, 1960. Pretty cool,
Yeah,
huh?
it's not from space. We don't have that. We don't have the globe from space. That's a fakery shot. Earth is not a globe. We don't have it. So that's a lie in itself, instantly. If it's
What's up
so,
with
where's
the
the curvature today?
What's up with the curvature on that? It looks like a pregnant woman's belly or something. It's like warped.
Yeah, it looks like an Easter. It looks like an Easter egg. An Easter egg.
It looked pretty eggy from that one.
Yeah, it does look fucked up.
Hey guys, there was a picture supposedly from space of a Soviet mission. It's called the Luna 2. I can't find that video anywhere. It's been scrubbed. Literally, it's gone. I spent days looking for it already. Anyway, that was I spent a lot of time in one of the other servers debating on that video, and we kind of came to the consensus that even the Soviets fake space. So it's similar to this picture. You know how it looks kind of shitty? It's pretty much the same thing with them. The Soviets, they did the same thing. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh,
great! You just blown everyone's mind. That's all.
The biggest,
I know, right? I'm like,
I've never heard of anyone. Go ahead, Jeremy. But I was just gonna say I've never heard of anyone saying that like one space agency is faking it, but the other one's actually going. I think it's pretty universal that they're all faking it in terms of in that. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, the cool thing is
honestly, if you look at the other space agencies, NASA fakes it the best. I mean, the other space agencies are clearly fake. We used to go over it on Brandon sometimes. They're terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Hollywood is still better.
Yeah.
Hey, here's
got
the
Disney.
cool thing is, oh shit.
Go ahead.
They have a bunch of those old videos that you can still go look at. They're there, like even like on the Soviet websites or
Yeah,
places
they're
like
even.
that.
I think they're even copyright and what do they call it? Something not copyright free, but what's the other one? But yeah, you can literally just upload them onto YouTube and then make money off of loads of Globers.
Well, Globers love them for some reason. I don't
There you
get
go.
it. Like,
It's the money making scheme right now. Like, just upload a load of space bullshit, put it onto YouTube, make some money, guys.
I guess I kind of get it because they like the fantasy, right? They like sci-fi. That's fun, right? Imagining you can go to another world. I guess I
Oh,
kind
the
of get it.
nerve.
It's kind of intriguing, but damn, like
We
they
like
can.
sci-fi and
That's the first,
fantasy.
wait, that's the
The
first step
nerve.
to selling my soul, man. If
The
I'm gonna put
audacity.
videos on YouTube of shit that I don't believe in, that's the first step of selling my soul, bro. There's a lot of things I could do to get rich, bro, but I don't believe in them. So I'm gonna keep my pride and I'm gonna keep my soul, and I'm gonna sleep good. But yeah, if I wanted to fucking get rich, like, yeah, I could easily fucking sucker fucking idiots because there's fucking millions, billions of them, you know. But I'm not gonna do that because I don't believe in that.
I
You
guess
guys
I
don't think
get it.
that's what Nathan Oakley does?
See, here's
Well,
the thing: you
he's a
got to attack.
content
You got
creator.
to fight
Let's
fire with
call
fire.
Nathan what he is.
Look at what
He's
look at what's
he's
happening.
admitted it. Like, so bringing Nathan into this, that's not fair because he can't defend himself. But he has said that he is just a content creator.
A YouTuber.
Yeah, he's a content
YouTuber.
creator. He's making his money. He's presenting flat Earth in a brilliant way. Nathan Oakley. He's not a criminal. You have NASA, $67 million a day, and they don't give us a real picture of Earth. Okay, that's ridiculous. Okay.
Yeah, who's the
Thank you.
criminal there?
I'm not saying Nathan Oakley's a criminal, damn.
No, but if you were to weigh the two options up, who would you deem to be doing more bad than good? Who's getting more money from the public?
Between Nathan Oakley and NASA?
Right.
Oh,
You're saying that
definitely.
Nathan Oakley is
NASA
duping.
make more money,
You're saying
but
that Nathan
Nathan
Oakley
Oakley
is
is a
duping
way
his.
bigger evil, yeah.
You're
He's
saying that
definitely
Nathan
duping people.
Oakley is
He's way
duping
bigger
his
evil.
audience
He's an
and is
entrepreneur.
making them.
Oh
And is making
yeah.
money.
Oh
entrepreneur.
yeah.
This is
Nathan
arguing
Oakley does it for the money.
You're saying,
All right, you
you're
guys.
saying
guys.
All right. Well, there's no reason to talk about someone who isn't here and so on. But I was just going to ask you, Nate. I mean, the thing is, Nate, like, don't you think it is a big claim? Like, let's just. All right, someone's echoing. Jin, echoing.
Jen.
See, Jen, the thing is, the solution is not just because you'll forget to locally mute. So you may have to get a headset or some different setup on your thing. I was just gonna say, for humanity, we've always been on Earth, right? Let's just say for hundreds, thousands, who knows, of before they claim to have gone to outer space, right? Because the claim is that in this modern day they got the rocket technology or whatever. So what I'm saying is that it is a big claim because if humans have always just been on Earth, and then all of a sudden, around World War II, time, the Nazis, Werner von Braun, claimed to have developed this rocket technology. So of all things, that guy. And then all of a sudden, after World War II, they claimed to, have these rockets. And then eventually they popped out of Earth into this whole vacuum. That's up there. Whatever. So all I'm saying is that from that perspective, that's a big, big, big claim to make. And the fact that it's like the government, the one that won the war, the winners of war write the history, they write the narrative.
Yes.
I'm just saying that alone has got to fly.
It's amazing you're talking about this because I kind of wanted to bring this up because there's a video I posted and I was fighting with one of the Globers because he was telling me that I misrepresented because it was 60 the video claimed to go 65 miles into the air, and it's one of those types of rockets. It was a video of the V2 rocket. Well, it spins out once it gets to a certain height. It starts spinning out of control, kind of like most of the other amateur rockets do, like that we see.
What, like the thinner the atmosphere gets?
Yeah, and it's somehow the magical new NASA rockets, like the Saturn V and like the space shuttle, those can defy the zero gravity of space, right? They know how to fly. They know how to fly through that type of conditions, but these other rockets didn't. Like the V2, just spun out of control, right?
Okay, thank you. I think Nate, did you want to respond, Nate? Since I kind of somewhat targeted that at you, the last thing I said.
I did, but I mean, I could tell the others were trying to get a word in. I don't know. Do you want me to respond?
Well, yeah,
now?
let's stop the presses and let Nate speak then, right? Because I wasn't saying nothing important.
I mean, I
Nate.
can respond after he's done, Gio. You know.
Well, it's just that I
Or do
directed
you
it
want
at
me to
Nate,
respond?
Trader, and then you came in with a whole.
No, let's just go ahead and cut me off, Gio. That's fine, man.
Oh, you weren't cut off. You were able to
Well,
finish.
instead of
It was a bit of a non sequitur, although somewhat related. But I was directing something at Nate, so.
Well, instead of EPR being able to realise what it's got to go against, why don't he try and formulate an argument for rockets in space?
All right, so I'll do both. I'll respond to Gio and then I'll respond to you. So Gio, yeah, I mean definitely. I think it is a very crazy claim they're making that we can put people in space, this, that, and the third. But for this extraordinary claim, they do provide extraordinary evidence. Some of us accept it, some of us don't accept it, and you know that's what it is. You know. I accept the evidence. There's things I've also done in my personal capacity to verify that evidence for myself. So I'm happy with it. You know, I'm not here trying to convince you guys. You know,
Well, I
but
mean, how
if you
do you
guys
know
don't
that the Earth is a
agree
globe
with,
then? What
oh my
evidence do
God.
you have then? What evidence do you have?
So when it,
Let's see
so, okay,
then.
so your answer to what I said is basically that you think the evidence they provided that they did pop up out of the earth and popped into a vacuum in the 1960s after World War II, Werner von Braun, the whole rocket program, the Project Paperclip, all that stuff that is the history. Your claim is that even though those guys might be a little sketchy or whatever, you think that the evidence that you see of outer space is so strong that you believe that it's true.
Exactly, Gio. Those guys are sketchy. I don't trust them blindly. I've had to verify a lot of it for myself before I believed it. There was a point where I was very skeptical about the idea that we had been to the moon. You know, I don't trust the government. I don't trust NASA. But I've done things to verify it for myself, and that's given me the comfort I need to come to the conclusion that I've come to. Yeah.
That's cool. Like, what would you say you were skeptical of when you were skeptical, and then what kind of changed your mind? What evidence did you come across that changed your mind?
So the main thing that got me was that we've been there so many times, but we never went back since, you know. And
For a long time.
I never got. I'm trying to answer your question, please, Jim.
Sorry.
And I never. All right, and I never got a proper. Well, I never managed to find a proper explanation as to why. You know, whenever I look into it, I find all of these conflicting statements from people within NASA and the government. You know, so it brought a lot of doubt into my why we had never gone back doesn't mean we never actually maybe went, you know. And taking the things into account that Gio said, the fact that our space program was started by Nazis, the fact that it was a push by the government when they were in a pressure situation, the amount of risks they took to put people into space, you know, when we weren't properly prepared and equipped, maybe we didn't actually do it. You know, I did have doubts. But then what I did with a friend of mine was because there were reflectors on the moon, and my friend told me that, you know, because I brought these things up to him, and he laughed at me and told me, no, bro, listen, on a clear day, we're going to go outside and we'll send a signal and get it back, and you know, and I did it with him, and we got the signal back. So that gave me comfort that there are reflectors on the moon, and if they're there, man must have put them there. Yeah.
But does that just not give you proof of the fact that you got a signal back? It doesn't mean anything about the moon, bro. It just means something gave you something. But
I don't mean
like,
you put them reflectors on them.
All right,
but it's
if we
interesting,
were
like,
pointing.
I just quickly, I listened to all the things that you were citing that made you doubtful, and I'm thinking, yep, check, yep. All of those are great, and there's even more. And then I'm thinking, in my mind, I'm thinking, gee, there must have been something really startling that has overcome all of that doubt and skepticism. And then all you've said you think you've got a signal back from some reflector that a guy told you is on the moon. I'm not sure how that overcomes all those doubts.
Because of how radio signals work. If we point our, you know, signal transmitter into the sky at the moon on a clear day, and the beam is strong enough that we know it's going to pierce the ionosphere, what else is it bouncing off on a clear
So
day?
how is it not possible? Maybe there's something else up there that's
Like what?
I have no idea. I'm just saying, like, you automatically say, oh, it's the moon. I'm just saying, well, maybe it isn't.
Yeah,
We
what
can't,
else could it be?
We can't know that it isn't.
Well, I mean, do you know how radio transmitters work? What else would it bounce off? If the signal is strong enough to pierce the ionosphere, what else is it
But do you
bouncing
not
off?
think
It's
there's?
a
Do
clear
you not
day.
think there's something
There's no
that there's
clouds.
anything else up there? There are other things
Like
in the
what?
sky other than the moon.
Definitely, but on a clear day, I'm pointing at the moon. I have clear visibility to the moon. There's nothing in between me and the moon. No clouds, nothing. And our signal is strong enough
No,
to
no
pierce the
balloons.
ionosphere.
Would you
No
not? Would you
balloons.
not have
No
to be so
anything up
accurate?
there. No.
But wait, hold
No,
on.
no weather
No,
balloons.
hold on. Would you not have to be so accurate that you're actually aiming at the reflectors? So you would have to
You're aiming
know.
at
You would have to know
I've
where
heard
the
this claim a
reflectors are.
million times.
Aiming
Show me
at the
them doing
reflectors
that.
to
I've
get
heard
your
this claim a
signal.
million times, but I've never seen it, dude. I've asked a million times. Can you show me somebody fucking firing radar?
Hold on,
off
hold on.
the
If there's
moon?
reflectors on the moon, there should be a certain
why you
coordinate
guys
you have
shouting
to
at me?
aim towards, right?
Yeah, angle of incidence and you know
How big are the
big is this
reflectors?
reflector?
How
What
big are
angle
the
is it?
reflectors?
What angle is it at? Where you know your signal is going to hit it and then reflect off based on the angle that it hits it at. Doesn't mean you'd have to hit it perfectly perpendicular.
Okay, but I understand what you guys are sounding like that's an impossible thing to do. Just go outside and do it, guys.
Pretty much.
I can.
Pretty much.
Clearly, you
Not
guys
impossible, but pretty much.
haven't done this for yourself. So I mean, you know, to ask me, I mean, it doesn't matter what I tell you. You're not going to believe me until you do it for yourself. So I'm not going to waste my time trying to explain it to you. I'm just going to tell you what I did to satisfy myself. You know, I don't feel the need to try and convince.
But you would
I'm
only
not
be
gonna try and
explaining
convince.
your belief to us for us to believe.
I
So
don't care
how
if
would
you
that work?
think it's just a
And
belief.
that's
You
fine.
asked me what I did to satisfy myself, and I'm telling
Yeah.
you. If you don't
That's
want to
fair enough.
accept
No,
that,
that's fair enough.
that's
That's
your
fair
No, man, I'm
problem,
good with
guys.
that. I'm
That's
good
But
with
you
that.
ain't got
No
to
worries.
shout at me about it. Come on, man.
That's fair enough.
Like, calm down.
You're right. You're
Both of you.
totally. You're right. If that
Oh my God.
satisfied you, that's all that matters to you. So that's cool.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that's
that's
what
fair
you guys
enough.
asked me, right? What did I
Yeah,
do
that's
to
fair enough.
satisfy
We could,
myself? And I answered.
yeah,
So why
yeah,
are you
that's
guys
fair.
angry?
No, we can label it
We're
off as a
passionate.
belief,
Yeah,
right?
you're
Not as
passionate.
evidence or anything, right? It's a belief.
All right. Is it that I didn't give you the answer you were expecting? Like you guys wanted something extraordinary? Like I went to the moon myself, or what?
We look. Hey, honestly, we might have been hopeful that you were going to give us something we hadn't heard before. That's probably
Oh.
what it's where it's at.
Oh, okay. No.
You know, when someone says, "Oh, I've done this," and it convinced me, we're all maybe thinking, "Oh shit, what is it? What is it? Maybe we haven't heard this thing before." But
Yeah, maybe
the
it's a
reflector
path
thing
we haven't gone down.
we have all heard. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an ordinary dude like you guys, you know. I might work with expensive equipment, but I can't take it home. So I have to do things most other people have to do to verify these things for themselves, you know.
What is that? Is that the way we label our value? Whether we can handle expensive equipment? What the fuck? Like, whether you're a valuables, whether
You weren't
whether
listening. You
your
weren't
opinion
listening to
is
what I
valuable,
said, were you? You didn't listen to what I said, Jim.
whether you can operate expensive.
Hey, wait, let me ask a
You know what I
question real
mean?
quick
Like, what the
about this
fuck?
moon radar
What the
thing.
fuck?
Can I please ask a question real quick, man? I swear I'll give it right back. But so there's a fucking mode, right, for bouncing the radar off the moon.
Method.
A mode in the equipment. Or are you using the same mode as you would use fucking for terrestrial perpendicular?
Are you elaborating, or are you waiting for the other guy to elaborate?
Are you
'Cause
saying
it
there's
goes
a,
the same.
there's a switch on the
asking him-
machine that says moon bounce,
Earth
and you
curve.
just flick it on?
Earth curve.
No, I'm just asking him what mode is there a mode?
I mean,
Whoever bounced radar off the moon, okay, with the device
EPR.
you use,
EPR. He's asking you a question.
is there a mode?
Oh, he's asking
And
me.
you-
My bad. What's up, bro?
Okay, you say you bounced radar off the moon, right? I've been trying to get somebody to talk about this since I've heard the claim, but I believe you. But is there a mode in the device you're using? Is there a mode for doing that, or is there a mode for terrestrial, like horizontal, radio signal transmitting or receiving? Is there a certain mode that you're using for moon bounce?
Like the way the information is like put into the radio emission,
The frequency of whatever the signal, whatever, everything.
the frequency used.
Everything. What was all the parameters used to send this signal to the moon and receive it?
Like the frequency at which we
all of it
send out the signal. What do you can't just say all of it. Well, what do you mean, man?
Some of it.
No, I'm saying
you can't tell me all of it.
You set your camera to, or whatever it was that was sending the signal. What did you set
It was just a normal radio transmitter, bro, which we set to a certain frequency so that it could pierce the ionosphere. Then we pointed it at the moon and clocked how long it took for that signal to get to the moon and get back to us. We did a few calculations to compare
from the start. I interrupted from the start. So, what device?
Oh my god!
What device?
But this is what I don't. This is what I don't want to do, guys. Because now
I know, man.
like
I was trying to ask some honest questions, man, but you didn't answer. And he's kind of it sounds like we're piling it on. But look, I'm just asking a simple question: is the device that you're using? Like, if I want to go do this, okay, I don't want to look like an idiot and be like and have nothing to say. Like, what kind of device was it? Just basic questions. You ain't got to tell me everything about the fucking everything, but just fill me in a little bit, man. Nobody's ever really went into detail. Is the transmitter the same device that's also the receiver? Simple fucking. I mean,
you still there, Nate? Well, I guess I missed the beginning of it. Did Nate say that he bounced radar off the moon? Is that where this started?
Yes. Yeah, that's what fucking changed him. I believe.
I asked him what because he was saying that he was skeptical.
Brian,
sounds like B-Ball did some googling.
Brian,
so we've got a B-Ball Google incoming here.
I don't want information off the web. I want information from somebody who makes the claim.
All right. So
well,
give you a
the information is there. I mean, if you want more information, you have to research.
Well, someone made the claim that they'd done it with their friend.
Okay.
Right.
I did, and I've been trying to explain it, but I mean, you guys keep cutting me off. Like, what's the point, But I'm just going to give you a brief summary because I know the more I tell you, the more you're going to ask and straw man and just make this weird. So basically, I was with my friend.
Why are you? Never mind, dude. You know what? Never mind. I ask you one simple fucking question. Now you're assuming I'm going to straw man you and shit, dude.
I'm literally trying to answer your question.
You guys,
fuck off. I don't even want to hear the answer, bro. If you think I'm a straw man you and all this other shit from asking one simple fucking question, but I'll go on mute.
All right, I'm going to mute anyone who interrupts Nate. So, Nate, go ahead.
I'm just going to keep it short, Gio. Me and my friend sent the signal to the moon. It came back. We made sure it was at the right frequency to pierce the ionosphere. We timed how long the signal took, compared it to, the distance from here to the moon and the speed of light, and it correlated, and I was happy with it,
Excellent. What device did you use?
I'm not answering any more questions because you guys are getting weird now.
Oh, right. It's weird asking what device you used. Right. Okay.
It's weird because now it's Brian shouting at me. It's
right. Yeah.
It's weird. I think you're drunk, Jim, and you're shouting at me. You guys don't even know what questions to ask me.
It is the over talking contest.
For the huge claim of being.
What's up, Brian?
Send signals.
If you don't want to talk,
receive signals back. Oh, but when we ask for the device, I'm not going to answer any more questions. No.
All right. Well, Nate, if you don't want to talk more about it, that's fine. But I mean, I think it is fair that people want to know what you did and what the equipment was. And I mean, you just explained a couple steps that you calculated some things. So I think people are interested. But if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine.
What's the point in asking questions if you're going to deny what he did anyway?
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, man. I'm just frustrated, man. I'm sorry. I'm just frustrated because this is what I get every time, dude. But I finally think I got somebody, who can answer anything at all. And because I really genuinely want to know about it, and I am also skeptical, yes, but I want to know. And but for you to put words in my mouth saying I'm going to straw man you and all that, I only asked one question, bro. It was
Brian,
the transmitter, the same as receiver that says I'm going to start straw man and everything else. That was weird.
If Flat Earth has done this, would they retract
You won't do
the
it.
device
That's
that
the
they
point.
used to
You
do
won't
it?
do it.
Would they
You
retract the
won't do it.
device that they used to do it?
Yeah, but the thing is, you won't do it.
Right. What device did you use?
I don't know. Probably some sort of satellite dish. But I mean, these things are easily researched. If you want to know exactly what type of devices to
You don't
use,
even know what device was used.
if you want to know what type of devices are used, you can easily research and find out.
That's all I ever hear, though.
Research and find out what you done with your mate.
So I mean, if he did it years
This
ago,
is a
maybe he might
claim
not
that
know
you've made
exactly.
about what you've done with your
Hold on.
mate. I
Maybe
don't know whether
if he's
you
done it,
used
if he's done it years ago, maybe he might not know exactly what type of device he used. But if you really want to know that information, you can find it on the web. And how other people did it.
B-ball. You don't
Not that
think
hard.
you don't think I could calibrate a signal to come back at a certain time? In other words, if it's not coming back at that time,
if
it's out. Listen, it's out of calibration, bro, or it's the wrong frequency. Until I get the right frequency, okay, I keep doing frequencies until I get because if it's not coming back in 2.5 seconds or whatever it is, then it's the wrong frequency, right? Because we know the moon's
Brian.
240,000 miles away, right? So we keep looking for the
Brian.
frequencies until we get the right one. And then boom, everybody can send frequencies, but nobody can tell me anything about it, dude.
Because Brian, if no one's able to tell it to you, if you want to know specifically, go research it. That's all you got to do.
He made the claim, bro.
I
was just asking a simple question.
You want someone to tell you specifically what device he used and how he used it. That was probably years ago, man. I wouldn't remember all that stuff.
No, I didn't ask. I didn't ask what device. I asked him this. I
ham radio.
I asked him was the transmitter the same as the receiver.
Ham radio within.
I asked him if the transmitter was the same device as the receiver. Was it all one device? That's all I asked.
It was a simple ham radio. A simple ham radio.
With
okay.
the EME receiver.
What I was going to ask next was it. Go ahead. Sorry.
What were you going to ask next?
Next, I was going to just say is, do we use a different mode for the moon or a different frequency, whatever? Is there any way to verify the legitimacy of that mode or that frequency by showing us it hitting something else? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely.
I find it a bit strange how you're going to ask us.
Jim, could you please let me answer Brian's question, please, man? Because I'm actually trying to answer the question for you guys now. All right. So Brian, there are different things you could
claim.
He's trying to address Brian.
Go ahead, Jim. Go ahead, man.
No, I'm trying to address the fact that you're trying to tell us to research what you used.
I'm not trying to tell you to do anything. I'm just answering Brian's question.
It's like you don't want to provide what you used, yet you want to ask us
I'm
to
literally
research
trying to tell Brian right now.
How are we going to find what you used
He just told you.
research?
He just told you. He used a simple ham radio.
An EME receiver.
Why don't we just let Brian and Nate go back and forth and hash this out? Jim, if you could just lay back for a second. B-ball, if you need to pop in a little, but I'm interested to hear. So Nate, if you want to go ahead.
Okay. So Brian, what you could do, before you start doing the actual experiment, right? Because you now want to confirm whether or not it's calibrated right, whether or not, my transmitter is actually sending out a signal strong enough that it could possibly reach there, and whether or not it's actually going to do what you want it to do. So you test it against other things, So it's a known thing that low frequency radio waves cannot pierce the ionosphere, and we generally know how far away the ionosphere is from us. So because we know how far away it is from us, and we know how fast radio waves travel at the speed of light, we will have a general idea as to the time it takes for a radio wave bounced off of the ionosphere to get back to us. So you can do that, time it, and see if it correlates with the general times that other people around the world that have done this get. If it agrees with that, then you is there something you want to say?
No, I've heard that, and and it sounds all good and everything. But as far as the low frequency, what happens to the low frequency signals? And
the low frequency signals, they don't have
the ionosphere. Does it tell you anything at all about what happens to the signal?
Can I just ask how we got from not remembering what device was used to now knowing that it was a ham radio?
I didn't say I didn't remember. That was B-ball talking.
Continue.
Jesus.
So we don't remember what device was used, but now all of a sudden it was a ham radio. Okay, fine. Fair enough.
I never heard him say he didn't remember.
Oh, I heard him say
I
that a few
wasn't the one
times.
that
It
was
was
saying
10, 20 years ago. I don't remember what device was used. I don't know if anyone else heard that. Maybe it was just me. Maybe
I do think you're drunk or under the influence, Jim.
Yeah, I heard that.
Well, this
myself.
is
I heard that.
this
as
is
well.
live
I
stream.
heard that
But
as well, Jim.
did you guys
I heard
hear that from
This is
me,
live
Jim,
stream to YouTube.
and Jin? That's
This is
live stream.
live
Do you want to
stream.
go back to the live stream recording and see who said that?
Yeah, do you want me to post it?
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah, post it. I
I
actually
keep
want you to post it. Go
say
to the
that.
live
And can I ask
stream,
a question, please?
see who said that,
You
and
know when you
post it
said,
right now.
hang on, hang on. Can I ask you a question now? Can I ask you a question now, please? When you send the signal, doesn't if the moon is a sphere or whatever, it would bounce up at a different angle, wouldn't it? It wouldn't come straight back at you, would it not? How did that come back? Please,
What do you mean?
What happened?
That is actually a good
When
point.
you bounce a signal on something that's curved, it hits and goes up at an angle. It doesn't come directly back to you, does it? Does it?
Why wouldn't it come back to you? You aren't hitting it against the moon's surface. You're hitting it against the transmitter on the moon. And even if you're hitting it against the moon's surface, it's not like it's hitting such a huge surface area.
There's a transmitter on the moon?
Wait, Nate, you're claiming
There's
that...
a reflector on the moon.
So you're claiming that your
I
ham
think there's
radio
more than
bounced
one.
off the reflector, Nate?
Any ham radio could do it with an EME receiver and a strong enough sensitivity, and if you ensure that the antennas are directed at the correct angle, you could all do it.
I'd be interested in trying this during an eclipse, or maybe
You should,
like a full,
because you don't need expensive, crazy equipment to do this. You can all do this on a clear, cloudy day.
I know you can.
Or a
Everybody
clear
says we
night.
could do it, but I still haven't got any. You've answered one question, and I've got just a few more. And everybody says you can do it, you can do it, but no, I can't do it because nobody knows anything the
can't
fuck
you do
about
it?
it. Because
Why not
everyone
look
says
into
just
it?
go study. Because I need to know. Okay, is the transmitter the same device as the receiver?
Well, I don't understand what you
Very
mean by
simple,
the
bro.
same device.
Is what's
Are
sending
you
the
trying to
signal
say
the same
'cause it
device
bounces
picks it,
that that's the
receives it?
thing? Like, I don't even know the point. But what's up, Brian? Come have a drink.
What's up, man? I can't tonight, man.
What is the cool point?
Yeah.
What's the trick about the receiver? Are you actually genuinely asking?
I'm asking.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Well, anybody could go do it, right? I'm asking to do it. Do I need a transmitter and a receiver? Is it the same, just one device that transmits and receives? Okay. If I'm gonna go do it, okay, you've done it, right? I'm just trying to find out. It's a simple fucking question, dude. Sorry to be a dick, dude. It's just, I mean.
Hey, you can have the receiver like a dish connected to the radio if you want. You can have an antenna connected to it. I mean, you can have them both connected to the same structure, or you can have them as separate devices. It's up to you how you want to set up your apparatus. There's no one way to do it.
Okay, what color was your ham radio? What color was it? I'd like to know.
My friend's radio? It was silver. It was metallic.
Metallic, yeah. And did it have a name on it?
Like what, a brand
This
name? Or...
thing. Yeah, brand name. I mean, what's this thing? A ham radio?
It was an EME ham radio. Do you know what an EME ham radio is, Jim?
No, I don't. What is an EME?
What difference does it make what color it is, man?
Yeah,
Well,
like
I
why are
want
you
to see
asking these
how
dumb
good his
questions?
memory is. I'm going deep into the memory bit of it all. And,
See, this is why
see...
I don't want to do this, because now it's like I gotta convince you that I really did this. I don't care if you guys believe that I did this or not. But this is what I
believe
did
that
to
you did it,
convince
man.
myself.
I believe that you did it,
Yes.
man.
No, but Jin is trying to catch me out here, asking me what color it was. Did it have a name on it? You know, to try to catch me out on a lie or something. I don't care if you don't believe me, Jin. I really don't give two shits. But this is what I did to prove to myself that they are receivers on the moon. You know, if you don't believe me, it's cool. You don't have to, bro.
Bullshit. There are no receivers on the moon.
Cool.
Man's
If you
never
think
got
it's bullshit,
That's why I
fine.
don't believe you. That's why I
All
don't
right.
believe you.
You don't have to
Okay,
believe me,
thank
Jin.
you.
I really don't care.
I'm not going to
Yeah.
believe you. Don't worry.
All right.
Your
I'm not
story
trying to
is a lie
convince you.
forever, mate.
I'm not trying to convince you at all, Jin.
You don't.
I'm
You
just answering
can't. You
Brian's
could
questions.
never convince me.
I
You
know.
can do
I could
that
never convince
on
you.
the
I know.
reflector. There is no reflector
You're right.
on the moon, sir.
Yeah, I
Okay?
could never
I'm
convince you, Jin.
respectfully
You are right.
trying to be respectful.
I could never convince you.
It's not there. Okay, thank you.
Cool.
Nothing.
All
No
right.
man has stepped foot on that thing. No human
All
being
right.
has
That's
done
cool,
that.
man.
Right.
All right.
So let's get that clear up. Yeah, cool.
All right.
So it's
Nice.
a cool
Yeah.
story, bro.
Anywho, I was just trying to answer Brian's questions, Jin. You know. That's
Yeah,
all.
we'll do it. We'll do it, man. When it's a little bit late. I mean, it's Friday night. Dude.
Yeah,
I don't know what
yeah.
I was.
It's a bit too difficult right now, Brian. But yeah, definitely.
I have
man.
a few
If you
questions
wanna-
that I just wanted to narrow it down.
Why not
and,
type them to me? Why not just type it
Yeah, I
in
can do that.
text chat?
I do that.
Yeah.
Man, what you call it, man? It makes me want to go have a drink. I got my grandson over tonight. Both of my well, not, but I got more than two, but I got them over, man. I'm going to be helping with but damn, man, I want to go fucking have a drink, play some cards and shit, man. That's tempting to what's that? Who's that?
Friday,
Moyoc?
Yeah.
Or not? I mean, what's the Don. What the fuck am I talking about?
Don.
Sorry.
Pressed.
Press.
Yes,
Okay,
Friday,
yeah,
man.
that's new and improved. Pressed. I mean, that's so tempting, man. I wish I could, man. Fuck.
Dude, the little like baby. Well, I don't know if you have babies, but like babies are my favorite, and then toddlers, and then the younger the human is, the better they are to me.
Yeah, especially when they're
No,
not mine, dude. I get to give them back. I get to give them back, so that's even better.
But toddlers is like where it's
Don,
at
that's 'cause
between the
you're trying
ages
to
of
get to
like
the
2
dream
and
account,
5. But I would say between the ages of 2 and 5, those are like the best years, you know.
Yeah. Just taking it all.
Where
in.
are you at, Don? Don, where are you at?
I'm at one of the hotel. It's got a restaurant here.
Does it?
I'm at the
What
garden.
side of town? What side of town is it? Is it on the same side of town as the Best Bet?
Yeah, it's like 10 minutes south. I'm at the gardens, bro.
What's the name of it? Well, you ain't got to tell me the name of it.
Gardens.
You ain't got to tell me the name. Yeah.
Called the gardens. What it is called? Or gardens.
Brian, you should enter the tournament. Maybe your guy's secret weapon is that in the middle of the card game, you just start throwing flat Earth facts at these guys. Get them all worked up. Just wipe the whole tournament out.
Bro, that can really shake people by just like testing them, by seeing like how they'll react, how they'll think, how control of their emotions they are. It's really good.
I'll just come in and start talking with an echo. Hey, I'll just start coming in and talking with an echo.
Brian, you can't hear when other people are talking when you're talking, can you?
Not just now. I didn't.
Yo, that would be good publicity though. If you got two, even just one flat earther at the $1 million tournament, the WSOP, they record that audio and shit like that. The shit, the banner, those guys saying what they say. That's all. A lot of that shit gets aired. You get that shit out there to a lot of people like that.
Oh, I woke up plenty of people. Plenty. Trust me.
Yeah, but imagine if you were at the final table at the World Series of Poker.
To get it on film would be good.
It's on film at the World Series of Poker. Millions of people see that.
Yeah, it'd be dope, bro.
That'd be some good fucking publicity. If we ever had the funding, it would be worth funding people to get them on there to do that.
Jeremy, the best one ever was that shit where it was the floor is lava and they had the little flat earth pedestal. And the one group comes in, the flat earth, or the floor is lava TV show, like game show.
and they're jumping around the fucking.
I never saw that.
Dude, there's an
I'm a
episode
grown
where they
man.
got the planets and Earth. The other planets are big balls, and Earth is like this flat, slippery pedestal. And the person goes, and the host keeps going, you got to jump on the flat Earth. And then one of the teams comes in and he goes, see, I told you it was flat or something. I told you, like, dude, that's probably.
Yo, I'm telling you, that'd be good advertising right there. You get someone, even on the way up, even if you didn't get people to the final table, like that whole thing's recorded and aired and shit. So like they get a lot of like moments and shit. You would definitely get on.
It's in a smart ass context, like talking like a polite bullshitting ass poker players, grown ass adults. Like when these shows that talk to the kids, like I'm telling you, the Floor is Lava is talking to little kids. Watch that shit, bro. Like you don't know how many little kids just got put under the flat Earth spell just based off of that 5
Just
minute.
hearing it. All you gotta do is put that shit out there. I feel you.
Just sit there and be like, how can we see the Chicago skyline from 60 miles away?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, Gio? You could get, especially if you had if you sponsored a few people in that, and you know, throughout the thing, they record the shit the whole way. They don't. Have you ever seen the World Series of Poker?
Yeah, they record. Yep, all the banter. I mean, that's like the. Other than the announcers, that's mostly what you're watching and hearing. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd probably get, and if you had a few flat earthers in there, that'd be good to sponsor if we ever had funding for something like that.
I'm actually not joking though. If you started saying some things, it might actually trigger people to where they would throw their game off.
That's what I'm saying. You could have, you could get people out of pocket on that. Hell yeah.
Just be like, hey, do you know people think that NASA's faking all of outer space?
Dude, you would have people fired up. Yeah, you might win it. You could win it off that. We get like 5-10 flat earthers. What's it cost? 10 G's to get in that? Don, what's the entrance fee? 10 G's for the WSOP?
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I don't know which tournament gets the most coverage anymore, but that main event gets plenty of coverage. But
yeah,
they
be there talking about, man, we just got back from firing a fucking 24-mile laser from fucking 1 foot height across the fucking bay, dude. It's fucking whatever, man. Dude, I think they might be right. Man. It is flat. I can't believe it, dude. 24 miles, 1 foot, bro. How does that work on a globe? Man, maybe they're right, dude. I got to look into this.
Dude, I'd be debating people at the table. I'd just start debating them.
Yeah, they can't run. They cannot run. They have to sit there.
That's how you do it, bro. Hey, yo, if we ever get made, that'd be a good thing to get on right there. If you get 5 or 10 flat earthers up on that. Because how many people watch that World Series of Poker? Like millions of people. So that shit's on ESPN. Right?
Okay,
Is it still on ESPN or?
That's something, bro. This is a question I think we've all asked before. How do those rating systems, you know what I mean? Like how can it be like satellite communication and radio and all that? And they know how many
How do they
people
know who's watching?
Yeah, like what?
They take a small poll and they go off of that.
That means that they really spying. There's some sneaky spy shit.
Well, no, they'll do a poll. They'll ask people, yo, can we put this box in your thing and we'll give you money off cable, but they record everything they watch. So
bro,
that's how they get their poll data, I believe.
That
or they
shit's-
might just straight up ask people. I'm not sure.
Here's how they always do it in the movies. In the movies or the TV show, like the newspaper TV show or whatever, there's like a little atomic clock thing, or like a little fucking take your number at the bakery fucking thing sitting right there. And then there's like the tape spits out of it and the guy grabs it and looks, what are the numbers? You know? Like, it's so fucking stupid.
Well, here's the thing, like, with YouTube, you actually know the location of the viewer, whereas with the whole TV thing, it could just be who's tuned in. All they get a notification about is whether someone new has tuned in, so they might not have the location, but they have the number of their viewers.
Here's what internet meant to me. Like,
I mean, nowadays, Yo, nowadays they could probably keep track real good. Everything's digital and shit. I was thinking before when it was all like analog. And
analog.
I don't know what you mean by like digital. Like I understand what it's supposed to mean, but does it just mean one way or two way? Because that's the thing. Like supposedly
they know who's watching Netflix because Netflix knows who's streaming on their site at what time. So like,
how many?
It's not a
people
guess. I don't think it's as much of a guess game anymore as it used to be in like
it's
the 90s.
two-way chip. How they fucking know if they just giving it out? How do they know without you talking back to them? Why?
Obviously, it's like a receiver sort of thing. Like they know that there's this many receivers receiving this signal, yeah, of this channel.
You don't think Netflix can tell when you're on your account and watching something?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
But with the whole analog thing, though, is like what I'm saying is what they'd guessed. They would still have a number of who's. They might not know from where on the earth they've tuned in, but they've got the number of another new user tuning in.
No, they know exactly where you're from. They have your IP and everything.
I
have a Netflix account, and I have cousins in the UK that use my Netflix, and when they log in, I get an email on my Gmail account with their IP address and their location, asking, there's this person that tried to log in. Is this?
Yeah,
you?
I get that. But me and Jeremy were talking about more analog. So back before internet, I would imagine this is how they managed to say, oh, this amount of million people tuned into the Super Bowl. Yeah. Before internet, how did they do that? Because they still gave us numbers. Oh, this amount of people tuned into the Super Bowl. So the way I'd imagine that they would have done it is how many people are receiving the signal.
Good question.
No, there was no way to tell before who was receiving the signal or not. That's what I'm saying. Before, when everything wasn't all digital, they had no way to know. Because I could have plugged a black and white TV into the fucking wall and just been receiving the signal. They had no idea to tell. They had no way to tell.
Well, they have no way to tell that there's another.
Well, they have a way to tell
outside
now.
source
Now they can tell
at the signal. Yeah, now. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But so back in the day when they used to tell us, 70 million have tuned into the Super Bowl this year. Like this, they used to do that before internet.
That was probably more of a guess than anything, I'm guessing.
Okay. Fair enough.
Because at best they would have been able to take small polls. Before you used to be able to just plug a TV in and you would get a signal and nobody knew if you had just plugged a TV in. The signal is just going out there. You know what I mean? So
they would have to kind of like guess upon how many people are paying for online for Sky or whatever you call it in America, cable, whatever, right? So they would kind of base it off of that. How many people pay for cable? How many people actually have the channel available to them?
Relay stations that would measure the signal, because look, if you put out depending on the strength of your fucking of the transmission or the fucking signal, then there's only a certain amount. So if there's more people picking up on it, then you have to strengthen it. So if you have a fucking if you have other stations, listen, if you have a couple stations around the radius, and you ain't gonna get an exact number, but you're gonna test the strength of the signal that you're receiving from that point, and you're gonna know about how many people are picking up on that signal, man. Ain't that how they did it?
Right. So I googled it, and it's all done by Nielsen. So you know what Nielsen SoundScan? So apparently they've been monitoring TV audience ratings and viewership since the 1950s, and what they do is they take a sample, a statistical sample of about 20,000 Americans a year, or 20,000 households.
Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't make sense that they wouldn't know the ratings and the viewings of, say, their political broadcast. Yeah, they wouldn't know how many. They would want to know how many viewers they're getting for that sort of shit.
And they don't know.
Yeah, so they use a sample of about 20,000 a year, and then they use that sample and extrapolate it over the population.
Yeah, the margin of error then is 10 million%.
fucking 20.
But apparently the sample is strategically selected, so they pick people from households that would tend to watch these type of shows. You know,
Who do these people think they
that
fucking
would
are?
tend to watch TV.
Like,
How
what?
do they get that information?
Like, come on.
They would
Like this.
obviously first do surveys, you know, and they would see in your household how much TV time do you guys have per day. If this household watches a lot of TV, then they'll be part of the sample size. But Don and Jim watch no TV at all, so there's no point in having them as part of the sample size, you know?
Bro,
Yeah,
this
they
is
would
something
put like a
the
box.
You
biggest
can count
fraud
me
ever.
out.
They
What
would
a
ask you to
fucking
put like
record.
a
What a
box in your
fucking
house.
sham. Fucking Nielsen, get the fuck out of here, bro. It's called internet, and yeah, and they just know now. So
No,
like,
but this is
Yeah,
before we
nowadays.
had the internet, because they've been doing this since the 1950s.
exactly, it's the one way. That's all that they're relevant for is the one way bullshit. Like the shit that we're not sending back to them. If we have anything that can talk back, it's it. They have the pure data.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
now it's not
Now
even
they don't.
about that.
Now,
They,
yeah, you're right. You're right, Don. You're right.
yeah, it's no question now. They know everything. I mean, there are still some things that they send out just like they used to. And I don't know who told Brian Leakey that thing about they send out a signal if more people receive it, they need to send a stronger signal. That's not how it works. But nowadays, there still are signals like that where you can get an antenna, a digital TV antenna, and connect it to your TV and get just pick it up out of the air. So they would have no way. I don't think there's any way for them to know that you're
They
watching
couldn't
it.
add that as another viewer. They couldn't. Yeah, they couldn't add that to the pool of viewers. They wouldn't know that person is viewing. Is what you're saying?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. I don't think so though. It may be possible, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I remember seeing that video where that guy's, using whatever. What's it? That dangerous metal apparently begins with. Oh, fuck. Brain fart.
The ratings.
What's that metal that's supposed to be very poisonous?
Mercury.
Mercury. Yeah,
Mercury.
exactly. Apparently, some guy managed to pick up signals just in the middle of nowhere using some sort of mercury, like as an antenna, and he was picking up Sky for free. Sky, cable, whatever you want to call it. Out in the middle of nowhere. Not in a house, like just out.
Sky is like a satellite subscription service in the UK. He doesn't mean the actual Sky.
Yeah, Sky is cable, right?
Lucy,
Oh, is it cable? I thought BBC was
when I
cable
say
for you
Sky,
guys.
that's just the
Isn't
equivalent
Sky
of
like
cable.
ITV? Isn't it satellite?
Sky is basically the equivalent of cable, right? You have
BBC?
Virgin, you have loads of other different companies that want to sell you.
But what's BBC then? Isn't BBC cable? Like, that's
BBC
national broadcaster.
BBC is the original channel. So if you pay for a TV license, which is what they try to make you do,
You get BBC, yeah. But isn't that cable? Or is that a satellite
not really.
service?
No. That's just the basic channels you get, like 1 to 5. Whereas